player access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
It is a football Friday, man, and we're off and running. It's a football Friday. We had great football last night. This is why I say it all the time, Seth. The National Football League is the greatest episodic drama on television because of all the tentacles and storylines. That wasn't just a upset win by the Bengals last night. By the way, good morning, everybody. If you're just waking up, we appreciate you getting up with us. Other Mike.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome day.
Yeah.
Now that I'm on the right microphone.
This is why the Bengals win over the Steelers wasn't just an upset win by the Bengals over a division rival where Mike Tomlin, I'm sure, is getting excoriated today on Pittsburgh radio and everybody's celebrating on Cincinnati radio. That is one of those games where I was listening on Cleveland this morning and it's burning to the ground because Joe Flacco threw for 342 yards. And I would imagine even in Baltimore, they're going, okay, bring the Steelers back into the pack a little bit here because a week ago, before that loss to the Rams by the Ravens were still the favorite in the AFC North. They weren't after that loss to the Rams, but I would imagine a loss by the Steelers. The Ravens are on a bye this week. The Ravens are probably at 1-5, probably going to be back to being close to the favorite North again. That's what makes this so fun, man. Yeah.
I think. Did you say bring the Bengals back into the pack?
If I did, I meant bring the Steelers. If I said Bengals, I didn't mean that. I mean bring the Steelers.
Bring the Steelers back. No, that's what you said. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It was me and my idiocy. No, I think I like your theme of episodic television.
Yeah.
Because last night you have, these two huge names in the league. Aaron Rodgers could be like the Breaking Bad Walter White type, ayahuasca dealer, and then Joe Flacco, 100% a serial killer, so the things that make for compelling television these days on streaming services, I think you've got that.
Yes.
If Joe Flacco is not basically this century's BTK killer, I don't even know what I'm doing with my life.
It's true.
There's not a chance in hell that guy hasn't murdered a few prostitutes at some point. He's so outwardly bland.
Yes.
There's definitely something brewing beneath the surface.
Yep. Yeah, he was last night for sure. 342 yards. If you missed it,
his accomplice, Jamar Chase.
Yeah. A willing accomplice. 26 catches in the last two games. That's the thing, dude. As I'm watching all this last night, and I'm watching the celebration in Cincinnati, and everybody is just celebrating and feting Joe Flacco. Like the whole announce team, the post-game show. Flacco himself comes out with Jamar Chase on the post-game show. Mm-hmm. By the way, that Amazon studio show is starting to grow on me a little bit. I like their presentation there. I enjoy it.
The studio show or the
whole
field,
thing. The studio show, the whole presentation is growing on me a little bit. Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit are whatever. But I think the presentation is good. They've got that stat channel if you want to watch it over there. They're doing some things. Anyways, but Joe Flacco coming out and they are celebrating Flacco like he is a conquering hero. And all I can think is two things. One, poor Cleveland and poor Jake Browning. Jake Browning, the quarterback who he replaced, who was mad when they traded for Joe Flacco. They interviewed him. He's like, well, of course I'm mad. I'm a competitor. And now Joe Flacco, in he comes. And he throws for 342 yards in an upset of the Steelers on national streaming
This
last
is what
night.
We know, Sean. This is what we know.
Yep.
Almost as a certainty. Obviously, we don't really know it, but I think it's safe to say that there's a Flacco bump that you get when you drop Flacco in and he's got some really good receivers, but nobody exactly knows what you're going to get. He ran a damn zone read there at the end of the game for a first down, or in the second half.
13 yards.
So that Burrow's probably not coming back until mid-December.
Right.
So I don't know how long the Joe Flacco bump lasts this time.
Yeah.
But he does have Jamar Chase. He's got T. Higgins.
Yeah.
There's a chance that he can sustain it longer than he did in Cleveland a couple years ago.
Well, that was the issue up there when they traded for Flacco was Jake Browning just isn't getting the ball. We got these two receivers. We're paying one of them $40 million. We're paying the other one $30 million. And Jake Browning can't get the ball. He's getting the ball to the other team more than he's getting the ball to these two Pro Bowl caliber receivers. And when they traded for Flacco, I listened up there. At least we know that somebody who's going to get Jamar Chase the football now.
It'd be like if you had a Bentley, but your chauffeur was a drunken kid who doesn't have a driver's license. You're like, how do I ride this Bentley to work?
Yes.
And it's just we're wasting. It's in there. There's cobwebs in my Bentley.
Yes, that's exactly.
It's incredible to sit in and listen to the. I'll listen to the Payne and Pendergast in my Bentley in the mornings, but I can't go anywhere in it.
That's right. That's right. It was good theater last night, man. It was good theater, and Cleveland is burning to the ground. You gotta. I mean, look, I felt like it wouldn't shock me if they fired Kevin Stefanski in the third quarter of last night's game in Cleveland, just watching what Joe Flacco was. Flacco was terrible in Cleveland this year. He got benched for Dylan Gabriel in Cleveland this year. He was terrible.
I mean, those are the two coaches right now, and one of them's gotten a little bit of a reprieve, but Kevin Stefanski, seeing that quarterback do better elsewhere, I still think Brian Daboll deserves more scrutiny. I don't care what Jackson Dart pulls the ball down and runs like a more athletic Tebow at times or whatever. But I mean, you got to look at what Daniel Jones is doing in Indianapolis if you're a Giants fan and still think, all right, is Daboll really the guy I want to manage the development of Jackson Dart?
No doubt. Both guys last night over the age of 40, and they were both pretty good. Now, Aaron Rodgers had a couple of picks. He got pissed at one of his offensive linemen, it looked like, for
tackling him in celebration.
Tackled him into celebration.
It was, to be fair to Aaron Rodgers, it was dumb.
He's 42. He could break a hip if you tackle him.
It reminded me of remember when they doused Belichick after one of the Super Bowls with the ice bucket, and his 85-year-old dad was standing next to him. I'm like, what are you guys? Can you use your thinking brains for a minute? Like, what the hell are you doing?
This guy a heart attack.
You're doing the ice bucket challenge with an octogenarian. What the hell?
Yeah.
Same thing. Yeah, you're an offensive lineman. You're 340 pounds jumping on your 42-year-old quarterback. Simmer down a little bit, man.
I actually saw some people with on that video because I hadn't seen that, so you sent it to me this morning. And I saw some of the replies, and people were like, is he really, do you think he's really angry at him, or is he part of the celebration? I'm like, did you see him shove Robert Saleh last year when Saleh tried to go in for a hug with him and shoves him away? I'm like, no, he's pissed.
If you ever listen, speaking as a man who's only a little bit older than Aaron Rodgers, but's been through multiple medical dramas in my life.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you get a little pissy about it. I get pissy when somebody says, "Hey, can you give me a hand with this heavy thing?"
Right.
I'm like, no,
right.
I'm not. Yeah. Oh, you think my ego is going to get the better of me?
No.
Not after my third hernia.
Exactly. Someone texted in, it's not good that the Bengals won, and I'm assuming they mean from a Texans perspective. It's unless it's in the division. It's way too early to scoreboard watch for me. Like, okay, the Steelers are 4-2. Oh no, now the Bengals are 3-4. If the Texans lose on Monday, they're 2-4. Oh no, like I can only scoreboard watch the Jags and the Colts. Watch other divisions with any sort of clarity right now.
Yeah, wherever everybody is right now, that was just another instance last night of one of these teams that's one of the leaders in the conference actually might not be that good.
That's exactly right.
With the Steelers.
Yep.
You're gonna really put it that Flacco's just that magnificent, and the Steelers might not actually be as good defensively as they've looked at times this year.
Yeah.
So I think, I'm not worried about that. Look, let's remember that Joe Flacco was brought in to replace a quarterback who beat the Jacksonville Jaguars. So there's just so much parity right now.
Yeah, that's right. Jake Browning beat the Jacksonville Jaguars in the game where Burrow got hurt.
And I know the Texans lost to the Jaguars. Yeah, I get it. But like in a close game where at this point trying to figure out who are the good teams in the AFC South or in the AFC are, it's really hard to do.
It's a swamp right now in the AFC. And that's good. If you're 2-3, that's good. It accentuates how big this game is on Monday for sure.
Honestly, and I'm not trying to make myself feel better or anything, but if you give the Texans the Bills record, if the Texans had played exactly the way they've played so far this season, if you give them the Bills schedule, The Texans are probably
4-2.
4-2 right now.
Yeah, they're probably 4-2, like the Bills are. Yeah, no
The
question.
Bills beat up on bad teams the same way the Texans have. They lost, and they've lost close games to good teams.
Andrew Filippone, he's part of that Syracuse cabal, right? That he's a.
He's
an FO.
Syracuse with Gallant and Meltzer.
I was gonna say he's an FOMM, friend of Mike Meltzer.
Yeah.
And he does radio in Pittsburgh. He's the afternoon host on our sister station up in Pittsburgh. Boy, he was on Twitter yesterday before the game, just declaring victory. He predicted a 38-3 Steeler win yesterday. Like,
oh, wow.
And I don't think he was being ironic or hyperbolic or anything like that. He was on Twitter all day long to the point where at 2:12 in the afternoon, which would be right about the time his show is kicking off on 93.7 up there, said there's no way the Steelers lose tonight. In fact, I'll get my nipples pierced with no numbing agents if they lose to the Bungles. It ain't happening.
Oh no.
You've got to follow through on that, right?
I think you do.
I think
you would too. Although Filippone's not afraid to be hated in his own city.
No.
He does sports radio the old way, and it's refreshing at times. He just flat out. He just does not give a single damn about anything. So I could see him not following through.
Okay, see that's a different kind of hate though. Like there's in the wrestling world they call it like the good kind of heel heat, where like, oh, we're booing this guy because he's really good at being a bad guy, and then there's booing because the guy's a liar or you don't like the guy or you just want to get him off your TV screen. I think he's got to follow through on this. I think that's different than going on the air with strong opinions that people don't like. Let me
see if he's so his original tweet was, there's no way the Steelers lose tonight. In fact, I'll get my nipples pierced with no numbing agents if they lose to the Bungles. It ain't happening.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's updated it at all.
I
fell asleep. That's what he said. Woke up thinking about getting my nipples pierced, and now I'm thinking I'm up for the rest of the night. Why did I do this to myself?
So he's intimating at least that he's going to do that. It's a good gimmick, man. He's going to get a lot of attention for it, for sure.
I don't. That's the whole thing. You know what? It depends on that. Like, I have very sensitive nipples. I know a lot of our listeners know that already, but that's like some people don't at all. But mine are very sensitive, and so I feel like I need to know first before I feel bad for him or think like this is going to be awful. Andrew Filippone, how sensitive are your nipples?
That's a good question. It's going to be amazing content. It's when he has to go get them.
I'll tell you a quick story.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
As long as it's about your nipples. Yeah, go ahead.
So with distance running, especially back in the day of cotton T-shirts, the chafed nipples were a big deal.
Chafing is big, yeah.
Yeah. So like they'll use Vaseline and everything. I think with the modern the tech fabrics, it's not as big of a deal. But one of the first marathons I ever ran, my sister came to watch it or to be there for the very end. You can't stick around for how many hours it takes me to finish a marathon. But I had met this guy beforehand at the starting line, and I was talking to him for a while. Just really cool guy, and we ran the race, and we kind of passed each other a few times and chatted along the way. And I wasn't, paying too much attention to him while we were running the race, and if you want to call it a race. At the end of it, I'm talking to my sister, and this guy came up. He was kind of a cool, just kind of like a hippie type, had big long hair and everything. And he walks up to us with his white T-shirt with two huge red blood splotches around his nipples.
Oh my God.
And my sister, it was cool because my sister got to the experience of what it's like to be a man, where you're desperately trying to maintain eye contact with the person you're talking about, but she couldn't stop
can't stop looking at
his nipples.
This guy's boobs.
Yeah. I'm like, Kara, he's up there.
Did he? Was he aware that he had two gigantic blood stains on his shirt?
If he didn't express it to us. Made no comment of it. I admired this guy's confidence.
Yeah.
There was just no reference to them whatsoever. How I honestly think he might have lost a half a liter of blood through his nipples.
Dude, yeah. It might have just been normal to him, right? I mean, how far do you run? What was your longest warm-up run, like your longest preparation run for when you ran a marathon?
I think you're supposed to go like 18 miles. I never really paid much attention to it. I would just go out on a Sunday and run for like 4 hours.
Okay, point, I guess my point is this guy probably he probably bled through his shirt on the regular. Like
At some point, yeah.
It got normal.
It's probably
for him.
no big deal. He's
Yeah,
just used to it.
Big
it's
deal
like
if
cutting
you-
himself shaving.
But to your point, it is a big deal if you just walk up to somebody and they've got two gigantic. It looked like they got stabbed in each chesticle there.
Yeah, it's like one thing if you have if you've got a birthmark or something, you kind of get used to it through a lifetime of like, I'm just going to power through
Same
this
exact
or whatever.
thing.
People are going to notice it or whatever, but yeah, it's not like he walks around 24/7, 365 days a year. No, he didn't have him at the beginning of the race.
I thought for sure that where that story was going until the hippie showed up. I thought like, oh, Seth had a bloody nipple moment here, but it was the hippie guy who had it. Yeah, damn. Hey, real quick, we'll get to the Texans in the next segment because there was good news for the Texans yesterday. Real good news. But if we may, as long as we got a couple minutes here, thank you to the Toronto Blue Jays for beating the Seattle Mariners and getting one game closer to not putting us in the conundrum of having to pick between the Mariners and the Dodgers in the World Series. The bats are coming alive for the Blue Jays right now. That's nice to see. And George Springer had a big hit last night, so that was good. 8-2. Blue Jays last night.
Springer had a big one, and then the fun thing too is that Dan Wilson, the manager, if the Mariners lose this series, he's going to get crucified.
Yeah, he's messing
crucified for this. He pulled Luis Castillo in the third inning, brought in Spire. Spire does all right, but then in the next inning gets into a little bit of a pickle. Wilson leaves him in there, and our hero George Springer rips a double. Which extended the Jays' lead to 4-1 at that point.
Yep.
And it was and so their bullpen, which was relatively well rested going into last night, is now kind of taxed again already. So that's the fun thing.
Yes.
Is that we're gonna get to enjoy the Mariners being miserable over the fact that Dan Wilson doesn't get fired after this series.
Yes. Spire is their best lefty, and he burned through 32 pitches yesterday. So yeah,
he's ever pitched in a game. And then, meanwhile, Luis Castillo was pulled with the fewest pitches he's ever pitched in a game.
Yeah.
48
What are you
pitches.
doing? What are you doing?
Have some faith in your man.
Yeah, no kidding.
Have faith in at least one of your Luis Castillos.
That's right. They've got multiple. As miserable as I was after the Mariners went up 2-0 in this series, I will say that it is much more fun if they blow the series than if they had just gotten swept in the series. Like that they got some. Now it's 2-2. Anything can happen. Obviously, it's not like it's an elimination game tonight or anything like that. But if I'm a Mariners fan, the scary thing is, oh crap, 10 runs in Game 3 and 8 runs in Game 4. I mean, this is the Blue Jays team when they get hot. Ask the Yankees when they get hot.
Yeah,
they tend to stay hot. So so that was good.
The Blue Jays, unlike the Yankees, managed to hit their home runs in the postseason.
That's right.
Not just in the regular season,
That's
as they get the fan base all riled up.
That's exactly right.
How many times a year do you hear, or like how many seasons do you hear like the Yankees fans getting agitated that Yankees team isn't being referred to as one of the best all time?
Yeah.
It just, they're so stupid. They're so dumb that they don't learn from history. This is why we can't have nice things, because people just don't remember history.
That's right.
And Yankees fans are the chief among them.
Chief among them, exactly. Chief among them. All right, off and running here on a Football Friday. We will circle over to the Texans. I can't remember a time with the Texans or any other team where I saw something that I saw yesterday with the Texans. And I think it's obviously, when you hear about it, you'll know it's really, really good news. The big matchups on Monday. We'll get into that in the next segment. Stay there on a Friday, Payne and Pendergast. But first, Chris Poulos, Ryan
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, all right, good angle here. Good localized angle here on the text page when it has to do with the ALCS of the Mariners and the Blue Jays. Let's hope the Mariners and Blue Jays go to 7 games. Game 7 would be Monday night. Seattle fans would be Monday night in Toronto. Seattle fans will be distracted by that game and not be all in on the Texans and the Seahawks game. Quieter stadium equals advantage Texans.
It'll be like the Phillies versus the Texans during the World Series. Or excuse me, the Eagles versus the Texans during the World Series. I can't even remember, though. Did the Texans win or lose that game?
They lost. That was the Lovie Smith year. Yeah, that was.
And it was at home. I mean, so it wouldn't have had as much of an effect.
Right.
There were still a lot of Eagles fans there at the stadium.
There were. Yeah. I like that angle right there. Okay. God, that means I got to root for the Mariners to win at least one more game. I don't know how much I like it, but I respect the angle there that you got. Texter. They
would be watching because if going back to that game against the Eagles that happened during the World Series, there were a lot of people, both Texans and Eagles fans, inside
in the bar.
You looked at the club level was empty. Everybody was inside watching the game.
That's right.
So if they're on, there's going to be a lot of Seahawks fans that are inside watching the game instead of out there making noise.
Totally, that is a good text. I like that.
Yeah.
All right, I can't remember, and I'm going to knock on wood, and I know the mere mention of this, people are going to go, "Why are you even saying anything, Sean?" I've never seen an NFL team in Week 7 with a completely clean injury report for the 53-man roster, like the Texans had yesterday. The only guys named on the injury report yesterday were Jalen Reed and Danico Autry, who are not on the roster yet. They're in their practice window. But by the way, both full participants. So that gets interesting over the next day or two, Seth. Do they activate Jalen Reed? I think Danico Autry is an interesting one. But there was not a single player on the 53-man roster, which means Derek Stingley Jr., which was the one we were going to watch yesterday. Like when the injury report came out, Stingley is the one to watch because he's had this oblique injury that looks like it might be hindering him a little bit. Like he hasn't been peak Stingley. He's been good, but not great. He's off the injury report now. He was full go yesterday. And so Stingley versus Jackson Smith and Jigba is on for Monday.
And this is the other thing to know about that, and it's really, really important that the Texans get healthy with Derek Stingley in their secondary because the Seahawks, whose secondary has been really banged up, had a few guys return to practice.
Yeah.
A couple of them limited participants, but their secondary isn't as banged up as it's been the last couple of weeks.
Yep.
And that's where one of the areas of opportunity is. Like they're still banged up, but they're not as banged up as they were. Stingley versus Jackson does travel with him, but just the cornerbacks in general against Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to be a battle. And that's where, I mean, D'Amico basically laid it out as such that it's, hey, other teams have given him a little too much room to work. And as I'm hearing that, I'm hearing they played too much zone against Jackson Smith and Jigba, that he's going to expect his cornerbacks to man up and latch onto him. And that's a perfect scenario where if you send Stingley to travel with him, you can have everybody else play whatever coverage you want. Stingley's on him. That's an exciting matchup. And because Stingley just hasn't been himself. He's been dealing with this oblique injury. If he's completely healthy, that would be really, really cool. That could be an epic battle between those two.
Dude, this is just, to me, this is one of those, this is why you're paying Derek Stingley $30 million a year kind of games. Like this is why. You got a guy, Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's in his 3rd year now, and he's become one of the best wide receivers in football. He's leading the league in receiving yards by a mile. He's coming off of a game where he was incredible. And now Stingley's got to be the all-pro that he was last year. Like this is why you're paying the guy top of the market money, is to travel with guys like this. If you're not letting him do that on Monday, then why are you paying him $30 million? I mean, I know there's other reasons. He's a good player.
Yeah.
But this is one of those matchups. Stingley travels and you figure out the rest on Monday.
That would I'm excited about a bunch of things in this game, but the defense going against a passing offense that's really, really explosive, it just gives you a chance to really see, okay, is this defense genuinely as elite as they've played so far in terms of scoring defense? But the one little wrinkle is that the defense early in the season blew some fourth quarters. They play awesome, but then you let up a scoring drive, you miss a tackle on Baker Mayfield, you do all these things. If there was ever a time where, man, show up and close it out versus a team that can really hit you explosively with big plays, this is the game. If it's a one-score game in the fourth quarter, you need the defense to just be locked down for all four quarters.
Yeah, they're an explosive offense, and yet Seattle, that is an explosive. They have a lot of explosive plays. You know, they run this Kubiak offense where you get the play action going and you got those big hits down the field. However, when you know that they need an explosive play, they're not nearly as good. They are the worst team. They're the worst team in football on 3rd and 7 or longer. They're only converting 12% on 3rd and 7 or longer. So if you can win 1st and 2nd down, which means you got to tackle. We can't have a Bucky Irving situation with Kenneth Walker where you're missing a bunch of tackles and you're allowing them. You have the play. You have your defense lined up right. You're in the right call, and because you don't tackle, they're in 2nd and 4 and 3rd and 2 instead of 2nd and 10 and 3rd and 8. You got to tackle. You got to stop the run. And if you win 1st and 2nd down, Seattle is not a good team when you know they need big plays.
Benchmark.
Yeah.
This is our benchmark for Jackson Smith-Njigba. His low point this season in terms of production was 4 receptions for 79 yards versus the Cardinals.
That's his worst game.
That's his worst game. And he's had over 100 yards receiving in 4 of his 6 games.
Yeah.
One of those games that he didn't get 100 yards receiving, he had 96 yards, 5 catches for 96 yards.
So he's had 6 good games so far this year.
How about this?
Yeah.
His long reception in each game.
Yeah.
He's had a reception of at least 36 yards in each of the 6 games they've played.
That's interesting.
There isn't a team yet that's completely bottled him up and not allowed him to have a long. You know what? I might not even go for okay, I'm going to get greedy. I want him to have fewer than 79 yards and also no explosive receptions.
Yeah.
Nothing over 20 yards.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I like
or
that.
15. Let's say 15.
Yeah.
Nothing over 15 yards.
I'd like to know too when all those explosives, like what down they were on. In the spirit of what we were just talking about, you know, is this the type of thing? Because they do like to run it on 1st and 2nd down. It's a Kubiak offense. They'll run it even if they're not running it well. They'll run it just to set up play action. I'm wondering if how much ambush factor there was.
They actually pass. If I'm remembering, they're actually pretty aggressive on 1st down passing the ball. That was one of the biggest misconceptions about Kubiak's offense was that they ran the ball on 1st down all the time, and it just wasn't true. They
felt like they did.
I know. Because if it doesn't work on 1st down, you're like, oh, he's running on 1st down
again.
Yeah. Or people would be upset about the predictability with when they would run it on 1st down.
Yeah.
I'll during the break, but I think the 3rd down like if you go to the Jaguars game last week, they were 2 for 12 on 3rd down. It speaks exactly to what you were talking about. It's not they get these deep strikes and everything, but it's not quite happening like clockwork or like a well-tuned machine right now. That they're kind of hit or miss on it. So you got to you can't allow them to just randomly explode on you on a 1st down midway through the 2nd quarter.
Well, and D'Amico said it yesterday in his press conference. We'll have this later in the show, but he said, I forget which media member asked. Anyways, asked about like, is this going to be a big eye discipline game? And he's like, yes, this is going to be the biggest eye discipline game that we've had. You know, because of all the play action and the ability for Seattle to strike downfield. Yeah, if you limit the big plays, you'll be in decent shape in this game.
Yeah, Seattle passes on 1st down at the 10th highest rate in the league.
I don't believe it. I'm not buying
I know. It used to be it used to be so frustrating with Kubiak's offenses a lot of times, like because it would just be like, they run it on 1st down all the time.
That's what it felt like.
Well, they're actually like the 6th highest passing frequency on 1st down.
It's not what I experienced. I felt like it was different. Yeah. Oh man! All right, hey, our football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by.
Sorry. This is where it would be legitimate, is that when they had a lead, then yes, that's when people would get frustrated, is because you just want to step on in the second halves of games. The same thing would happen with O'Brien. If they had a lead in the second half, yeah, they were running on first down a lot. That's when people would start to get frustrated because it always felt like you were just letting teams stay in the game. And yet, Bill O'Brien had one of the best records in history of being able to keep a lead in the second half.
Yeah, he was incredible at that. Hey, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Up next, headlines. We'll get to that. Thursday Night Football. We got a little bit of Texans. We got some Major League Baseball and a whole lot more. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
If you haven't.
Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with Thursday Night Football last night. One of the more exciting games of the season, Thursday night or otherwise. It was a fun game last night in Cincinnati as the two, someone called them quadripenarians or whatever. I guess octogenarian for 80 is quadripenarian as guys are tenarian or guys in their 40s. Joe Flacco, 40-plus years old. Aaron Rodgers, 40-plus years old. And they both lit it up last night, man. And Flacco ended up winning the duel. 342 yards passing, no interceptions, 3 touchdowns, 16 catches for Jamar Chase. Flacco knew where to go with the ball last night. 33-31 the final score as Joe Flacco drives the Bengals down for a game-winning field goal with 7 seconds left on the clock. And this is, it's early, but they lose that game, the Bengals. They're 2-5. Now they're 3-4, and they got a little bit of hope with Flacco. They can thank their neighbors to the north for giving them to him for a 5th-round pick. And now Cincinnati's got a little bit of life, and the Steelers are now 4-2 on the season, and I think probably last night Seth exposed some weaknesses that had not yet been exposed in their 4-1 start.
Right, and their defense is they've kind of had some ups and downs, but had shown a lot promise of looking like an old school Steelers defense. But this is going to inject some doubt into all of that. Mike Tomlin was publicly critical of the Browns for trade division.
Yes.
And you know what? At the time, I didn't really have an opinion about it, but now after losing, somehow getting upset about the potential of losing to Joe Flacco, who's been there less than a week, that's on you, bro. Man, what the hell? You can't stop Joe Flacco from running for 12 yards on a zone read. Where are your fundamentals? Where are the things that made the Steelers great in the past? They got Joe Flacco. Wait a second, but we signed an old quarterback in the off season, and now we have to deal with this. Get your own house in order. You're worried about what the Browns are doing? Who is this Steelers team? I don't even know who they are. What has happened to you, Mike Tomlin?
That was a little soft. You're right about that. I think last night, as I'm watching that game, on the one side I'm like, man, what must Browns fans be thinking? And then on the other side I'm like, what must Jets fans be thinking? The two quarterbacks playing in that game last night were essentially discarded by those two teams. The Browns saw fit to just trade Flacco for a song, and then let's roll with Dylan Gabriel, which where they are as a franchise, I kind of get that, but I was a little surprised they traded him to the Bengals. Just why would you do anything to help the team that you're in the same state and division with? This
is the problem, though. If you're a Browns fan and you're mad at Kevin Stefanski about this, you're pointing your rage in the wrong direction. You got to be mad at the GM because Joe Flacco had Jerry Jeudy and Jamari Thrash and Isaiah Bond, whereas now Joe Flacco in Cincinnati had T. Higgs and just a whole other band of weaponry. So it's not like I don't think that the Bengals are necessarily doing anything incredibly innovative that Stefanski couldn't come up with. Kevin Stefanski had a really good stretch with Joe Flacco before teams had film on him. We saw that up close and personal, and then he turned into a pumpkin.
The Jet one is interesting with Rodgers because the Jets are the only winless team right now. And if you believe Aaron Rodgers, who's the only one that's spoken publicly about how the breakup was executed, they, according to Rodgers, they made him fly cross country and spend 15 minutes just to disrespect him,
Just for Aaron Glenn to tell Aaron Rodgers that he's not our quarterback.
Yeah. Like that one's a little more soap opera like, I think. So that
one's tough though. It's still not I just never trust Aaron Rodgers' telling of a story because remember.
Right. No, I acknowledge that.
Yeah. He did with Green Bay. He said that they never reached out to me. Green Bay said, no, we totally tried to get in touch with him. And then Aaron Rodgers said he just didn't have good cell service at his house.
Yeah.
All right, man. All right, I can't trust your storytelling.
Right. So the richest 0.01% in the United States live in the town you live in. You don't have cell service there?
Yeah,
Stop.
So Aaron Rodgers saying that I flew to New York specifically to I don't know, I'm sorry. I'm sure it was a rough trip on the private jet and everything. But he might have just been going to check his mail at his New Jersey residence.
Yeah. No, I acknowledge that it's Aaron Rodgers who we're getting that story from.
It is, he's a little bit in your face to the Jets right now.
Yeah,
just by virtue of the record, not after last night.
Sure, yeah, they're 6. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get to the Texans at the top of the hour and hear D'Amico Ryans talk about the Seahawks defense. Game on Monday, 9 o'clock kick here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown starting at 6 p.m. on Monday. Major League Baseball playoffs last night. Dodgers take a 3-0 lead in their NLCS series against the Milwaukee Brewers. They beat the Brewers 3-1 last night. And the Blue Jays tying things up with the Seattle Mariners at 2 in their series. The Blue Jays bats, all it took was a road trip to Seattle for the bats to come alive, Seth. 10 runs in Game 3 and 8 runs last night in Game 4. And now we have the pivotal Game 5 coming up tonight between these two.
And the Mariners used their relievers heavily last night. Wow. It was either a gutsy or an idiotic move to remove Luis Castillo in the third inning, and he was getting in trouble. But it's the fewest pitches he's thrown in a game ever in a start. And then they just burned through their relievers. So hopefully the Blue Jays can pounce on this. I don't want to speak for you, Sean, but I want the Blue Jays to have an inspiring comeback. Yes.
Coincidentally, I would too. You can speak for me all you want. A couple Astro-related things here. This is just funny. I don't know if this is a big headline. You know, when the Astros traded for Carlos Correa, they gave them the Astros gave the Twins like a single-A pitcher who was 26 or 27 years old, Matt Mikulski. The Twins released him yesterday. I just thought that was funny. Like, the one guy they got in the Carlos Correa trade has been released. So a true salary dump.
Yeah. So the other thing, now we sit and wait to see exactly what happens with Kyle Tucker in free agency, because, damn it, if we can't be in the playoffs, at least we can emphatically win that trade.
Yeah. Just
by virtue of the Cubs not doing anything with him as a team and then not retaining him as a player on their squad. I was reading an ESPN article this morning that just said, it sounded way more confident that the Cubs were going to sign him than I've seen elsewhere.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean,
basically from a pure standpoint of logic. One of the how could they not re-sign him? Of course they're going to re-sign him.
Well, it can't be because you gave stuff up to get him. That's a bad reason to sign somebody.
Right.
You know, like that would be a bad. And I don't know if that article, if that's what it said. All I know is the sample space that I have of 4 friends who are Cub fans and season ticket holders, none of them want Kyle Tucker back. None of them want him back. They're all good riddance, is what it says in all the text.
It sounded a lot like one of those classic national takes on a local situation that really didn't have the pulse of everything.
Yeah.
Because it said, hey, if they can just get what he did in the first half of the season before he got injured, it would be great.
Yeah.
Like, all right, this is the second year in a row we've been saying that. And it's a career of wondering where he goes in the playoffs.
That's the big
whether he's
thing.
healthy or not.
Yep. That's the big thing. All right, that was headlines. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Let's circle back to the Texans. We'll do this week's Circle of Swarm. We're gonna have to remember all the way back to that win over the Ravens to get our data that we need to pick our circle against the Seahawks. We'll do that at 7:20. Up next, C.J. Stroud had a couple interesting cuts yesterday in his press conference that indicate I liked hearing this when it comes to Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, directly from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, let's give you some good sleep here with Dr. Ben Salento at Texas Sinus and Snoring. Now, that's me right there, snoring. Many, many years ago, pre-Salento. That was the before Salento. That was Sean Pendergast, 1 year BC, before Salento. Now I am Sean Pendergast, 8 years AGS, after good sleep.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Payne and Pendergast.
And it is great to be with you on a Football Friday. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne with you. Text message. Joe Flacco was balling so hard last night, Al Michaels called him Joe Burrow on accident. I can't get mad at Al. I feel like that would probably like a 50% chance that would happen with either me or Seth on this show. I called Jackson Smith and Jigba C.J. Gardner-Johnson yesterday.
Oh,
just because
wow.
there were multiple,
the hyphenations and
I got my
initials and all that.
Yes, yeah. I don't know why.
That's all right.
Bleh, yeah.
I referred to Justin Jefferson as Jamar Jefferson.
Yeah.
Which is something. This week's been rough for me in kind of combining names because of the Mike McDaniel, Mike McDonald dynamic.
I think you've done good on that front, to be honest with you.
I've done great there, but the problem is I've only got so much gray matter to keep names straight.
Yes.
And I've had to devote so much of it to consciously saying Mike McDonald that it's ebbed over into other really weird things.
Every other name's getting
But
butchered.
but even calling him Jamar Jefferson does make sense in the way that because of the Jamar Chase and Jamar Jefferson Jefferson connection. That's they're all lumped into various categories in my brain, but sometimes the boundaries get mushed up because of all the ayahuasca.
That makes sense. that makes sense. Yeah, so we're not going to throw shade at Al Michaels for that on this show. Now,
God, no, me?
Yeah.
Oh, what kind of a hypocrite would I be?
He also said Al Michaels did that Arthur Smith, the OC for the Steelers, was the head coach in Tennessee when he was actually the head coach in Atlanta. He was the OC. Close enough.
You know the deal.
He was a coach. He had a headset. Yeah. All right, C.J. Stroud yesterday. This was interesting. Couple of cuts I want to play with C.J. Stroud. The first one here was a question about his control of the offense. How is that coming along? His control. Because that was a big storyline coming into this year. C.J.'s going to have all this control at the line of scrimmage. How's that going?
I think every week I get better. I think as an offense we understand what fits for us and what doesn't work that we've tried, so it's all about just adjusting week to week upgrading our iPhone, upgrading our ideas. So, you know, I'm all for that. And I think it's just been good because, you know, we're able to get some games on our belt where we played good, and I just want to keep that going. So, yeah, it's every week getting better.
Okay, so I want to play the second one here, Seth, and then get your take on it, because the interesting thing to me there was we looked at what fits and what doesn't work. This was CJ when he was asked about what are his takeaways from the first 5 games of the year.
I think I'll just keep that kind of to myself on what we think. But there were some things where I think we can build upon, and there are some things that I think we shouldn't do anymore. We should just move on, try some other things. But I thought, you know, what we did coming to practice last Wednesday was really helpful to, you know, work on some of the things that we need to work on from just a big picture standpoint as an offense, instead of just against Seattle or against San Fran or whoever we're going to play. It was good for us as a whole to just fit what we need. So I thought it was good for us.
I'm going to totally read into those 2 cuts we just heard, Seth, and I feel positive about Nick Caley, because CJ mentions in the first one we looked at what fits and what doesn't work. And then in that second cut, he's like, we looked at what was working and what we shouldn't do anymore.
Yeah.
And that tells me there's probably a lot of communication going on with CJ and Nick Caley, maybe with some of the leaders on offense and Nick Caley, maybe some of the other coaches and Nick Caley.
Well, no, and I think that D'Amico is basically, you know, he said that he's, you know, told Nick Caley he needs to operate a certain way, to run the ball more, all of that. And I think the first thing I thought of when he thought about plays to get rid of some of these deep shot plays where CJ's taking a deep drop, they've got 8 guys in pass protection and only 2 guys out on routes, and it's too greedy and it's not set up to work. And the one thing I went back and I looked through, because if you look at like the time to throw, you know, like how quick does CJ get rid of the ball? The averages don't necessarily tell you a whole lot, and he doesn't, I don't think, necessarily look that much different in terms of the average time to throw from the first year. But when you look at the sheer volume of times that he throws and gets rid of the ball in under 2.5 seconds, it's changed a lot.
A ton.
Like, so the quick game, in the first game, I went back and I counted up the times that he's thrown the ball in 2.5 seconds or less. And in the Rams game and in the Bucs game, it was 41% of the time.
Okay.
So, all right, what's that mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. In the Ravens, it was 70% of the time.
Okay. Yeah.
And it was a steady progression. After those first 2 games, it was 50% of the time against the Jags, it was time against Titans. And then the Ravens, it was 70% of the time. Like, they're very much they're helping the offensive line out, for one, and they're, I think, doing something that CJ's just a little bit more comfortable with. That pressure rate has decreased, but you can't credit the offensive line with all of it, just like you can't blame them for all of the sacks early in the season or anything. A lot of it is just the types of plays that they're calling and how CJ's operating.
No, but the weird thing about that, and correct me if I'm wrong, the weird thing about that is in the preseason we were talking about this is the way they're going to have to operate because of the newness and if we're being honest, just the ceiling on the talent level of the offensive line, that there's probably going to have to be a lot of get the ball out fast, quick game, take the check down if you need to, that kind of thing. We were saying that in training camp. So I guess my question is, I'm talking positively about Caley accepting all the feedback and getting rid of some of these plays. Is why did there need to be a progression to get to this? In fun.
Right. Well,
why wasn't this the plan in week 1 when you're going against the Rams defensive line that might be the best of the 5 that you've seen so far this year?
The part of it is if things could have unfolded a little bit differently, if they had been more committed to the run, which was kind of impossible because they were so bad at – they were just shooting themselves in the foot so much that when it's 2nd and 23, you're not going to be committed to the run in that instance. If they'd been more committed to the run, some of those pass plays that they don't like right now might have actually worked out because they would have been setting up the play action in those deep shots and everything. But they just hadn't established anything in defenses because they stopped the run really easily without loading the box up and all that. So – I mean, it could have evolved differently. I can't fault Nick Caley or anybody else for not having the perfect idea of how it was going to go. You get into a lot of trouble as a coach when you start predicting things. Yeah. And it takes a little while to figure out, like, okay, wait, are we going to abandon this just because it didn't work a couple times? Or are we going to abandon it because we're actually doing something else different or better.
Yeah, no, and admittedly, I'm doing this with the complete benefit of hindsight. That's so you're absolutely right about
That's
that.
one of the things I think that was in the Belichick book, and he really drove that point home. Like, you got to be really careful as a coach in predicting things, because then you get tied to a strategy, or you just you don't pivot quickly enough. So
you get confirmation bias. You're like, okay, I think this is what's going to happen, and you act like it's going to happen even when it doesn't. Did Seattle?
Oh, the other thing I think they probably got rid of is like some of these runs out of the gun down on the goal line or whatever. Yeah, when you're let's be realistic about just what we can and can't do.
Whatever
or
whatever they were doing. What was it? That was a Tampa Bay game, right, where they had second and goal from the one. Yeah, whatever you were doing there, don't do that again.
I haven't been in that situation that often, but
it would be nice to be back in that situation.
Yeah.
The Seattle defense is a problem, no question. It's a big upgrade over the last couple defenses that the Texans have played. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday on the Seahawks pass rush.
The Seahawks defensive line is definitely the strong group of their team, right? They rely on their D-back and do it without pressure. They do a really good job of just executing their stunts. I think when you want to run the games and the stunts, you got to have guys who can really pry it open. And they got big guys inside who can really play fast off the ball, really penetrate and open it up for guys to, create havoc up the middle of the pocket. So we just have to be aware of where they're aligned. We got to be aware, and we got to finish. That's the main thing. Like, it's not going to be anything that we haven't seen before. We just have to be on it. We have to be able to communicate, and we have to be able to just strain to finish.
Yeah, the Byron Murphy, I went and watched him yesterday because Byron Murphy was kind of disappointing in his rookie year, at least according to the fans and what have you. But he's been playing really well, and he's been pouring it on the last couple weeks. And he's a guy that in the run game, I think, is where I'm more concerned about it. The passing, you look at all these guys as defensive linemen. Their sacks against the Jaguars, they were not the viciously terrifying, beat the guy immediately off the snap and then Trevor Lawrence goes down in under 3 seconds. It was a combination of the coverage behind those guys and then the defensive line pushing the pocket, compressing the pocket, one guy winning. But it really, this game is really going to be about, can the offensive line hold up well enough, long enough, as CJ is reading the defense faster than Trevor Lawrence did. And those two factors, can CJ really diagnose how the Seahawks are disguising these coverages, and can the O-line hold up just long enough to not get overpowered by this group of, at times it looks like they've got 4 defensive tackles on the defensive line for the Seahawks. They're big, powerful guys.
It's a big group, yeah.
And then in running the ball, that's the really tough part. So again, going back to Byron Murphy versus the run, the Seahawks are the second best rushing defense in the league. And if the Texans want to establish the run, this is a tough test. If they can establish the run, I will give them every bit of praise that some people out there want to give them right now, where they're acting like the Texans' offensive line has been the best offensive line in football all of a sudden or something. I don't get that. I don't get why there's a push to propagandize people about the Texans' offensive line all of a sudden being awesome or something. No, they've made improvements, but they're not overall an awesome offensive line by a long shot right now.
No. It's better than last year.
Yeah.
And it's moving in the right direction. I think we can safely say those things right now.
All due credit to Ed Ingram and Titus Howard are playing well. From the center to the left guard to the left tackle, those guys have something to prove
it's a concern
this week versus this defense.
No question. And they rush 4 a lot. They don't blitz a ton, the Seahawks. I wouldn't be surprised if the Texans came out kind of playing the quick game instead of trying to establish. That's the thing. You come out trying to establish the run against the second-best run defense on the road. Feels like a recipe for an early 3 and out and giving them momentum. I feel like coming out, CJ kind of, like you said, Seth, 71% of the time in that race, and especially those first couple of drives. It was a lot of quick game to move that ball down the field. Granted, that's the Ravens with all their guys injured, not the Seahawks with their, with their banged up secondary, but most of their guys healthy. I think they come out with a quick game on that first drive. We'll see.
This is the Tom Coughlin's old favorite Bible verse to show us. This is Proverbs 24:10. If you falter in a time of trouble, how small is your strength? So that's what we'll have to chant to Nick Caley. If they don't run the ball all that well the first couple series, I'm gonna be standing there in my stands with my Proverbs 24:10. Like you're gonna abandon the run, huh? Of course, then if they keep up with the run and it doesn't work the entire game, I'll scorch them for that.
You'll be thumbing through your Bible trying to find another verse that applies. Like, God, this Proverbs 24:10 is not working right now. Here's C.J. Stroud on the Seahawks defense.
Their D-line is really good. They play together. They play stout. Got a lot of playmakers up front. Ernest is a great backer. He gets those guys lined up and in the right calls. And Spoon is a heck of a player along, with their back end. So, all around from top to bottom, they're a really good team. And they play together. Mike is a great coach, head coach, of course, but a great play caller as well, great defensive coordinator. Played against him a couple times, and he's done some challenging things. So you just got to be prepared and prepare us the right way.
Yeah, we got to remember. I believe Mike McDonald was on Jim Harbaugh's staff at Michigan when CJ was at Ohio State. Seahawks. So when he says I've faced him a couple of times, I think it goes back. If I'm not mistaken,
it does because we had
college.
that conversation with the Ravens.
When he was a DC there.
Yeah, that was. And CJ, like we talked about yesterday, in facing the Ravens before the bye week, you're facing a defense that's still very similar to, or tried to be very similar to the things that Mike McDonald did, but you're kind of facing the JV version of it. So now you've graduated from playing against the JV to going up against the varsity in Seattle. Yep. I also thought it was interesting that he called Devin Witherspoon Spoon. And he must be huge in Seattle with the whole Soundgarden thing and everything. There's probably all kinds of Spoon Man dad jokes. Because that is a dad joke by now, everybody listening. Sorry, if you're making a Soundgarden joke, that's a dad joke.
It's veering towards a granddad
We're up there.
joke.
That's middle-aged. That's boomer. Did you just make a Soundgarden joke?
That's
boomer.
Almost a dad joke, a granddad joke almost. Well, we should point out, though, they are like Devin Witherspoon he was limited yesterday. He's been banged up. Julian Love, their safety, who's become a really good football player in the, he's a top 100 player. Julian Love, he's banged up as well. Reek Woolen was back at practice full go yesterday. So they're getting healthier in their secondary, but it's not a healthy secondary right now. This was an interesting one. We're going to get to the circle of swarm here in just a few minutes. This was C.J. Stroud. I think it was Jonathan Alexander asked him this about, hey, you go against your own defense in training camp and whatnot. He just got done answering a question about the Seahawks defense going against the Texans defense. I think C.J.'s answer here validates a theory that we've talked about on this show.
It could be suffocating where, like they're pushing the pocket, playing sticky coverage, the run game, they're being stout, setting edges and running to the ball, talking crazy and slapping their helmets, do all type of crazy stuff. So that stuff could be demoralizing. So I've been on the other side of that, but I think it prepares you, to even because that stuff is bound to happen. Like the other team gets paid too, but it keeps you, at least for me, to keep myself motivated for the next play, because it takes time. These defenses are really good, but it takes time to unlock a defense. Sometimes the first play, sometimes it's the last. But I think playing against our defense has taught me, to stay down for the come up. Play my game, take what's there, and and try to just move forward and don't fall for the hype. But they do a great job of running around, playing together, and just playing free.
Okay, so the word there that stuck with me, Seth, was demoralizing. When you said it could be demoralizing, I'm like, all right, D'Amico, if you're listening, can you give the ones a couple of reps against the twos in training camp next year?
You know what? I liked it from kind of like a psychologically hardening standpoint.
Sure.
That D'Amico talked last week about how sometimes it's hard with guys that get into the NFL and they're not accustomed to losing at all. And maybe once or twice a year, if you come from an awesome high school and an awesome college, you get into the NFL, and no matter who you are, you're going to have way more losing in your life, and it's hard for guys to get used to that sometimes. And by the way, those can be some of the most annoying guys on a football. They're like outing children the first time
when
they
lose
through
one
adversity.
game. They're
like, they start pointing the finger at everybody else about you guys need to be more like this or that. Anyway, but But I think just from a play-by-play basis, there's kind of a toughening that has to go on when you're like, all right, yep, okay, we got our ass beat, whatever. But I like that. I like that aspect of it, that ultimately maybe going through the misery that the offense did for the first 2.5 or 3 weeks of training camp this year, it did pay some dividends in terms of just being able to keep your head level when things are really rough. The other part of that is that, I mean, I played against Peyton Manning. I've watched Tom Brady do this enough. Those are the two guys I would point to as probably the most impressive I've seen in this century at sucking as an offense for 3 quarters.
Yeah.
But even when you're out there on the field versus Peyton Manning, it just felt like you were just being probed by an alien that was just waiting to figure out and find where your weaknesses are.
Yep.
And by the fourth quarter, that's why the whole notion of, keeping a good quarterback off the field by running the ball and everything. There's something mathematical about that still doesn't really always make a lot of sense because, okay, you're still going to get the same number of series as that other quarterback. The key for me was always, right, I don't want Peyton Manning to have 60 snaps to figure out and see what's working and what's not working. So if you keep him off the field and he's only got 40 opportunities or 50 opportunity to figure out what you're doing and everything. That's the key there. So with CJ having that mentality, I liked when he said it takes a while to unlock a defense sometimes.
Yeah.
You actually have to get into the game and figure it out. It's not just it doesn't all happen in the prep the week before.
Yeah, that's really good. And the Peyton thing is awesome. That's too where, as we're sitting here talking about the Texans defense smothering the Texans offense in training camp, it's that very defense that allows you to make it a 60-minute game in terms of diagnosing what's going on. If your defense wasn't as good and the pressure was on to have the gas pedal going the whole time, CJ goes into every game knowing if I get to 21 points, there's like a 90% chance I'm winning this football game. There's pressure on CJ in the offense because it's the NFL, and especially on CJ because he's a quarterback of an NFL team. He's the straw that stirs the drink. But there's not pressure on him to go score 30 every night.
That's because I've seen this. You know how much we love to talk about high school girls volleyball on this show, but I've seen this with my wife's volleyball
more than any
team
other
at times
show. Yeah.
No, there is an element of they're a really really good volleyball team, and it's funny to see the way you can say this about lots of sports, but in the first game, a scrappy team will fight them to a closer game and everything, and then all of a sudden you just see it start to wear, and usually by the third game it's just an all-out slaughter because all the chinks in the armor show up. But likewise with CJ, as he becomes hopefully that type of quarterback, there's a level of confidence of a game where it doesn't matter how bad the offense or how unproductive the offense may have been or in the first 3 quarters, you really win it in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And we saw that with the Patriots for years and years and years, where it wouldn't look all that impressive until the fourth quarter. And it's not about just a clutch gene or something like that. It's that Tom Brady would just have you figured out by the fourth quarter. He needed a few series to do it.
Yep. All right, are you ready to put a circle of swarm together for this game here?
I am.
Let's do it.
It's going to be a little bit unconventional for me, just because it was coming off of a bye week, so it's a little bit of an optimistic view. Some of my guys that I'm hoping to get into the circle of swarm, it's more about what I'm expecting them to do in the the last 2/3 of the season.
Perfect. Well, let's do that. Let's do the circle of swarm for Week 7.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
We want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
I enjoy that intro, man. That's good stuff. Good job, Ben Gary, our producer. All right, let's do this. Week 7 Circle of Swarm, as Seth just sort of laid out there. These are the guys. Oftentimes it's week to week. We just had a bye week, so oftentimes it's week to week. A look back at the game from the previous week. Who was the swarmiest with a glance ahead, either at the upcoming game or in the case of what Seth is saying, maybe the last 2/3 of the season. It's our circle of swarms to do.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And it'll generate plenty of activity on our text page if you want to weigh in. 713-572-4610. So let's do this, Seth. Who are the Sultans of Swarm that go in the Circle of Swarm this week? You're up first. Oh, by the way, we pick, for those that are new, we each pick 3. So there's 6 and no more than 6 in the Circle of Swarm. Proceed.
All right, listen. I don't give a damn about how bad the last 2 defenses you faced are. It makes it hard to say, oh, yeah, they're an awesome offense now. They beat up on those 2 teams. I get that. I 100% agree with that. But in his last 2 games, C.J. Stroud was 45 for 55 for 478 yards, 6 touchdowns, and 0 turnover-worthy plays. He did all of that just in such an extremely efficient fashion. And moving forward, I think he is going to look more and more like he's just super comfortable in this offense. So C.J. Stroud, the rare quarterback submission to a Circle of Swarm.
I think it's too straight for him now because we put him in after the Titans game as well, and I'm crossing it off. I had him in my pool of potential swarmers for this week. That's a good
Glad
one.
I went first.
That's a good one. Well, I'm going to go with a player.
See you scramble, little man.
For my Did you just call me little man?
You know, Sean. Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I had to. I got to consult the analytics more. How tall are you?
5'9".
I never thought of you as being kind of on the shorter side.
Yeah, really.
Which I feel like must be a good indication of your charisma. Everything.
Yeah.
I don't see height.
Yeah.
I think I genuinely don't. I'm sometimes very shocked when I find out that somebody's short, like objectively short, shorter than average. Yeah. And I never thought of you as like a shorter guy.
Thank you. Well, I take that as a compliment because my height is my height. If you don't feel that it's that, if you feel it's going in a certain direction because of chutzpah and moxie and whatnot, I'm all for it.
I had a stepmother once, one of my dad's many wives, that she was kind of a heightist. She was 6 foot tall, and she's like make these disparaging comments about short people. And it was one of the many reasons I hated her. So I was like, I always committed to I think from a young age, I was kind of like, I'm not going to be like her. I'm certainly not going to treat my dad the way she treats my dad.
Right.
No matter how much he might deserve it. But, at that age, I'm like, So I learned to ignore how tall somebody is.
That's good. So you saw a relative by marriage.
In my mind, you were 6'2.5".
You saw discrimination by a non-blood relative and said, I'm never going to act that way in the future.
Where's my Nobel Peace Prize?
Exactly. That's why. Hey, you know who it turns out is way shorter than I thought? Maybe this plays into what you're talking about. Dave Portnoy.
I only knew that because people have shown the pictures of him standing on his tippy toes when he takes pictures.
I had never. The only time, but prior to him being on Big Noon Kickoff, the only time I'd ever seen him was chest up, yelling at people on the internet, and I'd never seen a full body shot of him before. And he's standing in between Matt Leinart and Brady Quinn, who are both 6'3", but I'm like, wow, he to your point comes across as taller than he is because he's got a big personality, I think.
Big personality, and also, but now because of the existence of uncropped photos availability. That was a big thing back in the day with Napoleon. He was really strict about keeping uncropped photos of him off social media. Yeah. God help you if you were a painter who just put your rough draft there of Napoleon standing on a box as you painted him or whatever.
It was documented in the movie Napoleon, starring Joaquin Phoenix. I think it was called Napoleon. Yeah, there's a whole part in there about Napoleon being on Twitter and Facebook. Yes.
He would have been unbearable on social media. It would have been rough.
That's a good topic. Historical figures. It would have been awful on social media. Okay, Ben, write that down.
He would have been so sensitive.
The big. Yes, he would have. The big book of June topic ideas when there's no sports going on. Yes. All right, I got to pick somebody here. We got to do the Circle of Swarm. Don't worry, Ben. We'll get to it. We'll get 6.
The segment we're in?
Don't worry. Okay. Yeah, you picked C.J. Stroud 5 minutes ago. Jalen Petrie.
There you go.
50-50 as to my reasoning. 50% the quality of play. He had 2 picks in the most recent game. 50% because I feel like I have to put him in there because the media asks about him at every press conference.
Every single press conference. And the question is always,
I'd feel stupid
how awesome is Jalen Petrie?
Yeah,
I feel bad bad for D'Amico for coaches that have to answer question after question about difficult situations. Like, yeah, that's what you're getting paid for.
Yeah.
I feel bad for D'Amico that he has to get up there and find a different way to praise Jalen Petrie every single time.
Yeah.
And it gets to the point where you feel like, well, I can't give a short answer here, but I've already said a lot of really nice stuff about Jalen Petrie. I guess I don't know.
You got to ask two questions about him.
He does a lot of work in the community, by the way.
He had to go to the community card in the last press conference because he got asked a follow-up about Jalen Petrie.
There were an infinite number more questions about Jalen Petrie than there were about Sam Darnold.
Yes.
Yeah. Who's a current MVP candidate on the team that you're playing this week.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Jalen Petrie has to be in there.
Got to be in there. Who's your second one?
My second one, EJ Speed. And again, this is a bit of a aspirational selection because the last couple games, he hasn't played a boatload. He's played about 25 snaps in each of the last 2 games. But I think the thing that's been cool for me is, the knock on him has always been that he's really vicious against the run, not that great in pass coverage. I think he's shown a pretty balanced game when he's been out there in relatively limited snaps, but they've used him a lot more in these last couple games, and I think he's going to be a big factor moving forward, especially when they want to have 3 linebackers on the field. And just some of when he shows up with some violence.
Yeah.
He's a very, very swarmy player.
Yes, he is a violent player. He gets it done on special teams as well. So that's definitely a good one. Okay, so
one of the big weaknesses for the team last year was that they were just very confident playing their base 4-3 defense.
Yep.
And when they get up against more physical offenses, especially in the playoffs, you want to be able to. They need more good linebackers on the field than they had last year.
All right, I'm going to do one here that he's not a frequent Circle of Swarm member, but he had a really good game against the Ravens. He's on pace for some really good numbers, I think.
Oh, damn it.
Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, you son of a bitch. Yeah. You just have to take everything from me.
There's 49 other players on the team. On pace, I was just doing the calculations here, Seth.
Short king wannabe.
Dalton Schultz. Listen, little man. He's on pace for 71 catches for 632 yards. That is and by the way, a more willing blocker this year. He looks a lot more like the Dalton Schultz that was on the 1-year prove-it deal than the Dalton Schultz that looked like he was kind of fat and happy on his brand-new 3-year deal last year.
In Sean, yes, he does look that way. Okay, so my final selection for the Circle of Swarm.
Yep.
You have one more as well, correct?
Yep.
An offensive lineman who has been playing really well.
Okay.
The sum total of the offensive line is they're improved, but they've got more improving to do. D'Amico himself last week said they're not where they need to be. Mm-hmm. And yet he's getting these questions about how, hey, this offense has been really, really awesome, aren't they? And D'Amico's put in this position of having to say, well, yeah, they've made him feel last week said they're not where they need to be, but they made a lot of improvements. Ed Ingram has played really well. So, and that ends up being one of a good signing on the offensive line, as opposed to guys like Cam Robinson, who you paid double digits, millions of dollars, and is no longer here. Ed Ingram, Circle of Swarm.
I think Ed Ingram that's multiple times he's been in now. And I think each of us have put him in. Maybe you put him in a couple of times. I know Titus, I think, has been in the Circle of Swarm. Do you remember last year, we had a ban on the offensive line in the Circle of Swarm until Laramie out of nowhere had a good game against somebody. And then the very next game, he's back to holding and false starting again. He did not internalize it.
It was against the Jaguars, and partly because he had really shown an eagerness to run block.
Okay, so that Week 13 game.
And it turned out it was kind of like when I'm eager to help my wife around the house. And I'm like, oh, yay, I'm into this. What else are we going to clean, honey? And that fades real quickly.
Real fast, yeah.
She knows it by now.
Yeah,
she doesn't even bother getting excited about it.
Oh, Amy knows.
She's almost disappointed as soon as I make all my promises about how this is going to be my daily thing from now on.
That's why I tell Amy, that's why I don't help out with anything, because once I do and I stop doing it, you're going to be disappointed. At least you have clarity now.
Yeah.
I'm a lazy bitch. That's how it's going to be, all right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I got to do one more here. Okay. Got 2 that I'm thinking of here. Neither of them are receivers. Xavier Hutchinson had a couple touchdowns in the last game, but this is a bye week version, so we've had time to let that marinate here. I'm looking bigger picture. I tell you what, I'm Stewart.
Oh, there you go.
I'm gonna
yeah,
go
that's a good one.
MJ Stewart, because the defense seems to have kind of, again, granted against weaker opposition, but seems to have solidified itself these last couple games. I think some of that is guys are where they're supposed to be. He also laid a whooping on DeAndre Hopkins on a catch in that Ravens game.
Yeah, and remember, everybody, this isn't like an 6 most valuable players or anything on the team. It's a feel of the swarminess of it. Yes,
the vibe.
And MJ Stewart's going to be sitting here, and he's brought up in all of these national articles about why the Texans need to trade for a safety, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, man.
I mean, Jimmy Ward still is out there. At least we know where he is physically as opposed to Joe Mixon. But Jimmy Ward theoretically could return at some point. The problem with Jimmy Ward returning is that you just can't trust that he's going to be physically healthy throughout the rest. I mean, you can say that about any player, but I mean, he's 35 years old.
Yeah.
Coming off of an injury, he's missed huge chunks of games every single season. So I think the Texans might trade for a safety, but I don't think that whichever safety they trade for is an automatic replacement of MJ Stewart. That they, it's kind of the safety position right now feels a little bit like the defensive tackle position.
Yes.
You just got to recognize, listen, you're not going to have studs at every position.
Yep.
So whether it's MJ Stewart or Mario Edwards or whomever else, like there's some give and take here.
Yeah.
You just got to get quality play out of those guys.
You got smart, try-hard veteran guys there that are, they just need to be where they're supposed to be, and you got enough to elevate everybody. What did you think of the Bill Barnwell proposal of Kyle Duggar from New England and cash, because he gets paid a lot of money, for Dameon Pierce? You saw that article.
Duggar hasn't he been kind of just limited since an injury?
He got benched. I mean, he
just got bad, but and it was after he had an injury, right?
I don't know.
He hasn't come back from a bad injury. So, okay.
According to Barnwell's article, like, Barnwell laid it out, and I'm like, why would we trade for this guy? Because he got benched, and then when they brought him back in, and he immediately gave up big plays in the games. Like, he just hasn't played well this year. I don't know about the injury thing, Seth. I'm not sure about that.
Okay, well, he had boy, this sounds very Texans/Astros like. He had an injury in the 2024 season that was initially misdiagnosed as a bone bruise, which is actually a torn ligament that he was playing through. Okay. And he had surgery in 2025. So whatever he had surgery on and then came back from, apparently he's not the same guy this year. I think I could see it just as adding a depth piece or a guy to compete with MJ Stewart and then all of that. I don't want to give up Dameon Pierce, if only because I'm not super stoked about Dameon Pierce right now, but he is depth at the running back position.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon hasn't had more than 13 carries in a game. Mm-hmm. And I just, I can't sit here and think that, Chubb will be fine every single game for the rest of the season. I don't want to give up that depth in the run.
I'm on that. I think, if it's hand in hand with another deal to bring in a running back that we feel better about than Dameon Pierce, then maybe so. In reading the way Barnwell lays this out, the plays that Duggar has given up and the fact that he was benched in New England, I'm like, okay, you run, you don't walk to go get that guy, But he would be a depth piece, I'm sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Football Friday. That was
the other thing. Sorry, real quick, was that Caserio was there when they drafted Duggar, and he's like a high character. He's been a team captain before and everything. All that.
Yeah, we know that the Texans would like that. That's a good point. By the way, so Circle of Swarm for this week: C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie, E.J. Speed, Dalton Schultz, Ed Ingram, and M.J. Stewart. Boy, that is an eclectic Circle of Swarm right there. Good job, Payne and Pendergast. All right, coming up next, a reminder, at 8:25 today, we'll do 5 Reasons I Hate You, Seattle edition. Not difficult to put together for this week. But up next, how did the Kevin Durant trade go down, and where were you when it was announced? A bunch of Rockets players answered that question. It was pretty good stuff. We'll have that for you coming up next. But, hey, quick reminder here. You're just waking up. You're getting ready to go to
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
In the aftermath of CJ saying that playing against the Texans' first-string offense can be a bit demoralizing, and where I said, maybe give him some reps against the twos in training camp, which I've been saying since training camp, so this is not a new take. Text message, yeah, Sean, that's what we should do. Let's dial back the defense and give CJ and the offense easier competition. That's how you build champions, Sean.
Yeah, no, that's listen. Don't be a hardo just because that's
sorry,
so
Vinny Lombardi. I didn't mean.
I forgot that you taught your kid how to ride his bike on a busy highway. Here, you want to learn how to ride your bike? We're gonna take the training wheels off on the shoulder of I-10.
Yeah,
that's what we're gonna do.
That's how you build champions, kid.
Yeah.
All right.
No, going ones versus twos isn't unheard of, and that's the thing you could do for both the offense and the defense. I think that honestly, what I was thinking when you were talking about that was, all right, if you go back in time and did it, then it might make sense. Because it is to actually practice a skill, you got to at least successfully execute it.
Yeah.
And it almost felt like the training camp is like you're going from walkthrough to the guillotine. And okay, when are you actually just, really running the play at tempo and everything?
Yeah.
So
that's all.
you know what? I'll go back to wrestling. In wrestling, high school wrestling, most high school wrestling coaches could destroy the wrestlers in their wrestling. They don't just destroy them every single time. Yeah. You do it when their head starts to get a little too big.
Right.
You start hey, remember, you gotta so there's always a balance in just how difficult do you make it.
Yep.
And it did feel like it almost felt like in the first 2 weeks, I almost felt like I don't know if they're getting anything accomplished out here because the moments of successful execution are so few and far between.
Yeah.
Or just in CJ just trying to go through his progressions and everything, but it being impossible because there's somebody in his lap every time. You don't have to be a hard ass all the time, man. All right? There's a progression with these things sometimes.
Well, and look at the results from the first 3 weeks.
Right.
You can argue, okay, whatever they were doing in training camp wasn't working all that. It didn't work all that well the first few weeks. Yeah.
I can't believe that my kid is out here practicing football against other 8-year-olds. He needs to go to a college team and play against them.
Yes.
So he can really learn what it takes to be a man. I'm cool with it figuring out. But that would be in hindsight. Maybe they could have done it differently. What I would hope is that by training camp next year, you can have more of an evenly balanced battle between those two.
Yes.
Even if the defense is getting the better of the offense, it's still, all right, they can still execute some plays.
Yeah.
Let's see the offense fail after CJ actually gets the throw off a few times.
Yes,
Yeah.
Driving and fail in the red zone, that kind of thing. Yeah, you're not getting swallowed up on the first 3 plays.
How did you learn to speak German? They threw me into a Nazi interrogation room. They gave me 2 hours of prep, and then they turned me over to the Nazis.
Yes, and I became.
That's what you were doing. You were turning over a prisoner to the Nazis.
That's it. Yeah.
When you're letting the offense go against a defense like that.
What's wrong with you, Texter?
Why do you hate America so much?
I love that this is where we arrived. All right, the Rockets open the season next Tuesday. There is a series on Netflix. It's in season 2 now. I had no idea about it, called Starting Five. I guess it's NBA. I've only seen snippets on Twitter over the last 2 days, but there's a ton in there about Kevin Durant, about James Harden, about the Rockets back when James Harden got traded to the Rockets in 2012, about Kevin Durant getting traded here over the summer back in June. Just a couple little snippets from this. Well, actually, the Rockets snippets are from something else, but Kevin Durant from the Netflix series laying out how the trade went down that got him to Houston.
Sorry, they wanted to trade me. They asked me what teams I'd be willing to go to, and I gave them a few. That was an expiring contract that I had more leverage, and I was able to use it and get to Houston. The perfect world, we won a couple championships. I get my jersey retired, just live and be a part of the community there and part of the organization.
Okay, the audio sounded better when I closed my eyes and listened to it on my iPad last night. Basically him saying, I knew I was in the last year of my deal. I had leverage. Yeah. I looked at the places I wanted to go. And he said at the end there, in Houston, I could see myself retiring and getting my, winning championships and him a number.
Yeah, it was one of several places he wanted to go, but there was a lot more. He had a lot of leverage in the situation.
Yes,
because of the expiring contract.
Yeah,
that was why we were worried that with a lot of these projected trades, they were give up basically 2/3 of the young core to get him. At which point you're saying, no, you're not like this. I don't think that's a situation Kevin Durant would want to go into.
No.
That would be Kevin Durant getting traded to go into a Phoenix Suns type of situation. It didn't make any sense.
Yes.
That it would be him and one other, Jalen Green's still there or something, but no Amen Thompson, no Şengün, all of that. The trade that ended up happening was very, very palatable.
Yeah, and I would argue that, and I know there's a lot of Jalen Green fans out there, but I would say of the young the young guys they drafted in those previous 3 seasons, where it was Alperen, Şengün, and Jalen Green one year, it was Tari and Jabari the next year, and then Amen Thompson and Cam Whitmore. Put Cam aside. Of those other 5 guys, to me, they traded the one that was least desirable to keep, in my opinion, in Jalen Green. I wanted to keep all the 3 long, young, athletic wings, Amen Thompson, Jabari Smith, and Tari Eason. And then Alperen Şengün's an all-star. I didn't want to trade an all-star at a premium position. I didn't want to trade him either. It was a great deal, man. It was a great deal for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, it was. I guess I don't know if we've given the Rockets as much credit as we should have. It's kind of like how I have to remind myself every now and then, like, oh yeah, Nick really did pull off quite a coup with the way he handled the Deshaun Watson trade.
Yeah,
they've long since made good on the James Harden trade. Where, for one of the criticisms of that James Harden trade was like, well, these Nets picks are going to be ridiculously low picks for all of history. And there was a lot that, they've done a lot of things really well since Daryl Morey left.
Yeah.
And this is one of them. This is the exact amount of risk I'd want to take on bringing an older player into a situation like this.
Well, in the James Harden, the butterfly effect of the James Harden trade isn't even over yet because of what they moved some of those picks to get the Phoenix picks that helped you get Kevin Durant. The picks they actually did use from that Brooklyn trade got you Tari Eason and Reed Shepherd. Those are 2 of your rotation guys right now. Neither of them are as good as James Harden, but when you're the team that's dealing away the superstar, you are in a rough position, man. Like you are set up to be the loser in that deal, and the Rockets have done as well as you could expect them to do with that trade.
That's my favorite. Once about every 8 years, all of NBA media predicts that the Nets are going to win the next 7 championships because they got a bunch of names people recognize. Yeah.
Set your watch to it. This is a slew of the Rockets here. This is about a 30-second. This is actually from a Sports Illustrated interview or a Sports Illustrated video piece. The Rockets are the cover story on Sports Illustrated this week with the NBA preview issue, and they did an 11-minute kind of synopsis of this Rockets team, how it was put together. They did sit-down interviews with all the prominent guys. Here's just a slew of the guys. This is rapid view when the Kevin Durant trade went down back on June 22nd.
I heard KD was coming. I was in my bed. I missed my workout. Asar told me. My phone wasn't working, so Asar told me 3 hours later.
That was crazy. I was in Capri. I was getting a massage.
I was in bed when I got the news. My homies woke me up, running the room like, yo, we got KD, we got KD, we got KD. I was actually at one of my little bros' rec basketball game in Atlanta.
I was talking to my agent. I said, no way.
And my first reaction was, am I still on the team? I was like, did I get traded? After I figured out that I was, I was excited.
Okay, so that was a slew of Amen Thompson, Alperen Şengün, Jabari Smith, and Tari Eason.
Who was there at the very end? That was Tari Eason.
It was Jabari. It was it was Tari Eason at the. Tari Eason's the one that said, "I was glad to find out I was still on the team."
Yeah. I like that, but also credit for honesty for maybe not honesty, but not full disclosure of where he was. I was just waiting for one guy to be like, man, I was still awake after
oh, yeah. Well, the trade...
I was just coming home from the club.
I had to look...
We were at Waffle House, and...
I know. Just got done on a blackjack bender. It was at the Golden Nugget. I was supporting the coworkers, but it was...
I was in a small town outside Las Vegas.
The first 3 were great. The first one was Amen Thompson, because you could hear him mention Asar, his twin brother. And Amen Thompson says, I was in bed, I'd missed my workout. Alperen Şengün's getting a massage in Capri. And Tari Eason said he was in bed also. And I'm like, when did it came down in the morning on June 22nd? Because Durant was at that Fanatics Fest and found out about it when he was up on the stage. Remember that? Like he found out during Fanatics Fest at a sit-down interview that he was going to be a Houston Rocket.
That's right. Yeah. He thought it was. He looked like he was genuinely surprised by it.
Yes.
It was a Sunday.
It was a Sunday.
Do you remember where you were?
I do. We were at First Watch eating breakfast, and it came, and I got the notification on my phone. I do remember.
Did you already
that.
say that?
No.
Earlier?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have said it before, but I forgot.
Yeah.
I don't remember where I was at all. I don't know if is that a good sign or a bad sign. No, I think it's a good sign because I can remember where I was when tragic things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like the DeAndre Hopkins trade. I remember I was walking down
I remember
down
exactly.
Richmond. Yeah, and you texted me. I was walking away from the studio.
Yes.
Trying to score some drugs. And I remember I was in Miss Gilbert's class during the Challenger disaster.
Yeah.
And but no, I don't remember where I was, which is a good sign.
It's a good sign. It's a good sign. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. If the Texans are able to pull off this win against the Seahawks, they're 3-point underdogs on Monday Night Football, 9 o'clock Monday night. You can hear the game on Sports Radio 610. Where would this win stack up among DeMeco Ryans' regular season wins? We'll go through what I think are the 4 best right now. Where would it stack up compared to these? We'll hit that coming up next. Prize Pick.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play Sport Nation. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
That was a good game last night, man. They're showing the highlights on Get Up right now, that Bengals-Steelers game. Hey, where are you on the white Bengal uniforms? Do you like those?
I like them. I like all of these. Whatever the Bills called theirs was Alpine, whatever. I don't know.
Oh, those are the ones that look like they were from the movie Frozen. The Bills.
Oh yeah,
ones,
yeah. Josh Allen looked like Elsa. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
I liked them.
Yeah.
I like the white Bengals uniform.
Okay, yeah, I like it. The only thing is, I'm like, okay, they look a little like zebras, because they're all white with the black stripes.
They look a little bit like an albino tiger.
Okay, I'll take that. Yeah.
Which they used to have one of those at the aquarium. I don't know if they do anymore.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I haven't been to the aquarium in a while.
Albino creatures, man. Yeah, okay, I'll go with that. So 33-31, Bengals beat the Steelers last night, if you missed that. So the Texans played the Seahawks on Monday. You've probably heard. 9 o'clock, you can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610. The Seahawks are a small favorite, 3-point favorite. So these two teams are viewed very evenly. These are two of the top 4 teams in the NFL in terms of point differential right now. The Seahawks are number 2 in point differential. The Texans, even with a 2-3 record, by virtue of losing 3 close games and winning 2 blowouts, actually have the 4th best point differential in the NFL right now.
The Colts are obviously way up there as well in point differential.
Yeah.
But they've done it with more offense, but the defense hasn't been as impressive as I think the one common theme between the Colts and the Texans is, all right, they've beat up on some bad football teams.
Yes.
And like the rubber meets the road, or whichever cliche you want to use, for the rest of the season. And how do you do against the genuinely solid football teams? I don't know where the Seahawks are going to end up in the season, but they're a genuinely solid football team.
They're genuinely solid. Look, it's been a crazy NFL. We may look back, if the Texans are able to win this game on Monday, and the season plays itself out and the Seahawks turn out to be a really good football team, there's a chance that if the Texans win this game, come week 17 or 18, we're looking back going, that was the most impressive win of the season based on who the Seahawks are.
There is that chance. There is also that, how do we handle Jackson Smith and Jigba? I hope the Texans are one of the first chinks in the armor for the Jackson Smith and Jigba performance so far this season.
Yes.
That, all right, you know what? We've never seen Jackson Smith and Jigba playing on the outside all this much. You got Cooper Kupp there who's helping make things happen and not putting up huge numbers himself, but it's just a different offense in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
That maybe the Texans can be part of, just like, oh, okay, this is how you handle it.
Yeah.
One thing D'Amico had mentioned was basically alluding to the fact that it really just slices up zone. I don't know what the advanced stats are or anything. All I know is that when I watch a lot of his receptions, man, he is just working people.
Yeah.
And I think the way D'Amico's talking, it sounds like he's going to challenge his cornerbacks. Listen, we're going to man up on this guy and make it really hard for him to operate. And it'll be fun to watch that matchup. There will be. If you're looking for more Texans content next week, there's probably going to be a whole lot of the film-watching types of guys on social media and on the internet that are going to do breakdowns of that matchup.
Yes. Yeah, no doubt about that. All right, so with that in mind, would this be, would we come in on Tuesday, would this be, if they're able to pull off the win, would this be the biggest win of the D'Amico Ryans era? Is it in that conversation?
It's going to depend on how it looks.
Okay.
If it's a 6-3 victory, no. It'll be an impressive defensive battle.
Yes.
And it'll be awesome because it'll be exciting. It'll be exciting because if it were that type of game, like, all credit to the defense, obviously.
I have zero thirst for style points in this game. None. I'm fine with 6-3.
Okay, but 6-3 wouldn't feel like one of the biggest wins.
No.
They came out and ran, so it sounds like you're giving some credence to style points. Because if they came out and they scored 47 points or something on that defense, and especially if the Seahawks secondary is healthy, which it hasn't been for the last couple of weeks, because they let up. They gave up 30 to Baker Mayfield.
38 to Tampa.
38 points to Baker Mayfield. But their secondary was banged up. If they score 38 points and their secondary is even healthier than it was when they faced Baker Mayfield, and they've got their defensive line is healthier too, that would be a huge win for me because it'd be a sign that, okay, wait, we genuinely have something with this offense.
That's interesting. Yeah, so maybe if it's the biggest win under DeMeco Ryans in the regular season, it may depend. It may need to depend on how it looks.
It's got to be a team effort. It's got to be both offense and defense.
I get that. And like the one,
I don't know what the Seahawks are just yet. I know they're a quality football team, but I don't know how good they are.
Yeah, I guess part of it, I'm stressing the importance of going 3-3. Forget how it looks. Like, you need a win. Like if you go 2-4 versus 3-3 early in the season, that's a big swing. I think the ones that are in the conversation, if people are just playing along in their cars right now, like, would this be the biggest win? I think the ones that are in the conversation for DeMeco Ryans, like as I was brainstorming yesterday, I think the win over Indy in Week 18, his first season here, is going to be really tough to top. I mean, that was basically a playoff game. That's going to be really tough to top. I think the Week 10 game where they went to Cincinnati, the week after that win over Tampa at home, the comeback win over Tampa, and they go to Cincinnati with Joe Burrow still healthy, by the way. So that was a Joe Burrow quarterback team. And they went in and they carried that game. I know they won on a last-second field goal, but the only reason that game was close is because C.J. threw a pick in the fourth quarter that gave them a short field and allowed them back. And they probably, like 9 times out of 10, they win that game by double digits the way the whole thing played out.
That was a huge one. That was the game where, the receiver there went off for the Texans.
Noah Brown.
Noah Brown.
Noah Brown.
I was looking up the injury report. Thank you. That was you're right. I kind of wouldn't have put that one in there at the top of my head. I thought that one was notable too because they overcame the play calling curiosity of Bobby Slowick, but then also B, like that was a CJ throwing that pick. You can blame Bobby Slowick all you want. He didn't have to attempt that throw.
No, he didn't.
That was on CJ too. That was a rookie moment, but like he'd played well enough to overcome a few of those rookie offensive coordinator, rookie quarterback mistakes. Yeah, that was a good one.
Week 15 in 2023 against the Tennessee Titans. The game where the Titans were no CJ. CJ was out with a concussion. Case Keenum quarterbacking that game. Dalton Schultz made one of the plays of the year in that game on making that catch that kept a drive alive.
Oh, that one. And you know what was good about that was
swiped it.
That was a tweak that CJ and Dalton had made on the sidelines.
You're thinking of the Atlanta game in Week 5.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
CJ didn't play in the Titans game. That was Case Keenum throwing it up for grabs.
That's why that Atlanta game and that loss was one of the most magnificent losses the Texans have had. Yes,
it's huge.
No, that was you said Dalton Schultz, and that was when Dalton Schultz grabbed the ball out of the defensive back's hands. Yeah.
And they went on a last-second field goal there, and that was with the Oiler uniforms and everything. So that one was big. And then I think the only one from last season that I think falls in this category, and again, if you're just getting in your car, we're talking about if the Texans are able to win this game against the Seahawks, where might it stack up against other DeMeco Ryans regular season wins? The only one last season win to me that falls into like the really impressive category, and some of it is because we know how the season ended for Josh Allen, MVP of the league, was Week 5 where they held Josh Allen to 9 for 30 completions.
Gave him his first game of his career.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because, as you know, I'm trying to study the upcoming Texans opponents, which is it's getting dumber and dumber as I do this because I'm getting so confused.
I'm so excited for your preview of the Niners.
My internal scouting reports of various players are just it's all seeping into one, especially when you start having scheme similarities and everything.
Yeah.
But when I was reading some of the Buffalo media after this last week's game that the Bills had versus the Falcons, they were all thinking, people in Buffalo were thinking the same thing I was thinking, which is, wow, this is a lot like the Bills-Texans game last year, where Josh Allen was just left without answers and without receivers. And last year he didn't even have Khalil Shakir. This year at least he had Khalil Shakir. But that pass rush for the Falcons, they did it differently than the Texans did. They did it with a lot of blitzing, but they just completely befuddled and confused Josh Allen, and he didn't know what to do. Or it made me feel more optimistic about the Texans and Bills game coming up at NRG Stadium. I already felt good about that because of last year's game. The thing that I'm wondering though is that I wish they hadn't had that performance. The Bills hadn't had that performance against the Falcons, because they're going to have to address some of these things.
Yeah.
You know,
yes.
like they're going to have to. They're going to have to talk about, like, okay, why was James Cook off the field in every crucial situation, despite being one of the best players on the field when he was on the field? All of these things that they got to fix and figure out. They've got a bye week right now to do it. That annoys me a little bit.
They got a bye week to do it. I think the one big thing the Texans have going for them in that game, it's home. It's Thursday night. The Bills will have very little prep time for that game, so I think that'll help. You know, we'll see.
The one thing about this game where I'm trying to be as objective about it as possible, and I've kind of built up the Seahawks because I've had 2 weeks to think about it, and I've watched them, and I know what their strengths and weaknesses are, and there's a lot to be impressed by. I mean, to try to look at it as objectively as possible, the Texans are only 3.5-point underdogs on the road, which basically means these are pretty much two even teams in the eyes of Vegas and the odds makers and the computer projections. So it's not – I wonder if we're almost putting too much into this. Is it more of an emotional feel that, like, man, this feels like exactly the kind of game that the Texans would show up and be the worst version of themselves? Versus, because it's not like the rest of the country is going to be looking at it as a major upset or a statement game necessarily.
Yeah.
Unless, in my mind, the offense really goes off.
That's the thing. Honestly, probably not picking the Texans in this game is just I feel a little burned by them in those first three games, and I don't think there's a lot from Week 4 and Week 5 that's going to look like what they're going to see on Monday night. I'm not saying that Week 4 and Week 5 can't be a catalyst for being a better offense. And I think even against the three teams that they were playing where they started out 0-3, there were things they started to do better by the end. They just turned the ball over a bunch of times against the Jags. They were actually moving the football in that game. They got the ball into Jaguar territory a few times, but they turned the ball over 3 times. This feels more like, I mean, obviously the caliber of opponent is a whole lot more like the first 3 games. Until I see them do it with my own eyes against a good defense on the road in prime time in that stadium, I'm going to have a hard time picking them in that game. And I hope to hell I'm wrong.
And I'll tell you, the other thing, too, as awesome as the defense has been, the one big question in those first 3 losses was in each of those losses they had a breakdown in the fourth quarter. And look, we can scapegoat C.J. Gardner-Johnson all we want.
Yeah.
Henry To'oTo'o was responsible for the Bucs continuing that drive at least once. And then multiple players had bad plays as they had 4 or 5 more plays after that 4th and long. But the Texans had all but won that game until the defense had a letdown at the very end.
Yep.
You go to the other 2 games in that first 3 games stretch, they had breakdowns in the fourth quarter. So that's where you're going against a team in the Seahawks that's very capable of these deep shot plays. Jigba has had a reception of at least 35 yards in each of his football games. So the defense in the fourth quarter, in the critical moments, that's where I really want to see them really lock down.
Yeah, that's
the Jaguars game. You had the Brian Thomas Jr. And I know we're blaming that on C.J. Gardner-Johnson. The Jags didn't score. The Jags did score a touchdown because the Texans allowed them to. After that, but it was that one big letdown. Whether it's C.J. Gardner-Johnson's fault or anybody else's, that's what the defense has been so far this year in those losses.
Can't have it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Football Friday. All right, let's get to it. 5 Reasons I Hate You. Seattle edition. We are going to get to that in the next segment, so hate along with us here. It's just fun sports hate is all it is, all right? 5 Reasons I Hate You, Seattle edition is coming up next. Before we get to that, Seth has the McCarran Injury Lawyers Injury Report.
This is going to be a really long and complex one, everybody, for the Texans, all right? So pay attention. Of the players who are on the Texans' active 53-man roster, Nobody's on there. Derek Stingley, most notably, being a healthy participant in practice on what would be a normal Wednesday practice, is a welcome sight for me because this oblique, I think, has been bothering him. We might see peak version of Derek Stingley back. If I said Derrick Henry earlier, I apologize. I blame Mike McDonald for that. So Derek Stingley completely healthy, as was everybody else. Elijah Huzzy was a limited participant, and Danico Autry and Jalen Reed also, as those guys make their way back from the Report presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call 281-222-2222 or visit MokaramInjuryLawyers.com.
All right, guys, let's get you guys into that next luxury vehicle, and let's do it down in Sugar Land this time.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
My math 39 minutes ago would have been 7:46. So we were still in a break at that point. Why would someone text in, and we're going to get to 5 reasons I hate you here in a minute. Why would someone just text in, effing Sean? They spelled it all out. That's all it says on the text, effing Sean.
And somebody else said that he didn't just say whether he was talking about just you or me or both of us.
Yeah.
But read that one. What's that say?
This is another one from a different number. I was checking.
Yeah.
I made sure they were from different people. This one says, you need to quit with your straw man arguments when you're ahead. Otherwise, it appears as though you're just full of yourself with your brilliant takes. As far as that last
Which
part,
one of us?
Guilty as charged. I'm full of myself with my brilliant takes. I could see that.
Yeah, did we create a straw man argument? Straw man argument is when you basically argue against the point that somebody didn't make. Like if I was like, Sean, I'm tired of you saying that D'Amico is a horrible defensive football coach.
Right.
Here's why you're wrong. Yeah. A straw man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of when I think you and I hate the straw man argument.
Yeah,
we try
authentic.
to be vigilant against them.
We're authentic. Sometimes
so
we
I'm
agree.
curious which one. Sometimes people will they want to believe that nobody's saying something. Like people, there are a lot of people that really wanted to believe that nobody was upset with CJ wearing the Mariners hat.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, there were definitely people in my DMs and on the text line and on social media who were genuinely upset.
Totally.
On my actual text messages from people I knew.
Yes.
They were upset about that. So we weren't attacking a straw man when we were discussing that.
No.
So I don't know what straw man arguments are we guilty of?
I asked both of those texters, what is this in regards to? So we'll find out. We'll see what they have to say.
We'll find out where I've been disingenuous with attacking a straw man argument.
You or me,
apparently.
one of us. Yeah, or maybe both. Who knows? 5 reasons I hate you. Seattle.
Maybe it was when I brought up the Nazis.
Maybe.
Or it might have been about when I told that guy that he wanted to teach his kid how to ride a bike on the shoulder of I-10.
Right.
I don't know.
That was one of your better analogies. That was really good. All right, 5 reasons I hate you, Seattle edition. We do this every Friday prior to a Texans game. We ratchet up our sports hate for the city and team they're about to play. Number 5. Sam Darnold's fat face. That's number 5. Anytime,
you know what?
Anytime the Texans are going against Sam Darnold, whether it's the Jets, the Vikings, they played him when he was on the Panthers a few years ago. Now it's Seattle. His fat face will crack the 5 reasons.
Has his face remained fat, or has he lost enough baby fat now that he's actually I don't think he doesn't have like a Matt Stafford fat face.
No, it's just
he's got a little bit more of like a puffier face.
Yeah.
Sometimes like a Dwayne Wade, where you just it's not. It doesn't look fat. It just looks like a puffier face.
The blank stare accentuates the fatness in his face.
I'm looking at a picture right now. The Seahawks social media team does a great job with their filters because here he looks like a chiseled Abercrombie and Fitch model or something.
Good for them. I think that face
kind of making me feel weird feelings.
I think Seth, Big Sam Darnold guy. By the way,
Sam, I can't hear you over all this loud music, but I'll buy whatever you're selling. Yeah,
that's great. By the way, Drew Lock is his backup, making it an even more hateable Seattle quarterback room. Drew Lock. Remember Drew Lock when he was did the whole backpack thing, and Tom Herman made fun of him in the bowl game back in the day?
Oh yeah, no. And then Drew Lock, remember him mouthing the words to some rap song on the sideline and everything. There was a lot annoying about Drew Lock.
Annoying is a good way to put it. All right, number 4, and a texter who sent this in is going to love, because this was on the list, I promise. Texter had texted in, reason to hate the Seahawks, the Mariners.
Yeah.
That's what I have written down in the rundown. Yes, I hate the Seahawks because of the Seattle Mariners. Sue me.
And by the transitive property or something like that, I would say also the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yes.
I feel like if you kind of just go through the lineage, I hate as well.
Yes.
There you go. And not to mention, let's throw in the Blazers, okay? Let's throw the whole Pacific Northwest in there.
The Allen family owned both of those. I know they still own the Seahawks. I think they sold the Blazers, but the Allen family was a Blazer-Seahawk ownership.
The Allen family still owns the Seahawks? I thought she was going to sell to the Amazon people.
They may. I looked at before I do 5 reasons, I always look at the roster, the coaches in the front office, and the daughter, Jody, I think is her name, is still the owner. Yeah.
The Amazon people. Bezos, obviously.
Yeah.
As if he's an actual human being. Yeah.
That'd be funny if somebody thought you were talking about people in the Amazon jungle. There's these Amazon people.
I don't care if Bezos, I don't want Bezos to own my football team. I would love Bezos to own my baseball team. And spend $1 billion
competitive
on
balance tax. Oh,
yes.
Yeah. I love Jim Crane.
How cool would that be?
Dude, just buying up guys.
We spent, you always hear about the Yankees have spent, they're like 150% more than the average team or whatever they spend. No, Bezos spent 8 times as much as the second highest paid roster.
We need you to plunder everybody. That would be amazing. All right.
You could just, Bezos could pay Altuve to just kind of sit and be a coach, Yeah, we'll pay you your money, but you're not going to be on the roster anymore.
Right.
2 or 3 years from now.
Yeah.
He's just, there you go.
Checks will all clear. They'll be the same amount. You just sit right over there. Just don't, no, don't touch that glove. Don't touch that glove. No, you just stay right there. All right, reason number 3. So reason number 5, Sam Darnold's fat face. Reason number 4 to hate the Seahawks is the Mariners. Reason number 3.
And the Supersonics.
And the Super Thunder. And the Blazers. Yeah. Reason number 3. That obnoxious piece of monkey dung that made Seth throw his helmet back in 2005. That obnoxious fan yelling at Seth Payne.
We gotten destroyed in a primetime game. I can't even remember whether it was. I didn't know what day of the week it was myself by the end of that game. We just got destroyed. And this guy's known. I didn't realize this. John Harris has mentioned this guy. So John Harris has had to deal with this guy. The guy is.
He's been there forever then, because your game was 2005.
Right. Yeah, he's psychotic, and he stands right near the tunnel where the opposing players come out. And he won't shut up. And it was one thing before the game. It was another at halftime. You're kind of like, whatever. Yeah, that guy's. He's actually kind of funny. It was when the game was over, and the game had been over for basically the last 58 minutes of regulation play, that he was still parked there, just spewing vile trash talk as we're going into the tunnel for a non-conference opponent in a game that didn't ultimately it's just the game was over already and I lost it.
Yeah.
I tried to get the guy to come down to fight me. I told him to meet me in the parking lot, and then I went in and apparently, unbeknownst to me at the time, kind of terrified some Texan Stafford when I went ham on a laundry bin that I threw into a bank of lockers. The only good thing that happened that night was that I do think that I did actually create physical damages to the Seahawks locker room that they would have had to pay for.
You got your pound of flesh. I like it. The Texans have only played in Seattle twice in the history of the team, because back in the day, back in 2009 and 2013 when the Texans were crossing over with the NFC West, I don't know why they did this, but for whatever reason, they had Seattle and Arizona still play the Texans, Arizona on the road and Seattle at home, even though that was what they'd done the previous time. It was a weird thing. They've only played in 2005 and 2017 in Seattle, the Texans. The 2017 game was bananas. That was the last game Deshaun Watson played his rookie year, where they lost by a field goal. It was like 41-38 or something like that.
Then he tore his probably tore his ACL in that game.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, they didn't realize it until later on.
Yep.
At least that's the prevailing theory, and it makes sense.
Yep.
That was also the Dwayne Brown drama was all going on at that point, and then Dwayne Brown would end up in Seattle. Yeah.
That was the only game Dwayne Brown ever played with Deshaun Watson. Was in that.
Yeah.
Dwayne came back for that game, then was traded to Seattle, like you just said.
And then was traded to Seattle. It was almost like one of those baseball trades where a guy just
walk
walks
over there
across the stadium to the other clubhouse.
The Christian Vasquez deal, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, reason number 2, as I was scouring the coaching staff, Rick Dennison is their run game coordinator. Rick Dennison might be a really nice guy. He was the OC under Gary Kubiak, which is like the emptiest of suits. Like, Gary does everything, I think it feels like. I just didn't like that Gary called him Rico. I don't know. That bothered me for some reason.
Did he call him Rico?
He called him Rico all the time.
I thought Meltzer called him Rico.
Meltzer and I had that same glitch with it. I think Meltzer called him it, making fun of Kubiak calling him that,
I didn't realize. I didn't remember that he had called him Rico.
Yeah.
The Seahawks are very committed to the run game, firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah.
And at some point, maybe
Rico
he'll face the same scrutiny that he did here in Houston.
Yeah, man, he
always seemed like a swell guy to me.
Yeah,
I want to say Rick Dennison's wife went after Meltzer on social media or something.
Probably because he was joking. Probably because he was kind of like snarkily calling him Rico.
Meltzer had a weird grudge against him. Had he been the OC at Syracuse or some point?
I don't think so.
In his career,
I think Meltzer and I were of similar mind with this, which is at times when the Texans' offense was disappointing, we're like, what does this Rick Dennison guy even do?
I know whenever the Texans have had a guy on their staff that had been disappointing at Syracuse for some reason, Meltzer did not like it.
All right, there you go. There you go.
The only guy he approved was Paul Pasqualoni as defensive line coach.
Okay, yeah, here with the Texans. That's right. All right, last one. Boy, I'm willing to rapid fire this. The Seahawks, this is number one reason I hate the Seahawks. I went to their Hall of Fame section. Remember when we did this with the Rams in Week 1, Seth, that one of the reasons that I hated the Rams was they were claiming guys as Hall of Famer Rams that maybe played like 6 games for them at the end of their career? The Seahawks do this, but it's 10 times worse. Franco Harris is on their Hall of Famer portion of their website. He played 8 games for them and rushed for 170 yards on 68 carries. He averaged less than 3 yards a carry for 8 games at the end of his career. They claim Warren Moon, Oiler fans, as a Hall of Famer on their website, even though he only played 2 seasons for them and went 11-13. Played his final season in Seattle. Had 362 yards receiving in 11 games. He's on their website. Edgerrin James played 7 games and was cut. Had 125 yards on 46 carries. He was basically the Y2K version of Franco Harris. Edgerrin James is on there. Dwight Freeney got signed in season in 2017 and got cut after 4 games. He got signed in October, cut in November, and they claim Dwight Freeney as a Hall of Famer Seahawk on their website. Devin Hester, he didn't play a regular season game for them. They signed him in the playoffs one year, and he played 2 playoff games as a kick returner for them. They claim Devin Hester as a Hall of Famer. These guys are way worse than the Rams when it comes to claiming the guys who are not their own as their own.
I think the dividing line on this one would be John Randall because John Randall played 3 seasons with them. He had 23.5 sacks.
Yeah.
So that would have been if he hadn't played with Seattle on the career sacks list, he would have gone from like 15th. Like if he hadn't, like let's say he had just retired, he would have gone from like 15th right down to I think right around where J.J. Watt is at 34th for career sacks. So I'll allow John Randall for them. He legitimately padded his all-time status there with that 3 years.
I had him on the list and I didn't read his name because he did make the Pro Bowl one year for the Seahawks. He had 11 sacks one year. I think
and I remember him with the Seahawks.
Yeah. Right.
It's one of my best. This is one of the times I was most excited when I first lived in Houston. Was the first off season. It was before Brandy and I were driving and drove through Hearn, Texas, and saw on the sign "Home of John Randall." I had no idea. I got so excited. I got out and took a picture and everything.
That's great. Yeah, and it is, and you got to blink or you miss the entire town. It is a small town. All right, that was 5 reasons I hate you, Seattle edition. Hopefully, all of you are worked up now and can keep that energy till Monday. Really, Monday at midnight because Game kicks off at 9 p.m. All right. Okay. Next segment, and we'll get to Take a Mania at the top of the hour. Everybody knows the Astros are looking for a hitting coach right now. There's a Hall of Famer who has announced that he would like to be hired as a hitting coach. Would you take this guy as the hitting coach for your baseball team? That is coming up next. But first, hey, quick reminder to get on out to Kirby Ice House in the Heights on
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mystery solved on the two texts that we were unsure what the texters were referencing. The one that just said effing Sean, that guy was just joking around about something I had said.
I figured he was.
Yeah. That's so that one. Now the texter who said that we need to dismiss our straw man arguments because all we're doing is flexing about our brilliant takes.
He claims that one of us was making straw man arguments and then just like defeating the straw man arguments to make it look like we're being brilliant or something.
Right. So so he replied, and he or she replied. The mystery is solved. It was directed at you. Seth objecting to a texter's complaint about number 1 offense going against number 2 defense. Not a big issue. Examples of various scenarios of straw man arguments, from high school kids against college kids to cycle riding on the freeway to Nazis. It's just difficult to listen to. That's all.
Okay, so he doesn't know what a straw man is.
Right.
So he doesn't like my analogies. Or my hypotheticals, whatever. Because the first one is that, me replying to a texter is not that's not a straw man.
No, you're literally replying to an actual person.
I'm actually replying to an actual argument. Yeah, that's the opposite of a straw man.
Yeah.
That's me actually responding to. Listen, man, I can't interact with you until you actually look up some terms before you use them. Okay. It's like you consult a dictionary, and then we can have a conversation.
Right.
Now I'm going to come up with 7 analogies for how stupid that was, how stupid of a text that was, and how much it wasted my time.
Send you into a straw man wormhole, texter. All right, we appreciate you listening. 713-572-4610. Take a mania at the top of the hour.
That's like a defense attorney coming in his client murdered his parents in his sleep. The defense attorney gets up and says, "What we have here in arresting my client is an extreme violation of our First Amendment rights. If you want to strip my client of his right to free speech, then you're stripping all of us of our rights to free speech."
That's what that texter's
doing. And everybody's looking around like, "What's that?" Feels like kind of a. I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows what a straw man or the First Amendment is.
Straw man argument. Look it up. There you go. So. John Heyman, who is, I believe he is an Odyssey MLB insider, or he has been at one point. He's at the very least an Odyssey MLB insider alum. John Heyman, he tweeted this out. Manny Ramirez is getting word out to all 30 teams that he'd love to serve as an MLB hitting coach. He wants to bring his greatness to teach the young guys, his agent Hector Zepeda said. Credentials, this is Heyman saying this now, 555 home runs, 312 batting average, career 996 OPS. There is no doubt, steroids or no steroids, there is little doubt that Manny Ramirez is one of the greatest hitting savants in the history of the sport. He's incredible.
And I think he would keep things interesting. You know what this Astros team doesn't have? And Sean, we complained about it early last season, especially when the offense was lagging to an extreme degree.
Yeah.
There was no personality.
Right.
Bunch of those vanilla milquetoast band of boring dudes that I've ever seen.
Right.
In comparison to those old Astros teams.
Yeah.
That Manny would be an injection of personality, as well as probably an injection of a whole lot of other stuff. Maybe a little bit of the.
This is the plunk. Yeah, right there in the buttocks. So
talking about steroids, everybody.
Yeah, steroids. The butt cheek. Yeah,
nothing different.
Yeah. So Manny Ramirez. And look, we all remember Manny being Manny was a saying back in the day when he was with the Red Sox. He was an incredibly, at the very least, eccentric baseball player. The line of the law as well. Both law within baseball, he didn't even straddle that line. He jumped over it. He broad jumped over that line and got suspended multiple times for steroids.
It was an impressive horizontal leap as well.
It was
because of all the steroids.
Yeah, he leapt
11'7" it was.
15 feet 7 inches. Yeah. This is the first minute, maybe 40 seconds of a 20-minute video about all of Manny Ramirez weird occurrences, glitches, eccentricities, whatever it is you want to say. So if you're looking to hire Manny Ramirez, Here's what you're getting into.
Manny Ramirez is the strangest athlete to ever play sports. According to one teammate during spring training, he had to sleep in the same bed as him because he was afraid of the dark. The man who sold him testosterone says Manny had them share a hotel room so he could read him bedtime stories. In Boston, the team psychologist printed out a laminated piece of paper that reminded him how many outs there were. He secretly gave teammates alcohol spiked with Viagra before games, was arrested twice, fought a teammate, fought a clubhouse attendant, fought a 64-year-old man, and peed in the outfield, all while having one of the most productive offensive careers in baseball history. He's been accused of cheating as well as a crime so serious he may never be involved in Major League Baseball again. But at 49 years old, Manny still continues to play and do some very strange things. Manny Ramirez is so impulsive that while playing in Japan, a fan from America who never even played high school baseball randomly gave him a hitting tip. Manny Ramirez as his full-time hitting coach, and it worked.
Yeah, I think everything. That was probably one of the strongest arguments for hiring Manny Ramirez.
I'm like, hire that man. Hire this man. Yes.
If there's one person that could fix Jose Altuve's base running errors, it's Manny Ramirez and his laminated card.
Laminated card.
I've never read into that tattoo. People always recite that like it's a fact of law or whatever. Like okay, like he still has to remember to look at the card and everything.
Yeah.
It's not like they were laminating, like printing out and laminating a card with each successive out and running it out to him.
No. Dude, this video, that was a minute, what was that, Ben? A minute 15, something like that?
Minute 15.
Minute 15. This is a 20-minute video. I watched the whole thing. And this, the stuff with Manny Ramirez, there is 20 minutes worth of stuff, and that's all they're focused on is all the things. Seth, his first career home run, his first career hit was a double. He was trotting the bases because he thought it was a home run. Like the ball's rolling around in the outfield, and he's just trotting. It might have been a ground rule double, and he's rounding second and heading home. He thought it was a home run. He bought a watch one time for Dustin Pedroia, a $20,000 watch for Dustin Pedroia, his teammate, and get a Paddock watch, and was handing it to him. And right as he was handing it to him, he just tossed it up in the air and took a bat and smashed it in the air. And that was it. And they would say that you would find he would have checks. Seth, he would have paychecks sitting in his locker. Like, Manny, what's that check right there? It's for $80,000. It's been sitting there for 2 months. He had an attendant in the Red Sox, like a Red Sox dugout attendant.
Yeah.
He asked him to go get his car washed for him. And he said, I have money in the glove box. Just use the money in there to pay for it. He had $10,000 in the glove box.
I'm shocked that he's looking for a job right now.
That's exactly what I thought.
Well, yeah, man, nobody works harder than a broke guy. It's like, I don't know, man.
Let's do it. Let's hire him.
Let's just do it. Let's do it.
Yes.
Let's you and I do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
That's not my problem. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Was there ever I always felt like the people would describe his teammates as kind of getting fed up with him at times, or sick of
doubt.
Was there a lot of actual interpersonal drama, or was it more just like, all right, he's just a pain, he's a pain in the ass, but
he wanted out of Boston in 2003 and was sideways with a bunch of teammates, and then the 2004 postseason rolled around and he was the MVP of the World Series, the first World Series they won in nearly a century, and then he's a hero all over again.
The biggest one I'd have questions about in terms of him being a coach, aside from all of the erratic behavior, was the actual just quitting on plays or faking injuries and stuff like that. I don't know, man. That's a tough one. As much as I would love the color and the flavor of it all, and the inevitable drama in which would end with him getting fired, I don't know if it's actually, but I'm so sure about the actual baseball
We
team.
say this a lot about great players who become coaches, is it's hard for them to coach because what made them great is not something that's transferable over to the average player. And the Astros are full of average players right now. I think it's times 10 with Manny Ramirez. Like, whatever it was that made him special, is probably not transferable over, and B, I've got a real hard time thinking Manny would be able to teach it and articulate it in a coaching style to get those guys to focus. But maybe I'm wrong about that. At the very
he did
least,
have a good work ethic, so I don't know if it would be a matter of, okay,
Let's do
it. Is a spot of the guy to get the best out of Manny Ramirez?
Hell no. Let's do it.
Coach,
Let's do it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Take a Mania, the worst takes of the week, trying to take down Kendrick Perkins, who might be on the mantle for a long, long time. Kendrick Perkins' C.J. Stroud take is I believe now a 3-week defending champ. We will see if he can get taken down and Take a Mania coming up next. Oh, but first, let's get you guys out to the game tomorrow out there at TDECU Stadium. It's going to be a heck of a time out there tomorrow. It's homecoming at TDECU.
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Take a Mania. We'll get to that here. Someone is requesting that we do more Tin Man arguments instead of straw man.
Do a Sandman argument?
Sandman, Concrete Man, yeah.
Aquaman arguments?
Aquaman, hell yeah. All right, let's get to Take a Mania here. We do it every Friday at 9:00. The worst takes of the week try to take down the champ. This is a rugged champion right here. This is a champ who might stay on top for a long, long time. It's 3 weeks now. We've had Kendrick Perkins describing C.J. Stroud's quarterback chops, that he can't throw left. Here, just to refresh, this is Kendrick Perkins, the current reigning Take-A-Mania champion. This is a few weeks ago on Lil Kiki's podcast saying C.J. Stroud, not the guy.
He's not that quarterback that's going to take the Texans and the Texans fan base to the promised land. He's not, bro. And you know this. How much film y'all watch on the quarterback?
Enough.
Yeah. A lot, right? So from his rookie season till now, has he went forward or backwards?
He regressed.
Hold on. He's regressed. And the thing that I'm watching about him, he still can't throw to his left side. That's a problem. He still don't know how to scan the field when his first option is not there. That's another problem. So when I'm looking at it, is he your guy? No, he's not your guy.
Okay, I mean the throw to the left thing.
That's what did it. It wouldn't have been been in Take-A-Mania at all. If he had some other argument for why he's not the guy, that's cool. Whatever. Like it was like that. No, that's not a criticism of C.J. Stroud ever anywhere. I searched for it because I have humility. And is this something I've missed? No, it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And the scanning the field part of it too. I really feel like him and maybe doing a little bit of prep before he went on that show or something, like Googled the wrong person or read the wrong article about some player that, it didn't make any sense at all. So he's the reigning champ.
Can't go left. So he's the reigning champ, Kendrick Perkins. All right, let's see if there's anybody that can take him down. Paul Pierce. Let's go basketball on basketball violence here. Former teammates with the Celtics back in the day, Kendrick Perkins and Paul Pierce. This is Paul Pierce on Club Shay Shay, which is Shannon Sharp's podcast, giving reasons why he thinks he's the greatest scorer in the history of the NBA.
Post game, mid-range, off the dribble three, step back, off the pick and roll. We're not talking about nothing out there, just getting buckets.
Right.
I feel post game, mid game, elbow, three, all the way out. I had no offensive weaknesses, like not one. Take all the top scorers, take the best thing they do.
Right.
And you can take the best thing I do. See, the thing about me, you can't even tell me what's the best thing I do offensively because I think I do all of them the same.
Really well.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you can say Curry, take his shooting ability away.
Right.
Jordan, what, his fadeaway or whatever. Like, what do you take away from me? Like, I can do, what's my greatest scoring strength? Nobody can even tell you because I did it all well. I can shoot the three. I can shoot the pull-up. I can shoot all. Who's the greatest scorer? Kevin Durant? I can do everything he can do. Do it at a higher percentage.
Oh, yeah, he's going to shoot that.
He's going to do it, and that's the difference when you talk about the scores.
The efficiency in which he does, the efficiency in which someone does something. Yeah. That's what they're looking at now.
That's what they're looking at. But if we just talk about just the ability to do
Put the ball in the basket.
That way.
Right.
Then I'm right there.
Okay.
He just does it more than I do.
Wait a second. That was. Wait a minute. There was no way I was going to even include him because, I think he was probably saying, in saying best scorer, he meant, the most complete or the most, well-rounded, whatever it was.
I'm the only one who's
versatile.
I'm the only one who's very good at every aspect.
Yeah,
of
he has
scoring.
the 18th highest score. He's got his 18th highest scorer of all time. It's not like he can't put himself in the conversation. Yep. But it was in him saying, well, he does all those things, but just
at a higher percentage.
Yeah.
And then Shannon's like, well, yeah, that's what they're looking for, the efficiency
That's
nowadays.
what they're looking for these days.
They're
not
looking
like
for,
back in the old days when nobody cared about shooting
people are just
percentages.
chucking,
Like,
yeah. All right, so let's go. Does it take down Kendrick Perkins?
Well, no, he doesn't. Because it's hard. It's hard if you're defending yourself or anything, or a family member. So
that end is funny though, man.
You got. I'll tell you. There was a second. The referee was about to hit the third hit of the mat, and he rolled out of it.
Yeah,
like that was. Like it went on a lot longer than I thought it was going to.
I knew that. I knew you'd love that last part. I knew when I listened to that last night. I'm like, oh, this part where he just does it at a better percentage than I do.
I'm so glad I don't listen to these beforehand.
Oh, yeah.
I love it when I haven't heard. Okay, good.
Okay.
Sorry,
I don't know. I don't know that anything's going to be as funny as Paul Pierce, but that was pretty good. All right, here's Micah Parsons complaining that the refs are conspiring against defensive players these days.
You can tell how they call the games. They don't call sides for offense, but they'll call on defense. They won't call offensive pass interference, but they'll call defensive pass interference immediately. Like, we know what you're trying to do. They want to load the points up so fans can be happy, and you know what I mean? They'll call defensive holding, but they won't call offensive holding. Like let's just wake up. Like, it's just one of those things that we know what the higher ups is trying to do. Like, the ref would say, I know that's a hold, but what? Like, you're not gonna call it? Like, come on. Like, it's just one of those things that, like, I'm over it, and I'm gonna just have to keep going, push through it.
Okay, the last part there, I'm over it. That thing I just spent 40 seconds complaining about and coming up with conspiracy theories, I'm totally over it. Yeah,
I'm kind of nodding my head in agreement, waiting for the bad take to come out on all of that.
I knew that this.
Defensive holding on defensive linemen, that's the one that is infuriating.
Yeah.
There are times where the offensive line gets away with a lot of holds, and usually the refs will say what Micah Parsons said, which is like, well, it didn't affect the play. And like, you son of a...
Mm-hmm.
But then for defensive linemen, this is what happens. This is where you get annoyed as a defensive lineman. The actual officials, their procedure is if two offensive linemen are double teaming a defensive lineman, they just look away from it because they're not going to call a hold. It's almost like, all right, whatever. That defensive lineman probably is going to win. The offensive line can do whatever the hell they want.
Yep.
So when you're taking, as a defensive lineman, you're taking on a double team, you're like just trying to anchor. But then the problem is all of a sudden one of the offensive linemen decides to leave to go off on a backer, and you're just holding on for dear life. They flag you with holding.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, wait a second. I thought on the double teams there was no, you're not going to call holding or whatever.
Yep.
So that was the one of the best takes of the week by Michael.
This one has no chance, it sounds like. Her kicks out of that one. The very end of it where he's like, I'm over it, was kind of funny to me. Like, I'm totally over it. I'm like, yeah, until the next press conference next week. All right.
So fine. You're just fine with otherwise being my people being persecuted. That's great, Sean.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to make you feel persecuted. Tua Tagovailoa sure has found his way into Take-A-Mania quite a bit of late. We didn't play this yesterday, but this might be Take-A-Mania worthy. Tua Tagovailoa apologizing to his teammates for his post-game comments on Sunday where he basically said guys are showing up late to players-only meetings. Some guys aren't even showing up to players-only meetings. He aired all the dirty laundry.
He aired a lot of dirty laundry.
Yeah.
Frowned upon.
Yeah, frowned upon.
Yes.
Here was Tua apologizing for his post-game comments on Sunday.
As a leader of this team, of the Miami Dolphins, the comments that had been said, I would say I've made them, and I'm owning up to that right now. I've talked to guys on the team about it, talked to the leaders about it. And, that they know my heart. They know that the intent was right. But no matter the intent, the intent can be right. But when things get misconstrued or however the media wants to portray it, that leaves a void of silence and a lot of questions for the guys on our team. Now, being 1-5, we talk a lot about, all right, we got to get this going. We got to get this going. Come in excited to go to work. Forget about the noise. And I feel like I just added onto that for our guys. For myself, I got to look at myself as a leader, protecting the team.
Okay, we're good.
like
we're good. We got everything.
I'm
we
going to say, like, almost like he's getting, sometimes, how my take on this is sometimes in being the worst take, there also has to be elements of a good take.
Yeah.
And the extreme rambling to where it just turned into a whole bunch of him just saying whatever is streaming into his brain there halfway through. But the part that you liked is where he has this weird need to like criticize the media for stuff that like isn't even the fault of the media.
No.
He got up and he said something that immediately, when former NFL players like Cecil and I talked about this on the Believe in Texans podcast, I didn't need the media to tell me, hey, wait a second.
Right.
And yet he's up there yet again somehow blaming the media for his own mistakes or whatever. That's annoying, but it wasn't a good enough of a bad take to be the bad take of the week.
I get what you're saying, man.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Did he do it? Cover!
So
This is why Kendrick Perkins' take is so good and so bad.
Yeah.
It's because it was authoritative. It was confident. He tried to pull in everybody else around him with leading questions.
Right, right. But in the end, it was stupid. Yes. All right, so Tua goes back to the locker room despondent that he just got pinned by Kendrick Perkins.
Hey, I'd like to see anybody else do it. That's what he's going to say at his next press conference. I'd like to see any of you try to get up and give a take that bad.
So outrun somebody who looks exactly like Tua, but he's wearing a mask. Tua's going to try to take on Kendrick Perkins one more time. This is Tua in the very same press conference on team morale within a 1-5 start.
Yeah, I would say first and foremost, you get to see who a person really is as you're going through the hardships, right? You get to see, okay, does this person start pointing fingers? Does this person, take it upon themselves every time? How does everyone go about that? I think you kind of get a good gauge about the team that you have as well with that. But
this guy,
I would say there hasn't been any bickering or pointing of fingers lately. There's just guys that putting their head down, trying to work and do the best that they can to put us in the best position.
Apologize for pointing fingers at people.
He said that. Yeah, he said that it hasn't happened lately, though, too. So, which also again opens the door to the media speculation of, okay, who was pointing fingers? What's happened?
Yeah,
What's
I mean, I don't know that these are worthy of taking down Perk, but I had to put them somewhere. And Take a Mania felt like
this is a bad
damn
one,
good
man.
spot. Yeah.
I'm about to say one of the meanest things I've ever said about somebody. I don't know if Tua's smart enough to be in the category of Take a Mania entrance. Which is a pretty...
You're too dumb to be in the bad take segment that we do.
It feels too much like punching down.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the things, when he's an entrant, a lot of times it's just, man, I just don't think he's very bright.
Yeah.
He's just not a very intelligent dude.
I don't think so
and
either.
It's not a bad take. It's just it's a sad
It's
take.
a Tua is what it is. The best Tua in Take a Mania is still the one where he thanked his Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for the most part, keeping everybody healthy. That's still my favorite Tua.
That was the one that I almost wanted to keep in so we could listen to it every week.
Yeah, we may have to revisit. All right, last one. This is from a host on our sister station and fellow Marconi nominee, by the way. 97 won the ticket in Detroit. Doug Karch is one of their hosts. I'm not sure which day part he's in. But we know the Lions lost to the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football. We know Mahomes had a touchdown in that game, Seth. That was sort of an option.
We know this.
Yeah, we know
established.
this. It was a goal-to-go situation. Mahomes keeps it almost untouched, and Brian Branch is standing right there. And I watched it, and I'm like, all right, Mahomes is celebrating. Spins the ball behind him, kind of chirps a little bit, does the thing he always does where he dusts off his jersey, and then as he's running to the sidelines, he flexes, which Mahomes always does these things. I didn't watch this play and say, flag this man. Doug Karch watched this and said, flag him 4 times.
So Brian Branch pulls up, okay? He pulls up because Mahomes is going to score.
Doesn't need to light him up and get a penalty.
Yeah. He pulls up and he slightly bumps him. Patrick Mahomes turns and looks at Brian Branch, spins the football at his feet, points in his face, gestures again, flexes, and runs off the field. 4 taunts. 4. That's 15 15 more, 15 more, and 15 more.
Wow.
That's a 60-yard penalty. He taunted him 4 times. Did he get flagged? No. You know, Brian Branch has shown up on the NFL's game day accountability list more than any other player this year. This will be his 4th time. One of his accountability penalties for the very random amount of $11,593 was for taunting, okay? Mahomes taunted Branch 4 times.
You look like you're watching this play.
I counted 3 times.
Okay.
But I honestly, because I saw somebody get flagged this weekend for spinning the ball and looking at the player. And maybe it was on Monday night. It was, no, it might have been Jackson's. Anyway, somebody caught a ball on the sideline and he was looking at the defender and he got flagged for it. And that's how strictly they're officiating it. This by Mahomes was way more egregious than that. So I'm actually.
You agree with this guy?
I'm not as passionate about it, but I'm like, can we have some consistency?
Okay.
He points at. Maybe he wasn't pointing at Branch by the angle that they're showing.
Yeah.
He might have been pointing. It looked like maybe he was pointing elsewhere.
Yeah.
But he definitely did look right at Branch.
Okay.
And flex at him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you actually
should have been flagged.
I
don't know if it's not clear when he points. He's looking off to his left, maybe back towards his offensive
Someone
line.
said no. I saw people say there was a flag on the play, and I've heard people say
he's pointing at the flag.
Pointing at the flag, saying it's
okay.
on you guys. Yeah, that's what I had
gotcha.
seen. Yeah. So I just thought for a city that's as blue collar and tough as Detroit to go on the air and want 60 yards worth of penalties on one play. It felt, and I'm sure Doug is a great host, it just felt a little whiny is all, which is why it's in Take-A-Mania, but it doesn't sound for you it even comes close to pinning Kendrick Perkins.
I was because of the play that I saw this weekend, I was surprised that it was considered taunting. Yeah. It felt a little bit too strict.
Yeah.
That this was worse than that. So in the vein of, like not giving a quarterback breaks or anything, this is twice now that I've I've agreed with what you thought was a bad take, but if it's somebody sticking up for a defensive player, I'm like, that's actually a pretty legitimate take in my opinion.
But this is good. Now I learn what kind of how to stock the roster for Take-A-Mania.
Yeah.
There's takes out there in defense of defensive player being Take-A-Mania.
I know he wasn't claiming. He wasn't claiming a vast conspiracy or anything necessarily. No. It was just, it's kind of bogus, bro.
All right.
Yeah.
I requested a Chris Collinsworth press conference yesterday about all this PFF Pro Football Focus talk that's going on right now. Everybody taking shots at it. He went on the Kay Adams show yesterday and defended Pro Football Focus, the football analytics site. Chris Collinsworth did after J.J. Watt crushed it on the Pat McAfee show. We'll play the J.J. Watt and the Collinsworth response coming up next.
Hey, if you are thinking about proposing, there's only one.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I didn't realize, Seth, when I came in this morning at 6 a.m., you never know what the big thing from a show is going to be. I had no idea that our soft, thriving campaign for Manny Ramirez as the hitting coach for the Astros was going to get so much traction. I've got texts.
People want it?
I've got texts from at least 3 buddies who want it. I've got texts on our text page. This is my favorite one. That audio, and if you missed it, Manny Ramirez, through his agent, has apparently put out feelers to all 30 teams about becoming an MLB hitting coach. You Astro fans know that there's a vacancy right now with the Astros. Now, Manny also has a history of being very weird. We played about a minute and change of audio of several examples of him being very weird. That has not deterred many of you from wanting him to be the next Astros hitting coach. I believe this text sums it up best from 7330, which is that audio is not making me want Manny Ramirez as a hitting coach. It makes me need him as a hitting coach.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah, how do you think Manny will interact with the analytics folks? I feel like we're trading for a much more eccentric Jeff Bagwell.
Oh,
if
yes.
it's however Bagwell, kind of grates against some of the new age stuff. I feel like Manny might just completely blow it out of the water like a duck out of a pond. I don't know.
Yeah, someone says Manny was actually really smart. ... with hitting.
Yes,
he was.
Yes,
hitting savant, man. No doubt. Last
and
one.
a hard worker.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You don't get a 996 OPS by accident, man.
It would be. It's worth an interview, I think. Except that Jim Crane's going to have to interview.
Can we conduct the interview?
Remember when Mike McCarthy stayed at Jerry Jones' house during the interview? He slept over at his house. I could totally see that with the interview is there, but Manny Ramirez requested he stay there because he's scared of the hotel room.
Yeah.
The empty hotel room.
Oh, my God. And he ends up punching out the gardener or something like that. Yes. Manny Ramirez, people. All right. The fury over Pro Football Focus, it's become a thing over the last couple weeks. The Pro Football Focus grades, Pro Football Focus analytics website that has one big thing that seems to trigger a lot of people, especially former players, which is their subjective player grades. Here is J.J. Watt, I think probably sums up that side of the argument the best on the Pat McAfee show, crushing the Pro Football Focus player grades, which, by the way, back in his day, used to rate him as one of, if not the best football player in the National Football League. So he's not coming at this from an area of bias against or for him. This is J.J. Watt on the McAfee show.
I'm gonna get hot. I'm getting hot.
Oh, I like
Keep
that.
going. Love it. Keep going,
Hey,
Jay.
this is how you summon some change.
Exactly.
You got to get passionate.
Personal stories of Uber drivers telling NFL passengers that they break down film for PFF and that they watch the TV copy only and put a grade out after the game.
That Uber driver's
You can't watch film on the TV copy and create a grade. You can't break down a person's grade and know what they're supposed to do if you don't know their exact assignment. Like D-Butt just said, I know defensive line play. I cannot go and grade a game for a player and give him a definitive grade without speaking to him, his coach, the scheme, everything. It's just a fact. PFF has a ton of great stuff. Player grading sucks. Stop putting it out.
Okay. I feel good enough. We don't need the cheering. I needed that. We needed that to set the tone here for Chris Collinsworth.
Okay.
Chris
good,
Collinsworth.
And I would just say I would add on to from a player's perspective and on a defensive line perspective too. There are things that there's just even though defensive line is one of the simplest positions you would think to play and grade. There's times where if somebody else doesn't perform their responsibility, you end up looking like you got blocked because you're waiting for a defensive end to come down. He never comes down. He probably gets a good grade from PFF on that play because there's no way to know that he abandoned his responsibility. Meanwhile, you got beat. Multiple. And that's why players hate it so much because even JJ, who had good games, there would be times after a game where you could see PFF like graded my teammate as one of the worst players in football when he actually had a really good game.
Yep. So there's that. Here was Chris Collinsworth, who owns PFF. If you're wondering why we keep bringing up Collinsworth, he owns the company. He bought the company several years ago. He was on Kay Adams' show yesterday, and she asked him, "What do you think when you're hearing all these PFF combos?"
Thanks for the attention. You're helping our sales. It's sort of ironic that we've had other coaches that have complained much louder to me about this, right? And those guys would call me, "Coach, come on in, meet my guys, look at our system, pick it apart, do anything you want. Just take a look at the whole thing." Of those coaches, one of them asked for and did buy into our company. One of them asked to buy into the company and said he couldn't afford it. And another one endorsed cutting a player based on PFF grades with the team that he was with.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the whole thing that I have a question with Collinsworth, because I've heard him say this many times. Who are these coaches? I don't know, because I understand what he's saying, and I do think that there's a perception of PFF that it's the grades and nothing else, where there's a lot more to it, and there is a certain way to interpret the grades that I think maybe if you have more of they do have a value, and I think that coaches might not realize that. The problem is with the way PFF pushes the grades publicly is not what their actual value is good for. That's the problem. And so him saying yeah, thanks for all the attention. All right, dude, you're hiking up your skirt.
That's the tell.
You're just being a floozy like anybody else. You're not really. You're allowing people to kind of run with the way they misuse the grades and acting like that's the endorsement.
I think when I said yesterday, I said Chris Collinsworth needs to speak to the media about this because he's getting called to the carpet by J.J. Watt and Chris Long and Seth Payne and many other people. And I think that was one of the things you may have said yesterday, which is he probably likes the attention that it's getting right now.
Yeah.
There are radio stations all over the country talking about PFF this week because of what Chris Long and J.J. Watt said about it.
There's a definite value to the grades, when looked through a certain prism, and it's different for different positions and everything. It is, from a player's perspective, though, it is, if you look at, a lot of people look at the grades and they'll see, oh, look at Derek Stingley's one of the worst graded cornerbacks in football right now. And you're all right, well then how come he hasn't been targeted any more than Pat Surtain has?
Right.
Is he playing that poorly?
Yeah.
The teams are not. It's not like teams are trying to pick apart Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
It's based on a few of his bad plays that are overly weighted. So that's where in those coaches who learn how to okay, you got to read the grades a certain way. That's not the way the public at large and 99.9% of people are using the grades.
Stingley's 69th out of 80 cornerbacks. He's terrible this year. Yeah. One more from Collinsworth. He says, hey, we've spent on our system. Anybody can come look at it. If
there's always a complaint, but, we've spent literally tens of millions of dollars trying to perfect this system. Every NFL team, every college team, every Canadian Football League team has it. We're building the same thing for soccer right now around the world. Everybody uses it. Every announcer almost, other than a couple, JJ, come on over. We'll open the doors. We'll give you anything you want for your announcing. But yeah, I think it's easy to criticize if you haven't seen how the potato chips are made, but open invitation to all those guys, anybody that wants to come in and take a look, debate, sit down, pound the table. We've had a lot of people do it in the past, and we'll have a lot of people that'll do it in the future, but we invite everybody.
I watched the whole interview, and my big takeaway from this was Collinsworth doesn't really care what people think about the rankings. That's cool. You think they're...
It is free. It's free publicity.
Yeah, he does not.
Yeah. I do think it's all right, people are going to misuse them. It is what it is. We're going to throw them out there, and then there you have it. People in the media do the same thing, power rankings. At the end of the day, they're garbage, but they get a lot of clicks.
Yeah.
People get a boatload of clicks on their power rankings.
Well, Collinsworth himself said, "Look, I get subjected. Collinsworth, that is, gets subjected to power rankings of announced teams, and hey." I hate it when I'm sixth among all the NFL color analysts. That kind of thing.
The problem is with the PFF, and I've seen this in Collinsworth announcing, is that I think sometimes there's times where I can tell he's relying on the stats, but now without necessarily knowing the whole picture behind how those stats came to be. And that's the real, like, Casario's talked about this. Like, yes, they're valuable tools, but you have to recognize that there's still no substitute for really knowing the whole. If you look at it as a shortcut, then you get exposed.
Yes.
It's like, it's a tool to help you make you more efficient and everything. But especially in looking at averages and things like that, it doesn't tell you the whole story about like how things have progressed unless you're really, really super strict with it. Yep. So it's not a replace. And most teams, like good teams that use it, aren't using it as the only thing they're using.
No.
They're using it as a part of it.
Yep, that's right. Hey, football talk on Sports Radio. Paramount Plus. Can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Final segment coming up. A Texans fan Sunday viewers guide. You don't have to watch till Monday to see the Texans, but you got all day on Sunday to watch football. We'll help you get ready for Sunday's dance card coming up next.
Oh,
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Someone says they want to hear a conversation between Manny Ramirez and Framber Valdez. Okay. I don't think Framber is anywhere nearly as eccentric as Manny Ramirez. I'm not sure why they want to hear that conversation. But anyways, 713-572-4610 if you want to hit us on the text page on the way out here. Final segment coming up. And we'll hear from the guys on In the Loop, find out what they've got going on, find out what the question of the day is from Reggie and John. So we get a second consecutive Sunday of being able to sit back and watch the NFL.
It is, and it's
beautiful.
It's a bit too much, honestly. I realized this morning as I've just thought about the Seahawks game way too much. It's gotten to the point now where I'm like, I feel like this has been my entire radio career, is talking about the Texans during this bye week and what all of the matchups and how hard the Seahawks game will be, to the point where I've had enough of it. I'm ready to retire.
Good. Well, you can decompress over back and watch football teams that aren't the Texans or the Seahawks. There's lots of it, man. On Sunday, I'd like to put this together through the prism of a Texan fan. You know, a few games in here that maybe the Texans don't give a rat's ass about, but I find interesting. Seth, we don't get to usually watch it because we're doing the pregame show for the Texans. London football. Sunday morning. And with the Texans' interest in it because the Jags are playing. It's the Rams and the Jags. Yeah.
Yeah. No, and you were busy. I know you watched it as you were getting ready to go into a game, but this is the second week in a row most people listening are going to be able to watch London football.
Yes.
And last week's game delivered everything you're expecting from a foreign American football game.
13 to 11.
Awful football. Yeah. We have people who listen. We have some European listeners who listen on the app who, for whatever reason, became Texans fans, or they're transplanted Americans who are just they can't figure out why Roger Goodell insists on sending the worst version of American football to London to somehow try to entice people.
So, what do you think about this game, Rams and Jags? These are two teams that these are two of the three Texans' losses, or to these two teams.
And Jacksonville theoretically just has so much experience playing over there that it should be a better version of football. The Rams have 19 sacks this season. That's fourth most in football.
Yep.
The Jaguars allowed Trevor Lawrence to get sacked 7 times last week in a loss to the Seattle Seahawks, as many of you have heard us reference this week. And I guess that's not as daunting to me because I saw a pretty good job of keeping Trevor Lawrence upright versus the Texans. The Texans have a ferocious pass rush, and I think the Texans were way more focused on stopping the run that game, and I think that took a little bit of the pepper out of the pass rush. But I think that the Jags are not. The Jags are in a spot right now where I could totally see it turning into, oh man, all right, we've seen the very best Trevor Lawrence has to offer, and this is it. That he is a one-read guy. He's just he's too inconsistent in his accuracy. He's just not the guy, and I think London would be a perfect place to really see that come full circle with yet another football coach.
Yes,
you can't fire. This is a lot. I say this, but he's got a big contract. But they can't keep firing head coaches and blaming those head coaches for Trevor Lawrence not advancing as a quarterback at all over these last few years.
That's right. So we're big Ram fans on Sunday morning as they take on the Jags in London.
I hope he gets sacked another 7 times.
I do too, man. I do too. Okay, so some of the noon games are interesting. Dolphins at Browns is a battle between two teams. The coach that loses this game might get fired on Monday or Sunday night. Both teams are 1-5. The Dolphins are a major disappointment. The Browns, I think, didn't expect to be good this year, but I think it's exacerbated in the Browns' case, the Stefanski thing, because of what happened last night in Thursday Night Football. That's got to have Jimmy Haslam feeling a certain kind. Barry trading Joe Flacco, much to Stefanski's surprise, to the Cincinnati Bengals, and then Flacco going off as a Bengal is a poor reflection on Stefanski as a head coach and a play caller. So it's two crappy teams. The weather's supposed to be awful for this game. But I'm very intrigued by what happens to who loses this game.
I think, honestly, if you just want to make it as simple as possible, the Browns have a potentially really good defense. It's just that they can't hold up through 4 quarters versus good teams, and there have been some breakdowns. But they're still a very physically dominating defense at times, and that's the only good unit that's going to be on the field in this game. And if you take the pass game out of it, especially, I think the Browns are 2.5-point favorites. But if there's going to be 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, I like the Browns in this one.
Yeah, I do too.
To an extreme degree.
I do too. All right, another noon game here involves the AFC South, but the more intriguing angle with this is the coach on the other side. This is the Mike Vrabel revenge game for the Patriots. Patriots at Titans. The rumor mill, which is basically Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano emptying their notebook of anonymous sources and people they talk to inside buildings, said that there were people inside the building with Tennessee, or sources, that said that the Titans, they said this half-jokingly, that the Titans might have fired Brian Callahan this past week so that it wouldn't be Vrabel dunking on him, which to me does not pass the Amy Adams Strunk smell test. She feels petty enough to where she would let Callahan sit there and twist in the wind for a week, let Vrabel dunk on him, and then fire him after that.
Well, and then there's a little bit of a scorned lover thing going on here, too, where supposedly Vrabel just charmed the hell out of her in the interviews and just said all the right things and everything, and she was Team Vrabel all the way. Mm-hmm. And then at some point the relationship soured, as many as many passionate relationships do. And I wonder if it's got to be a complex and emotionally taxing time for her as she goes through this.
You know when I think it soured? A game that you and I talked about like an hour ago. The Texans going in there without C.J. Stroud in Week 15, where they had the Oiler uniforms going. Remember she made Mike Vrabel cosplay Bum Phillips?
Yeah.
She had him wearing the cowboy hat and the boots and everything, and then they lost to a depleted Texans team. I think that was the beginning of the end. He was fired 3 weeks after that. So that's my theory on that. But Patriots at Titans.
This stat was on ESPN, and this seems almost impossible, Sean. Tell me if this is. I didn't fact check this, but I saw it a couple breaks ago. The Patriots will try to do something they haven't done since 1961. Win 3 consecutive regular season road games.
They went 16-0 one year.
Yeah, what the hell is this, ESPN? So that's got to be, what the hell are they talking about?
Yeah, that's...
I copied and pasted it verbatim.
Okay.
You're right. Yes, thank you. That was the easiest fact check in the history of fact check. You're right. Yeah, regular season.
They won 8. They won 8 that year.
What the hell are you talking about?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm glad I thought to ask that question instead of being like, hey, Sean, did you know this? I knew it wasn't right,
it doesn't sound,
but I wanted to be sure. I'm like, how did they put this on ESPN.com?
It does not sound right, and it is not right. Yeah, you're right. A couple more noon games. Raiders at Chiefs. My only plea there is, come on, Raiders, be useful. Help us out. Help out the rest of the AFC, because I don't expect the Raiders to be in the hunt this season, so beating the Chiefs is always fun. Rashee Rice is back for the Chiefs. And it's being treated like the Chiefs are getting prime Jerry Rice back or something like that. And I know they have the same last name. I just noticed that. But Rashee Rice is a really good football player. He's very good. Is he that big a game changer for the Chiefs that the rest of the AFC should somehow be on notice right now?
I think there's a couple things at play there. One is that you saw there's been a very big difference since Xavier Worthy came back. And Xavier Worthy isn't yet... it hasn't reached his full potential. And Rashee Rice is still a very young football player. I think that's the sum total of it, is just that, he's a really promising young player who had nearly 1,000 yards in his rookie season, and he comes back now, and you've just got more speed, more threats out there. And, you look up, and for the first time in a few years, Pat Mahomes is up there near the top of the QBR rankings and everything. Like, he's looking more like the classic version of Pat Mahomes. That's why I hate the return of Rashee.
Yeah, I do.
Not to mention that he's just more time for him spent commuting to and from work. How many untold dozens of people will die because of that? Yeah.
Yes. Rashee Rice, all gas, no brakes, literally. So the late window, 3:05 p.m., Giants at Broncos. We get a chance to scout we get a chance set to advance scout 2 weeks out for the Texans. And the Giants all of a sudden have become kind of a fun watch with the whole Jackson Dart, Cam Scattaboo thing going on.
Yeah. This is like the Jackson Dart, who in some ways is pulling a Bo Nix, where in his rookie season, maybe playing above and beyond what people would have expected. But he's doing it. People thought that Bo Nix was going to try to improv too much and kind of go outside of scheme. It seems like Jackson Dart, they're just going with it. Yeah, we're going to try. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll work on the actual quarterbacking stuff later on. You just go ahead and explore the space. Run around a little fella. He's fleeing the pocket like 50% of the time.
Yeah.
I saw some stat up. Somebody had put a stat up. It might have been Texans cap or something about, or no, it was Houston Stressens about the various reasons that quarterbacks leave the pocket. And Jackson Dart, I can't remember what the stat was, but it looked like it was kind of like, whatever, just going to do it.
Yeah, just going to roll out. Yeah, just going to run here. And then the night game, this is a fun one. I mean, the Falcons at the Niners, that's the Texans' opponent next week, the game after the Seahawks. And the Falcons all of a sudden are everybody's darling now with Bijan Robinson tearing it up and
you know what
beating the Bills.
Remember when the Bucs came in and we were pointing out that the Bucs had struck Atlanta, but they're not a good defense or anything. And now you look back on it, and that's one of those things that you didn't know early in the season. Oh yeah, the Bucs actually are a really good defense, or excuse me, the Falcons actually are a really good defense.
Yep.
So it makes sense that Baker Mayfield had some rough moments in that game.
All right, one quick correction before we get to the fellas here. John Lopez and Reggie Atatula in the house. Not a correction, but we had a texter point this out, and I just checked. What the ESPN thing meant on New England was actual 3 straight road. They'll be on the road for the 3rd straight week. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
This is their.
That's a misleading. They should have said consecutive.
Poorly worded.
3 straight road games, and usually you interpret it as like, the last 3 road games they've played. They've won. Okay.
Yeah, they beat Buffalo.
Thank you, Texter.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Multiple texters.
That guy needs to work for ESPN.
Thank you. And stats
because
and
he
info.
knew how to accurately and clearly phrase that.
That's right. They beat the Bills 2 weeks ago. They beat the Saints last week, and they're trying to beat the woeful Titans on Sunday. John Lopez.
My criticism stands.
Yeah. No, the wording is poor.
Road games in 3 consecutive weeks.
Road game. Yes, correct.
There
Yeah.
we go.
The way it was worded was you would think it was 3 consecutive road games.
Right.
The last 3 games they happened to play
3
on the
straight
road.
road games.
Yeah.
You say that all the time.
Yes.
Without you're skipping the home games when you talk about that.
John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, gentlemen, how we doing?
Terrific.
Yeah.
How are you?
We're good. We're starting to get a little traction with our campaign to have Manny Ramirez become the hitting coach for the Houston Astros.
Sure, why not?
I played.
Why not?
We played. Well, he's campaigning right now. He's got his agent out there floating his name for a hitting coach for all 30 teams. Sorry, and we know the Astros have a vacancy. I played a minute and change of audio earlier that listed all sorts of peccadillos from old Man Ram's career back when he was a player, and even some post-career. It was a minute of a 20-minute YouTube that just kept going after that. And I watched all 20 minutes. There's nobody checked out on that. Everybody who's interacted with us on this wants Manny Ramirez in the building next year.
But what's the cost-benefit analysis on having the quirky hitting coach, right? Like the quirky manager. Fantastic.
The stories. We're going to get stories, Reggie. We're going to get content out of this whole thing.
Hey, and real quick, just because I don't know if you guys heard us talking about this or not, but just the Jackson Dart experience.
Mm-hmm.
So the chart that Texans commentator had put out there from one of the stat sites, his Football Insights, it shows the reason that quarterbacks leave the pocket and like how often they're scrambling. So they have bail, boot, pressure, or just on a rollout. And like in bright blue, because he has the most, 46% of the time Jackson Dart is just bailing. He's like CJ bails out of the pocket 12% of the time. Like that's one of the lower numbers. Yeah, Jackson Dart is just like, I don't like it here anymore.
What's
just
the
bailing.
number? What's the number again? What is
46%? One out of every two. Out of every 2 plays, he's just bailing.
Not sustainable.
Well, it makes sense when you look at that backfield. I just like to consider them reckless abandon, right? Like they're just, I am running, I'm throwing myself at things, I'm not really considering the concept.
I'm picturing, remember the video game, Leroy?
Oh, there he goes again. Yeah, Leroy Jenkins. That's Jackson Dart.
Jackson
Jenkins. Oh, my
Leroy
God.
Dart.
Yeah, he's Leroy Dart. That's what he is. That's what he is.
He has the perfect name for that, too, right?
Yeah, No, Leroy.
Yeah, Leroy Jenkins.
46%. The only other guys that are really anywhere close to him are guys that hardly ever leave the pocket. So, like, Joe Flacco is a high percentage of bailing, but he's the second. He hardly ever leaves the pocket.
Yeah.
So, like, when he does, it's a very rare occurrence. Jackson Dart leaves the pocket very frequently, and it's usually just for the hell of it.
I can't stop thinking about that.
Why not?
Like
I love Pat Mahomes is one of the higher guys, but he does kind of in a strategic fashion. You know?
Yes.
He's like extending it out.
Oh, Lord.
Jackson Dart's putting his
I
head
keep thinking
down.
about, like, in that video game, all his teammates now are going, "Oh, what are you doing,
Yeah, what are
man?
you doing?"
We're so planned. We're
That
planning
is
this
the
out
best
so well.
part. Is sitting there like, oh, here he goes again. That's great.
I do love that you see the boot and roll, like they're incredibly low, and obviously that's how percentages work. But in my mind, it's just like the coaches are like, he's gonna go anyway. We don't have to draw this up. He'll get out there.
Yeah. Like Joe Flacco last night in the post game after the win over the Steelers, they were talking to him, and he had that one. That option play that they had him run, which I've never seen Joe Flacco run in my life. Yeah. And it was funny because he's like, yeah, the coaches sent that play in. And I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure this is what we want to do?
But I need to see that more. Like, get to this, like, oh, he's not a runner. How many times did we see Peyton Manning out here galloping into the end zone like a baby giraffe because the defense had not considered the possibility that would happen?
Well, and the peak goal for that play is not Flacco going 80 yards for a touchdown.
No.
Like, if he's getting you in a positive down and distance situation, that play worked.
Yeah.
The other end of the spectrum was Ben Roethlisberger late in his career. His deep ball got so bad, but it was almost so bad that he would set up deep ball completions by throwing horrible deep balls. Because you'd always that was one of the most annoying times in NFL social media history. People would be like, "Oh, thought Roethlisberger didn't have it anymore," and you would see a ball thrown at like a 68-degree trajectory, down the field and waft down into a wide open receiver's hands because none of the defensive backs respected it or expected it.
He's out there playing jackpot.
100%. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2. Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Gentlemen, question of the day.
Well, the audience participation.
The O flipped you, didn't it? You were not anticipating
O apostrophe. It's the Irish in me. Yeah.
A listener tweeted us and said, "Hey, I got a question of the day," and we said, "Hey, we'll use it." Which H-Town sports moment doesn't have to be like a championship or anything? Would you trade for the success of it in another moment? Another moment. Yeah.
Can we make trades to undo injuries?
You can do it however you want.
Oh, yeah. That was the first one I came. If you're thinking of the same injury I am, it's one of the first places I went.
Well, it's I don't know that we are because this one is from away. The reason is because it happened either in or right after one of the only two times the Texans have played in Seattle. The Texans only played twice in Seattle in their history, 2005 and 2017. I would because Deshaun Watson's torn ACL his rookie year was one of the biggest kicks in the junk as a Houston sports fan ever, especially because it happened the day after the Astros won the World Series.
Yeah, parade day, or not parade day, but it was the day after.
It was a Thursday. The Astros won it, I think, on a Wednesday, because I remember Thursday. I was at a Twin Peaks, because that's where we did our Thursday shows, and I'll never forget Ted Johnson showing me Ian Rappaport on his phone saying Deshaun Watson has a torn ACL, to which my first reply was, okay, let's make sure it's the real Ian Rappaport, Ted. All right, first. And it was, I would trade, you know what? I would trade C.J. Stroud's Rookie of the Year award. Not trading C.J. Stroud, his performance or his future or anything like that. But him winning the award was pretty cool. I would trade that for Deshaun Watson's ACL back in 2017.
I'm going to be the arbiter of equal value.
You're going to be super annoying on this. Is it equal value?
I'll let it slide. I feel like I'm thinking about it. No. We're in a close enough range. I will not veto that one.
That's a no. All right.
Mine was very, it could be controversial, maybe not. I would trade one of the Rockets' 90s championships for that win over the Bills 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, that hits home with a lot of old school Houston.
And I'm one.
You would trade, hold up. You would trade.
I think you're not getting enough out of that trade, but I will allow it.
So that was a Super Bowl. That was a Super Bowl team that the Oilers had, 100%.
So you're trading it on spec that they would have gone on to win the Super Bowl.
Because it's just, I mean, I hate to bring it up, but what do people outside of Houston always say about those two championships? You know?
Oh, the whole
but I think
they don't cater to those people.
No, but I think that you give them more
and
leeway.
you still get
if
one
you
championship.
But you need the two. When you get the two, you can go, all right, well, these are the only two that happened in that era where you have.
Yeah, but what I'm
Bulls.
saying, you still get a championship.
Yeah, no, I know you get one of them.
Get a championship.
I think that the dominance that the Rockets can claim in that time period is severely mitigated if you only have one of those.
The arbiter speaks.
Honestly,
he didn't
I
get
feel
enough
like
in the trade. Right?
He didn't.
This is so easy. This is so easy, and there's such a rich pool of awesome Astros moments that ultimately, like if it didn't result in a World Series, and okay, look, we've got so many other moments to spare. So I said Carlos Correa's walk-off home run in Game 5 of the 2020 ALCS. Okay, great. Oh, we don't have it. Oh no, I'll trade that. I'll trade that for a Super Bowl victory. Can I do that? Is that?
Nope, you're not. That one's not going.
Even trade.
Sorry, that one's not coming through.
Like, there's a lot of great. There's a lot. Okay, I'll trade that for. You know what? I'll trade that for a divisional Texans victory that sends them to the.
Okay.
Oh, that's okay. That's a fair trade.
Yeah,
Yes,
I will
getting to the
allow
AFC
that
title game. That's a good one.
Trade machine works.
That was an all-time great moment that ultimately isn't remembered in the hallowed hall of Astros great moments because they didn't win the series or win a World Series that year. So I'll trade that for the Texans advancing.
That's good.
Okay, I like that one. All
right, I will allow you guys to be the arbiter here. Is this a good trade from Ace Base on the YouTube page? They said they would trade the Astros' first championship because of all of the cheat for the Oilers Bills loss that you were discussing.
Oh, okay. See,
that's rough.
Screw all the people that talk about the 2017 and the trash cans and everything. The first one is the best one. Like, if I had to trade one of the two championships from the Astros for something, I would trade the second one, not the first one.
Really?
Yeah, the first is the first is it's the first. It's great.
The fact that they had to overcome all of that Dodgers and Yankees cheating to make it to that World Series
unpunished cheating
is just it makes it that much more impressive.
And the Red Sox. Those are the three teams they beat.
Not to be pedantic like Reggie, but if you did
that's my middle name.
But if you did that, the second championship would be the first championship.
That's fair. That's a good point. Boy, now we're into like Back to the Future. Boy, if I set my DeLorean. And who am I trading that championship to in 2017? That's the other
That's
thing.
a good question.
Yeah. All right, boys. Well, this is going to be an interesting question of the day.
Shout out to.
A lot of crazy.
We'll get his name. We got to get credit.
Yeah, 1040. You'll get that credit.
All right, good stuff. Seth, antibodies to you. Enjoy football watching this weekend. I'll see you on Monday, my friend.
Antibodies to you, and congratulations on 3 consecutive shows this week. Maybe next week you'll make it 5.
Maybe we'll see.
No, you won't, actually.
We'll see. I am actually not. Sleep beckons. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Attitula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start a Football Friday now.
You damn Skippy, it's a Football Friday. Let's get funky with it here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man, Attitula, Fig, and you. Let's have fun today. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We want you to do that all up and down the show. You can also get involved via the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. Tons of ways to get involved with the programs. Tons of ways to listen to the program. Smart speakers, smartphone, all sorts of apps, iHeart, TuneIn, and of course the Odyssey app. Utilize any or all of those ways to keep up with us. And did you end up actually putting your eyes on this game last night? Because there was people that were like, nah, I'm not watching this mess. And boy, you missed out on the Bowl or the Icy Hot Bowl or whatever else we want to call this with the battle of the olds. The two, or like the combined oldest age of starting quarterbacks, or second oldest rather, that we've seen in the National Football League. It delivered.
No, I said it yesterday. I think toward the end of the show. I mean, that was a fun game to watch going in, and it was even more fun coming out when you watch what happened. And all kinds of crazy bets were made online, and we'll have to talk about that and all sorts of turning back the clock. Joe Flacco, we talked about it a second ago. Running and throwing and touchdowns, and all of a sudden he realized, that Jamar Chase is pretty good.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? Like,
16 targets.
I'm
16 targets.
I am right next to. Actually, I don't believe that. I feel like he had 16 receptions. Sir.
16 receptions.
He had 23 targets.
23 targets.
Yeah. I was like that doesn't sound like enough. Which that's
a franchise record, by the way.
Yeah.
I am right next to one Sean Pendergast as he's getting ready to start his weekend. And I saw him on Twitter making the case that this game was neither about the Steelers nor the Bengals, but about the Cleveland Browns and their willingness to trade Joe Flacco. And I hear that. However, how much of that is Joe Flacco himself and his ability, and how much of that is Joe Flacco's willingness to just go, oh, Jamar Chase over there somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I imagine that everybody in the locker room got to be looking at Jake Brown and be like, yeah, that easy, man.
Yeah.
That easy.
It really is.
Get it to number one.
But here's the thing. Joe Flacco did it. You know, he's the guy that can get the ball there and had the wherewithal to understand to throw it 23 times in his direction. And then we were talking about Mike Tomlin, how he loves him some Joe Flacco, and he was torching the Browns for making the trade in division and all this other stuff. It was just a captivating game. I mean, the only other option, and I only watched the highlights, was the Rockets. So yeah, absolutely.
You didn't watch no baseball last night?
Oh, well, yeah. I was talking about what we were talking about yesterday. Yeah.
No, I found this very interesting. What's crazy, though, is like we could talk about the quarterbacks, and we should, right? 250 yards, thereabouts, just a yard short of that, actually. 249 for Rodgers, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. And then Joe Flacco, as you mentioned, 342, 3 touchdowns, a 108 passer rating. Both of these guys over 100 with their passer ratings. Mm-hmm. But then on top of that, you had 200-yard rushers in this game. Yeah. Like, some of the part of this that we are underselling, and obviously I think it means more for one team than the other, the defenses were out here showing their asses.
No.
Man.
Big time.
Times we're all like, yes, that's a great play by the quarterback. However, what the hell is this safety doing? Mm-hmm. Or what the hell are y'all doing defensively? Like, hey, for a good portion of the game, I'm looking at the Seattle. I'm getting ready for this game on Monday. I'm looking at the Pittsburgh Steelers and going, y'all know Jamar Chase is over there, right?
Yes, I mean that was incredible. But
Jalen Ramsey was trying his hardest, man. He was getting cooked, man.
Hey, we made a lot.
Gracious.
We made a lot about that trade of one old dude for another old dude in the secondary. We're like, oh, look at all these secondary names that they got. All them names looked old, and they were getting torched in the secondary.
Darius Slay out there aching and limping.
Yeah, and then just the captivating thing was obviously Flacco versus Aaron Rodgers. Both these quarterbacks brought their team back from 10-point deficits, from at least 10-point deficits. And then at the very end, you have the Bengals fans, thank you, Cleveland. They were chanting. It was just captivating to watch, 100%.
I enjoyed it quite a bit watching this game. Do you think this changes anything for either of these teams? The Steelers now 4-2. And obviously lose to the Cincinnati Bengals here, but the Bengals they may get themselves to 3-4, and you pair that with the news that they got yesterday that Joe Burrow's been around the facility and that they're looking at December return for him. Now, of course, that's still a ways away. That's a couple of months or a month and a half at like earliest for him to return. But does this actually change the way that you view this, or was this the anomaly of a third?
Well, it was that. I mean, no doubt about it. The Thursday night factor was in there. I think that's why it was it played out the way it did, back and forth and mistakes and high scoring and all that stuff. But I mean, look at the standings. The Bengals are 3-4, and the Steelers are 4-2. And so they have to believe that they can just sort of weather the storm, get to the division, and all that. No, I think it does affect it.
From the 936. I was also looking at this. They said Mike Tomlin at halftime, we need to stop the run. They were committing a lot to stopping the run, and that ultimately didn't happen. I know that Chase Brown had like the big 37-yarder that added to a lot of his rush yards, but they didn't do a great job of stopping the run, and you had Joe Flacco just out here tearing them apart. I found that to be interesting in this game, that they played it in that way, but we discussed that. I don't know, man. I was very surprised that this Steelers defense, with as vaunted as it was, clearly picked one thing to stop, didn't do a good job of stopping that, really got embarrassed, as we talked about. But then on top of that, the thing that it feels like they had been doing pretty well, which is applying pressure and getting to the quarterback, Joe Flacco was only sacked 2 times in this game and was able to mitigate and navigate all that really well as a dude that we know isn't all that mobile.
I think one thing it does, to me anyway, is it just sort of emphasizes the point that we mentioned yesterday. We've been talking about, people have been talking about it all over the league. Every single team in the AFC, except maybe the Colts, has a severe flaw. Like, there are flawed teams up and down the AFC. Maybe you can extend it to the entire NFL, but there are flaws, which again, Might kind of bring it back to the Texans a little bit, but yeah, you can't look at that AFC team and say that's trouble, because they're going to be flawed.
What's the closest team for you in the AFC that you do
Colts.
that with?
Oh, no.
Like for real? For
real.
Look at you.
For real.
That's interesting.
Run game, decent defense, if not a better than decent defense. A quarterback that has made plays, 5-1. They've won some decent games. The Colts are the closest thing to that.
You know what I hadn't realized to this point, because I guess I hadn't looked at the standings as recently as I thought I had. The Colts have a point differential of a plus 78.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's going to be some factors of, who they've played or whatever, but take that out of your mind, because I will tell you the next best point differential is a plus 35 with the Denver Broncos.
Yeah. We'll see how it plays out. The Texans don't play them until later in the year, but right now, everybody's flawed except maybe the Colts.
I'm interested in the Chiefs. I think that they were flawed.
Well,
and
surging.
Those flaws are getting put together. So this weekend will actually be interesting for me.
Yeah.
I'll definitely have my eyes there just as a 4-hour tease ahead to when we draft the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Something that was fun with this game. Andrew Filipponi, who is a host out there in Pittsburgh, on a radio station that
93.7 The Fan.
I appreciate you picking that up. He tweeted out at 2 p.m. yesterday, so obviously in the afternoon, there's no way the Steelers lose tonight. In fact, and this is where it goes downhill, I'll get no naming agents if they lose to the Bungles. It ain't happening. Update.
Yeah. Look, first of all, what are you doing?
I hate these types of bets.
Why are you
What did he stand to get on the other side of this?
Nothing.
Like, I know that, you should not be selfish or whatever, but bump that. If I'm making a bet, I'm getting something out of it if I'm right.
What happened to just being super confident? Oh, they're not losing this game.
Yeah. And the obvious thing, I was mentioning this earlier, the obvious thing is now he's got to do it. He's got to do it with no numbing agent. And I'm wondering how much he's regretting that he made it plural. Because think about this.
Yeah, the plural is a bad one.
Think about it. Like, I'll get my nipple pierced with no numbing agent. Okay, that's awful in itself. But now he's going to do that and then have to do it again with the other one.
Yeah, you now, like, at least the first one, there's the shock. You don't know what to expect. Once you know the first one, you have a little bit of fear for the second one, right? Like I think that ends up changing. Yeah. That's a great point. Yeah. See, I will never like.
He's gonna have to do it twice.
I'm gonna shave off my eyebrows. But you sure? You sure? Because this is the NFL. Anything can happen on a Thursday night football game.
Exactly.
A division game.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Mm-hmm.
More power to him.
No more power to him.
I mean, it doesn't do anything to me. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I see you on a text line saying, damn that game. I want to talk about Cocaine Curry. We will, obviously, as Reed Shepherd had a fantastic game. We'll talk about that at 11:20. We're having a good, fun Friday as we go. But coming up next, the game being a Monday night. So yesterday was our first opportunity to get the injury report. And I have a question for you. Which is the bigger defensive back injury update? Is it Derek Stingley's all clear, or is it the Seahawks having some cornerbacks or some defensive backs that were full participants? 713-572-4610. Let's break that down next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Peggy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's my first.
Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Football Friday to you. I see you from the 832. Oscar and Tomball said happy Football Friday, fellas. Happy Football Friday to you as well. In fact, you know what? I want to try something. Is that cool with you fellas?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's make it a shout-out Football Friday. 713-572-4610. You text in, we'll shout you out. At least I'll do my best because I feel like as soon as I said it, I was like, oh, I'm going to be overrun. But let's do it. Let's give it a shot.
Right. It's Friday, too, man.
Yeah,
Deal is a deal, man.
I got on the elevator with somebody, and it was packed, by the way. It was about 8 people in this elevator, so we was in there. And she was like, man, it is Friday, y'all. We made it. And that kind of made me feel good.
We made it.
Yeah.
I do love that about offices. People be acting like they went through the struggle this week. They're like, good, thank God.
According to this lady, she said she was trying to hold it together with duct tape.
All right. Wow. She must have had a week.
She said that, yes.
She said that in the elevator?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My goodness. We ain't even started the Friday, Miss Mark. All right. We got the injury reports. It is a Wednesday of a football week, Thursday of the football week, even though it is a Friday, which means yesterday was the Wednesday of the football week. I know that's convoluted, but the first day of like kind of that normal 3-day practice schedule, and with that comes the injury report. And it's important, maybe not as much for this team, but I think very much for the Seattle Seahawks, a team that you were looking at and you're like, hey, there's some injuries that are happening over there. So I have a question here, which is the bigger defensive back injury news here? Because when you look at the injury report for your Houston Texans, limited participant was Elijah Huzzie, who is back, the cornerback, which is good, trying to add some depth to what you're doing here cornerback-wise. But full participants yesterday, Danico Autry and Jalen Reed, who both are in their practice window. We'll see if they get activated for this game to come back to the squad. But notice that that's the full extent of the practice report.
Yeah.
And Derek Stingley is not on there. That is huge in my estimation. I want to juxtapose it here in a second, but the reason why that's big is Derek Stingley been a little so-so, and I think people have looked at it like, oh, is he having a down year? Remember, he had that injury that happened early on in the season, and you saw him withdraw himself from the Jaguars game. You could see him kind of like it being a part of him nursing that oblique that he was dealing with. He's not even like listed on the injury designation, which I think you could probably take to mean that he's going to be as close to the full extent of himself coming off of a bye week and not nursing that. Or is it more important that you look over at the Seattle Seahawks, and in addition to a lot of names that show up here, although only one of them, Derek Hall, their linebacker, did not participate. Full participants include, or rather limited participant Devin Witherspoon at cornerback, and a full participant Tariq Woolen, cornerback, who was dealing with a concussion. Those are two really good cornerbacks, especially with a defense that of the last couple of weeks have been trying to use backups, as we had talked about with Michael Sean Dugar on Wednesday.
Yeah, and also safety Julian Love was limited participant, as was Nehemiah.
Oh, I missed Julian in there.
As was Nehemiah Pritchett, limited participant. So they're getting 4 guys back in their secondary. Maybe I'm oversimplifying this or thinking too much. One or the other. I think it's Seattle all the way. I think that's the bigger news, because we know what we've been talking about it. What their defensive front can do. They can bring pressure with just 4 guys. D'Amico Ryans, we heard him yesterday talking about how good they are with the stunts and actually executing the stunts in a good way, and how they're a zone defense. We did that. We talked about it just yesterday. How they're a zone defense, and Texans really good at exploiting. We called it the Nico game and all that stuff. Well, when they get 4 dudes back, and by the way, they were even the limited participation guys yesterday for the Seahawks. Most Seattle reporters who were, boots on the ground, said they're all trending toward playing on Monday night. So all 4 of those guys trending toward playing, one of them full participant. That to me is the bigger story, 100%.
Yeah, I think it has to be this side of it that's the bigger story. I was looking at this game, and let me stop and say that's an absurdly obvious comment that I just made. I was looking at this game. Yeah, we all are. Yeah. Like this is what we do here. But as I was looking at this game, when you're looking at it, you go, all right, that defensive line is a problem, especially the interior. They do a damn good job. Byron Murphy deserves more flowers than he has received to this point. But the secondary might be gettable. Why? Not because they're bad, but because they've been dealing with some injuries. Yeah. All of a sudden, you get Tariq Woolen has been fantastic since the day he stepped in the league. Yeah. He's been really good. Julian Love has been deeply interesting. Devin Witherspoon is a nice guy that you also add into it. Like, those are all really good guys. But I think that also, in addition to having much better talent, which I think would raise the question on how much does Jaden Higgins get off? How much does Christian Kirk impact this game? How much, as you talk about Julian Love, I mean, the ability for Dalton Schultz, not just in his, kind of sit down, but when he does take those routes deep, how much is he going to have the opportunity to get some of those deep shots, which the explosives are a offense better in those 2 weeks that we saw, the last 2 games that they played. But in addition to that, are you familiar with Nick Emanwari, the South Carolina Nigerian descent safety that the Seattle Seahawks have? Yeah. He's really good, and I almost think of him as some level of Seattle Seahawks Jalen Petrie. Not necessarily that, don't start getting to the cover thing, but like he ends up being able to do special things. He can come up and he can thump. He can get in coverage. He can do a lot of kind of different things, and I think he gets freed up if you have more of the talent around them. So I think this really increases the level of difficulty for Nick Caley in this offense.
I think what it also does, and you're kind of along the same lines of what I was thinking, it gives the Seahawks many more options when they go nickel or even dime. If they can put the Texans in second and third and long, all of a sudden you have some guys that are not linebackers, not backups, but guys that have been there in putting 5 DBs, 6 DBs, whatever it may be. So I think it gives them a lot of advantages in that zone type defense. It really does.
Damn, you said 6 D. You have them playing quarters and everything.
No, they can do. I mean, it depends on the down and distance. Yeah.
I think that's going to be the more important one. I don't want to mitigate, though. Seeing Stingley clean bill of health is huge here because, we talked about it. I think we are all probably in line with the feeling that you probably want to have Sting travel. And traveling is hard, man, especially if you're dealing with an injury. It's already hard enough to stick on one side. If you could try and limit the day that Jackson Smith and Jigba has, assuming that you maybe play somewhat similar to the way the Niners had, he was the only dude that did anything in week 1 for the Seattle Seahawks. Admittedly, offense coordinator, like finding themselves as well. But that week 1, they didn't look great. And the only guy that was able to do something to a large extent was Jackson Smith and Jigba. Derek Stingley being one of the better corners in this league, I think if he is putting up his best version of himself, he might be able to mitigate or at least, stem some of the tide of Jackson Smith and Jigba. And then you have to ask larger questions of all these other dudes. And maybe it allows you to push more of your assets other places and try and stop other things that they're trying to get to. So, I think that is a big thing that I don't want to ignore.
Well, and I also think he's going to travel with Smith and Jigba.
I would think so.
I don't think there's any question. Yeah.
I don't see the reason why he wouldn't. I think one of the things that you get to when you travel with cornerback is you're playing man, right? You give that to the defense, or rather the offense, that we don't have to worry as much about zone because that guy is going to be locked on, which means everybody else has to have some level, to some degree, some man coverage. You can obviously have some split coverages and things of that nature. But I think that's fine, especially with a Sam Darnold, compared to if you were trying to travel with Mike Evans, right, against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Well, that means that guys are going to be having their backs to the quarterback, and that means if Baker Mayfield decides to pull it down, which he did, right? You don't have people aren't looking towards the quarterback as they are in zone where they can break and get downhill and tackle. I'm not that worried about Sam Darnold doing that. So I think that this is a place that you have a better opportunity to do that. But a lot of defensive backs coming back for the Seahawks. And I'm not going to lie, that gets me a little bit more skeptical on how this game goes for the Texans here. It's even more so. Nick Caley, what you got for me, man? It's not going to be Nick Caley, CJ Stroud, dog. It's going to require that ball placement specialization. That's going to need to be even better in this game as well. All right, getting going here on a Friday here in the Loop. Happy Football Friday to all who celebrate from the 936. A good point from the 281, mind you, before we go. All those dudes that are coming off of injuries, possibility that they're rusty.
I don't know.
That's always a possibility.
Maybe,
though.
Maybe.
All right. Happy Football Friday to Retro from Retro. Still on fall break. Happy Football Friday. I see you.
Take that Lopez.
Yeah, take that one. And Justin Hayes, he plays at Texas Wesleyan. I don't know even what you're talking about there, but I'll shout you out.
And Shagun.
As well.
Shout out to Omari, his son, 60-yard touchdown with a Derrick Henry approved stiff arm.
There you go. You love to hear it. All right. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. We'll have some more Football Friday shout outs. What are some H-Town sports moments, or what H-Town sports moment rather, would you trade for the success of another H-Town team? 713-572-4610. Let's do that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. And Friday, maybe it's your payday. Doesn't matter.
Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's a shout-out Football Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio. Appreciate you with us. So from the 409, shout out to all my postal brothers and sisters in Pasadena. Absolutely. All the people that keep this thing going, keep the mail moving around. We appreciate y'all. From the 719, shout out from Colorado Springs, big H-Town fan. All right, there we go. All over the contiguous United States. From the 832, shout out to me, my 29th birthday today. That's from Josh's Spring. Happy 29.
Born day. Happy born day.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then from the 832, shout out to my pops, Super Said, a true Raider fan from CJ. All right. I mean, I feel like we're with the Raiders fans this week, ain't we?
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Why?
See, he just agreed. Like the way
you
that
saw me roll my eyes.
The way that he said, yeah, you had no idea. Aren't the Raiders playing? Who are the Raiders playing? Yeah, they're playing Kansas City this week.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Bump your dad. This is CJ. Don't nobody care about that. Also, big shout out to Donald at D Jedi Master on Twitter for the question of the day. He sent this to us, and I was like, that is interesting. So the question ultimately is, what H-Town sports moment would you trade for the success of another H-Town team? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. I will tell you, you got to trade for equal or lesser value. We're not doing the thing.
You're the arbiter?
We're not doing the thing where I trade. You remember that one time where Jose Altuve showed his feet? I'm going to trade that for a Texans Super Bowl. Like, no, we're not doing that.
No,
that's not how this works.
You will be the judge and jury on this one. You're going to put the wig on if you want.
Oh, really?
But
I'm not taking off this hat, though. Again, I don't need y'all to see how
you don't like your hair?
Hairline. Buddy, I ain't gotten a haircut in a little bit, and I need a twist here.
I got mine cut yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah.
Who cut it?
Me.
Okay. I could tell. I was just playing.
That's
I
nice.
do a great job.
That's nice.
I do a great job with it.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Donald actually went for this. He's giving up the 05 World Series appearance, obviously where you get the White Sox who win it.
Yeah.
But he trades that for a 2012 team Super Bowl, and I'm like, I feel like
that's a lot.
I feel like you're not getting equal value.
Yeah.
However, I do think if you wanted to adjust that, because I've seen people do this, I would take the 05 Super Bowl appearance, take that away, and I'll give you the
Super Bowl. World Series?
World Series. Thank you.
Yeah.
I will give you Matt Schaub not having the Liz Frank injury.
Somebody mentioned that,
right? Like, because
somebody mentioned that
it doesn't guarantee a Super Bowl. However,
you're there.
It feels like you had the opportunity there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it 100%. They were the best team in the AFC at that point. And I went along those same lines, a little bit more drastic. And you said I actually undersold it a little bit.
I think you did.
I would trade one of the Rockets' '90s championships for the chance to for the Texans to be able to make the Bills game, I should say, for the losing the Bills game, the Oilers losing that Bills game. That was a Super Bowl team. I covered that team. I was at that game. We knew what they had. It was at the peak of run and shoot, had a good defense, and then they blew that game. So I would trade the Bills' loss for one of the Rockets' championships.
What about you, Fig?
I would trade that 2017 World Series from the Astros.
Wow.
For a chance to get into an AFC championship game.
Just the AFC championship
Yeah,
game.
just the
See what happens.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that because then the 22 would still get your World Series.
I'm trying to think. What was that? That was the 2019 season where they blew it to Kansas City.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, that's where they blew 24-0.
Mm-hmm.
I would trade it to get back to that moment to get to an AFC championship game and see what happens.
I was going like this person from the 713, and I will allow you guys to veto it if you think that this is off, because I think I'm close on the borderline here. They said they trade an ALCS. I specifically went with 23, the ALCS in 23, for the CP3 hamstring injury to not happen. Was that 2018?
No, that's fair because there was no guarantee that they were going to win, even with CP3.
But I believe
that was the Western Conference Finals, wasn't it?
Yes,
I believe they would have.
Right, and I feel like I'm giving up a championship series, and specifically one where you see the Rangers ultimately go past.
Yeah,
right. Like I think that hurts a little bit more in that regard. So yeah, I think thank you.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
This one I feel like 2 Dynamo championships. They'll trade the MLS Cups for CP3's hamstring.
Come on.
Or sorry.
No, you gotta give up a little more.
All right, not enough on the exchange rate.
The pot
Decline.
All right. I think that this might be the only person in all of Houston sports fandom that believes this one, and I could be wrong here. They said they would give up Hakeem the Dream for Michael Jordan.
In Houston, there's not a lot of them.
I don't think that.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the.
I would be interested in that, to be honest.
I want to get murdered on this. Please don't.
Don't?
Please don't. I like our people, but whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
So you think that's asinine?
6.
Does 6 happen?
6.
You certain that 6 happens?
No. You certain it doesn't?
I'm not. I can't say. I'll be honest. I can't say.
I don't know if it will happen, but I would like to see Michael Jordan in Houston.
Yeah.
See how that works. I don't know if he'd be the same Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
But I would love to see how that works.
We need to move on quickly here because then it becomes a whole.
You got to remember though, I'm also going to be biased in this. I'm of Nigeria.
I wonder why.
Like that means something to me more than just like the Phi Slamma Jamma, the Houston Rockets championships.
Yeah.
It also means something to me culturally in a different level. So I'm not going to be the most partisan or nonpartisan.
Let's go. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Okay, all right. From the 713, they said Jordan's homer in Game 6 for AJ Hinch to put in Garrett Cole in Game 7.
Jordan's homer, Game 6. Oh, that's a good one. I like that. Yeah, I like that a lot. I'm trying to think of one that would be equal value on the other side if I would trade not giving up the Pujols home run. What would be the right one?
What's the right?
Yeah, what's the strong one that would be obviously good, that something bad that would be good, or something good that would be bad? Like, would it be one of the home runs, one of the like the Jordan home? Would you trade? Would you trade the Jordan home run for Pujols
not hitting the home run?
Because keep in mind, the Astros went on to the World Series, but it changed everything because Roy Oswalt had to pitch Game 6 all of a sudden, or 7. Whatever it was, but Oswalt would have started Game 1 of the World Series, and Clemens would have started Game 2, and the Astros might have won that World Series back then in 2005. Huh?
I like that.
Yeah.
Somebody said Mario Ellie kiss of death for Pujols homer. That almost, with all due respect to Mario Ellie, is that no? That feels.
I think that's pretty fair.
That's there.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair.
That's there. Somebody said Chaz Catch trying to find you an equal there. I saw this on the text line, and this one feels strong because again, chips are going to speak the loudest. Someone says they're giving up both of the Astros chips for Texans championship, Texans Super Bowl.
They're not alone. They're not alone. Sorry.
I don't know if I would do that
for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but we
championship. He's not saying like get to the Super Bowl.
We will be so depressed right now with no Astros winning nothing.
Yeah, and then the Texans win a Super Bowl. Hey, weigh in 713-572-46.
I would trade one for the other. I would trade maybe the 2017 one for a Super Bowl.
That's not fair. That's not fair. That leans to the Texans heavily. Ooh, that's a good one.
Well, I said I would trade that World Series for an AFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
I kind of got on there. I probably could have got a little more.
Another interesting one here. Somebody said that they're trading all the Comets championships for Game 7 win in Golden State. Okay.
No.
If we still had
God Almighty.
If we still had the Comets, I think that would hit differently. But yeah, I don't.
No.
I would trade all those championships for Caitlin Clark.
Ooh.
All the Comets championships just to have the Comets back in Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, Piggy. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's frustrating for me. It seems like there's a lot of, and I think Seth made allusion to this. There's clearly we got a lot of stock banked in the Astros, and there's a lot of moments that you can siphon from there to try and spread out the love a little bit. And it feels like some of the big places that you go is obviously Super Bowl for the Texans or anything that gets them closer to that. Really going to, was that 2017? Was that the where the Warriors got over in the Western Conference Finals? Those are like the two big ones, right?
Yeah.
The places at least that I'm thinking of. Am I missing any others?
I don't know, but a crazy thought just entered my mind. And think of this: what you know now. Knowing what you know now, would you trade Mario Williams for VY or Reggie Bush? Think about what VY would have brought the city, though. What Reggie Bush would have brought this.
Reggie Bush is the one that I was thinking. As much as I love Vince Young, I think about him seemingly gliding down the field in Pasadena all the time. Like it would actually be sick if you knew how often I think about that game. I would
give it a shot, to be honest.
VY,
yeah.
He imploded at the end, but it was also, in Tennessee.
Yeah, I would give it a shot.
But even beyond that, he imploded.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Reggie Bush was good, but he was Mario.
I think you're right. I think I definitely go with the edge rusher just off of the value proposition.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you want the edge rusher. That one matters more than a running back, as much as Reggie was really fun in the league. And I like 409. I like what you're doing here. Trade Bud and Adams' tenure in Houston for the Oilers colors and records to be attached to the Texans. So they're trading like all that Oiler time for that's kind of tough because you're trading the stuff that makes the Oiler colors valuable.
Exactly. That's why I was pausing there. Huh. No, I don't think I would do that.
Yeah, I feel like
I would do that.
I feel like we still have it. Like, it's what I always say about the NCAA vacating wins. It's like, we remember it.
Yeah,
we have the experience.
Exactly. Yeah.
So like,
they won the games.
they can say that history follows the Tennessee Titans. That's cool. It's the city's, man. It's ours.
Yeah.
They can't take that. All right, keep those coming in. I'm very interested in the various different ways that y'all go, including the person who's just like, I'm going to make them an offer they can't refuse. All of the championships, like Dynamo, Comets, the 22 World Series, and the 95 championship for a Super Bowl. Yeah. If this is like,
they're not alone, man.
They're like, I will do anything to get this Texas Super Bowl.
Football country.
All right. At the risk of going a little long, I saw someone say that they would trade this year's Ravens win for what was that? Which Ravens win was that? Now I'm forgetting the Jacoby Jones Ravens. You remember the
punt
game.
return?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm like, are those equal value? But I was like, this Raven game kind of season, but it kept your season.
It depends on what happens Monday night.
Alive. Yeah, I guess that is fair.
Yeah.
What about this one? I know we running late. What about this one? Remember that Colts win to get, or the Texans win against the Colts to get into the playoffs in 2023?
Yeah.
23?
Yeah, 23. I would trade that for a healthy Deshaun Watson rookie season.
Yeah. Because he got that ACL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, and I forgot to. This is why I should write things down. I wanted to make a trade that gets that 83 Cougar championship.
All right, well, let's hear it on the other side.
Yeah, I'll find that. No. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's the Shout Out Football Friday. Let us know if you want us to shout you out. Also, coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including, I know that you liked Alvin Kamara, John. I don't think he's on the table. I'll tell you why next.
All right.
Odyssey Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to go around the NFL. No B. Scott today, but that's because, for good reason, he's going to be on remote, on location with Clint Stoerner. He's part of the drive today. They're actually going to be out at Kingwood. So go out and see the fellas, get you it's the drive glasses today, right? Yeah, the drive pint glasses are on giveaway, on offer today at the BB's Tex Orleans in Kingwood. So go out, hang out with the five fellas, enjoy a football Friday with B. Scott and Clint Stoerner. But, of course, still a shout-out Football Friday, so get those in. We were talking about it in the previous segment. What would you trade? What's Houston sports moment would you trade for another team's Houston success? And I think I trade Steve Francis for the 83 national championship game for the Houston Cougars.
No, I don't think that's even.
You don't think that's even?
No.
Steve
Francis was. I mean, he was an icon in this city, but they didn't really win anything. And you know what's his legacy? Whereas
Steve Francis was like the reason why that team was fun for that period.
It was fun. No, it was absolutely
I'm talking
fun.
about you're going to have some not fun basketball
versus a championship. No, that's skewed a little bit too much. Because that Cougs team, and I was in college at the time. I mean, I remember going to those games as a reporter for the school newspaper, covering the Cougs and all that stuff. That was an iconic team nationally. That Phi Slamma Jamma. Like they were. It wasn't just like, hey, they're good, and it's a local thing. No, they were a phenomenon.
Yeah, the reason.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was gonna say, would you trade winning a national championship? What was it, 83? For nothing but bad Cougar teams in the 2010s? And
well, they were kind of.
Yeah, I was like that. That's what I'm trying to do, because I feel like if you win,
5 years where they've been really dominant.
Now that, I don't think so.
Because the whole idea.
You don't want that 83 championship.
I do want
It was an enormous team. It was a great, great fun squad that just captured the nation's attention.
Right. In my mind, I'm like, if you win that 83 championship, is there a way that you're able to continue the success of that program and you don't go into the dark ages before you were able to bring back, get Kelvin Sampson to build the program?
This is going to get people talking, but I got it, I think. Would you trade winning that, instead of losing, you win that national championship in 1983 for J.J. Watt?
No.
I mean, on a personal level, hell no.
I can't do it.
I wasn't around in 83.
What'd they win with J.J. Watt?
I don't like what you're doing right now.
I think that's the trade.
Some defensive MVPs.
That's okay, cool. That's the trade. Now, you still get another player, and it could have been, who knows who, instead of J.J. Watt. I think I would make that trade. I would make that trade.
Look, I wasn't even born around that time, so I don't.
But see, you don't remember that.
That's what I'm saying.
That was like
on the selfish level.
That was the college version of Showtime. It was Showtime.
Yeah,
and captured the country's fascination. I think I would make that trade. A win in '83 for J.J. Watt.
Because I think that you have a bona fide blue blood, right? Like I think UConn is probably the most recent. Oh, we're stepping into the blue blood, and because they have a sustained amount of success with some championships, and I think that you probably are able to sustain that a little bit longer with an 83 championship.
I mean, they were Figgy. I know you weren't in rock stars.
I believe
wherever they went.
But I'm not.
I believe J.J. Watt. I'm not giving up J.J. Watt because I lived through J.J. Watt. Unfortunately, I wasn't born in '83.
Figgy said this ain't about nothing else but me.
Yeah.
And what'd they win?
All right,
I don't know.
That is John Lopez at Lopez on
I bet you
Sports.
there's a lot of people old guard.
Probably,
for sure.
For sure. Yeah, I'm not even saying you wrong, but me personally, I'm not giving up J.J. Watt.
Actually, keep these coming in. I will circle back around to these and what's popping because there's some interesting ones that continue to come in on the text line, which again is 713-572-4610. But we got to go around the NFL. You hear the music; it's been going. And John Lopez, we were talking about the somewhat upcoming trade deadline. Got about 2 weeks until we get there. And one of the guys that you were interested in is an Alvin Kamara. That's a guy that's been talked about on the on the conversations of who might be available at the trade deadline. Alvin Kamara was actually talking about a meeting that he had. Like there was a report rather that he had a meeting last week with Saints GM Mickey Loomis because there was calls that were going around.
Yeah.
This is what Alvin Kamara said in a segment I like to call Reading. Quote, we talked about and we were looking at each other like the little Spider-Man meme. Like, did you say something? Did I say something? I don't know where that came from, but I don't want to go anywhere. And I've said it countless times. Y'all know that. I think everybody knows that. The fan base knows that. At the end of the day, it's business. I don't go upstairs. I don't have an office upstairs, so I don't really sit in those meetings. I don't know what happens up there. I've just got to keep my head down. If I was GM, I guess I hate trading you, just so you know. So if Mickey comes down and says that, I'm going to drink a pina colada somewhere.
In other words, he'd retire. He'd retire.
He's like, I don't want to go nowhere. Yeah. We ain't talked about that. I guess it's a business, but if you want to do it, go ahead and try. See if I show up.
I kind of respect that a little bit.
I do too, 100%.
Yeah, because to me, like...
It's a lost art.
Yeah, I know a lot of players always say, I want to win a championship. He's comfortable in that organization. He probably loved the city.
Yep.
Like, no, I'm good.
I said art. It's a lost phenomenon in sports.
I'm gonna play the game I love. I love the team. I love the city. My family here.
It's called
loyalty.
I don't
want to go nowhere.
It's called loyalty. And as much as I was saying, for those who weren't listening yesterday or the day before, I'd kind of want Kamara over Breece Hall, even if it's just a short-term thing. But I'm with Figgy. I do respect that. He's a New Orleans guy. It's the team that brought him up. He made since 2017. He's been an icon, and he's like, I love this place.
Yeah,
I respect.
That's how I kind of feel just living here now. Like I could have a job opening up in Cleveland.
Yeah,
like no, I'm good.
That's right. That's right. I've heard a lot of trade requests for Figgy Fig, and we were saying no.
I get calls every day.
That's right. I've seen it. Your phone just blows up all the damn time. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Can you let me do the read? You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, rather. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right. Talk back at it again, baby. This time, courtesy Up and Adams, the Kay Adams show on was it the Draft FanDuel Network, whatever that is. She had on none other than Chris Collinsworth, the Collinsworth slide himself. Actually, that's something I wish we would bring back.
I do too.
Like I really liked the Collinsworth slide. It was a thing to look forward to. It was a reason for me to be tapped into Sunday Night Football before the game started. Neither here nor there, because he, obviously the now proprietor of Pro Football Focus, jumped on with all the buzz that is happening about his business and all the people talking about how they are just doing things wrong, and I don't know why anybody listens to him. This is what he had to say. This is cut one. On what he thinks when he's hearing all these PFF combos going around in football.
Thanks for the attention. You're helping our sales. I mean, it's sort of ironic that we've had other coaches that have complained much louder to me about this, right? And those guys would call me, and I would say, Coach, come on in. Meet my guys. Look at our system. Pick it apart. Do anything you want. Just take a look at the whole thing. Of those coaches, one of them asked for and did buy into our company. One of them asked to buy into the company and said he couldn't afford it. And another one endorsed cutting a player based on PFF grades with the team that he was with.
First part was just fluff and kind of a weak crutch. Thanks for the attention, basically. Thanks for the.
Wait, aren't you to just spell the name right, guy?
I am, but I think that was a reach right there. The just spell the name right part of it was J.J. Watt. You know, J.J. Watt torching him helped PFF. He was right about that. By the way, he was wearing a PFF hat.
Was he? I don't remember that.
He was wearing a PFF hat the whole time he was doing the Kay Adams interview. Which again,
you mean Collinsworth? I thought you were talking about J.J. I was no. I feel like I would have noticed that.
No. But the second part, I would, and I think he did do this if I remember correctly. He did invite JJ to go visit as well.
Yeah, they let football folks go up and kind of get a feel for it. I mean, you got to remember, as you've illustrated, so I want to give you your credit here. The Pro Football Focus public portions of their stats isn't their main business. In fact, a lot of these stats programs, the public-facing portion of it isn't their main business. They sell access in blocks
all
to
32 teams,
to media, to teams. Like, I think that those are the places where they really make their money. And I think it's worth saying that a lot of the things that they do well aren't these rankings necessarily that are the public consumption.
Yeah.
It's the other things that they do. I will say though, I hear you going, trying to use Collinsworth, the not even names, but like people in the industry. The thing I will point to is not just because people are in the industry doesn't mean they're good. And I'm not saying inherently that means that everybody in the industry or there's people in the industry that are awful, but just like we've seen it, we know, like we see dudes that are like.
But they also have experience in the game, beyond anyone else, so they might see things that hey.
But also like just saying, there was a coach that advocated for firing guys based off of this profile. Do I know that's a good one, right? Like, what happens if you get up here and tell me, well, Nathaniel Hackett came in and he said that he would fire a guy based on Pro Football
David
Focus.
Culley bought into the company.
You know what I mean? Like, these are not all the same thing. These are not all the same thing. So, like, I hear him on that, and I think that there's some middle ground within this entire conversation.
No,
I found that to be funny.
This is the definition of the truth is in the middle. The truth, because J.J. Watt was not wrong by and large.
Not at all.
But neither is he. As we've mentioned, there are some incredible value, things in PFF that we don't even know about that is good enough for, of those 32 teams, there are also some really good coaches in there, some really good general managers in there. 32 means the Texans, have been involved. So the truth is somewhere in the middle in terms of it has incredible value and some of it is not worth the I was going to say paper it's written on, but you get the pixels it's written on.
It's being displayed on. Okay, very good. Thank you for coming into the modern era, Grandpa. I'm not going to lie. Every time we've had this conversation this week, and I know it's been a few times, I'm like, all right, I hope this is the end of it. And then something else pops up. I'm like, damn, we got to talk about this again. So I will say it once again, at the risk of prompting another conversation about it on Monday. I hope this is where we get to leave this.
Yeah.
Like, it is a tool. It is not a master key by any means. And there's definitely some bias that happens within what's happening there. I know there's really intriguing matchups in the NFL this weekend.
Really good ones.
And I think that there's some things that are kind of popping up as well. I think there's a hate watch alert here, if you don't mind, because Andy Slater on Twitter, he made mention of the fact that Dolphins-Browns in Cleveland, lake effect might be in a crazy way. Apparently, they could have 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts in this game. So you've got Tua Tagovailoa and Dylan Gabriel in a tsunami. Well, not a tsunami, but in crazy wind.
2 left-handed quarterbacks.
Who doesn't want to watch that?
No one. Everyone wants to watch that.
Hey, they can't build that stadium quick enough.
Actually,
man.
it might be a tsunami. 94% chance of rain,
Yeah.
36 mile per hour gusts, 65 degrees. First and foremost, who is paying their hard-earned money to sit out there? Who are those people?
Browns fans?
Again, who are those people?
I don't know if they're going to pay this week.
Well, you never know, especially after last night. They might be a little bit irritated. But, man, what's the over-under gone to?
That's a good question.
It
Give me
has
a
to
second.
dip down to like 35 or something.
Man.
34.
Better be 15. That score might be 9-3.
Over-under is 36.5.
Yeah, I'd still take the under on that. No, it's going to be worth the watch, but one of a lot of games with intrigue. Now, that intrigue, as you said, is more rubbernecking.
Yes, there's a train crash about to happen. Would you like to watch the carnage?
Yeah, no, they about to be hitting cameras and everything on the sideline.
And
sideline reporter going to be wearing helmets.
Hey, Lord knows, I don't want to see no kickers.
I do. I absolutely want to see a kicker.
Man, he's going to fly out of the stadium.
He's going to be like
into the lake.
He's going to be like those guys that play their slice. They aim way to the left into the woods, and then the slice takes it.
It's like, hey, your feet are aimed up wrong. Like, no.
I know.
Just wait. It's like, oh, wow, he's in the fairway.
They got to get that stadium built ASAP.
Immediately. But at least one thing, I don't know if you saw this, the city of Cleveland and the Browns actually came to an agreement. I think the Browns are going to pay like $100 million to the city. So the city is cool with them moving the stadium out of the city, but they'll get that money to help them actually demolish the old stadium in Huntington Bank Stadium, and everybody will be all
And real
happy.
quick, wake up early Sunday.
Well,
wake up early Sunday.
Yeah, but I don't know how fun it's going to be because the Jags might have even more life in this game. Adam Schefter reporting that Puka Nacua, this is actually within an hour, Puka Nacua has been ruled out for Sunday's game in London. So that London game between the Jags
big game,
and the Rams, I feel like the Jags have a good opportunity to win there, which, of course, much to our chagrin, because I would very much like to see the Jags drop some games.
Yeah.
So there's fewer teams between the Texans and trying to win an AFC South once again. That's some of the things around the NFL here. Somebody said this will probably be the game where Stefanski puts in Shador when it's 50 to 60.
Oh, boy.
If I'm Shador, man, don't do that to him, man.
He might.
Well, man,
shots Andrew
He
Berry.
better not do that.
That would be the ultimate shot.
You know what this game feels like? Can we get some Jerome Ford or Quinshon Judkins and Devon Achane? Like, that's it. Neither of those quarterbacks have good arms either.
Yeah.
Throwing into the wind, gross. Nasty. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, preseason game 4 happened yesterday in Atlanta for your Rockets, and it was the Reed Showcase. What does it mean to you? 713-572-4610. Let's do that next.
The Drive with It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on a Football Friday. Shout out football to Greg from the ATL. Apparently he's taking his pops out to flying into the Niners game.
Niners game. Next
Okay.
week, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
For some reason I read that as flying into Seattle for this game, but no, going to the Niners game. Shout out to Greg, man. Way to take the pops out there, man. That's cool. Is Pops a Niners fan or something, or are y'all just going and watching football?
No, I think
together?
he's just a Texas fan. Got him for that game. Maybe not. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. So shout out to you, and of course, if you want to shout out, 713-572-4610. The biggest shout out that's necessary on a day like today, coming off of the fourth preseason game for the Rockets versus the Hawks, is one Reed Sheppard. They call him Cocaine Curry around some parts. Do you call him Cocaine Curry?
I do not, but I don't mind it. I get it.
So matter of fact, 29 points in this game, and it wasn't just the fact that these points were going in. It was the way that it was kind of happening. You saw a much more confident Reed Sheppard, willing to pull off of the dribble, really effective, still, great hands defensively, getting steals. What did this game mean to you, if anything at all? 713-572-4610.
Oh, it means something, and I don't think anybody can deny that. I don't want to go over the top. Now, I've been saying, I think ultimately, maybe not.
All-Star Reed Sheppard.
I've been saying that.
All NBA.
First team All NBA.
Well,
Reed
Reggie's the one that made
Sheppard.
3/5 of the starting lineup All NBA the other day. I don't know, but either way, I don't want to go over the top. You can't.
Best point guard in Rockets team history, Reed Sheppard.
That's going to be the next Steph Curry, guys.
That's right.
Better than Snap Reed Sheppard.
Curry's going to wish he was Reed Sheppard.
Sorry, you were saying?
No, I don't want to go over the top too much because I have been saying I think ultimately he's going to be the point guard. It's more of one of those logic things for me. A guy that can distribute, a guy that can shoot, a guy that can space the floor once the ball is on the interior. A true point guard is what he is, and everybody's like, well, Amen Thompson, yeah, that's a good option. We've seen that. Whatever it may be, just pick your player that you think could Şengün, of course he's going to be part of running a big part of running the offense. It's going to go through him. I get all that. What I'm saying is when it comes half-court game, you need a point guard, you need to protect the ball, you need to be able to space the floor. I've been saying Reed Sheppard, I think, is ultimately going to probably be the majority of that. That said, I don't want to go too far over the top, like, welcome to the dark side. I think I told you that before the show.
That's right.
Are you ready to come to the dark side?
You did.
I'm not going to do that in a serious tone, but you can't deny he was playing starters. The Rockets sat a lot of their guys, the vast majority of their big-time players, in fact. But
he was playing Atlanta Hawks starters, I will say.
I'm not going to downplay it. I'm not going to poo-poo the Atlanta Hawks.
Well,
that was a starting NBA lineup that he faced in the final preseason game. Whatever you want to say about the Hawks, he went 29, 6, 6, 4 steals. You cannot downplay that.
This ain't summer league.
Yeah, you cannot downplay that. Yes.
Or the G League.
The Hawks may not. That's starting NBA lineup that he did that against.
Well,
somewhere in there is what Reed Sheppard is. Yeah.
I will read that comment later, but I love it. If you know what I'm saying, 832. No, I don't say that to downplay. I say it to contextualize. It's like I don't think that he had like the best guards out there necessarily guarding him. Now, to be fair, I do want to give him credit because I do love this. I think that this illuminates some things for Reed Sheppard. Because like Nikhil Alexander Walker had him sometimes. He also had a steal where he was getting the ball back after turning the ball over. Like I still think there's room to go.
Yeah, kind of a little scrape that he
had.
Yeah.
There's still room to grow here, and I don't think anybody is saying that he's a finished product. I think that for me, seeing him in this context, seeing him have a good game where he's 5 of 13 from 3, 12 of 22 from the field, aggressive, willing to shoot, all of that makes it feel like, okay, he's good to play in a rotation. I still don't want to lean on him as a starter. Like I don't want him to play those major minutes, but I do want him to be very focal very focal in what you're doing in your rotation as a dude that spaces, as a dude that comes in and is able to secondary playmake. Remember, we were having the conversations of Reed coming in and being your backup point guard. I think that this very much made me feel better about that as a situation, as a position for him, as when you come in, because I think that he has an opportunity to do that, something at least similar to that, more consistently, maybe with toned down minutes against second units consistently. And that was the point that I ultimately wanted to make.
But I also feel, November, December, maybe it's not going to be, Reed Shepard, getting as many minutes as we think. But January, February, March, I think it could happen. The development that we've been craving for it with Reed Shepard. And keep in mind, he went 29-6, 6-4 in 29 minutes. That is efficiency personified right there. So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, there's your guy. Well,
there's something there, though.
But yeah, but what I am saying is there's a guy that's going to be a big part of it. Yeah, that's a guy that's going to be a big part.
That's why I'm kind of hesitant. We talked about the whole trade for Austin Reeves.
Yeah.
That's why I'm kind of like,
you said it.
Yeah, like I'm not sure, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point to bring up, right? The idea of what else are you doing offensively if you're trying to bring in Austin Reeves? I was like, I think one of the things I said, or even the Spencer Dinwiddie conversation that was had, and I was like, he's not a point guard, and anything that he does, I'd much rather Jabari or Tari to do.
Yeah.
Some of that is also I'd rather Reed Shepard to do. I'd rather give him the opportunity, because what we're talking about is his rookie year, he wasn't given the opportunity to do some of these things. So now, of course, the reasons were fairly clear is that, there still needed to be some more development to that. But I feel like what you've seen here is like proof of concept that he's ready to be a part of your rotation. I don't know that this necessarily says that I'm ready to lean on him. But again, good to see it, right? And I know that I'm going to be the person that's lagging on this. I think a lot of people are more excited to see it, and I'm glad that that's the case. Ultimately, we all want the Rockets to be good. You know who else I think is glad in this, at least this week to some degree? Tari Eason.
How's that? Tari
Eason obviously looked really good, but you remember when, was it ESPN put their NBA top 100 rankings out?
Yeah.
Or was it NBA? I can't remember who it was, but it was either ESPN or NBA that had put out their top 100. Yeah, he was a little peeved because he did not make an appearance in the top 100. He absolutely made an appearance in the top 100 for the Ringers top 100. He actually comes in ahead of Jabari Smith Jr. in the top 100 rankings. I found that to be very interesting. I believe, and of course I need to pull up the top 100 once again here. I believe that he was in the 80s compared to Jabari Smith Jr., interestingly enough, 97.
Well, I mean, I actually don't feel like that's, a big slight to him by any stretch. It's probably a boost to Tari Eason because the guy's got to stay healthy, and so maybe it's more projection with Tari Eason.
80 is where Tari Eason came in. 5 Rockets, by the way, end up on the top 100 here. Like I mentioned, Jabari at 97. He is right around, let's say, Anthony Simons, Brad Beal. I mentioned Tari Eason, who is in the company of like Christian Brown, Mitchell Robinson. Other than that, Amen Thompson comes in at 35.
That seems fair, man.
Very much. Like he is right next to John Morant, if you want any level of context here. That's the level of play that the Ringer is viewing him at. Alperen Sengun, 22. 22
who was it that predicted Amen would be Defensive Player of the Year over Wemby?
I can't recall
I saw that yesterday.
And that one's going to be real hard.
That's going to be tough.
You're going to need Wemby to play like, he's not. He just has to miss the number of games necessary.
Yeah.
But like, because
by the way, he looks really good.
He led the league in blocks last year, and he played about half the season.
I know.
Like it's just going to be.
I'm saying he looks good just all around. Right
and he's grown. He's 7. Like he's dunking. You remember when like he just wasn't getting off the ground?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like some of the time with Wemby dunking.
And just standing there, boom.
Obviously, to finish this out, Kevin Durant, number 10, like still a top 10 player in a lot of estimations. I found it because that's a question I've had is how are people looking at Kevin Durant still? Right, obviously 37. That's the 8. Still looking at him as a top 10 player. Best pure scorer of the generation is obviously one of those things that we know. I'm excited for this team, man.
Well, that third preseason game, the one in Birmingham. There were some moments there where you looked at Durant and you're like, oh, yeah. Remember, my big thing with Durant coming to the Rockets was I just think it's going to be fun. And it was fun even in the preseason, just like some of the shots he was making. Oh, my
just
God.
the scoring, man.
Yes. Oh, my God.
Now, the only thing I did feel a little bit, I'm interested, did you feel this at all going back to that third preseason game? It started feeling a little bit you go, I go, which, again, isolation basketball would look like that at some times, which it felt like was what Kevin Durant was doing at times.
Yeah.
Did you get that feel at all as you were watching it?
No, but I know what you're talking about because there was an element of that, and it kind of leads to the question of, is this going to be that type of offense? Is it just going to be not necessarily you go, I go, but just ISOs, just ISOs and here's the ball and 1-4 flats and all that stuff. And, I don't know if I like that or not with anyone other than Kevin Durant.
Well, but that's the beauty is if you're going to do that,
it's got to be him.
That's the guy you do it with.
Yeah.
But yeah, and again, I actually don't think it's a bad thing if it gets to that. I was just like, that's interesting that I'm seeing that early on. Super, super excited for Tuesday when the season starts. In fact, I'll be out, courtesy of Michelob Ultra for the Houston tip-off watch party. If you want to come out, have a brew, watch some basketball, talk some hoops, we'll do that on Tuesday. But coming up next here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, let's go. Let's talk about what's popping, including college football has a particular coach that's not moving around, and Blue Jays put belt to ass. Let's talk about that and more next.
The Drive.
The smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy,
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Friday. That's crazy that it took me a second to remember that it's a Football Friday. In fact, speaking of the Football Friday, the fun of it all, the fellas of the drive, it'll be Clint and B. Scott this week. They're out at the BB's Tex Orleans in Kingwood. So go out and see the fellas there right off of 59 from 2 to 6. Get you the drive with Stoerner and Hughley commemorative pint glass. That's on offer, as well as the other giveaways.
Get some of that food, too. That food is good,
Food
man.
is solid,
Is
man.
excellent. There's one right here in the Heights that we go to, yeah.
I'm trying to think.
There's one right around the corner, too.
I got a po' boy. I got like 3 different things last time I went. Had a whole bunch of good food. So food, merriment.
It's crazy because people only think of BB's as just like, oh, crawfish season. Let me go to BB.
Yeah.
Man, you could go all year round, man. They got some good food.
I do.
No, seriously.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
I do. It's like it's close to my house.
Yeah. We were just talking about Reed. Obviously, if you did not catch it, Reed Shepherd, fantastic outing, 29 points, 6 boards, 6 rebounds, 4 steals in a effort that really the points don't matter. I think that's the big takeaway from seeing a lot of the backups. Some Josh Kogi was kind of nice with it too. A guy who I'm not sure if will be consistently in your rotation, but will be part of that stay ready group that can jump in. But yeah, Reed Shepherd's fantastic night was the big takeaway from a game out there in Atlanta, the final preseason game before things get started for the Rockets on Tuesday. Thing I was talking about with our guy Lacey on the text line back and forth. I wanted to be clear about this. I think the big thing for me is the confidence that Reed Shepherd showed. There's sometimes, I think there's something to be said in basketball in particular, but sports in general, when you're alongside and on the court or the playing surface with like guys that are bigger than you, not physically, but like obviously have a bigger profile than you. KD, Amen, Alperin, Jabari, of like trying to fit in and having to try and find that compared to the second unit is yours, Reed Shepherd, go crazy. I think that is probably going to, if in my estimation, if I was making those decisions, give Reed Shepherd the green light to be maximum confident, which I hope gives you maximum efficiency like you saw last night.
Well, I think that's going to be the plan to begin the year. I'll say it again, not to just harp on this, but I think come February, March might be different.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Based on that confidence and production.
And I would sure hope so, right?
Yeah.
Like ultimately, that's everybody's looking forward to. If you hit on Reed Shepherd and he looks like the guy that you drafted number 3 overall, the talent that you have here continues to show itself. And you give yourself more and more of an opportunity to put your best foot forward in the West and in the NBA this year. All right. A little bit of belt to ass happening last night as the Blue Jays did it again, 11 hits and 8 runs versus the Mariners. And so that series, the ALCS, is now tied up. The road team, I think, in the postseason, or in the last 3 seasons, rather, of postseason play, or rather of championship series play, I want to make sure I get that right, 14-3.
Yeah, well, the Astros identical thing happened to them, 2-2. 2 on the road, 2 at home. The road team won. But you know what last night's game made me think about? And
What's that?
This is going to sound weird. The Texans. Biggie, you remember this. I think you were at the game too. Remember okay, so they tied the series up with the Mariners. If this goes 7 games, it's Monday night. Game 7 is Monday night between the Mariners and the Blue Jays. Remember that game we had here?
Oh, yeah.
Against the Eagles?
Yeah.
NRG Stadium. Like, all of a sudden, Seattle doesn't seem – it's going to be awkward there. All those – they had the TVs on the concourse on the Astros game. There was – the attendance was obviously affected.
Yeah.
I think don't undersell the help that the Texans get if the Mariners Blue Jays go 7 games.
That could be really interesting. Somebody said, please get the Blue Jays to the World Series. I'm right there with you for numerous reasons, including Max Scherzer, one of like the, those great ones. You talk about old guys doing it. Last night there was 3 old guys who were out here just putting up a show. It was Aaron Rodgers, it was Joe Flacco, and it was Max Scherzer.
It was icy hot Thursday.
100%, baby. 100%. I know all of them feel crazy today. Max Scherzer in his 500th career start, 5 2/3, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. By the way, he had a 10.20 ERA in September. Like he came out in a time where they needed it the most, was really good. In fact, you see him
that's what I was going to talk about.
Manager?
Fall off.
Get back in there.
I'm not a lip reader, but I know what he said.
It looked like he wanted to give him belt the ass.
He was like, ain't no bleeping way you're taking me out of this game. And the manager's like, okay.
If you say so, boss man, okay. You got it.
He was right.
He was right.
He was right. Like, so, and I kind of like that. I like numbers and stuff, but I kind of like the nostalgia of seeing the strong man pitcher of sorts, the guys that are out there, and he's just like, no, I want this moment. I want the ball. You're not you're taking it out of my cold dead hand.
I've watched that video far too many times where he wasn't even past the white lines, the third base line.
He said, "Don't do that."
And he was yelling at him.
Don't do that. Ain't nothing over here for you, big dog.
That's right. What are you coming over here for?
Stay over there. Yeah. So that was really cool. But yeah, that series tied up. Mariners now, and not only is the series tied up, the Blue Jays kind of reversed what I said in those first 2 games, where I was like, oh man, it feels like the Mariners are just beating them and have their number. You could say the similar thing if these were the first 2 games of the series. You go, the Blue Jays know exactly what to do with the Mariners here. So it's the kind of series that I think. Actually, I feel like you would want a series that's a little bit closer with all the drama as a neutral observer. But as I'm not neutral, I want the Mariners to lose. I think I've realized, and so this has made me kind of more interested in. Okay, the Blue Jays can do this in the other way as well. On the other championship series, the Dodgers are finding their way to this. They are up 3-0, and it feels like they're on their way to another World Series.
The Dodgers seem inevitable, and Shohei is pitching. To watch. Sorry, Figgy. But that's going to be fun to watch.
What you saying sorry to me for? That's your man.
Yeah, exactly. That's your team. It's your man.
Let's go Dodgers.
Which actually, this the way this is setting up might also continue to help the Dodgers, right? Where they're looking like they might get done with their series sooner rather than later. And this ALCS feels like it might go a good long way.
And Shohei hadn't even really hit the ball that much in this series. But by the way, back to the other series, I wasn't sure I was ever going to see a postseason like that one we were talking about earlier this week. That who was it that was here? But Vlad Jr., 15 for 33, 5 Beltran, 15 for 33, 5 home runs, 11 RBI, 1.47 OPS.
And like 1.47 OPS is the thing that sounds like, oh, well, he's having a great April. You know what I mean? He's having a great April. This is October, baby.
That's alien stuff.
That is sick.
He is having a postseason.
Yeah, man, I've actually had quite a fun watching the ALCS. NLCS, not so much me personally. But yeah, baseball has been fun. Speaking of baseball, mind you, did you see this from John Heyman?
What's that?
That Manny Ramirez apparently has been getting the word out via his agent, via his representation, that he is looking for a job. What job in particular? Hitting coach in Major League Baseball. In fact, they have reached out to all 30 teams apparently. You in on the Manny Ramirez hitting coach extravaganza here in Houston?
I'm in on him as a hitting coach, not here in Houston. I think it's just going to be fun to what he's a special teams coach. You know,
but don't say nothing about Frank Ross.
But they're all crazy. But like
that is actually fair.
Most of them are crazy anyway.
It's going to be like Brian Cushing out there trying to train people.
He's going to be like that, or the special teams coach that sets his hair on fire and everything else, but as a hitting coach. So I don't want it here, but I think it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I don't think I want it here either. Like the thing about it is he's just a fun personality. I think the fellas of the morning show of Payne and Pendergast were playing some of the things that make him eccentric and fun. And the question I have is, I don't know that you actually want your hitting coach to be eccentric. Like, is that something that you actually want? And for me, I'm not sure that that's the case, right? I do love, obviously, he's a dude that's done in the league. I think that you need that when you're talking about a hitting coach. But you also want to be attuned to the numbers, and maybe I shouldn't put that as you want that. I think that front offices rather, want you to have some attachment there. And the question I have actually ties in with Joe Madden. Obviously, we know Joe Madden, very good manager in his time in baseball. He was on a podcast that the name of which I've forgotten at this point, but he was making the point that I think a lot of people believe that front offices probably like having a manager that's lower in experience because they're less likely to push back on some of the front office things that oftentimes come out of spreadsheets and such. And I wonder if that also goes with hitting coaches, right? Where Manny Ramirez feels like he might be someone that pushes back on some of the, I guess, popular wisdom or conventional wisdom that might happen with the numbers nerds or whatever of a front office. I do wonder how much you need that kind of static in the coaching ranks from a hitting coach comparatively to somebody that's going to be amicable, and we already have enough friction with the various different challenges of a 162 game season.
I don't know how much that is true. It's interesting. I do think it's absolutely true what he said about or could be true. The managers with inexperience, they do that here. I mean, let's just be honest. They do it here. They've done it here. Outside of Dusty, obviously, but then there was friction. Then there was a reported friction, I
mean, Dusty's written about it, right? Like that's kind of the way that it goes. And not to say that I think that he definitely will. I want to be clear here. But I feel like a guy of Manny Ramirez.
I think it's safe to say he'll definitely have some moments.
Opinionated nature, I guess is the way that I'll say.
Don't say he won't, because I think he will.
That's the only thing I think about in that. Plus, also, I think there's always the popular thought of, just because you're great, does that mean that you can then convey that greatness on to others?
That's what I was going to say. Do y'all feel comfortable enough for a former player like that wasn't really doing that type of stuff to jump in?
This isn't Magic trying to coach basketball with guys.
And thank God.
Yeah.
That was rough.
This isn't like Magic trying to coach basketball of not being able to translate what he inherently knows.
Yeah.
This is hitting.
Sure.
And hitting is a science.
But I was going to say, how would you feel if somebody like Roger Clemens said, "Hey, I'll be the Astros pitching coach"? Would you feel comfortable with that, or it's like, you gotta?
I actually would.
Really?
The science behind what hitting and pitch is just phenomenal. I mean, it's not like, well, do it. I did it that way. Well, we're not you.
Yeah,
we're not you.
Yeah. If I can add in, I think it's one of the things that makes MLB Network the best of like the league networks or whatever, because you get these hitters getting up here, running video and showing you and talking about technique, and it's like, oh goodness, this is incredible. I can see how this will help. So I feel you there. I'd just be interested to see. But yeah, I
think his when he's not a loon, I think his approach. And I mean, his numbers were outrageous, but his approach and his ability to dissect, whether it's pitchers or things in your swing or angles, and I think it would be next level.
So you're in then?
No, I would kind of like to see him be a hitting coach in Major League Baseball, but not here.
Why not here?
I think man, there are so many elements at work. I mean, imagine him and Jeff Bagwell getting at it, and Jim Crane.
They'll be chopping it up, man.
Maybe. I mean, maybe they're best friends. They played in the same era, whatever, or at least mostly. I think it would be kind of a little wild here, man. A little wild here.
Manny
being Manny.
Manny being Manny.
Just Manny being Manny. That's what everybody's saying on the text line. All right. That's a little what's popping here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're still gearing up for Texans Seahawks. Of course, it's a Monday night game, so we'll have another time, a chance to talk about it. But still, what questions are you sitting with right now as we continue to move towards it? 713-572-4610, because I have a couple. Let's talk about them next.
Ready? Back after the bye week. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Thank you, Mr. Big Voice Man. It is indeed an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday. I don't know what that is, but maybe was the board just excited to get in on Football Friday too?
Everything's excited.
Ready to play some White Snake.
That's what I play on my Football Fridays. Maybe they'll play it during the drive where Clinton B. Scott are out at the
I kind of want to hear it.
BB's Tex Orleans.
There we go.
There we go. That's the Football Friday now. In fact, shout out to White Snake. I'm making a shout out Football Friday, 713-572-4610. I'll try and get the shout outs as they go along. Shout out to Lacey, who we were chopping up a little bit of a Reed Shepherd earlier on the text line. Shout out indeed also to the Texans because they've got a big one this on the other side of this weekend, really, Monday night. This is going to be a big test, and I think there's a lot of questions that we're still thinking about. In fact, this one feels like it's going to be the answer to a lot of questions for this team in general. So, again, 713-572-4610 is the number, YouTube or the Twitch chat. Let us know. What are the questions that you're sitting with right now as we head towards the Texans Seahawks? Because I have a few that are sitting on the front of my mind.
Yeah, and I don't want to be like too obvious here. But
there's no too obvious.
Yeah, but because I know what
TJ Stroud had to have a good game.
No, not that. That's obvious. But I mean, can they block? Is it real?
That is not like.
Is it real?
That's something that you can't take for granted.
Yeah.
We've learned that over the last year and change. That is not something you could take for granted.
If I asked you, is this a good offensive line? What's your answer? Figgy?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Like, I'm getting to the point where I can go, possibly.
Is it above average?
No.
Oh, definitively.
You threw above in there. Like,
is it average?
The starting point is it average? Like that is where we start the bidding. You go to above average, and that's a big old buddy. You done gone to like whoa.
Hey, let's not get too crazy.
You got too much chip on your dip, big dog. Above average?
Is it average? I think the answer is still I don't. I think it's still I don't know.
Right, like maybe.
Yeah.
Possibly,
this is the perfect test to find out.
The question is, what questions are you sitting with? I can't just shake that. There's so many things. We talk about the Nico game and the secondary, and they're getting healthy. And I know you're going to touch on some of this, but to me, it's very straightforward.
Right, and maybe, and I balked yesterday at somebody saying, "Oh, these guys just aren't that smart," and I was like, "Yeah, I wouldn't go there." However, on Monday, on Tuesday, I might have opportunity to say, "Yeah, this offensive line isn't that smart," because they were killed last year. That they actually haven't really fixed all that well this year. Oh, games have whooped their ass every time.
Stunts.
And the game masters over there in Mike McDonald, he's going to have them running TE games and things of that nature. And I don't think I could stomach Ariante Irsay getting earholed, even though it's happened from time to time. Some of that's to be expected with a rookie tackle. But what's the excuse for the remainder of the offensive line? You can't be getting got by these, especially in a game like this, because that will lose you a football game.
And then just to kind of hone in even more so on that, the interior offensive line.
Yes.
You've got a center, which I don't know, he's something of an overachiever, I guess. He's a guy that he's a lunch pail guy. It seems like. You have a right guard that has had his moments and then completely forgot which way to go against the Titans.
I think that's more communication.
He's been okay. A lot of people are like, "Oh, he's having a good year." Well, he's been okay. We'll see. This game is going to be a pivot point for me, just on the offensive line. It's going to be a pivot point in the sense of just what this team is as well. But it's going to be a pivot point just on the offensive line. And then you got Juice, which I don't know, and I've been one of his bigger advocates. Like, the guy deserves to at least get a shot to play. And then look at their interior. Look at what the Seahawks have on the inside.
Yeah, honestly, even the outside isn't like Boye Mafe has been able to get.
No, but I'm saying like the interior line is.
You're right.
Up against.
No, you're 100% correct. But what my point was, that is a given at this point. I think that's one of the points that we've. I think enough. So I'll say it once more. The interior absolutely is incredible. Those edges are still really smart with what they do, working off of that interior. So it's going to be like that full effort all the way across. But yeah, are you guys capable of actually handling this test when you get to real challengers as opposed to a Tennessee Titans defensive line that is one guy and the pips, or a Baltimore Ravens defensive line that is battered, bruised, and not that good to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that all of those things are fine and good. Getting it done on that level is necessary for you to then get to this point. But you can't get to this point and not show up, because then all of the things that national media say about, well, I mean, the offensive line isn't that much better, and that's ultimately going to be your downfall. You don't want. I mean, ultimately, it's not about making someone right, but don't make them right in this instance. I think is something that I would want. One of the big questions I've been thinking on, because I've been trying to see who has had success against the Seahawks early, and the answer is Week 1 versus the San Francisco 49ers. And so 17-14 was the victory for the Niners. Again, Sam Darnold only threw for, I think, 150 yards, and a good amount of that was in the air versus directly to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Like, they did a good job. So I was like, what did Robert Saleh and the Niners defense do well against the Seahawks? And some of that was, they got a little funky with it, where they had like the likes of Michael Williams on the defensive line,
like it, a little funky,
dropping into coverage. They had some interesting things. Not to say that they were like completely just doing bits out there defensively, but the question that came to mind for me is, how much will D'Amico and Matt Burke, depending on, I mean, as a team, obviously they're putting together the game plan, but whoever the game caller is, will they get a little weird with it? A little bit, because Seattle did, or rather San Fran had a little bit of success doing some weird stuff. Now it's Week 1. We hadn't seen what the Seattle Seahawks were going to develop into. There's division familiarity, so maybe throwing a curveball matters when you have the fastball of they know what you do on a typical basis. But I'm interested in seeing, like, where will D'Amico and Matt Burke go? Like, well, I mean, we know that this is a defense that kind of keeps it a little vanilla. Not to say that they don't have their variations with it, but they do what they do. They're going to rush with their 4. They're going to have their 2 linebackers, sometimes 3 when they decide to go to base. They're going to have Jalen Petrie, who is capable of coming up and playing kind of like a linebacker. They're going to trust their secondary. Like, they're going to kind of do that. Are they going to maybe throw in some interesting things? I know even when they blitz, you know where the blitz is coming from. When the Texans decide to blitz, who's blitzing?
Petrie.
Right? Like, these are the things. These are kind of, you know what's coming. We know what's coming. We're just going to do it better. Do they maybe take an approach where they add a little bit of sauce to it to change some things up for them? I'm interested in that.
The other thing that is interesting to me about the Seahawks is you mentioned, division familiarity, et cetera. That was also Clint Kubiak's first game.
True.
That was Clint Kubiak's first game calling plays. Since then, 31, 44, 23, and 35.
Is that good?
That's good.
Okay.
So I think he's been, and there's something to that. Boy, did we learn that, here. It took 3 games to even get offense. So I don't know if that's a qualifier or not, but it's a factor. He was a first game ever calling plays, and then all of a sudden they start humming a little bit. Now they kind of eked one out last week, but still, I think Clint Kubiak, we'll have to see if he can adjust to whatever the Texans do show.
A question that comes in here on the text line from the 979. Can anyone besides Nico Collins get separation on offense? This is going to be interesting. Again, we talked about it early on in the show. If you're looking at the initial injury reports that came out yesterday after the first kind of practice of the week, the Seattle Seahawks are getting back in. What was the number again? 4? 4 defensive backs got
safety
back to practicing.
And 3 cornerbacks.
And that was the thing that we were looking at, is they had a little bit of issue with the secondary, or at least they were a little bit more susceptible in the secondary, because they've had injuries and they've had to do a little bit of duct tape and things together to make it go. They have talented dudes in the secondary. Tariq Woolen is very good. That Julian Love had as a safety is very good, right? And so the opportunity for them to be able to plaster, especially guys like Jaden Higgins or Christian Kirk, and make you one-dimensional. And when I say plaster, I don't even mean like with a ton of attention, but just having guys that are capable of handling them in a normal circumstance and going, we can add attention to Nico Collins, or we could just make it so that you're one-dimensional and you don't have the coverage busts or the opportunities to just, make the adjustment at the line, take a shot. That's really hampers what the Texans do. They actually have an incredibly high explosive play rate, and we've seen through experience that's kind of necessary. Yeah. A lot of quick passing and even run game that is okay but not great. If those things are mitigated, those explosive plays become even more important.
Well, and that's a fair question that the texter brought up, but I'm on the exact opposite side for a very particular reason. Mentioned it yesterday. You say, what am I sitting with? On the offensive side, what outside of the offensive line, Nico Collins has one more catch than Dalton Schultz. He ranks 38th in the NFL in receiving yards. Yes, we all want other guys to get separation.
Sure.
Against a zone defense like Seattle likes to run, you've got to feed Nico. You got to go full Jamar Chase on his ass.
23 targets.
I'm not saying
lock it in. Get your sports app of choice and lock in 23 targets.
I'm not saying 23 targets,
my
but
bad.
you better feed that guy. We've talked about all year. We've talked about, and he's had his moments here and there, but he's got 22 catches. That's it. Dalton Schultz has 21. He's 38th in the league in receiving yards. When are you going to start feeding the beast here, man?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, and I'd be interested to see, especially as you mentioned, a lot of zone. Are they able to use that to their advantage? Because when it comes to man, you know that you can, if you get one-on-one with Nico, well, I trust Nico to go get that. I also trust Nico to find spaces in a zone. I do wonder if you don't see, or if you do see, a distribution that favors Nico, especially when you'll need it, or if you maybe, because it's a zone, see a lot of Dalton Schultz over the middle. Comparative, see how that goes. Question that I've been sitting with, John Lopez. Are the turnovers going to come through?
Yes.
Because, you got 3 turnovers against the Ravens. I think we'll admit. Some of that is this defense is good, and some of that is the Ravens were in a bad spot, right? Before that, you had 3 turnovers as a defense entirely. And not to say that that's bad by any means, but that's not quite what we were hoping for this turnover defense with the pressure that they're able to maybe apply and maybe get some sacks and some fumbles. I think that is something that's going to be. I'm interested to see if that week 5, outpouring of turnovers means something continuing on, especially because in this game, it feels like winning the turnover battle is going to be necessary.
Oh, for sure. And the other part of it is at least it's a start. And you got the 3, against the Ravens. But yes, I think that has to be something that's crucial for this team. I think one more thing is. What's the running back rotation going to be?
For the Texans?
Yeah. Has the bye week all of a sudden given Woody Marks a little bit bigger role in things here? He is the more explosive player, if you're looking at this backfield. But you can't just say, thanks for your service, Nick Chubb. What's the rotation going to be? What are the touches going to be?
That's a good question. Yeah. And with the whole notion of game plan offense, I guess the simple mindset would be like if you're having to work away, like we talked to Andy, and I was like, how do you go about playing a guy, a defensive line that's really good on the interior, hoping to see some wisdom unheard of he was just run away from them, run away from them. So okay, let's get out to the tackles. Does that not fit Woody Marks better than Nick Chubb, right?
Absolutely.
So maybe that would lean you that way, but maybe there's a level of zig to the zag that I would not be considering. Hey, Nick Haley, show me a little something. Can you manufacture a little bit of a run game here? And also, can you block up a run? Again, it always comes back to that offensive line. Still with that second.
You're going to have to get to the edges.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Is that Nick Chubb or is that Woody Marks?
In theory, I go Woody Marks.
Yeah.
Nick Chubb's had some interesting opportunities to bounce them out. But, I think I would probably lean towards Woody Marks. And then also, how much does Woody Marks pass catching out of the backfield help you mitigate whatever pressure or what have you the defensive line brings? Can you slow them down that way? I want to go back to the turnovers because I think also, not just turnovers, are the sacks going to happen for these defensive ends, particularly because Sam Darnold is not one who bails out of the pocket. Sam Darnold's not one who utilizes his legs to a great degree. Are they going to be able to get home? Because they've had some challenges getting home together, right? They've gotten sacks. Obviously, they get pressure, a ton of pressure. But are they going to be able to convert those? And will those help on the back end, right? Will those help you have Kalen Bullock play as a ball hawk again in a way that it almost feels like he hasn't had the opportunity to this year? I'd be interested, especially because Sam Darnold has been pinpoint accurate this year. He's been incredible, not just throwing the ball downfield, but making sure that he has accurate passes. So is it going to be one of those things where they're challenging downfield and you're able to take it away or get PBUs, or is it going to be where he is finding the spots in the zone
accurate
of what you're doing
and getting rid of them? I still point to, and nobody here is saying that they've stunk, but I still point to the interior Texans defensive line. We know what we're getting on the outside, but Sam Darnold he's really good at stepping up and getting rid of the ball before those guys, feeling the pressure, etc. Hey, we'll see what Danico Autry does.
We've mentioned this defense, or rather linebacking rotation. How do they ultimately play that? And how disciplined is the linebackers? This is a team that in the Seattle Seahawks that actually isn't that productive running the football, but buddy, they use the play action very, very well. And so they sell it incredibly well. That's a word to the offensive line. They make it look the same no matter if they're running or passing. Sam Darnold, the running backs, they really sell it. And so it'll be real bad if you're stepping up and now causing, hey, MJ Stewart, hey, Kalen Bullock, y'all have to cover a lot more space because our linebackers got a little jumpy. Or are they capable, which they actually generally are statistically, continue to be the team that has great eyes, is not fooled by that. And
he said that again yesterday.
Forces Sam Darnold to make those pinpoint accurate throws in order to get completion.
Boy, that's going to be even more so in this game, isn't it? Because he is so good at that and looking guys off, et cetera. By the way, you had mentioned giving a lot of shout-outs on this Friday.
Yeah, man.
How about Rob? Just got released from the hospital after being stuck in there for 5 days. All the shows on 610 helped me stave off the boredom. Just wanted to say thanks, guys.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Hey, salute to you, man.
Yeah, that's big time.
Glad you're feeling better, first and foremost. But I think also it means a lot, man, that we can keep y'all company, right? Like, obviously, we're just up here shooting the bleed. Fun, but this is what makes it worthwhile, man. Otherwise, we just talking into a microphone. It's that we get a chance to really hang out with you fine folks. From the 832, they said they wouldn't mind seeing more end arounds with Noel, Kirk, Nico.
Hey, get Bobby Slowick back here.
I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. See how much those cornerbacks want to come up and tackle as well, and see if you can get out.
I thought you was talking about it won't be the worst thing in the world to get Bobby Slowick back. I'm like, well, okay.
My bad. I hate to have even given you that impression. From the 832, also shout out to my brother Rito. They say who is getting his life back on track. All right, Rito,
nice.
I see you, big dog. That's absolutely fantastic to hear. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's been a fun football Friday to this point. But coming up next, let's get our lunchtime confessions as we always do, and we will do those next.
The Drive with John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury 122-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So y'all saw that clip from last night's game when Aaron Rodgers throws the touchdown pass and was it Broderick Jones?
Yes.
is running down. Everybody's celebrating. Rodgers does the little, fist up. Broderick Jones is chasing him, gives him the big bear hug from behind, and Rodgers falls on his ass, or on his front, actually, falls on his front, and gets up and just goes full Max Scherzer on that dude.
He's so mad.
Like, what the hell? Don't ever do whatever he said. My confession is I'm kind of with Rodgers on this.
I mean, kind of. I'm 100% with Rodgers.
Right? Right? Because a lot of people are just saying it's funny and
it is funny for me on the outside looking in.
Yeah, no. And overreaction. No, man. That dude is 41 years old, had Achilles tear just a year and a half, 2 years ago.
That could have been an injury, man.
That could have been it. That could have been it. I'm like, what are you doing, Broderick Jones?
What the hell is wrong with you, man?
He's like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, we've seen it before in sports where
the silly injury,
the celebration causes an injury.
Yeah.
That's the one dude you can't afford to do that with.
Yeah, their season is over.
Right,
like that. You just can't do that.
Yeah.
That being said, you know what it took me in high school. There was and obviously football coaches. Everybody's on the football coaching team, and then some guys go coach other things, baseball, whatever. Well, apparently one of the baseball coaches told his players on the football team to go tackle the coach. Let me tell you, we got done with practice. They went and tackled him. Coach was mad, broke his glasses. He made us do up downs until he got tired. And that's immediately where my brain went, where I was like, oh, no, buddy. Like, I know that the quarterback is not the coach, but he is in middle management. Aaron Rodgers might be as close to one as
he
you
might
get.
be above middle management.
I'm like, Broderick Jones, I know he will be hearing about that later.
But a lot of people are just having fun with it and sort of like, oh, hey, be cool, Aaron Rodgers, however they're framing it. I'm like, no, man. No, I am with it. I'd have been yelling too.
No, and the funny thing is, I don't see nobody else doing this but Aaron Rodgers, though.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, this is a total Aaron Rodgers type of celebration.
He didn't even save it for later. He's like, right now, I'm telling you.
That's the Aaron Rodgers part of it.
Yeah.
Like, I imagine some people would have been like, kind of upset and then like, hey, man, come, let me talk
back in the locker room,
don't do that, man. Like, you're putting our season at risk.
He's seen it all real in the moment. The camera didn't even move.
No.
His whole life flashed before his eyes.
It was just like what?
What the hell are you doing?
With you, man?
Why are you in my personal space right now?
Gonna break a hip?
Your big ass off of me.
Have to hit his life alert on the sideline.
Yeah, got life alert.
These are my confessions.
All right. This is not about politics, but there is a politician.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is a Reggie ISO.
Guys, you will understand. Trust me. I'm not going to do y'all like that. I don't want to have that conversation either. However, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is a billionaire. He got a lot of money to him. Apparently reported on his tax filing that he took home $1.4 million in winnings after playing blackjack at a casino in Vegas last year. One outing. Not $1.4 million over a whole bunch of visits to Vegas.
Oh, I didn't even know this part.
One outing.
I just saw the tweet about the $1.4 million. I thought he was just a gambler.
One out. He
made it on one.
He made it clear that he was just like, just had a real lucky day. And I've got, like, my confession is, I can't tell if he is just a terrible liar or a great liar, or if because I can't tell. He's either the luckiest gambler, because blackjack. I mean, what did he have to be betting to win $1.4 million?
Yeah, to come in with like $2 million then.
And that's, by the way, that's a net, right? Like
that was 1.4 in winnings,
right?
Yeah.
So like, either there's that, or my brain went to, this is the way to clean the money up.
No, maybe. Yeah. I can tell you he didn't pay for his room that night. He got comped.
But that's what I thought about. I was like, at what point does the pit boss come over and say, hey, Mr. Governor, you are done here?
No, they do that.
It's not before 1.4
though? Yeah, but if he's betting, he had to.
But you got to bet a lot, too.
I was going to say he had to be betting $50,000 and $100,000 a hand.
Yeah, I'm like, maybe this is going to expose the fact that, one, I don't got money like that, which is obvious. But then, two, that I don't be betting or nothing. Because I'm like, I figured that the pit boss had been like, all right, you taking us for too much because we done got.
They do that a lot.
1.4, I figured you would have stopped well before
he
that.
He must have came in there, here go $500,000 on his hand right here.
Yeah.
Boom. Okay, let me do it again. Boom. All right, I'm done.
It was easily 50 a hand that he had to be betting.
50K?
Yeah, easily. If I'm just based on, the numbers, it had to be. I didn't know it was on one sitting. I saw the thing and I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. I didn't know it was in one trip.
Yeah, he said him and his wife just went for a little trip, came up 1.4 million over.
No big deal.
Can you imagine when he get back to work? Oh, hey, Governor, how was the weekend? I heard you went to the casino. What was the damage? Oh, just 1.4.
And here I brag about when I win $1,000. I won 1,000 in Vegas.
Yeah, it was up 1.4.
Man, I'll be happy when I get a little $40, man, because I don't be winning nothing.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man. In the year of 2025, we should not be having no ghetto-ass Zoom meetings anymore, man. and what I mean by ghetto, I'm talking about the whole, hey, mute your mic. Hey, hey, please mute your mic. I was on a Zoom call yesterday, and it was like a corporate something.
Yeah.
And
a lot of noise.
Yeah, a lot of noise, a lot of feedback. And hey, John Doe, mute your mic.
They're still going.
Yeah, I'm just like, man, and to the point, I started getting mad at the person who's controlling the meet.
Yeah, because they can mute it.
You can mute everybody in here. Mm-hmm. You could turn everybody's mic off.
Yeah.
And they went on for about 2 or 3 minutes strong. Hey, mute your mic. Hey, John Doe, mute your mic. To the point that guy got on, he ended up cutting the camera on, like, hey, I'm here. Like, yeah, we see. Mute your mic.
We know you're here.
Wait, what you say? I'm sitting there like, man, they are wasting my time.
But that is
why is we still doing that in 2025?
That's the point. That's the big part.
That's
of it.
So 2020.
Everyone has been on Zoom or StreamYard or whatever, and should know. This is my camera. This is the mute button.
The first thing I do every time I log on Zoom. First of all, I'm shutting the hell up. I'm not saying anything, and I'm looking for the mute button. Hit the mute button. If I want the camera off, cut the camera off, and then I'm good.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. Everybody should know by now. It's been 5+ years
and
it's been a thing.
And when you on Zoom and I guess the speaker, it always goes up to the front.
Yeah.
So whoever John Doe was, it kept popping up to the front.
Yeah, you could cough and all of a sudden your face is in front of everybody.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, man, come on, man. We've been doing this since 2020. It's 2025, and y'all still don't know how to work Zoom?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like we've, especially in like a corporate setting, like we've all had some level of experience with this. You should at least know the basics of how to not be embarrassed. Like, don't embarrass yourself in front of a company.
Yeah, just cut the camera off, mute your mic, and just jump on, man, and play the video game like some people was doing.
Yep. You're right.
These are my confessions.
I think I finally figured out who the dumbest people, or at least maybe not dumb is the right word, the most taken advantage of people in corporate America are. College athletic directors. Collegiate athletic directors. They will do.
Are we really crying for the collegiate athletic
directors?
No,
but they will do anything, no matter how dumb it is, to make sure that, or try to win football games.
How dumb it is. Oh, I see where you're going here, and this is spicy.
Curt Cignetti deserves the contract that he got. No one deserves. You're going to get paid $93 million no matter what. Like the outside of the show, you saw the contract, and we haven't even talked about it yet. That Cignetti got, whatever it was, $11.6 million a year.
Was it $9 million? Or no, it's 9 year rather.
9 years. But the thing about it is, much like Jimbo, much like who was the other? Oh, well, actually,
yeah, James Franklin. The reason why he's got because he signed that extension in 21, and it's just a really long extension that he signed, and that's why he's getting all that money.
They will contort themselves into the most awkward and irresponsible, frankly, positions just to keep their guy happy. No college football coach, you're going to have to pay that. If he goes 0-11, 0-12 next year, and you pay him $93 million.
That's right. Sorry, 8 year. Didn't mean
8 years.
8 year extension, 11.6 annually.
College ADs and programs will do anything. Take all our money. Doesn't matter. Are you going to win?
Well, I mean, I think it points to the fact that there's so much money invested in this, especially in being good at that level. And Indiana has been, we've talked about this, they've been in a place where they were not considered a football school. Kurt Cignetti has proven himself, honestly, a little bit more than the thing that I thought about, because you mentioned Jimbo, I actually thought more about Mel Tucker. Mel Tucker, Michigan State, where he came in and they had that 1 year with shout out to Kenneth Walker, who apparently got Mel Tucker paid. Yeah. And they immediately were like, we got to lock this down because we don't know. Like, this is the type of program where we don't know that we'll get talent, and we think we have talent, and another school comes through and steals our coach. We can't afford that. The problem is, you haven't seen for sure that guy can coach. I think we're further along in the Kurt Cignetti thing where
we are.
You know that he can coach. But that he can do it at
It's kind of the same ballpark a little bit, though.
But that kind of buyout, that it speaks to like just the total blind optimism, ambition, whatever,
Well, it's somewhat the desperation of the
desperation.
Well, right? Like desperation is what creates the super long guaranteed
fear. I don't want Penn State to come.
That's what I was about to say. You think Penn State had a lot to do with this?
Penn State is getting a lot of coaches paid this year. Penn State is going to get a lot of probably
because this happened
Rule,
right after that.
If Matt Rule doesn't take the Penn State job, he's going to have a very similar contract to this.
But I mean, think of
Mike Elko. Paid because of Penn State.
Think of all three of the coaches that you mentioned in regards to this. All of them, you look at the jobs that they took or the jobs that they were in where they get these extensions, they look up and they go, we need to change what's happening here. Or I guess in Indiana's case, we need to keep this bump that we've gotten. Same with Michigan State. Penn State was like, yo, this is a talented guy. He's gotten us wins. We've kind of continued our good fortunes that we maybe should not have at this point.
Yeah. We almost there.
Right. So, and then Jimbo was like, you remember where A&M was, where you wanted to jumpstart this thing. So, I understand the reason why it happens, but the fact of the matter is, you're right. This doesn't work nearly as often as the contract would seem to imagine, or you would imagine would happen with that contract. That's the nature of college football, baby.
College football never change. Or change a lot, one way or the other.
Oh, no, please change a lot. I feel like with all this money going around, more of that should go to the people that are playing, no? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, we got into the college football space. Let's keep it going. The weekend of college football that's coming up needs a little bit of a headline, so we turn to John Lopez for his college football headline. Let's find out what that is next.
The Drive is
That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I don't want to waste no time on this Football Friday. The football we're talking about right now is college football. It's Lopez's college football headline presented by Wrangler. What's the headline this week, John?
Are you ready for it?
Probably not, but let's get it.
You ready for it, Figgy?
Yes, sir.
Alternative Universe Saturday.
Oh.
All right.
Alternative Universe Saturday, let me explain.
Please.
LSU is an underdog to Vanderbilt.
Yeah, that is true. That is absolutely the case, and deservedly so. Vanderbilt at home as well.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that absolutely is the case. LSU's Saul versus Diego Pavia and crew. Like, yeah, no, they absolutely have, like, it's right is the way that I should say it.
But wait, there's more. USC is an underdog. No big surprise there. It's Notre Dame. Penn State is an underdog. And Indiana is favored by 4 touchdowns. What is going on in the college football world at this point with the craziness that we're seeing all around with these blue bloods and soon-to-be blue bloods, it seems like.
Is it too far to say that this is like a certain democratization of college football?
It's
is that
absolutely
am I
fair.
doing too much there?
No, it's the NIL. It's a free market.
NIL transfer portal as well. I think transfer portal has done a
NIL and transfer. Yeah.
Because like being able to have like the transfer portal, I think a lot of people were like, oh, if the guys could just leave all the time, they're just going to keep going to all the big schools.
Mm-hmm.
What we found out is it's actually given a lot of life to some other programs. Now, of course, it probably is hurt downstream if you're one of like the really smaller schools, that are outside of Power 5.
LSU is ranked. They're an underdog to. I think they're still ranked, but they're underdog to Vanderbilt. On the road. It's crazy. So I have some thoughts I wanted to share with you guys on college football this weekend.
Okay.
And let's see how they strike you and what your thoughts are. I think LSU is going to beat Vanderbilt. Despite my sarcastic love for Diego Pavia because you dumped all over him.
Wait, again, it was a very particular thing I was talking about when it came to that week being a Heisman performance. However, he has been a very good quarterback. They found ways to win with this Vanderbilt team, and they've shown that it's not a fluke.
It's not a fluke.
What they did last year, they continue to be a good football team.
No, they're really good. Pavia is really good. They are very well coached. They're tough. They're kind of like an Indiana of the South.
I've always called Vanderbilt.
They're kind of like in terms of how they play football. But keep in mind, LSU's loss was a very close game at Ole Miss that could have gone either way to the very end. And their defense, despite all their too much reliance on Nussmeier, their defense is really, really good. I think LSU might get them or should get them.
I mean, I'm not certain about that. LSU has to, kind of tighten up what they're doing. There's quite the possibility. Mm-hmm. I have leaned more and more, especially when you talk about like the chaotic nature of Vanderbilt. They're in Nashville, right? Like it's a cozy stadium, mm-hmm. and that fan base has been activated in a way that I don't think they have anytime recently. I think they taste blood. Like, this is sharks in the water.
Yes.
They liked run those goal posts up Broadway and throwing them into the river. I think they've gotten a taste of this is what it takes to be good at football. And I think that they're going to really continue to push that issue. LSU a little bit reeling a little bit, and then Nussmeier having such a rough season.
Yeah.
Yeah,
might
of course.
Be injured. There's a lot of rumors about that.
100%. I believe that. Absolutely.
Go ahead.
I'm leaning towards Vandy, funny enough.
Really? That's a change of character there for both of us. Ole Miss is a 7.5-point underdog at home to Georgia. You would think that makes sense because it's Georgia, but it doesn't really make as much sense to me. Georgia defense, you just automatically pencil, Georgia defense, linebackers, defensive linemen, incredible cornerbacks. We've got some here. This is not the same Georgia defense that I've seen in the past. I think Ole Miss, which scores a lot of points, I think Ole Miss at home, 7.5-point dog, they might just win outright.
Yeah, can I point to you the problem with Georgia's defense right now?
Yeah.
Georgia's defense is number 8 in the nation when it comes to stopping the run, efficiency-wise. They're number 84 when it comes to stopping the pass.
Yeah, that's my point.
Right? Like,
yeah.
And if there's one thing that Lane Kiffin teams will do, they'll throw that football around, right? So I think that ends up being a real strength on weakness thing that's happening in this particular matchup. But yeah, that's one of the things that's pulled Kirby away from having a great Georgia team this year. Is that they're a little susceptible to the pass, and offensively they're okay. Like they're okay with Gunnar Stockton running the show. But yeah, they're not the juggernauts that Georgia seemed to possibly be as they were seemingly taking over the mantle from Alabama.
And still very much a contender, very much in the playoff race, very much a team that could potentially, change that at the drop of a hat. But I think Ole Miss at home is going to do a little something here. Now, let's go a little more local here. A lot of people have put Texas A&M on upset watch again, which is really understandable. That's been a team that has just been really talented for a lot of years, but ends up 8-4 and spits the bit whenever but Arkansas at Arkansas. Now keep in mind this is a key factor here. None of these players on A&M's roster have ever played in Fayetteville because that's
interesting. I don't think I realized that
was a Dallas game.
Yeah, you're right.
That was a Jerry World game.
I used to hate that game
for what 10 years
for a good long time.
Or pushing on it. So there is a little bit of a – Fayetteville's a tough place to play. We know that. So more people are putting the Aggies on upset watch here. I don't know. I mean, the Hogs have lost, 3 games in a row? 3 games, though, for sure. I got to figure the Aggies are going to find a way to survive, if not just win this thing pretty directly.
Is the interim coach going to change anything about what's happening on the front line?
Bobby Petrino, baby.
Is Petrino going to make them block better?
Mm-hmm.
Right? The game in its essence is about blocking and tackling. And, buddy, that's been a problem. That was one of the things that was an issue when you have Sam Pittman, a former offensive line coach, at the helm, and the trenches don't look good.
Yeah.
I think that you get to there to start with. I don't think this is the stumbling block. Great point, though, when it comes to getting to uncomfortable territory when you're out on the road. But I trust, while saying this, I trust A&M to be able to get out.
We're all saying things about the Aggies we never thought we would say this year. So we'll see if it continues. But, yeah, and I just saw it. The Hogs have lost to 3 ranked teams by a combined 10 points. This Aggie squad, the players have never played there. It might be interesting for a while. So we'll see about that.
Yeah, especially because especially like the A&M offense on Arkansas D. These teams are good on 3rd and 4th down, like in those late downs. So the
Aggies are amazing on 3rd down defense.
They are, exactly. Like the defensive side of it is where A&M will flourish. I remember I was giving them credit for that earlier in the week. So I trust them defensively also to make it tough on Arkansas. I think that it's just, can you sustain your drives? Marcel Reed, step up to the podium, do what you need to do, and you'll be fine.
And Le'Veon Moss is going to be out, but they've got a good stable of running backs, the Aggies, and the Arkansas is very susceptible to the run. All right, this is Notre Dame's last chance, believe it or not, this week. Their schedule is very, very light.
Yes.
The rest of the way. They have USC at home. I think there's their last chance to make a big playoff, case.
And you know what's funny? I've realized this, and it came to me when USC beat Michigan last week. I haven't given a damn about no USC this year. But they're dangerous. They are dangerous. So yeah, I'll see if I actually tap into this. Actually, I think I'm gonna pop out and go hang out with Sean with his Fly
He'll
by
be
Evening
watching.
watch party. So
that's a later game, isn't it?
No, it is a later game. Yeah. So maybe I won't see it. But I was like, that might keep it front of mind for me because honestly, I know that I always appreciate you setting the table for the college football weekend. This was not going to be a game that was on my front of my radar.
No, well, it's Notre Dame USC, man. It'll be good.
Yeah, but Notre Dame USC used to mean something different than it does in this moment.
USC's pretty good.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
They're pretty good. It's Notre Dame's last shot. We'll see how that goes. Alternate universe Saturday. This is, it used to be, third Saturday in October. You could always pencil it in. Third Saturday in October. Alabama, Tennessee. Tennessee's offense is healthy again, and it's been explosive. They have a good play caller. Rocky Top is going to be popping. Alabama has been showing that their opening loss to Florida State has been something of that was the outlier. I think this is going to be Alabama's favored by 9.5 or something like that.
Alabama. You talk about offense. The offense that I'm looking at is actually Alabama's. Like I quite enjoy what Kalen DeBoer. This is what you were expecting to see when you brought Kalen DeBoer in, and you wanted to see those explosive type plays. Here you go. Kalen DeBoer has it. But I'm going to be honest. we could talk about this in a real way. I don't want to talk about this game in a real way. I want to say 2 words and be done with it. Caden Proctor, give me more big man.
Yes.
Give me more big man in the Wildcat. Give me more big man screens. Give the people what they want. College football is here for novelty and nonsense.
Think of that. We got to watch
Give
it
me
just for
Caden
that.
Proctor with the ball in his hands. Big 300-pound cat. Yeah, give me that.
You know what's funny about that is he's all of a sudden on the scouting report.
That's right.
Watch out for number 74 or whatever he is. You got to watch out for that dude. He's a weapon. He is a weapon. He is a weapon. He is a weapon. All right, another couple here. Penn State, I said, alternate universe. They are underdogs. That's, I kind of get it. But to Iowa, they're underdogs at Iowa. Damn.
Wait, do you know what the line is on that one?
I think it was 2.5 when I saw it.
Okay, that's about right. Because I was about to say, it better not be too big because I could see this being grimy. I understand Iowa. Absolutely. Who did they put up 37 points? Oh, Wisconsin, because Wisconsin is. But Iowa don't be getting out here scoring that much. And Penn State right now, the way that things have gone, actually, isn't Aller hurt? Yeah, Aller's out for the remainder of the year. Yeah, so you're backup quarterback.
And maybe that's the biggest reason.
And you know what? Maybe now that I think about it, who's to say that doesn't help their offense come together a little bit?
It could. It could.
This could be the worst look for Drew Aller ever. If this offense comes together and they're like, oh, now that you're gone, we can do a little bit of something.
Lighten it up.
Now, I wouldn't bet that against Iowa that is typically all defense and very, very minimal offense. Yeah, but this one could be a slot fest if you're interested in such things in college football.
Every time I played Iowa, I would just say the same thing. Watch the tight end.
That's right.
Watch the tight end. He's probably pretty good. Another couple here before we get out of here on this college football segment. Locals. U of H, Arizona. Arizona and U of H is going to be a really, really good game.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams right now trying to see who would like to go and try and take a beat down from Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship. Like that's what it feels like right now. But hey, U of H still going push for that. Like that would be because I don't want us to lose where U of H is in their development timeline. They were not good last year in the first year under and of course the name of what's my guy's Willie Fritz.
Yeah.
I forgot Willie Fritz's last name in that moment. But Willie Fritz, he's a program builder, and this is actually kind of faster than I anticipated. Houston looking like this. So they're doing a great job. Can you continue to push the growth curve even further this season? Arizona's going to be a nice little test.
And Arizona's got a good defense. You kind of also always think Arizona can kind of sling it around, or they're more offense finesse team. And then the last one, Texas goes to Kentucky. Should be, I think they're 16-point favorite, 16.5, something like that. Should be, relatively straightforward for the Longhorns.
Kentucky's not good anymore.
Kentucky is not good. They played one decent game against Georgia, I believe, this year.
Which it feels like Kentucky's always good for trying to be a trap game versus Georgia.
For one of those. But the only thing, if you're a Longhorn fan, is the whole hangover effect. Is that going to be in play?
Yeah, because I was like Kentucky, Oklahoma, not the craziest far away. Sorry to all the Oklahoma fans who will get mad at me, but you see it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. That's the college football headline presented by Wrangler here in the loop. Coming up next, I'm going to do the thing that you're not supposed to do. There's a big game coming up Monday that's going to be very decisive. They're going to keep their eyes on that. I'm going to look forward. I want to do a scheduled look ahead because I have a little bit of a hot take. I think there's a lot more winnable games than maybe others do. How many? Well, I'll tell you exactly that next.
The Texans are back. Content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yep. Happy Football Friday to you. Hope that you've been having a good one. We're having a blast here. I've deemed it a shout-out Football Friday as well. Someone said shout-out to Texas Southern. Homecoming this weekend, 2025. So,
yeah. I kind of want to go to that,
You know
man.
that's
You
going to
do?
be fun.
I kind of do.
Go
man.
ahead then.
I don't know how. I don't know if I could just walk on the
Yeah,
campus.
you can.
Can I?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't know anything about college. I don't know if I could just, jump on in there.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm trying
No,
to think.
you can.
Do you have? I feel like you also know somebody who is Texas. You just got to know somebody.
Yeah.
From the school. You be able to.
I had an uncle who's in the TSU Hall of Fame, so maybe I can come.
Oh, you should get in free.
Yeah, you just need a sponsor. Whoever is going to be out there at TSU homecoming, text in 713-572.
Somebody did, so maybe you got to hook up already.
Okay.
4610.
Yeah.
Let Fig know.
Rest in peace to my uncle Benny Swain.
There you go.
Hall of
There you go.
Famer Benny Swain.
Yeah.
Talk nice to him. All right. So yeah, if you wanna shout out, I'll attempt to oblige. And if I've missed your shout out, go ahead and text in one more time. Let me make sure I didn't miss it. Because we're getting ready. We're getting ready for a big time Monday Night Football game versus the Seahawks, 9 p.m. Of course, you'll be able to hear that. Starting at 6, you'll hear a pregame, but of course we've got our normal programming. So really, you're kind of starting pregaming at 6 in the morning, running all the way through all the programs and taking you into pregame, the normal Texans kickoff 6.
Y'all better take a nap too. That's going to be a late game.
So many people have asked me about that.
I don't need a nap. I'm built different. I'm built different. I might not sleep at all.
Oh, I need a nap.
I might go all the way through. Homecoming curfew for TSU is 7. That's crazy. Anyways.
Damn, they got a curfew?
That is I didn't know. I had no idea personally.
Man.
But yeah, with this game, clearly you can't try and peek ahead, right? Like this team needs to be focused, locked in on the Seahawks. They pose a lot of challenges. We've talked a lot about them. We'll talk about them again when it comes Monday. I'm going to do the thing though where I look ahead. I think the schedule look ahead is kind of interesting here, John Lopez, because coming off the bye, you're kind of like, all right, so now how are you going to hit this afterwards? We know that 2-4 and 3-3 are very different. However, I just was looking at the last 12 games of the season, and of course, there's an if here. If this offense is real, right, and I'm not even saying if this offense is like I'm putting 30 points up, but if this offense is real when it comes to the recipe of complementary football, I think I can get 10 winnable games out of 12 here.
Starting with Seattle?
Starting with Seattle.
Okay.
Like I think
that's a big number.
I think that was the thing I surprised myself with, right? Like maybe that's just so much the Kool-Aid of, okay, not only did they, continue that one quarter of football that we'd seen with the Titans game, but they built upon it.
That's a really big number.
Versus the Ravens.
In fact, I'm doubtful that I will agree with it, and I don't even know which games you're talking about.
All right, let's go ahead and try it out. You want to do this?
Yeah.
All right, so Seattle.
And you're saying if they beat Seattle, so there's one.
I think Seattle is actually. Interestingly enough, let me make sure I go through this because I think Seattle might have been the ones where I go, okay, that's a little dicey.
Okay.
Which is tough because it's a rough place to be. However, let's look past this. I might be trying to give myself a little bit of a soft landing spot if you end up 2-4. The Niners, I think that's a lot more winnable when you look at the injury issues that they've been dealing with.
Kittle is back.
And Brock Purdy, I don't think he's playing this weekend, but it seems like he might be back for that game.
Niners fans might be glad.
What, that Brock Purdy is coming back? Mac Jones is right. Maybe that's part. But you're dealing with the team that's had some injuries, that's been up and down. I think that's a lot more winnable, and that's at home, right? Even if it's Brock Purdy, you've done good things against quarterbacks in this stadium. I think that becomes a lot more. That's pretty winnable. The Broncos, the strength of the Broncos is the defense. You also have an incredibly strong defense against the Broncos offense that is not showing its strength in the same way that it was last year. Again, also, this is another game at home that you have. That one feels winnable.
Okay.
The Jaguars, do I need to explain why I feel that's winnable?
Although, let's see what they look like on Sunday morning.
Right, we'll see what they look like. But you had a game against the Jaguars early on this year where the offense wasn't clicking yet, and you still had an opportunity to go drive and possibly win this football game, right? So again, I think that's going to be there.
Titans, of course.
That's not even just winnable. That's a must-win.
Of
sorts. The Bills can't stop the run to save their life. Like their defense looks. I don't even think I have to sell this nearly as much as I thought I would have prior because of what we've seen from the Bills recently. Yes, Josh Allen is still a menace. Remember, in his MVP season last year, your defense that he's all season long.
Yeah.
I think that that's replicable because I don't think that anything really changes too much from that season to this one for your defense or really their offense. But their defense is significantly worse.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's places where you can take advantage of that. Plus, at that point, what week are you in? You're into double digits
Week 12,
weeks at that point.
Week
You
12.
should have found some answers that you can go to really take advantage of that defense as well. Colts, this is where we get interesting.
Yeah.
But this would be a Week 13 Indianapolis Colts where we've seen all the things that we can see about what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I think Shane Steichen's a very good coach. I do believe that this is a little more sustainable than I previously thought. Daniel Jones, it's a better running back situation. Well, let me not say better, but it's a similar running back situation as he's had in the past. It's a better wide receiving core than he's really had in
Alec
a long
Pierce,
time.
Pittman,
right?
Yeah.
And I think a significantly better coaching. Like, clearly, I think they can find a level. There's not as high of a ceiling.
Yeah.
And again, I feel like your defense is going to be able to carry you a lot here. I think that that's winnable. The Chiefs.
Do you think at Indianapolis?
I think at Indianapolis.
Division game. I'm just saying. You haven't said one that's not winnable yet.
This is the one here. This is it right here. Kansas City Chiefs. I know that their defense isn't as strong as what I thought last year. I think that offense is getting to a place where it's going to be back to elite status. And it's on the road. I think that ends up being tough on the road in the cold. And the reason why I bring up the cold is, hey, what's up, Kaimi? Right?
Yeah.
Like, I think the kicks ends up being useful, and we know what Kaimi has done, even though he is very good in that cold. Cardinals. Do I need to explain?
No. At
Raiders.
Home.
Do I need to explain?
No. You need to explain. We'll see what they look like by then as well.
Yeah, I think that's tough. And you know what? Like, I actually had 10 out of 12 because I think that you probably split with the Colts just off of the strength of the Colts being one of those teams.
Right.
Like, you end up splitting because of division, and then you get the Colts again. Like, I think that there's 10 that I can get to winnable. I'm not saying that they're going to win all 10, but I think that is all that you can ask for. But, of course, the if there is your offense in a place where you can depend on it, even on a low level, to be complementary? I think that that's the thing that I'm looking to see.
Well, it's funny you say that because, I mean, you state the case, and it's a strong case. Winnable doesn't mean you're going to chalk it up. But
I mean, looking at the way the season started, I don't know if I would have gotten you to that number of winnable.
Well, here's the thing, and Figgy, I know you want to say something, but this is the thing. If they lose to Seattle, and it's the issues that we've talked about this week with the offensive line and running game, and
you don't have to rip up that list.
Exactly. That 10 winnable games. And I'm not exaggerating. It might go down to 5. It might go down to 5. And that's why this game, to me, this game is, I said it earlier, it's a pivot point. It's you go 2-4 versus 3-3 in this division, and the way they're playing, especially it's how that 2-4 looks. If they have those same issues, and it's like, oh, okay, that was fool's gold against the Ravens. But if it was real gold, then I could sign up right there with you, and I will. I guarantee Tuesday I'll be here saying, you know what? They're going to have a shot.
Yeah, and that's why this game is so damn important.
It's just so important.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's where I've talked with Sean about this, where he goes, I just needed a win here. And you're right, they just need wins. The way that the season started, you need to add them. That's where I will still come back on the qualitative. I need to see something from the offense in particular. I need to see that you guys can continue to be that complementary team, that it wasn't just we were playing against a bad team and that's why we could get the engine to go. The engine needs to work in and of itself. It doesn't need to rev high. I don't need you to be out here looking like the Dallas Cowboys offense.
Yeah.
I really don't, right? I just need you to look like you were like the thing that you have told us that you're going to do. You're going to be able to run the football a little bit. You're going to be able to, game plan, get the ball out quickly, get the ball to those guys that can keep you on the field, keep you on schedule, give you an opportunity to score some points, just enough to get over the 16 or 17 points that your defense is actually going to, it's lower than that. Right? Or like the 15 points that the defense will give up in a circumstance, right? That's the recipe. Can they bring up their end of the recipe? I think is ultimately the part that I'm looking for. But if they do, they still have an opportunity to do something.
Well, the interesting thing to me, and again, we've talked about how it's a pivot point. Obviously, in your heart of hearts, if you said, would you rather face the Seahawks without those 4 guys that are injured or with them? We'd all say without. But in a weird way, now that you're facing the Seahawks with the healthy secondary, if you weren't listening earlier, 3 cornerbacks and the safety, Julian Love, it seems they're all trending toward playing. They were all participants to some degree in practice yesterday. We'll get the report from today. In a weird way, there are no qualifiers. There are no yeah buts. We can talk about yeah but versus the Titans. It was just the fourth quarter, and it's the Titans. Yeah, but the Ravens, they stunk and they were injured and all that. If you beat the Seahawks, you will have beaten them flying across the country in a very tough environment in Seattle.
Late body clock game.
Late body clock game.
Good team.
Really good team. Some people are putting them up near the top of the NFC with fully healthy secondary, with a defensive front that is considered one of the best in the entire NFL, with the best receiver in the NFL. So that's to me it. Like I kind of like in a weird way that the secondary is going to be complete, because if you can get it done, it's like, what do y'all got to say now? We did it. And it wasn't a fluke.
Do it matter how if let's say they lose this game? Do it matter how they lose this game?
I think so. If they get worked, can't run the ball, give up those, get one-on-ones on the offensive line, I won't be buying as much what we saw against Baltimore.
Now, when if it was a close game and they just kind of lost on a last-second type of deal?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it matters how they lose. It's again, we haven't seen enough from this offense to have full confidence in it. Anything that gives me more confidence in this offense helps me along here. I understand what this defense is. I know that for certain.
Yeah.
We have some inklings, some inclinations, and maybe some slight proofs of concept that this offense has a little something, but I have nothing that I can actually hold my hand. So if you need something to hold on to, and it's just any given Sunday or any given Monday type stuff that ultimately lose you this football game, I can deal with those winnable games on the back end of it. I think that's why I was looking at it. I'm like, okay, this might give me a little bit more of a feeling there. The problem with that is 5-1 Colts, 4-2 Jaguars, 2-4 Texans. Like, that's tough.
Yeah.
That's the portion of that that'd be really tough.
Mm-hmm. No, that is absolutely it. It's pivotal. The secondary, and by the way, Texter brings up a really good point too. We'll be talking about Bobby Slowick, about Nick Caley again. Depending on how they look, it's like, oh, okay. So you did it when CJ maybe made a call at the line of scrimmage, and it was the Ravens who were completely depleted.
Yeah, or you just did it against two bad teams.
Yeah.
Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about this Seahawks pass rush. It's something that I haven't talked about nearly as much. We talk about the interior of this defensive line just generally, but this was him talking about the pass rush, actually going and getting pressure.
The Seahawks defensive line is definitely the strong group of their team, right? They're relying on their D-line to get after the quarterback, and they can do it without pressure. They do a really good job of just executing their stunts. I think when you want to run the games and the stunts, you got to have guys who can really pry it open. And they got big guys inside who can really play fast off the ball, really penetrate and open it up for guys to, create havoc up the middle of the pocket. So we just have to be aware of where they're lying. We got to be aware, and we got to finish. That's the main thing. I guess not going to be anything that we have. Just have to be on it. We have to be able to communicate, and we have to be able to just strain to finish.
I mean, they've seen it before. That's a quality line, man.
They have seen it before. The answer is, have they been able to execute against it before? Mm-hmm. It all comes back down to this offensive line. Like, it's the unit that you have questions about. It's the unit that if it doesn't work, that you start saying cancel Christmas, right? You start saying don't worry about anything else because it's a problem. And they're in the limelight. They're on the hot seat in this one.
And then truly, I think it's also sort of a real litmus test for the defense as well. The best scoring defense in the NFL. We've talked about Clint Kubiak. His slow start in the game one, but then they opened up the offense. Like this, you can't really emphasize enough, like how much our opinion of this team long term is going to be affected by this one game.
All right, so NFL Network or NFL Media, they do their game preview picks every week. Who do you think that they're leaning with in this game?
Oh, I gotta believe Seattle.
9 of the 10 experts have picked the Seattle Seahawks to win this game.
That's not
experts.
Experts.
Damn experts.
Expert of what? No,
outside noise.
It makes total sense. It really does.
The one that picked the Texans, Colleen Wolfe, who, by the way, has
shout out to Colleen.
Shout out to Colleen. She's been second of their experts in picks. So hey, she picks it 21-20. 20. Does that feel like that would have to be how it goes in order to get a victory?
Oh, yeah. The over-under is, 46 or something like that? 46 and a half?
I actually don't recall the over-under.
It has all the markings of a lower scoring game, that's for sure.
41 and a half is actually what I'm seeing from
that's
ESPN.
Low.
So,
oh, boy.
Yeah.
That's like a preseason game.
So, again, offensively, just can you do enough is what it feels like everybody is asking in this game. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from the 713. Even if they lose and it's a close one, it'll be the same old saying from fans and media, same old Texans can't win prime time, can't beat elite teams. I mean, that's fair.
Maybe.
Again,
Yeah.
the 2-4, I'm not saying that if they lose, it's 2-4 and their offense, and their offense is, or they lose it close, everything's going to be fine. I can see there's ways that you can get to trying to claw your way out of it.
Yeah.
If you just lose it because you can't block up anything and they blow everything else up, well then there's nothing that we have to talk about at that point, or at least not anything that's particularly positive, I don't think. But we'll see. Monday night, 9 p.m. is a lot riding on this for us, but obviously very, very much more riding on it for the Houston Texans themselves. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time we hand things off to Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so we got a real life versus going on. So next week you got the Cash Money versus No Limit versus happening. But right now I got to go through some real life verses. So we got rapper versus rapper. We got lawyer versus lawyer. And then we got judge versus judge.
Oh, wow.
We're going to go through all of those.
Okay. A little in the loop mixtape.
There's a show yesterday. I went by Old Texas Star Grill. I went by the warehouse.
info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone. We got to talk about some real verses, some verses in real life that's going on. And I'm going to start with the rapper versus the rapper. Lopez, are you familiar with a rapper by the name of Jim Jones?
James Jones. Jim Jones, I am not.
Okay. You probably heard one of his songs.
Yeah, that's the case with most of.
I kind of wish
you know how I just playlist stuff, and I don't even know who's playing.
You heard some of his songs.
Okay.
You are not familiar with a guy by the name of Max B.
No.
He's a low-tier New York local artist,
Okay.
and I'd say that with all due respect.
Mm-hmm.
But
You better.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I say that with all due respect. But I kind of like the bit of me asking, "Do you know this rapper?" And you like, "Yeah."
I know the names and I know the songs. I just don't know the names of the songs.
That shouldn't have been as funny to me as it was.
Yeah, so rapper Max B, who used to be affiliated with a rap group by the name of Dipset, he is set to be released from prison after doing a 16-year bid next month. So he was in there for 16 strong years.
Yeesh.
So him and Jim Jones used to be really cool. They were in the same group and all that
I'm
stuff.
all in on this. I'm liking this story. Go ahead.
Yeah, and they fell out. It was real messy. It was bad. Max B ended up going to jail, and they never made up. I don't even think they talked or anything. They never made up. So this is actually a flashback clip, because this is when Max B was announced that he was coming home next month. So here's Jim Jones. He was on Shade 45 with Sway in the Morning.
Okay.
Salute to Sway Calloway. And they were taking calls while Jim Jones was there. And somebody wanted to know what was going on between you and Max B. Why y'all beefing?
Hey, Jim, what's going on with you and Max B? Y'all squash that beef.
Yo. Tell your mother I said hi. Next caller.
Ooh. Okay, all right. We got Marshall. What? That's not a subject that you touch on, right?
At all.
Okay.
Tell his mother to touch on that subject.
He wasn't playing around, man.
Dude.
I appreciate the,
he cut him off.
Surgical.
Yeah.
He said, well, tell your moms I said hi.
Yo. Tell your mother I said hi. Next caller.
Click.
We need to start doing that.
Whenever
if somebody call up here, because people used to call up here talking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yo. Tell your mother I said hi. Next caller.
That's my favorite point of because you know me, I try not to be disrespectful in any way, shape, or form. When I do want to disrespectful, mom's is coming into it. Your mom is coming into it 100%.
Tell your moms to touch on that subject.
It's not what your mama said.
All right, as I continue on, real life verses on the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. If you guys drive down 45 or going into downtown, you probably see like 1 million of these billboards called Push and Win.
Oh, yeah.
Push and Win. Yeah. So it's a lot push
we
win.
Push, you win.
Yep, you got it. It's like 40 of them, and a lot of people know that Brokeback Mountain one.
Yeah,
they got together.
Yeah.
So in the recent weeks, that firm is actually rebranded. They rebranded to Push and Win.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, where's the rebrand?
That is the rebrand.
Just that.
Yeah, Push and Win.
Mm-hmm.
And let me explain real quick.
Yeah, I'm not getting it.
So so the original owners, the lawyers of this one, or their attorneys, you got Anthony Push, which is Pusch, and then a fellow by the name of David Wynn, which is Nguyen. So David Wynn. Apparently, David and Anthony are going through some things, and they're suing each other.
But I thought they settled that. I remember reading about that.
I think it's still going on.
Okay.
It's still going on. And Push decided to rebrand and get somebody else on board. And it's a fella by the name of Bob Wynn, which is WYNNE. So they already replaced some of the billboards with a guy.
The W? I haven't noticed that.
Yeah, they replaced some of the old ones still up there, but it's a fella with I guess he kind of got like a stocky look, long hair and all that stuff. And I saw that. I'm like, wait a minute.
That's not the same guy.
This?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I ended up looking it up. I think Cron.com have the whole story on this whole lawsuit.
Yeah, I just pulled it up.
Yeah. So apparently Push, Anthony, said David drew $1 million without his approval and filed the "We Push You Win" trademark in his own name, and even tried to steal the employees to start a new firm.
Oh, look at that. That's messy. I like it.
So meanwhile, David denies it all and said he's the one who found out mystery expenses on Push In, and that the $1 million was part of the mutual payout when they were breaking up the business.
Okay, see, I had heard that I read it somewhere that there was a big rift, but then they figured it all out because apparently they even stopped the commercials and the ads, and then they rebooted them. So maybe it's back to. Here's the other thing: that new win with the W, that couldn't have been an accident. He was looking for all the attorneys with the.
That's what I was saying. I was like, do you feel good as a partner knowing that you got picked straight off your last name, or do you feel bad? Like, are you just like, oh man, you just want me for my last name, or are you like, yeah, my name came in handy because
they're writing $1 million checks. I'm in.
Yeah. Yeah. So man, it kind of sucked that they breaking up like that.
I still like that Bill. There's a few of them. He's not as much as Push and Win, but Willie Wins. I love
Willie Wins.
I love Willie Wins.
I'm not gonna lie though.
I don't know anything about him, but I love Willie Wins.
The Push and Win, just pulling somebody in because his last name rhymes.
Yeah.
That does make me go, how do y'all conduct y'all's business?
Yeah.
Like, what are the qualifications happening here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it was just so happened. Like, I know this guy named Bob Wins.
Yeah.
But it's spelled
He's
different.
hired.
Yeah.
He's like, he's just there in the suit.
That brother on that billboard looking like Tarzan with that long ass hair. I'm like, man, who is this? I thought it was a joke for a minute, and then I end up seeing the article. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
So salute to them. And thoughts and prayers to everybody involved in this because it's nothing funnier than seeing two attorneys going at it like this in court.
Yeah.
So
and there will be litigation if two attorneys are involved.
Oh yeah, ain't nobody gonna stop.
Yeah.
All right, real life versus on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. This is the mixtape. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Judge versus Judge. Now, this one kind of took up my whole timeline. And I was kind of in on it a little bit, man. So are you familiar with Judge Joe Brown?
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah, Judge Joe Brown versus Judge Mathis.
Really?
Yeah. They've been kind of feuding. I want to say for a strong year. They kind of been going back and forth. And here's Judge Joe Brown. This is, he kind of get a little crazy. But this is Judge Joe Brown being asked, are you and Judge Mathis still good? Are y'all good? And this is courtesy of the Art of Dialogue on YouTube.
Oh, he's part of that thing, too. Have you noticed at home with Judge Mathis with all of that rainbow stuff that they push? See, Hollywood tried to get me to do the same thing. I said, hell no, you're on your own with that. I'm not doing it. But he did. See, he punked out and joined the gang, and then he says he got out. One of the most embarrassing moments I ever had as a black attorney or as a black man was in front of 5 members of the U.S. Supreme Court and the Second Circuit Court of the Judiciary. They were having a judicial conference. They had invited me, Judge Napolitano, and Judge Mathis to lecture them for 2 hours on television in the courtrooms because at that point, 20-some years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court and the appellate courts of the United States and other courts were concerned about opening the courts back up again to broadcast media. He declined to show, and he said, I'm sorry, I'm rehearsing for a gospel play. So I found that embarrassing. You're doing a church gospel gospel play and you miss out on an opportunity to address the Second Circuit Court of Appeals for the United States, and you missed the opportunity to do that because you're in a gospel rehearsal, that's clown show stuff.
He went on for a long time talking about this.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear very much of that because I was like, Judge Joe Brown has always sounded like that.
He always, yeah.
Like it feels like it's gotten stronger. Like he very much sounds like a Southern lawyer, but like in a play.
Yeah, nah, he always sounded like that. Those court shows?
Oh, yeah. No,
you mean to tell me you had $25 and you turned around and gave the other lady $8 of the money?
It must just be so long since I actually watched Judge Joe Brown because I was like, accent sounds thicker than I remembered.
Real quick, Figgy, what is the gist of there? Where did it start?
So I'm about to get to it right now.
Okay.
So this is where it really started. So I want to say this was last year. Judge Joe Brown actually made some comments about a very popular politician who was running for president at the time.
Okay.
And said she was kind of hoeing around a little bit.
Nasty business.
Yeah, he made some comments about that. And Judge Mathis actually did an interview pretty much saying he didn't appreciate that. And I think he mentioned something like, hey, if he would have called my wife a hoe, then it would have been, it would have been some issues and all that stuff. So this is Judge Joe Brown pretty much explaining that situation and what really caused the rift between these two.
Bottom line is he came up and said something like, if he called my wife a hoe, he'd have to answer to me. Well, I haven't called his wife a hoe, but I hope for his sake she ain't, because, if you are, I might tell you what you are. So he talked and he wanted to badmouth it, and I think he was trying to deal with bravado, but, he said something, I know where I can find him in Memphis. Well, you want to be a fool enough to set yourself up for that, go right ahead.
Yeah, he went on for a long time just trashing Judge Mathis. And here's Judge Mathis actually replying to that there. He actually sat down with the same, the Art of Dialogue on YouTube. He sat down with him, and this is what to that.
If Judge Brown felt that I disrespected him when I responded to his attack, I apologize, because that's not what I want to do. I don't want to fight him. I don't want to go back and forth. I mean, lions don't fight monkeys. It's unfair.
That's crazy.
And to put it in street vernacular, gangsters don't fight lames. In my case, a OG ain't fighting a lame. I don't want to fight with him. I want to get him some care. Something's wrong.
Oh, that's even worse.
The man put my wife's name in his mouth in the context of a hoe. When I had mentioned him calling Harris a hoe, and I said he better not say it about my wife, his response next time he came on television was, something to the effect of, I don't know if his wife is a hoe or not. If she takes money, if she said that, she might be a... Who talks like that and not have any fear? He's near 80, which is about the time dementia sets in, if you're going to get it. If you think about it long enough, folks in that age group, 80 or more, those that talk crazy, you hear them talk crazy sometimes. They say all type of sexual stuff. Those typically they have a little dementia going on.
I kind of want to see him go face to face.
They should just sit down in the courtroom and just go back and forth.
Yeah, man.
Put them in the courtroom. Put them on somebody else's court show.
Yes, they had them go back and forth, man.
This, it took me a while to get there, but this is just old black uncles fighting. All this is.
The barbershop scene in Coming to America.
It might be worse than that, to be honest.
Mr. Keith and Mr. Dwayne just absolutely hate each other, throwing shots back and forth at each other at the deacon meeting. That's all I'm hearing right now.
Yeah. All I know, there is something even deeper. There is something.
It don't have to be. I don't know that it has to be, actually.
Honestly, I think, and not try to be a little political, but I think one is on one side of the aisle and the other one is on the other side.
And maybe that's it. But this probably goes back 20, 25
honestly,
years.
I think it kind of go back to their TV time, too.
Maybe.
Because Judge Joe Brown threw a little shots at his at his personal show, pretty much saying, "Oh, his ratings were low and mine were better." And
Yeah.
so I think there's a little competition there too.
From the 409, these judges need push and win to represent them in court.
There we go.
Yeah.
Full circle.
Nah, that
Push
would be
and
great.
win and win.
Full circle.
I think they got a little argument going on in damn selves. I think all four of them jokers be sitting there arguing.
I just realized the whole mixtape is just a whole bunch of lawyers arguing because that's what they do. Argue.
Yeah. All right, before we get out of here, I got to give a special salute to Shay Cornett, who is named First Take's new host. ESPN just announced that. Also, a special salute to Stephen A. Smith. He was hosting Good Morning America this morning.
Of course he was.
Why?
Of course he
I have no idea.
We had to expose the rest of America to this.
Hey, I told y'all he trying to get in that ballpark, man.
He's in every ballpark.
No, he trying to get that. He trying to get that newsy news.
Yeah.
He trying to step in that ballpark, man.
Why would GMA do that? You just waking up, getting, turn your coffee, turn on the.
That was blasphemous. Like, who is this? Who is this guy yelling?
Yeah.
What you yelling for?
Is GMA the one that does the Smuckers when the people turn 100? Because I would pay to see that.
Yeah.
Just like congratulating all the people that made it to 100, and congratulations to Miss Opal for turning 100. She said her secret to making 100 is eating jelly every day.
And speaking of GMA, congratulations to Amy Robach and TJ Holmes. Who were the former hosts. They are now engaged.
Oh, wow.
And if you want to know their little backstory, just Google it and you'll find it.
They were married to other people, and they started sneaking around at work.
Yep, lost their jobs, and look, good to see them engaged.
Wow. Then they went to a Coldplay concert?
I mean, they
were doing. Hey,
they were doing more than Coldplay concerts.
I don't think they were sneaking around.
All right, there you go. Mixtape. You catch it 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive who are out in Kingwood at the BB Tex Orleans up there on 59. But before we get there, we got to draft the weekend. We'll do all of that next.
The drive is live. the state where it's legal to play.
Thank you.
Sport and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Football Friday. It's been very fun. We've had shout-outs going all the way through. Let us know if you want to shout out here at the end as we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive who are out at the BB's Tex Orleans in Kingwood. It's off 59. Go up and say what's up to the fellas. I'm trying to decide if I want to pop out to this one.
It's a cool place.
I've heard. T-Mill was telling me he's been to pretty much all the BB Tex Orleans in the area, and he says that that's one of the best ones, if not the best one. And I'm like, oof, that's high praise. So I'm thinking about it. I could do with some Tex Orleans.
What else are you gonna do?
I mean,
you ain't got nothing to do.
You ain't got nothing to do.
You ain't got no job.
Well, I do have to celebrate an anniversary because I didn't realize there's an anniversary in Houston sports that I had not taken or rather acknowledged on these airwaves. Do you guys know what anniversary that is?
How many years ago?
3. October 17th, 3 years ago in 2022.
What?
Jack Easterby was fired.
Oh, wow. How did I forget that? We did something on his first anniversary.
Hey, man, we got to spark up the grill.
Fire up the grill.
Hey, man.
In fact, that's the reason to go to BB's, huh?
I want one of everything.
Celebrate.
Drinks on me. Drinks on me. Hey, let's celebrate.
So happy anniversary.
That answers that question.
Very happy anniversary of Jack Easterby getting the Happy Trails situation going there. All right, let's wrap the weekend, gentlemen. What are you most interested in this weekend of football and such? Obviously, I think the Texans are off limit just off the strength of being Monday night anyways. However, outside of wanting to see what this Texas team looks like in Seattle, what are we looking for? Who wants to go first?
Who wants to go first? You call it.
If y'all don't go, I will go ahead and
just
go first. I will take I think the game that I'm probably most interested in college football-wise, give me LSU Vandy.
LSU Vandy's a good one.
Like I'm excited to see Vandy. I want to see what LSU looks like. I think that this is going to be one of the fun games of the weekend.
Who's next?
I guess I'll go. I'll go. I'm just shooting at the hip right now. I want to be messy and see the Patriots at Tennessee.
I like it.
Oh, okay.
I just want to see the drama. I don't know if it's going to be a lot of drama or anything. And I'm sure Amy Adams, she's probably hiding somewhere. I don't even know she's going to be at the damn game.
Yeah.
Well, but I just want to see the drama.
A lot of good college football. It's a really, really good NFL weekend.
It is.
But the best game in terms of stakes and excitement and changing the entire thought process of what we thought was going to happen is tonight. Tonight, Blue Jays at Mariners. If they win that, they're going back to Toronto for 2.
I saw I had the same thinking, but I didn't go game 5. I was going to take Sunday, game 6. Because that's a win a home game, and then the stakes are even higher on that one.
Yeah, but if they win in Seattle again?
Sure, that's fair. No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
but I'm like, I know game 6 is going to be an elimination game, so actually I'm drafting game 6. But this has been, I think this is one of those series in baseball where I could draft all these. I'll draft all of these games because it has been that type of entertaining in this. So, yeah, give me ALCS game 6 on Sunday.
Go ahead, Figgy.
Ooh, give me – I think I'm going to stick around the NFL. Maybe I'm just looking around in the AFC South. Colts versus Chargers.
That's a good one.
That's a very good one. I'm going to go college football because I love it so much. Ole Miss and Georgia is a good game that starts at 2:30, but you know what? I ain't going to be watching. I'm going to be watching A&M at Arkansas that starts at 2:30. A&M and Arkansas. I know I could have gotten it
You said
later.
Ole Miss and Georgia?
Ole Miss and Georgia starts at 2:30.
I thought that was Mississippi and Georgia.
Well, yeah, Ole Miss is Mississippi.
Yeah, Ole Miss and Georgia, 2:30. But I'm not going to be watching.
I'm thinking Mississippi State.
Yeah, but I'm going to be checking in on that one. But A&M at Arkansas, see if they can keep the train a-rolling.
Fair enough. I will go to the NFL stage, and there is a game that I think has a lot of value in that morning game. I will not select that. I'll leave that on the table for this round. Give me the opportunity to see Big 12 after dark football, except in the NFL. Give me Commanders Cowboys. Because I don't know if either of these defenses are particularly good.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
You want to know what the over-under is? 54.5.
Oh, wow.
I think I think the offense for the Cowboys is good, and the defense is so bad that they're just going to be going, and I will have some entertainment value with that.
And
so that's
Browns,
in the 325.
that's 20 points higher than the Browns. The over-under is 20 points.
I just want to see a college football game break out real quick.
Did anybody pick Tennessee, Alabama?
Go for it, big dog.
Yeah, that's yours.
I'm a roll with that.
Tennessee, Alabama's a really good one, and I am going to be watching. That's a night game right there.
That's going to be the kind of equivalent, I think, or it has the potential of being up and down like that one, too.
Yeah, that's the night game right there.
Caden Proctor, baby.
I am going to pick the Rams and Jaguars. That's a very important and intriguing game. Breakfast with the Rams and Jaguars.
And it's a little, if you don't remember, we got a little bit of bad news, at least if you're the Houston Texans rooting interest of trying to see the Jaguars lose. Puka Nacua was ruled out for this one. So, I mean, it's not like the Rams can't still get a victory. However, Puka's been fantastic this year, so that's going to be a big loss for them. And I'm going to sneak one out right quick on the back end of this. Did you know?
Man U and Liverpool.
No, I'm not doing that.
Why not?
I mean, I will be there. I was like, I'll be at the bar. I'll be at the bar at 10:30 watching that one.
Struggling lately, man.
I will be there, but I'm not going to pick that because I know I can get that anytime I want. For the full sicko behavior, I want Florida State Stanford, 10:30 p.m. on Saturday.
Oh, you know what? That's the another couple sips before I go to bed game. Another couple sips before I go to bed.
I think that's just going to be a delightfully sick football game.
Yeah,
and I'm in for it. But you're right. Like, there's a lot of good college football. You didn't even mention Utah BYU. Rivalry game. Again, another one of those trying to figure out who's 12. That one's going. If you just like Texas rivalry, Baylor, TCU, and can you figure out what the hell is happening bowl. And then if you just like to be messy, I believe this is tonight, UNC Cal.
Oh, yeah.
Just like
Jordan Hudson's team.
Yeah, hate watching the Bill Belichick thing could be fun for you. And JKS rather, out there for Cal. He's a good quarterback, so you might see UNC really get dogged out there. But there you go. There's a weekend that we are looking forward to here in Loot. Another thing that we're looking forward to is the fellas of the drive getting themselves going out in Kingwood. It's BB's Tex Orleans off of 59. It's Clint. It's B. Scott.
They over there talking to somebody.
Oh, they not even paying attention?
I don't know what they listening to us.
Somebody over here blocking the camera and all this other stuff.
Oh,
here go Clint. Here you go.
What's going on with these guys? Man.
Hey, man. You know, hey, are we hot?
We are hot.
I'm glad you told me, Figgy. Hell, I was fixing to cuss right there at you, Figgy. But, yeah, man, look, we are at BB's Tex Orleans, and you know how, you know how we do it in this part of Texas and over in Louisiana, man. We ain't always on time, baby. Sometimes, you know what I mean. Sometimes folks gonna stand in front of the camera. Sometimes B. Scott's gonna talk over the mic over there, and we may be getting a drink or two. Hey, my hands may be dirty with crawfish. Well, not this time of year.
Wait, we got crawfish?
Yeah. Not this time of year. Not this time of year.
I was like, I will definitely be out there if there's somehow they managed to get some. I mean, I know it wouldn't be fresh, but hey, I'll take it.
Y'all have to forgive my tardiness. I was still trying to set the tone with a beer, we're trying to get the energy right, just a beer, not something like that, but want to have a good time out here at BB's. It's a great scene, great food, great atmosphere. So yeah, man, we're gonna have a good time today.
Yeah, man.
One of the things we were talking about a little bit recently is, hey, man, this is a body clock game we haven't talked about nearly as much going up to Seattle 9 p.m. Central Time. How much stock do y'all put in the body clock portion of this for the Texans?
Absolutely zero.
Okay.
Absolutely zero. I mean, this is. They've had the week, I guess, to get prepared. Definitely the extended period of time with the bye week to get prepared, and whether it's going up there early, which I don't know if they did or didn't. I'm going to assume they didn't, but I think we make a lot more about that in the media and as fans than really I think is real.
But I would say this, though, to whatever degree it is a factor, like that's the type of thing that I'm expecting from my football team, though. Like, let's just say that it is a challenge, whatever the body clock issue that exists. If you're a serious football team, or if you have the aspirations that we thought the Texans did coming into the season, I want you to be able to adjust and perform when the lights are bright, when things are uncomfortable. Yeah. They talk a lot about being comfortable with the uncomfortable. Okay, if that's not just a cliche, if that's actually how you live, let's go out there and do it on a Monday night.
That's a great point, guys. I mean, one thing that we've got to, or at least hope, and I think we have the advantage with the D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio running the show is things like that, right? I mean, whatever, sure, there's a I think the bigger disadvantage is it's less about a time change and less about travel and more about the 9-2 with the guys all day long. Like, how do you keep them busy? We're going to go watch a movie at noon, or what are we doing before the kickoff? I think that is the thing, to keep the guys from getting lethargic, to keep the guys from getting bored, and obviously don't want to wear them out. Like, what is that balance? What does that juggling act look like? I think is probably the bigger challenge here.
Yeah, no doubt. And the Seahawks secondary is all of a sudden looking healthy, so that's a big challenge as well on top of that defensive line. I know you guys are going to talk about that.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, here's the deal. All the things we're talking about in this crosstalk right now, guys, is are you a championship caliber team, or are you a team that looks for excuses?
Yeah.
Whether it's the opponent being healthy, or it's being West Coast, or it's being a late game. I mean, here we are. I'll take a midnight primetime game. I don't give a damn when it is. If it's primetime, let's ride. I mean, that would be my mentality if I'm the Texans. And so I firmly believe that this is a championship organization, and championship organizations deal with things that we've discussed in this crosstalk in an elite manner.
Yeah, and it's a good defense. There's no way around, especially when the strength of the defense is up front, and that part we already knew was healthy. There was no way around what the Texans are up against on Monday night. So it's going to be put up or shut up on Monday night. We'll see how they do it.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with this anniversary. I only just realized it a little bit earlier in this hour. 3-year anniversary of Jack Easterby's firing today.
Oh, don't get me. Do not get me started.
I had some conversations. I had some conversations on the golf course the other day about Jack Easterby. If it's not capitalized on the documentary, that would be a bestseller or the most viewed, I guess, on Netflix. Somebody's missing the boat.
Hey, don't threaten me with a good time.
I'm gonna tell you, man. That is the more people I talk to about. Nobody even understands remotely close what was going on or how it went down. I mean, that is a money-making machine right there. Somebody, I got to believe, would buy that for a big money.
Hey, Reggie Lopez, we got to talk after the show, man. We can do this.
Oh, yeah.
We can do this. Exactly what Clint is talking about.
Oh,
we can do this, fellas.
I got a crew that can put it together as well as any documentary's ever been put together, so y'all let me know. I want a slice.
Hey, we can do an In the Loop, The Drive production, dog. I'm telling you, y'all don't know the half of it.
Meeting we just had.
All right, yeah, let's put that on the docket for In the Loop LLC.
Which one are you talking about? You talking about that one we had at that Italian joint, or are you talking about this meeting we just had in the crosstalk?
Right here, man.
You making it sound like the Godfather around here.
That is hilarious. All right, fellas, you're off and running here on a Football Friday. Hope you guys have an absolute blast. I hear that Titus Howard might be joining you here shortly.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
So all sorts of reasons on top.
Hey,
of
Reg, I need you. I need a pro, man. I got to try to drive this show and get folks in this building. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna drink, and then I got to somehow keep my eye on my phone to make sure Titus gets in here on time, baby.
I believe in you. I know that you're capable, and it's not like you're riding solo. You side saddle with one of the best in the business, B. Scott. I'm excited to hearing it. I'm super excited to hear it. And you know what? In order to hear it, I got to get out the way. It's been a fantastic week. We'll catch you Monday, Football Monday of sorts, getting ready for a Texans game. But before we get there, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
Yeah, we are. We're up at BB's Tex Orleans up in Kingwood. Come on through and hang out with us. We got plenty of seats right in front of us. The food is tremendous. The drinks are cold, and they are very good as well. They will be flowing already for B. Scott, but they will be flowing for me sooner rather than later. Great people in the building. I've already met a Joe Ray. I've already met a Joe Ray. I'll tell you, I've been around the world and back. I've never met a Joe Ray. Have you ever met a Joe Ray?
Not until now.
Never.
Not until today.
And I'm one that when I hear a double name, it sticks.
Yeah.
I mean, my tight end in college, Jim Ed Reed. I'm sorry, Jodine Davenport. His partner was Jim Ed Reed. I mean, just the double names stick.
And Joe Ray is a unique enough one. That's gonna stick with me.
That was very risky by mom and dad.
But very well done.
It landed. I mean, it is she's a beautiful young lady, Joe Ray. It's tremendous.
Yeah.
Don't know that it would fly if it were me or you, but I think she does it well.
I mean, it stuck the landing, man. I think Joe Ray. It's really a credit to her parents, whoever named her Joe Ray. Like I think anybody could pull it off. It's that good of a name.
I'm going to assume it's her parents to some degree.
Yeah, well, grandparents. I had a cousin that helped me name one of my children.
I mean, it's been. Okay, it's about help.
Yeah.
I was thinking, say, boy, that's a rough start.
Yeah, I'm just saying, whoever comes up with
one of your parents ain't.
No, they come up with the idea.
I got you.
You know what I mean?
I got you. That's got to be a family name. We'll get to the bottom of it. We're right here at BB's. Kingwood, come on through, hang out with us. We got big time giveaways today. 4 Academy gift cards, $25 a pop. Academy Sports and Outdoors, where tailgates, watch parties,
yes, sir,
and family get-togethers come together. You know what I mean? We got a free oil change up at Tomball Ford. Now, look, we ain't too far from Tomball Ford up in these parts right here, so that free oil change will come in handy. We also have the Drive collector glasses that we've been giving away. I think this is the second time that we've had the Drive collector's glasses with us today.
You gotta give me one of them too.
Yeah,
I don't think I have one.
I'm pushing for them to get a B. Scott. You should get one by yourself.
Oh, you know what? That would be pretty dope with the locks.
No question.
Oh man, I look much better as a silhouette than my actual picture. I can tell you that.
It would be tremendous, and I think it's well deserved. How about BB's T-shirts, baby? Chicken wings, cold beer, and football. I love all 4 of them. It's bright red with white lettering. Come on in. We'll be giving away a few of those as well, and the big ticket item today, Texans tickets, courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers. It is a future Texans game. As you know, we play the Colts, I think, a couple of times down the stretch here, as well as the Arizona Cardinals. I'm not real sure which game it is, too, but it's a future Texans game, and you can win them today. Got to be in the house. Got to be in the building. So if you're out there right now and you're listening, you're up Kingwood Way. Hell, look, it's Texans tickets. It's worth getting in the car and taking a little trip on a Friday afternoon and coming up here and hanging with you. You're going to get a tremendous meal, great drinks, great company, and a chance to win Texans tickets as well. Again, we're at BB's Tex Orleans.
Can I just add one thing, too? Not to correct you, but I do want to say this. Clint mentioned we need a professional. We don't need a professional. We just need you. Come join us. We don't need a professional. We just need you. The common folks, the Joe Rays of the world. We just need you. That's it.
Come on in. And we do have Texans right tackle Titus Howard joining us on the phone here in the 220, 225-ish area. You know, that's fluid now because these guys are practicing, showering, working out, getting to a meeting. And they're important meetings with a big Monday night matchup coming up. So Titus will be joining us around that 2:15, 2:20 mark, hopefully. But bear with us. Be flexible. Relax. It's a Friday, baby. We are rocking and rolling. Okay, I know it's a football Friday, as we mentioned. Big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors for making that happen. But I want to have a little reaction twist on this. Thursday night football last night look, we didn't have no skin in the game. The Texans weren't playing, obviously. But you had the Steelers and the Bengals. And I'm going to tell you, I did not look at this game this way until I got up today and was kind of thinking about the show. And it was a hell of a football game. It was unbelievably entertaining. The two 40-year-old plus quarterbacks showed up and showed out. I mean, when you look at Flacco went for 350 and Aaron Rodgers threw 4 touchdowns, and they were exchanging knockout blows late in the fourth quarter.
And the ball was live too.
It was hot. It was hot. It was a hell of a game. But again, I want to look at this. I want to react to this game in a Texans fashion, right? We talked about this game yesterday, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't give Cincinnati much of a shot. I counted Cincinnati out of this thing once Joe Burrow went down a few weeks ago. But the reality of it is I expected the Steelers to go handle business. I expected the Steelers to bury the Bengals and the Browns and the Ravens in that division. And bottom line is they didn't do it. They lose 33-31, again in dramatic fashion. But as a Texans fan, what does that mean? Well, if you look at it, it means that the Bengals are still relevant in our world. The Bengals are 3-4 right now. The Bengals, if you look at the standings right now on your little ESPN app, for whatever it's worth, if you look at the standings, the Bengals are actually ahead of the Texans. The 3-4 Bengals are ahead of the 2-3 Texans. So this game, Monday night, B. Scott, just got significantly bigger than it already was, right? It was already a monster game, but now you've got another AFC team that's playing in your neck of the woods, the middle of that AFC right now, that you are going to have to separate from. And I'm going to say this, right? I want you to look at what the Bengals got coming up, guys. I want you to look at what the Bengals got coming up. Can Joe Flacco keep the Bengals in the hunt long enough for Joe Burrow to get back healthy, right? They're 3-4 right now. If you look at their schedule, Joe Flacco – now, look, I don't know that the Bengals are going to run the football as well as they did last week.
They did run it well.
I don't know that Joe Flacco is going to throw for 350, right? I don't know that other teams and other defenses are going to give Jamar Chase the ability to get 23 freaking targets, right? But I know this. I look at the remaining schedule for the Bengals, and B. Scott, they can get to 10.
Yeah.
They can get to 10. They got the Jets, the Bears, the Ravens twice, the Dolphins, the Cardinals, the Browns, all of those teams remaining on their schedule. And we've seen Joe Flacco do this.
Yeah.
With a worse supporting cast in Cleveland. So I look at last night, and before we get into what that game meant or what that game looked like, I mean, we look at it through the Texans lens, and it looks like the Bengals need to be taken a little bit more serious maybe than at least I did yesterday as we were talking about this Thursday night matchup.
Well, it reminds me a lot of a conversation that I had with Luke Morrow. I think we were doing In Loop together last week, and we were having the conversation of which is the preferred route for the Texans, or what do you think they have the best chance of getting into the postseason? Would it be through the division or as a wild card, given where they are right now in the division with two teams ahead of them, and, of course, the Colts looking at the way that they're looking? And my thought was still that the division or actually I thought that both arguments were pretty solid, but when you look at it, the division still felt like, and to me still feels like, the best route. Because there are fewer teams that you're having to go through. You know, you're only talking about the two teams that you have to go against, and one of them you have twice. Okay, so you kind of really control your future a little bit more, a lot more, I would say. But this does raise a really good point about the Bengals still being not on your heels, as you point out, but ahead of you, especially if you don't win this game. It makes this game that we're going to be talking about on Monday night a lot more important. And then to your question, I look at it a little bit differently because I think, you know, when you talk about the schedule, Clint, this game from last night is a perfect example of what I would say is a caution against the schedule watching, or the Texans against the Ravens, for example, another good example of not schedule watching, of not being able to predict exactly what a team is going to look like or what the circumstance is going to be when you see them, or trying to project it in the future. I know we like to do it, and it's something that we're going to do either way, but at the same time, it's like, okay, well, can you really predict what this team is going to look like 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now? But that being said, what we saw last night from Joe Flacco, from Jamar Chase, like this question really is, hey, can Joe Flacco get the ball to Jamar Chase? Can Joe Flacco get the ball to T. Higgins? Yeah. Can Joe Flacco get the ball to Noah Fant, who I forgot they were teammates in Denver? I mean, I completely forgot that Joe Flacco even played for the Denver Broncos in 2019 until somebody brought it up on the broadcast. But that was a good example. He found Noah Fant. You know, so they got weapons. We were talking about this before the show. They got all of the weapons. And Joe Flacco, arm is still live, has the savvy of a veteran, certainly can still get the ball to the right pieces. It's a perfect scenario for a quarterback of that age where you're not asking them to do too much. But even if you were, it looks like Joe Flacco in spots is capable. So, yeah, I think the Bengals are definitely a threat, especially if the Texans are the middle pack.
Well, look, if you weren't aware of why Mike Tomlin, the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach, was so upset that he made comments publicly to the media after the Browns traded away the quarterback that started the first handful of games for him in the division to the Cincinnati Bengals, why would you help an in-division opponent that was struggling at that particular position? If you wondered why it bothered Mike Tomlin so much and to the point where he was actually vocal about it and felt the need to comment, well, we watched last night for 4 quarters. We watched why Mike Tomlin was disappointed enough to vocalize it to the media, because you look up, and again, Joe Flacco goes for 350 and he didn't just go for 350. That wasn't a sneaky 350. That was a very, very efficient, that was a very, very well quarterbacked game for a guy that's been in their system for 10 days.
Yeah, I mean, they were making the point on the broadcast. I think it was Kirk Herbstreit was like, man, this guy's been there 10 days, and he's throwing these anticipation throws. Yeah. Like the trust with the receivers or the communication or whatever exactly it is, you would know better than I do. But whatever that chemistry is, they've established it already, or if it's his veteran savvy or whatever the case may be. But it's twofold when you make that point about about Mike Tomlin. 100% he would rather see the Bengals with, say, a Jake Browning or whoever else it would have been that the Bengals would have had to trot out there. And then on the other side, if he's got to see Joe Flacco, he'd much rather see them or him with the Browns, right? A team that only can throw necessarily have the same. Certainly they don't have a Jamar Chase or T. Higgins as their second best receiver. They don't have the litany of weapons that the Bengals obviously have, even if they have a really good defense. So if you're going to see Joe Flacco, you'd rather see him with the Browns. And obviously if you're going to look at the Bengals, you'd rather see a Jake Browning of the world than a Joe Flacco.
Yeah, there's no doubt, man. How real are the Bengals? Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you the Bengals are going to change the landscape of the AFC, but they are in the middle of the pack, and I think they are going to be a middle-of-the-pack team in the AFC. I think with Joe Flacco, they got a lot of weapons around. They can score a lot of points, obviously. We've seen that. They ran the football somehow. I don't think they're going to consistently do that, but they've shown the ability to do it at least from time to time. And the defense was able to bow its neck last night enough to get turnovers and beat a good Pittsburgh team. So I don't think the Bengals are going to run the table here and win the division and get a dang home playoff game. But I do believe that when we, as Texans fans, we got to start looking right now. Anyway, the smart thing to do is to start looking at this thing from the lens of a wild card game. And you're in the wild card conversation. The Bengals, with their remaining schedule, could very easily be there. Now let's flip over to Pittsburgh real quick, B. Scott. I look at Pittsburgh, and I like what I see. I think Pittsburgh, now the defense has to step it up. The defense is going to be more consistent, right? But when I look at Aaron Rodgers, and I'm watching that offense last night, Aaron Rodgers is as comfortable and as good as I can remember Aaron Rodgers being. I mean, at any point in his career, the ability to move around at 41 and throw the football, the fact that he threw the damn hell plus yards.
Man.
I mean, that was absolutely ridiculous. The touchdown to Freiermuth that he fit in over a safety or kind of between a safety. I mean, there's not but 3 or 4 arms in the NFL that are getting that one in there. That ball got there in a hurry. The way he moved around last night, I think, was really convincing. Now, I agree with the overall media conversations leading up to this game is, if they're going to be taken serious, if they're going to really make a run at a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback, it's got to be now. Obviously, it can't be 4 years from now. They've got to make a move for another wide receiver. It was clear last night. They were taking DK Metcalf out of the game with coverage, all the pre-snap looks, and they just didn't have sufficient weapons outside of DK Metcalf to not. Everything was difficult. Everything. Yeah. Luckily, Freiermuth, who reportedly was on the trade block for the last week or so, luckily he stepped up and made some big plays. But they need another weapon if they're going to make a serious run.
It was one of those few games where it didn't feel like there was a loser in it, especially considering that the Steelers went into the game at 4-1, so they're still pretty comfortable at 4-2. Lost the game on a last-second field goal or close to the last-second field goal. You mentioned the Hail Mary, but no team really felt like a loser. I love your points on Aaron Rodgers and especially the Steelers not having a weapon or a notable weapon outside of DK Metcalf. You talk about it being difficult. I want to shout out DJ Turner for that interception that he was able to just grab the ball right out of DK Metcalf's hands, right out of his hands. I mean, it was a really incredible game. That was one of the anomalies for the Bengals, the fact that they were able to run the ball and that their defense showed up the way that it did. That's one of the things that I don't know that they can expect on a week-in and week-out basis. Really impressed last night.
All right, we're going to jump out here early because we got Titus Howard coming up straight from the locker room. That's right tackle for your Houston Texans coming up right here on Sports Radio 610, right here on The Drive next. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Jiffy Lube. Look, I started driving when I was 16, obviously.
nearest you, 5 locations. It's mensteeclinic.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans in Kingwood, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Come on up and hang out with us. Big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors for making it happen, as well as our Houston area Ford dealers. Texans tickets will be given away right here on locations. BB's Tex Orleans up in Kingwood. So come on through and hang out with us. And enough hesitating, right? Enough waiting now, man. We got the big man on the phone, man. Texans right tackle Titus Howard is joining us, fresh off the field, fresh out of preparation for this monster game Monday night. Big Titus, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
That's all you got for me? You doing good? You got a big game this week, man.
Focus, one-track minded. I see you, Titus. I got you, man. Hey, dog. I got it.
Hey, Titus. Hey, talk to us a little bit, man, about how comfortable you are out there on that edge, man, out there at right tackle. I know you've been a good soldier, man. You've done what everybody's asked you to do, and much respect and admiration for that, man. But I know you're comfortable out there at that right tackle spot. You're having you a solid year, man. How does it feel to be out there and be getting it done?
I feel good. I'm back playing where I naturally play, so it gives me a chance to play more comfortably with a clear mind and knowing that I can go out there and compete with anybody who I'm facing against. So it feels good to be able to be in that position.
Tell us about your teammates. Obviously, y'all have remade the line to a large degree. You're pretty much the one guy that was there last year in that position. Just talk about kind of down the line what you're seeing from new additions like obviously Ed Ingram, Andrews at center. Of course, Juice has kind of stepped up into that role at left guard, and you got the rookie Ariante Ursary at left tackle. What are you seeing from your teammates along that line?
Man, I'm just seeing a group that's dedicated to getting better each week. As far as Ariante, I feel like each week he has gotten better as a player. So he's owning in on all the things he needs to work on. He's putting in the extra work every week to get better, and it's paying off for him. He's a smart kid, and sky's the limit for him. Juice has stepped in and done a good job for us. I've always been a big fan of Juice since he came in because he was able to play center and he could play guard. So his versatility is helping us out a lot. We're coming in, stepping up for Jake. Jake's a great guy. He's from Bama. He grew up like an hour away from me, so I've kind of known him because he went to Troy, which is close to Alabama State in college. And Jake's always been a smart, good football player. He's doing a good job with getting us to the right mic points and helping us be able to play faster. Because, that's one of the things about O-line, being able to play fast and knowing where you go is probably most of the biggest part, because a lot of guys can block, but if you don't know who you're going to, it makes you play slower and that can fuck you up a lot. So that can mess you up and stuff like that. But I love playing against Ed, playing beside Ed Ingram. Ed's one of the best guards I've played beside. He's helped me a lot with my game, and I helped him a lot. And we're just building that camaraderie every day. And it's just been a joy to play beside him because he's having one of the best seasons of his career, and so am I. So it just, we just got to keep the ball rolling and keep building that camaraderie every week to solidify that right side.
Hey, Titus, one of the things that before we get to the matchup this week, which is a big matchup, but one of the things that I've seen watching your film, y'all's film, in O-line plays, it seems like the last 2 weeks, it seems like there's been more of an emphasis on staying on your double teams, getting movement before going to the second level. It seems like there's been more emphasis put on driving your feet, and it's particularly in Dalton Schultz. And Dalton Schultz has put that on tape the last 2 weeks in a way that I don't remember. But the O-line overall, man, it just seems like y'all are getting a lot more. Would you say that's accurate? And if so, what's that from?
Yeah, that's just a mentality that we've been establishing and start with our coach, man. Our line coach, Coach Pop, has been telling us, we just got to take care of the down guys first. If we take care of those guys, everything else will settle into play how it's supposed to go. But early on we were just rushing too long to get off to backers and stuff like that, and we would mess up blocks. But the longer we stay on the doubles, it was better for us. So we've seen the success that has happened for us, and we just got to continue to do that.
Give us some insight into this matchup. Obviously, Seattle has, I think, formidable front is probably an understatement. They've been really, really good. Obviously, y'all have a big challenge ahead of you. Give us an idea for some of the coaching points and some of the emphasis for y'all going up against this Seattle front.
Yeah, we're going up against a front that's hungry, man. They've been playing some good football. They play really good together. You know, it's not just one guy just making all the plays. Those guys over there, they play good, working together. There's a front that use stunts and games more than any other team in the NFL. So that's a big challenge for us because that's something we struggled with in the past, but that's something we also have got better with each week. You know, they got a lot of talented guys over there. They got Zero, DeMarcus Lawrence. They got 99, 91. You got Byron Murphy, all those guys. You got 7, 58, 50. They got a lot of guys that they can rotate in. They can play a lot of good football. But I feel like if we do what we're supposed to do up front and not try to do too much, we should be able to handle them.
Titus, you touched on something right there that I think from a fan's perspective, you probably ran a couple of them off in the ditch, right? I mean, as fans, we watch and we're pulling like hell for you guys. And one thing that has seemed to kind of jump off the TV the last couple of years is there's been times when the protection issues had a lot to do with those games that were being played up front. The O-line was struggling picking up that tackle DN, the TE stunts and things of that nature. So when you say, oh, these guys are as good as anybody and they do it as much as anybody, you know, what, from an offensive lineman's perspective, like what goes into, why was it such a struggle before and what goes into getting that right? Because obviously I think y'all been significantly better this year, but what kind of talk us through that? Why was it a struggle and getting it right?
I think the number one thing is with stunts and games is, as a player, for me, from my perspective, is, you know, knowing the down and distance for one, and knowing the situation. If you watch film and you know the situation, you get a tell of when they want to do stuff. So the first thing would be recognition, recognizing that, all right, when I get in second and long, gotta get back on track. That this team likes to run games in this moment. So I got to recognize and be on the lookout for that too. And another thing is we just got to learn to play together. So like in the past, it was a whole bunch of, one-on-one blocks, and that doesn't work as an offensive lineman. Everybody got to be able to work together. And I think as a group, our coach has practiced that with us every single day of practice, working together, being on the same point. And when you're on the same level and can play together, it's easier to pick up.
Tice, let me ask you about the offense overall. It seems like y'all have been able to find something over the last couple of weeks. Obviously, I think the results speak for themselves there. What can you say about you guys as an offense overall that y'all have been able to find, and especially coming off of this bye week, something that y'all are able to sort of cling to it, whether that's y'all's identity, something that y'all do well, or just something that has really worked for y'all over these last couple of weeks?
Well, I think the thing that works for us the best is that when we're able to start – and we are able to start fast and have a good run game early in the game, everything else opens up. If we're able to open up the lanes for running backs and get those guys going early, it makes everything easier for CJ as the game go on. So these past couple weeks we've been running the ball really good, and the play action is working a lot for us, and it makes it easier to pass protect when we got a shorter distance to go on third down.
Hey, a lot has been made, man, about the O-line room, and rightfully so. I love talking O-line. I'm an old quarterback, Titus, so I love talking O-line play. It's important to me, man. But a lot has been made about the overhaul of the offensive line, and I think a big question coming into this year was, hey, man, there's a void in leadership. Who's going to be that guy? Who's going to step up? What's that going to look like? And it sounds like when D'Amico's talking, and it sounds like when people aren't necessarily specifically asked about it, it seems like your name comes up. Can you speak to just a little bit about, hey, man, there's an opportunity, that a leadership role that you embrace, that you want to go get and that you value? How did that happen, and what does that look like?
Yeah, it's definitely something I value. I've always been a guy, growing up, high school, college, all that, was been the leader of my group. And when the opportunity presented itself this year for me, I took it and ran with it. I take value in, talking and getting guys going and showing them the right way to do things. And so my job every day is to make sure I hold my group accountable, whether it's good and bad, just keep them steady and float so we can just get better as a group. And I kind of, just embrace that and try to rub it off on the whole offense.
Okay, Titus, you mentioned accountability, man. Speaking of accountability, I got to hold you accountable for holding Nick Chubb accountable, man. I saw something come across my timeline where you caught Nick Chubb slipping, man. You caught him lacking a little bit, had the ashy knees. You had to call him out for it. I don't know if that's leadership. Nick Chubb obviously is a known commodity in the NFL. I don't think he needs too much leadership, but it seemed like maybe he needed it in that moment. And so my question to you is, who is the ashiest member of the Houston Texans? Is it Nick Chubb? Is it somebody else? Is that the worst that you've seen? Like, how bad is it? And do we need to figure out some kind of moisturizing situation for this team?
I'm not gonna. It's by far one of the worst I've seen. And I had to let him know that. I told him by me posting that he might get a sponsorship deal from a company where he gets some low. Some coke. But no, I always like making fun with Nick Chubb because he's a really good dude, and I've kind of built a good relationship with him since he's been here. I always tell him whenever he get that ball, look over to my side. I'm gonna open the lane up for you. So he's a good dude though, man. I like joking with him.
Hey, Titus business-minded, too. You saw that, man. You might get you a sponsorship, too, man. That's real leadership. I see you, man.
Hey, Titus, the only two places you can get away with that, right in the locker room and at home. Anywhere else, man, it's going to be frowned upon. So that is good. That is good. That was money when B. Scott showed that to me. Hey, man. Hey, Titus, look, man, I know you're busy. I know it's a big game, man. First of all, man, congrats on playing out there at that right tackle spot, doing well. I know the work is not done, man, but I like seeing you out there, bro. And we greatly appreciate you giving us 15, 20 minutes of your time on such an important day. And, hey, you're always welcome on the drive on Sports Radio 610, man. We'd love to make a big man minute out of it now. So
yes, sir, I appreciate you.
Good luck, brother.
Thank y'all.
All right, man. That's Titus Howard, Texans right tackle. I tell you, man, I love that he's played well, obviously, at right tackle. It's good to see. The most impressive thing to me about Titus Howard and kind of what, because you can hear it when he answered the question about leadership too. There's no kind of soft shoeing it or being uncomfortable with it it's clear. Now I'm going to hold my group accountable and I embrace and value that leadership role. And there needed to be a leader in that room step up. There needed to be somebody hold people accountable. There needed to be somebody that when a guy, you have the ability. Somebody's got to look at somebody, right? And for it to be Titus Howard, who's one of the guys that's a little longer in the tooth, especially now knowing Laken Tomlinson's not going to be a starter. I think that's the biggest thing here with Titus Howard that's happened this year, beyond just playing good right tackle, is, boy, he seems to be the guy that stepped up.
Clean's been there since 2019. Look, we remember when he got here, but all of a sudden now that's been a while ago, and he's also somebody, as you talked about, you asked him about this, has been somebody that they've asked a lot of, moving around different spots, been a soldier, done pretty much everything that they asked him to do, and he's still kind of the last man standing, if you will. Has survived several regimes, and so it seemed like a natural progression in his role for him to be that leader. I'm just glad to see that he was willing to step up and take that on, right? Like he did not shy away from that moment, because it did seem like just the natural step for him to be that guy. All
right, look, the Rockets, I was dead wrong, y'all. I was dead wrong on a couple of things, and we got to discuss it now. I'm not going to apologize yet, but I will admit that I was dead wrong on how they were going to handle this game, as well as one player. We will we'll discuss that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about advanced hair. Look, if you're out there and you're one of them fellas that you got a hair loss issue that's got you feeling like you've lost your identity altogether, I'm glad you're listening, but I'm here to tell you about the solution now. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And y'all check it out, man. It is guaranteed to grow for life. It's the advanced
Outdoors. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Kingwood, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T-Mills on the ones and twos behind the glass back at the studio. We are at BB's Tex Orleans up in Kingwood. Come on through and hang out. There's a couple of tables right here in front of us. The drinks are cold. The beer's damn cold. The coolers, the mountains are blue, baby. The mountains are blue. I don't know what B. Scott's over there sipping on, something draft, but it's obviously pretty good. He can't keep his lips off of it. And I got the gumbo coming. I got the boudin link coming. I'm telling you, man, the smell when you walk in these places, they got it. The food, everything's tremendous. But if you want to call yourself Tex Orleans, you gotta have that smell when you walk in the building, and they got it here.
Yeah, I'm thinking either some etouffee. I might do a little boudin too. I haven't really decided yet, man. But it's good vibes, man. It really ain't nothing but good. It's nothing but good options.
I'm gonna tell you what, man. The amount of boudin that my family eats up against any family that's breathing right now.
That's a bold statement.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Well, you got to understand, if you're going to mess with them Stoerners, it's 5 days a week now. So we ain't doing it all at once. It ain't all going to happen on Saturday. It's going to happen about 3 or 4 days during the week, and then both of the days that football is being played on Saturday and Sunday. But y'all come on out on this Friday, Football Friday, BB's Tex Orleans in Kingwood. We got 4 Academy gift cards. If you're in the building, you want to put your name in this raffle box right here. My man Shay got it right here. Here's what we got going on today. We got 4 $25 Academy gift cards, Academy Sports and Outdoors. We got a free oil change at Tomball Ford. We got Texans tickets. This is the big one right here. You got to be in the building. We're giving away Texans tickets, courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers. We got our drive, our show, our collector's glasses right here that you can get. Those are free. All you got to do is grab one of them. We got those. We got BB's T-shirts right here. I got some T-shirts, and these things are soft too. These ain't your typical giveaways now. These right here, these are big time. I'm a T-shirt snob. These are good right here. I might let my wife wear this as a little nightgown.
Hey, I was thinking nightgown.
Hey,
nothing but.
I tell you,
that.
I'm sitting there the other night, and I do a couple of deals. Everything we do, they give us a T-shirt. We over there with the Texans or whatever, and I hang them in the closet, and my wife, she loves taking baths. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's every night, which I mean, it's the only woman I've ever lived with. I'm assuming there's a lot of them like that. But
hey, that bath is soothing, man.
She's in that bath.
Probably she ain't changed your ways. Mine did.
No, man.
That bath is wonderful, man.
I can't sit there in that hot water. But I'm telling you, I'm sitting there one night. I got my toes up on the couch, and the way my living room's set up, I'm on the couch and I'm watching my TV right with my bedroom's to the left. And so when she comes out of the bedroom to hang out with me on the couch a little bit for them 2 hours we got when the babies are asleep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right there. Boom, it comes right into my view. It's a beautiful thing. She come walking out of the other night, and she had that Cal's Cookout shirt with Cal McNair's head. I said, no, baby, take your ass back in there. Cal McNair at bedtime. Now, I love Cal, but get back in there and take that shirt off. Change that up, Mama.
Hey, you can do the bull. You can do the bull or the H. The H.
I mean, that's the thing about my wife.
But not Cal's silhouette.
There is 82 T-shirts hanging in there, and she picked the one of them that I didn't want to see her come out there and T-shirt and her panties on.
Hey,
I don't want to see Cal. What are you doing?
Come out there with the hog on there. I know you got a Razorback T-shirt in there that she probably could put on.
Anything but Cal's old big-headed tail, man. I couldn't have that. Also, right here at BB's Tex Orleans, it's $1 wings, boneless or bone-in. And all the teachers out there, big ups, man. We need to be better by our teachers in every sense of the phrase. But God bless all of our teachers out there taking care of our babies when we're hard at work. It's free apps for teachers today from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. So come on through. And if you're a teacher, let us know. I'd love to shake your hand and tell you how much I appreciate the job that you do. Now, let me get to business here. Nobody jumped to put their name in this raffle over here. I'm assuming y'all don't want tickets or anything, but we'll keep hitting that and see if we can't convince a few folks here before it's over with.
Texans tickets. That is now.
Rockets last night, they win. By the way, 4-0 in the preseason for what it's worth. 133 to 115. And I was dead wrong on two things. So if anybody out there ran to their TV and did like me for the first time this year and watched NBA preseason basketball, I apologize. I told you it was going to be a dress rehearsal. The starters were going to play, and I flipped that TV on, and every starter was in street clothes.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite the dress rehearsal that you was talking about.
Them boys didn't even put the damn uniform on. I mean, I couldn't have been more. That may be as wrong as I've ever been, and I'm wrong a lot. I had no problem with it. But I tell you,
it felt. I will say it felt very preseason, right?
Yeah.
Like in the sense of inconsequential. Just like, well,
yeah.
what are we exactly doing around here?
Yeah.
But there were a couple of things.
Well, let me get that easy one out of the way. I don't mind being wrong on a dress rehearsal in preseason game 4. I'm okay with that. But I tell you what, I may have jumped the gun on old Reed Sheppard.
I think you did.
I may have jumped the gun on Reed Sheppard. 29 minutes, 29 pints, 6 rebounds, 6 assists last night. And forget about the numbers. To me, it's more about what it looked like.
Yeah, boy was cooking.
Yeah, I mean, but as I'm watching him, I'm watching as before. I mean, I'm just being dead honest. Before, it seems like every time I'd seen him play, there was a timidness to him, and there was a I'm not sure if I belong on this floor or not, and I'm not quite ready to take the bull by the horns. Well, last night. And I'm not positive because I don't cover the Atlanta Hawks, but I believe the Atlanta Hawks had their starters out there.
Yeah, they did.
I know Trae Young was out there.
Yeah.
So,
which is enough.
So, B. Scott, I may have jumped the gun on the Reed Sheppard. And as I said, that I was talking this year. I mean, I was talking longer term through this year. Last night did not convince me that all of a sudden he's going to be ready in a week. But last night did make me feel better about him helping this basketball team over the season and developing to somebody that could end up significantly helping us when it matters the most.
And like you mentioned, Clint, it was not just the stat stuffing of it. It was the way it looked. I mean, he was out there getting steals. He was active in passing lanes. You saw a couple of dunks. You saw the pull-up midi, right? You see him, driving, pulling up for the mid-range. You saw threes. You saw the one-legged floater, right? You saw a bunch from the arsenal of Reed Sheppard and what it could potentially look like. Man, I couldn't help but think about our conversation about what we were wrong about, but also what we were dead on about as well. Like this possibly being a bit of a blessing in disguise, not having Fred VanVleet out there to overly rely on. Forget the fact that, he does offer you some positives. The fact that you don't have him out there to overly rely on. You have to now rely on Reed Sheppard. So it's kind of sink or swim, like old school. They just throw you in the pool and say, hey, figure it out. It was one of those situations. And the one anecdote that I keep going back to, Clint, the reason why I can't quit Reed Sheppard is that I think it was a 35-pointer he put up on Oklahoma City. I'm talking about the real Oklahoma City Thunder that ended up winning the championship last year. He did this against a healthy version of that squad when the Rockets themselves weren't very healthy. And that was the moment where I was like, man, if he can tap into that on any kind of consistent basis, then the Rockets got him something. And you saw a version of that, and also again our conversation yesterday when I'm saying, hey, if one of these guys that was a number 3 overall pick plays anything like it, well, that's what it looks like as well, right? They don't need him to play like that every night, but to show that he's capable of it, to show that he's got the confidence to go out there and do it is a tremendous, I would say, feather in the cap for the Houston Rockets.
Well, yesterday my predictions were not a feather in the cap of my.
It's all right though. You learned something though.
Hey, look,
that was the good part about it. It's like if there's anything that you can take away from a meaningless preseason game where it's nothing but bench guys out there playing, none of the guys that you expect to actually be out there, except for the one that was, and he showed you what he showed you. That's something that you can take away.
All right, the toughest matchup for the Texans Monday night, y'all. It is the Seattle Seahawks defensive line across the board. You've heard D'Amico Ryans talk about it. We heard Titus Howard talk about it. That D-line versus our offensive line, right? That's the matchup. With that said, who's the real pressure on? Who's the real pressure on? The O-line, Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud, somebody else? Who you got? 713-572-4610. Text in, let us know. We will cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Dr. Matoran. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a simple concept until you start suffering with any or all of the above, right? We're talking sinus problems and sleep problems and snoring. We're talking about allergies.
TexasRadio.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Kingwood, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is simple. Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott, Kingwood, BB's Tex Orleans, come on through, man. We're giving away some gift cards, Academy Sports and Outdoors, a free oil change at Tomball Ford, Texans tickets, the Drive collector glasses that we've been giving away all Football Friday season, BB's T-shirts, Dollar Wings, boneless or bone-in, and got a special for all the teachers out there, free apps for teachers from 3 to 6 p.m. So come on through and hang out. And whether you're a teacher or not, we welcome all teachers, of course, but whether you're a teacher or not, come on through and hang out. Again, B. Scott is in for Ron Hughley. T. Mills back at the studio behind the glass on the ones and twos, baby. And look, the Texans got a monster game this weekend, or actually Monday night. So we will get to have another show. We'll have a Monday show to get you ready for the late Monday Windy game there. So we will actually have a full show on Monday. Mondays typically, even on off days, we usually have a shorter show, and then if there is a Monday night game that starts at 6, usually, man, we got about a 1-hour show, and we're out of there with a 9 p.m. kick. We're going to have our entire show, and the plan is Ron will be back, and so we'll have another episode of The Drive before this game actually kicks, but that just means we got an extra day to talk about it, man, to chop it up.
And that's leading into the pregame show, by the way, right?
Yep.
So like you get a full drive. That's right. And you get a full pregame show leading up to the game. All of that on Sports Radio 610.
That's right. And look, it's not been a secret. It's not been a secret that the toughest matchup in this game, Texans, Seattle Seahawks, Monday night, is absolutely blind. We just heard from Titus Howard. They like to run all the different stunts and everything up front, and we as fans, we have obviously suffered through some games where we couldn't pick up those basic stunts, and they've been big problems. So not only are they really good, but they're really good at the thing that we have seen our Texans offensive lines struggle with over the last couple of years. And so the challenge is not just mano-a-mano. The challenge is also schematically. And the Texans O-line versus the Seattle D-line, I think, is where this game starts. Now, there's there's layers to this, but I think that is the biggest matchup, that if the Texans win, you got a real chance to get away Monday night, to get on that plane and come back home to Houston after a win. And here's the question I got for you, B. Scott. Yeah. Who's the real pressure on to get that accomplished? Now, it's obviously a group effort, right? It's the O-line, it's the quarterback, it's the run game, it's the tight ends helping, it's Nick Caley, the play caller. But I think for me personally, I've seen some things that I believe in, and I think that there is still some feet to fire, some pressure on one or more of these parties. But in your opinion, in terms of battling this defense, knowing that we've struggled with what they do really good, who's the pressure on for you this weekend?
Yeah, so I'm not going to cop out. I'm not going to cop out of this. I'm going to actually answer your question, but I do want to point out before I do that the real answer is all of them. And this is why I say that specifically, because you can't really afford, given how talented this Seattle defense, especially up front as we're talking about, or the Texans cannot afford to have a bad game from any of them, right? We're talking about from C.J. Stroud, from Nick Caley to C.J. Stroud to this offensive line. Yeah. There is not a single entity within that list that can afford to have a bad game. Just to be clear about it, okay? So that's not me copping out. That's just me saying the facts right there.
That's why I asked the question, because it's not an easy. There's not one easy, obvious answer.
Yeah. So I want to be clear and preface with that. But that being said, for me, given that it's still all of them, it has to come down to the offensive line. It has to come down, because this comes down to a mano-a-mano type of situation, whether we're talking about just the stunts or just one-on-one blocks. We're talking about a serious, I would say, from end to end, and in terms of their depth, as Titus Howard was laying out when we talked to him earlier, a serious formidable front. And one thing, and I know you can appreciate this, Clint, as a former player, the one thing about football, we can do all this talking. We can do all of the analyzing. They can do all of the schemes. You can get up on the whiteboard, and you can draw up all of the plays. But football come down to a mano-a-mano sport, man-to-man. Eventually, like once you get to it, whether it's Friday night in high school or Saturday in college or Sunday and Monday in the pros, eventually you got to show me. Right, and so that's what it's going to come down to. To me, the biggest pressure is on the offensive line. I think that Nick Caley has done some truly good things over the last couple of weeks that make you feel good about where he is and his development as a first-year offensive coordinator. Obviously, C.J. Stroud, when everything else is right, is excellent, right? When the play calling is right, and I don't feel like you probably have the fewest questions out of all of these in C.J. Stroud. The one unit that I feel like we got the most questions about that could do themselves, I say, the biggest favor in terms of their overall conversation and how we view them is absolutely this offensive line and how they block this up front. So to not cop out and give you a straight answer, I'm gonna go with the offensive line.
Look, I don't think it's a cop out. I think the reason I asked the question is because to some degree, every one of these answers could be right, depending on how you feel about it. And so
you just can't afford for none of them to be bad.
That's right. The toughest matchup for the Texans Monday night is the Seattle Seahawks defensive line and the games that they play versus our offensive line, the Texans offensive line. B. Scott says the most pressure is on the O-line, right? I'm going to go with Nick Caley,
okay.
and here's why. Like, by the way, Nick Caley in full met with the press today in full at 3:40. We're going to play him right here on the drive at 3:40. I should probably check and make sure we don't have anything else in the gun there. Tyler's already got it handled up, baby. It's good job. What team is a pro?
A professional, man.
I tell you what, I got to go with Nick Caley though, and here's why. Here's why I picked Nick Caley, because I agree with you. The answer, there's no wrong answers here. But what I've seen from the Texans offensive line, and that extends to the running backs and the tight ends, I think for the first time, hell, maybe since I've been covering a team, but for the first time definitely in the DeMeco Ryans era, I feel like what I've watched from an offensive line perspective over the last 2 weeks, I believe it plays. Now, it may not be as effective as it was against Baltimore. It may not be effective as it was against Tennessee. But I believe, which Titus confirmed, I believe that if they spend more time on their double teams and don't rush to the second level, that they're going to get pushed. I believe that. And I believe Woody Marks is a back that can make one guy miss, and I believe Nick Chubb's a guy that can lean forward. If you're getting pushed, it's just a huge advantage. What I've seen, I just believe to some degree that we're going to see that again on Monday night. I don't believe they're going to revert back to their old ways, right? C.J. Stroud, what we've seen, I think, look, if C.J. Stroud goes back to holding the football, one of two things has happened, right? One, we don't have the weapons to make a team pay.
Yeah.
That is suffocating us.
Yeah,
right?
that's real.
Or two, C.J. Stroud mentally don't have it. Right, that's the two things. I mean, because if he goes back for no other reason other than he just wants to throw the ball down the field, given what we've watched and given this opponent, if he goes back to holding the football, patting the ball because he wants to take shots, then shame on him.
Yeah.
Right?
And everything we've heard from him is to the contrary, right? Like he's gotten comfortable with this new world order, if you will.
Right. And let me be clear. The reason I didn't pick C.J. Stroud here is because I'm telling you how crazy it would be if he reverted back to some of the, let's say, year 2 Bobby Slowick stuff where they're this explosive team that's trying to stretch the field. That would be crazy for a quarterback. I mean, it would be almost, at this point for him, being a contract year, it'd be almost, it cost him huge money.
Yeah.
Right? So I think C.J. Stroud, I think what we've seen from C.J. Stroud, to some degree, we're going to see a very strong emphasis on playing the quarterback position that way. As I'm team change we've seen that includes Dalton Schultz, by the way, I think we're going to see more of that to some degree. It's the Nick Caley factor here, right? It's the Nick Caley factor here on several fronts. But do we really think we're going to roll 8 different dudes out there and have catches against a really good defense?
I doubt it.
Okay. Do we really think that we can just camp Nico Collins over here and not move him around and not give him that jet sweep like we did last week, not hit him in a screen game, not use him in the mid-range game, not take shots down the field with him? Do we really see Nick Caley as a guy that can't do with Nico Collins what really any offensive coordinator with this particular set of wide receivers and weapons should use him. Nick Caley's the wild card here, and I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying, to me, I've seen enough proof of the other two. I think they're going to be all right. Nick Caley's the one that the jury's still out for me.
Well, and here's another one that I would give you, and I think this could be a Nick Caley point or an offensive line point, but what do the Texans do against a rush defense that is second in the league, right? Like, how does Nick Caley scheme up a run game? And to your point, like, you feel like they're going to be able to get pushed. Okay, well, that's on the offensive line. Like, I feel like there is pressure to do that against a defensive line that has shown they have a resistance to that, right? They're second best in the league against the run. And what does Nick Caley do if there is no run game? Like, can he scheme up one? And then what does it look like absent of a run game? Because that's one thing that we've been able to see from the Texans in their success. The last couple have been able to run the ball. Yeah. What happens if they make them one-dimensional? I've got faith in C.J. Stroud and being able to find some answers. And I would say that Nick Caley and the offensive line are the ones that are right there at the top in terms of questions about can they block it up front and give them any kind of resemblance of a run game? And then what does Nick Caley do if that run game is not there?
Well, I think this is a monster game for the others, right? I mean, Nick Caley is the tip of the spear, but for the others, not named Nico Collins. Christian Kirk, where you at? Right? I mean,
it feels like it's about that time.
Christian Kirk, where you at? He's the one that's got expectations that we've yet to see any level of explosive, twitch, game-changing, playmaking from in the first 5 games. Christian Kirk, where you at? For me, that's number one. Number two is Xavier Hutchinson. We talked about him yesterday. Who is Xavier Hutchinson? Is he a guy that's just going to be a third or fourth receiver and be handy when somebody gets hurt? Or is he actually a guy that in a quiet, almost unexpected way make plays for your quarterback in critical situations, right? Who is Xavier Hutchinson? I think there's some serious pressure on those two guys, Christian Kirk and Xavier Hutchinson, to become something.
So to that point, I talked to Christian Kirk in the locker room about, let's call it 2 weeks ago now, and I asked him the question. You know, he's kind of getting his feet wet. You know, he played a couple of games at that point, and I said, hey, what is the thing? We obviously know, you know, your profile. We've watched you play. But what is the thing that you're trying to bring to this offense as you get comfortable? And the first thing that he said, the first thing out of his mouth was explosive play. We'll target on third down, not a safety valve or anything like that. It was explosive plays. Okay, so to your question, Clint, where is that at? It is time that is front of mind for Christian Kirk himself, and it's front of mind for us as we watch the game.
Well, the interesting thing is, here's the deal. If you're not going to move Nico Collins almost to a fault, like move him too much kind of deal, if you're not going to do that, then Christian Kirk has to be a guy that in Nick Caley's offense that is really, I mean, they say it's the Texans offense, but there are some strong New England ties there.
Right.
Like, I mean, the one thing you could always bank on in New England was a smaller sized, whether it's a possession guy or a speed guy, either way, being a big part of the offense.
Yeah.
So there's an argument to be made that, hey, Christian Kirk has the resume, Nick Caley has the experience. It's part of the offense.
Right.
The other times that we've seen it, like, where is Christian Kirk at? I think it's a big deal. Another question yesterday, a texter put in, a big shout out to everybody on the text line. Actually, I think it was the YouTube and Twitch chat that brought it up. Where in the hell is Braxton Berrios?
Man, milk carton.
Where in the hell? And I'm going to be honest with you. Tell me I'm crazy if so. I'm not even worried about Braxton Berrios as a returner. You know, there was a time when we brought Braxton Berrios in, you go, hey, man, this is a return specialist, and rightfully so. But I don't. Jalen Noel is. I am A-OK. In fact, I wouldn't mess with. I'd let him return. I'd let him become my long-term punt returner here. But I think Braxton Berrios is a guy that brings a little something to the table with experience, sees the defense through the quarterback lens. I mean, he's a guy that his skill set is real twitchy and quick to create that separation for the quarterback. We saw it in the preseason. What the hell's going on with Braxton Berrios?
And literally the exact thing that you were talking about in terms of that smaller guy that's normally a part of a New England type of offense. Yes. Normally a part of the identity. Braxton Berrios seems like he would fit right along those lines, and we have not seen him. Like, I thought that the whole return thing, because he's an accomplished return specialist, right?
Right.
So I thought that was just his way to get on the roster, but that we would see him be a part of the offense in these roles that we're talking about, and we just have not seen it yet. It is one of several mysteries, I would say, that are a part of this team right now.
Yeah, man, we gotta get that one.
They could use them. They could absolutely, because we are still waiting on that guy to emerge, whether it's Christian Kirk, whether it's the rookie Jalen Noel being a little bit more a part of the offense, being featured more, or if it's Braxton Berrios himself, who, again, we have not seen. We're waiting on that guy to emerge.
Well, you talking about I mean, I can't get my mind off that. I know it was preseason, but the little boot where he snuck out the back door and went for a touchdown.
Yeah.
That kind of, all joking aside, a guy that's that size, that when you break the huddle or you get to the line of scrimmage, I mean, you lose him behind the offensive line. I mean, you can do some creative, tricky things with him that you can't do with Higgins or any of these other big guys that you have. And
I'm glad you mentioned that, Clint, because it's not like that was just a one-off. You're talking about a preseason example, but we were at training camp. We saw pieces of that in training camp practices where they were actually kind of making that. I wouldn't say, and saw plenty of Braxton and Berrios making plays during training camp, and then you mentioned that preseason play. So it is a curious thing.
Yeah, it's wild. All right, we got Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans, coming up. Monster matchup Monday night. Can he get it done? We obviously want to hear directly from him. At 3:40, we will have Nick Caley. And I want to remind everybody, if you're in the building, put your name in this raffle box right here. We're going to give away all kind of stuff, man. We got everything from Texans tickets down to T-shirts and $25 gift cards. And we got all kind of stuff that we're going to give away, man. We're going to start that here in this upcoming break. So if you're out there, you're listening, get in the building, get you some grub, get you some drinks, enjoy your Friday. And you might win something here. If you're in another part of the city, I know you can hear us far and wide. There's BB's Tex Orleans locations all over the place. Stop through any location. One thing that's pretty consistent is them food and them drinks and them good people. So go on through there and hang out. But if not, come see us for sure. All right, we got to take a little dip into the college football game coming up this I guess it's tomorrow. Boy, it's crazy how quick we have football damn near every night. We're in that stretch of the season where we have football every single night. So but Saturday's a big one. Saturday is a big game. You got some ranked matchups in the SEC that are big, and we got to talk a little bit about them. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 16. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Academy.
here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Kingwood, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T-Mills on the ones and twos. And my boy Matt's over here making sure we're taken care of at BB's Tex Orleans in Kingwood. Come on through and hang out. This place starting to fill up, y'all. Place starting to fill up. And I've already lied to everybody. I lied, didn't I? I was supposed to give away something right there in that break.
Oh, man, we sure was supposed to give something away.
Damn it.
I lied.
We might have to double barrel one of these breaks.
That's all right. We'll double up right here. We'll double up, but I got to go first, B. Scott.
Okay.
I got to go first.
Do it.
You didn't pick that up, but you got it. BB's Tex Orleans, come on up. We got 4 Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards. We got a free oil change, Texans tickets. We got collector glasses. We got BB's T-shirts, chicken wings, cold beer, and football. Hell, who wouldn't wear it? And it's a soft shirt too now. They didn't skimp on the expense of the shirt. It's a good one now. Where's mine? There it is, right there. All right, we also got dollar wings and boneless or bone-in right now at BB's Tex Orleans. So come on through, take advantage of that little deal there. And all the teachers out there, we love you, baby. Free apps for teachers from 3 to 6 p.m. So come on in and join us. If you can't get to this location, there are other locations. Just pick that old phone up and hit that old Google Maps. They'll pop up all over the place. BB's Tex Orleans, baby. We have Nick Caley, Texans offensive coordinator. We have him coming up in the next segment. That'll be the 340 segment. But right now, Tyler, give me my damn music.
That turn you on like it does for Ron?
Well, I mean, it doesn't take much, but Ron, I would say, is a little easier for me. I would say Ron is a little easier. Yeah, it would. It's rolling though. We got a great slate of games for this Saturday, and look, I'll be honest with you. There's a couple of them tonight now.
Yeah.
There's a couple of them tonight worth watching. Louisville at 4-1 at Miami, number 2 in the country. They're 5-0 right now. A lot of people believe that they are one of the more likely teams to make the college football playoffs simply because they have already nailed the tough part of their schedule. But the Miami Hurricanes are sitting at number 2. Louisville goes to them at 4-1 night at 6 o'clock. Also tonight, 7 o'clock, Nebraska, number 25, Nebraska sitting at 5-1 right now, 2-1 in the Big Ten. They are at Minnesota, 4-2 Minnesota, 2-1 in the Big Ten. So we've got some really good football matchups tonight. Now both teams aren't ranked the way that the SEC has got this thing rolling tonight or tomorrow. I got to toot the horn of the old SEC. Everybody likes to pile on and think it's not the best conference in America.
Oh, you SEC guys got to put on.
Look here
we go.
I don't know what they say, but you got 3 games in the SEC alone this week that all 6 teams are ranked.
Facts don't care about your feelings, man.
I mean, I'm just telling you, man. There is, and I don't believe it's happened many times in college football in a conference.
SEC guys.
It's happened before, though. It's happened.
I got the Aggie over here at the studio. I got the Razorback to my left.
Oh, and by the way, it doesn't include Oklahoma or Texas, the 2 newbies in the conference. So look, I'm just here to tell you, man. I mean, when it happens, it happens. You just got to kind of roll with it.
Sure.
We got some monster games, as I mentioned. Saturday's highlighted by the SEC matchups. All joking aside, Ole Miss number 5 at Georgia number 9, Tennessee 11 at Bama number 6, LSU 10 at Vandy 17. And look, the way we typically do this is we each pick a game instead of going down a slate of 25 games. Just right. Instead of going down a slate of 25 games, which isn't always radio friendly, we're just going to pick one. B. Scott, I'm going to let you go first, man. On the you don't have to games. I'm a pigeonhole.
No. It's funny because you might call me a hypocrite here for giving Clint a hard time about the SEC, given the fact that I am going to pick an SEC matchup as my game to talk about the game that I'm looking at. Is definitely Tennessee going on the road to Alabama. Now, both of these offenses have been incredible this year. Lights out to watch so far this year. But it'll be interesting to watch how both Tennessee and Alabama attack things without, or at least with their starting running backs either banged up, injured, or not available. I'm not sure if these guys are going to actually play, but both their starting running backs. I know Jam Miller hurt him, was injured in Alabama's last game. And of course, Tennessee's lead running back is also banged up as well. So the quarterbacks in these offenses might have to do a little bit more. That being said, this Ty Simpson cat is playing. Coming. I mean, he is playing incredible football. I mean, he's been in the Heisman conversation for a couple of weeks now, and I felt like last week he did even more to further that conversation or his place in the conversation. Some of the balls that he threw, man, he had one or a couple like on fourth down, one to one of their freshmen. It seems like they've always got a freshman that can ball, freshman wide receiver that can ball now, the Alabama Crimson Tide. But watching Ty Simpson out there doing his thing as one of the Heisman front runners, and then these two offenses being as prolific as they are, trying to figure things out with banged up running backs, will be the marquee matchup for me this weekend.
I love it, man. I love the shoe aspect of this game you're talking about, right? When you look at Alabama, can Kalen DeBoer really feel the shoes of Nick Saban? Or let's just call it follow Nick Saban. You're not going to feel the shoes, just follow Nick Saban. That has been an interesting ride for a year and a handful of games right now. And then when you look at Tennessee, I am a Liava. How you like that right there?
There you go. On the first try.
I was nervous for 5 minutes before I did that right there. I'm not sure it's right.
Clint stuck that landing, baby.
I'm not sure it's right, but you know what I'm talking about. The quarterback.
You said it with your chest, though.
The quarterback that left Tennessee and went to UCLA, kind of leaving Tennessee out to dry. Joey Aguilar transfers in late, and he is absolute nails. 14 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, almost 1,700 yards on the ground. He will absolutely get you. I'm sorry, through the air. He'll absolutely get you on the ground as well. He's got over 100 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns this year. So the replacements right there of some really good player, really good quarterback, or the all-time greatest college football coach. I love that aspect of it. T-Mill.
And I just would add, they're averaging 48 points a game.
Come on, man.
48 points a game.
Come on. And you mentioned Ty Simpson.
I will be watching this game.
Ty Simpson's coming. T-Mill, you got one for me.
Come on, T-Mill. I know it's got to be your Aggies and the Razorbacks or something.
He's nervous.
Come on, T-Mill. Don't leave the people hanging out here at BB's. They want to hear you take, man.
I knew he was quiet for a reason.
Well, boys, for what feels like the 20th time, but I guess Stoerner for 4 or 5 years, we're going to have some Aggies whooping some hog ass tomorrow in Fayetteville. They're done with that Jerry World stuff. The game of the week, at least on this program right here, 2 to 6 p.m. on Sports Radio 610, it's got to be Clint's Hogs getting their ass whooped by my Aggies. No, it won't be no game. There will not be a game.
Golly, we can't even just say a win. He's going to say ass whoop.
It'll be a crime
scene. It's got to be in T-Mill fashion, man. It wouldn't be T-Mill if he didn't talk a little bleep.
I mean,
I'm not going to pull the Titus Howard on this.
These are Aggies. This is a Texas A&M squad that has dominated Arkansas since entering the SEC. I think it's 12 of the last 13 years.
You've won a lot of games. I don't know if you've dominated.
You're trying to rub it in your face, Dick.
I wouldn't take that. It's pretty pure domination.
You know what? You're a dirtbag.
7.5-point favorites for the Aggies. I think they cover that by a lot. Aggies in Fayetteville. They're done with the Jerry World stuff, not going to Dallas. Arkansas got a home game where their fans will be able to watch the maroon and white whoop that ass. That's your game of the week, boys.
Oh, man. It could be a good look. It's got the makings of being a tight game. It's got the makings of an upset. You've got a team that's got national championship, college football playoff aspirations in Texas A&M, and I think they're real this year. I really do. But you got an Arkansas team that's fired their head coach, but they've got an explosive play caller. They got an explosive quarterback that can do it on schedule or off schedule. This is another one of those games where, yes, A&M should win, but Arkansas is dangerous.
Yeah, you can't say that I'm not going to ride a motorcycle again.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, you win this game right here, you can ride ride whatever. Take a volleyball player, a basketball player. You can ride whatever you want, Chief. Hell, we'll even keep you around for the foreseeable future if you win this one right here. This would be a good way to get that Arkansas job full-time instead of just being that interim right there.
Hey, but
the low-hanging fruit, Tyler could have just said, hey, man, the overbet in this game right here is the lock. Instead, he said, we're just going to kick their ass.
Because, I mean, it's got to be Tyler to say that. I will say, though, I think I agree with him. I think I agree with him on this one, man. Look, and it's really more than anything with A&M right now, it's the defense that's impressing me. Like, they've really stepped up in the way. So I think this is going to be an interesting chess match between Bobby Petrino versus this A&M defense that has been incredible on third down, been incredible overall. I think it's a really good matchup. I don't know about an ass whooping like how Tyler's talking about, but I do have A&M winning this game.
You can be a dirtbag too, B. Scott. I'm going with Ole Miss number 5 at Georgia number 9. I've never been a big Kirby Smart guy. He's a great coach, obviously. I'm sure he's a great guy. I just don't like his get down. I don't want to hang out and drink cold beer with him. I'll put it to you that way. I like this quarterback at Ole Miss, man. Trinidad Chambliss. We talked about it yesterday. One, he's electric with his feet and his arm. The story of going from Division II, being up a candidate for the Harlan Hill Award, as well as winning a national championship at that level, jumping up here. You got a highly rated quarterback that's starting above you, gets hurt, boom, you jump in and you take the bull by the horns, and he's got this thing rolling at 6-0. They go to Georgia, and I've got Ole Miss beating Georgia.
Hey, look, I'm distaste for Kirby Smart. It's just something about it. It's just something about it, and I would concur with all of the points that you've made about Ole Miss and that quarterback. They've been impressive.
All right, monster game for the Texans this week, and nobody in the building over there is this game bigger for than offensive coordinator Nick Caley. He's been really good for 2 straight games. Can they take it on the road? Can they take it on the road versus a better opponent and look anything like they've looked as they've skull-drugged the Tennessee Titans and the Baltimore Ravens? He met with the media today. We have his full presser right here on Sports Radio 610 next. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them daisy dips, y'all. We're talking about tailgate. We're talking about watch parties. We're talking about gathering with the family. And at the end of the day, if you want to be the MVP, you want to take that little party, whatever party it is you're at, you want to take it to the next level, stop at your local grocery store, get over to the Daisy Dip aisle, wherever that is, and grab you one of them Daisy Dips. Grab you a bag of chips. Grab you some veggies. Grab you some wings. And look, I would just be honest with you. I'd get the French onion dip as well as the ranch dip. There ain't no reason to try to pick between the two. Just get both of them. And here's what you're going to deal with. The folks at the watch party, the folks at the tailgate, they'll tell you about it. They're going to drag their knuckles on the bottom of the canister. That's all that's going to happen, baby. It's going to be long gone. They're absolute game changers. Stop by your local grocery store today. Grab you a bag of chips. Grab you both them Daisy Dips. And I'll tell you what, after you do that, circle back and let me know how it goes. And I know what you'll be doing, Tyler. Be thanking me later.
The Texans are back after the bye week and headed to Seattle for Monday Night Football. Hear the primetime matchup with the Seahawks right here with pregame coverage Sunday night. Kickoffs at 9 with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Metro. I'm seeing delays on the West Park Tollway outbound. You're going to start tapping the brakes westbound just past Gessner all the way to about Highway 6. Next time, take the Metro Park and Ride at West Chase so you can ride the HOV lane. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Attention shoppers, introducing new FDA-approved twice daily Metro, the advanced treatment for rush hour anxiety. Caution, choosing Metro may become habit forming. Consult our website at ridemetro.org for more details.
It's hurricane season, y'all. Don't be left in a panic. Get a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer, and do it today. Take control now with Generator Supercenter of Houston, 281-251-6100. Check them out online at generatorsupercenter.com.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for Liqueur 43, recognized as the world's top-selling premium Spanish liqueur, and it is the key ingredient in the Carajillo. You guys know how much I love the Carajillo? What is the Carajillo? It's equal parts Liqueur 43 and coffee. Go get yourself some Liqueur 43 today. Made from 43 natural ingredients. It is phenomenal. And you're going to love the Carajillo after dinner or just a cocktail sitting around the house. BuyLiqueur43.com is the website. And Zamora Company reminds all of us to drive
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for my friends at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, where Ruben Mendoza, the GM, does an incredible job of getting Houstonians into brand new luxury vehicles. How about the 2025 Lincoln Aviator right now? Purchase retail at $5,500 off plus 0% for 48 months financing on that 2025 Lincoln Aviator. They've got all sorts of vehicles in stock, over 1,000 new and certified pre-owns, and they make it effortless. Visit them online at westpointsales.com or in person, Southwest Freeway, Kirkwood intersection. It's West Point Lincoln of Sugarland.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients peace of mind and the best hope to overcome cancer. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me...
Shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hogs are winners.
Whoop, whoop.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Kingwood, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott, by the way, I call him B Skeezy, so I apologize for those that ain't picking up what I'm putting down. But Brandon Scott is in. That's T-Mill back there with them cat calls in the studio. Come on down to BB's Tex Orleans up in Kingwood. We just gave away two $25 Academy gift cards, Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards, that is. We got a free oil change from Tom Ball Ford coming up. We got the Drive Collector glasses over here as well. You need to pick one of those up. We got Texans tickets courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers as well. And we're going to start giving away some of these nice, soft, bright red BB's T-shirts as well. So come on through and hang out with us. For now, look, when D'Amico speaks, when Nick Caley speaks, when CJ Stroud speaks, we got to bring the presser to you in full. We'll break it down all throughout Monday and the rest of today. We'll take the bits and pieces that we think that really pop. But I think it is important. I think the fan base, the listeners out there, I think all y'all really want to hear more from these guys. And so I believe in playing this audio in full. So here we got Nick Caley, Texans offensive coordinator, as he met with the press today.
When you go into a bye week, what is your goal to accomplish?
Yeah, first of all, to assess what's happened up to that point. So fundamentally, schematically, obviously assessing where a roster is, that's the goal. And then the goal, big picture wise, is to put things together and be able to clean things up, learn from any mistakes or issues that we had in the past, and then be able to, chart the course forward. So that's what we're trying to do. And it's typically.
Offensive football, what do you feel like are some things that you guys are doing a lot better?
Yeah.
What do you think you can do to expand on that?
Yeah, I think we've executed better. We've gone forward more consistently. We haven't beat ourselves nearly as much. We played with better fundamentals. So I think we've given ourselves a chance to, play on time, to be efficient, and to operate the game plan, the way that we, genuinely intended to do so.
It's been 2 weeks. It'll be 2 weeks in a day since the last time you guys have played.
Yep.
Is there any feeling of wanting to get things started quickly, knowing that it's been such a long period between games?
Sure. Sure. So, we had practice, obviously. We had one practice over the bye week. We end up coming back. We get together this week. Yeah, you want to get things back to normalcy, and you want to get going. We want to start every game fast, so you want to start practice fast. You want to be efficient. You want to have positive plays, and I don't think that changes, coming off a bye week. Obviously, I think we're all anxious and ready to go out there and actually play some football again. So, it's been a good week so far, and we just got to keep it going.
CJ's mentioned, as you guys have gotten into the season, hey, we do this really well, let's do this more. Hey, maybe this isn't working. What kind of goes into that conversation between you and the players? And then ultimately, is it up to you to say, hey, we'll just leave this in this part of the playbook,
Sure.
We'll focus on this?
Yeah, I think, you assess after every game going into it. You got your plan, and then sometimes things get off the beaten path a little bit. You try to stay on course by playing clean football. But like anything else, what we try to do is when you assess what's worked and what hasn't worked maybe as well as you'd like to, you try to find out the why to that, and you dig. And then ultimately it's up to our staff and ultimately myself to be able to, through discussions, obviously, with the Miko too, and see where we can go moving forward and do the things that we do well and expand those things. And I think it's a learning process like anything else, but again, the most important thing I think that's helped us over the last couple games for sure is that we've played cleaner, we've stayed on time, and on schedule, and I think you give yourself a chance to truly execute and utilize your game plan.
Kind of to both of those points, when you do have an early bye week and it was as bad as it was early, and then you did see some success, do you just hammer home what you did well, or do you make more wholesale changes than you normally would?
No, I don't think we changed the whole process a whole lot. I think each week's its own deal. I think that you look through the first couple games, you look through the last couple games, and I think the biggest thing is just trying to figure out the why if things don't go well, and then why did things happen positively for you, and you go from there. I don't think you overlook it any other way than that, and try to have a clean slate and an open mind to those things, and just be honest with yourselves. And I think we're continuing to build our team. We're continuing to learn who we are through the first month and change of the season, and I think that's just the course. We got to play good football. We got to take care of the football. We got to play on time, and we got to just keep continuing to get better and improving as we get going each week and each day. And that's what we're trying to do, is just focus on that and be process oriented from that standpoint.
You are listening to Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley on a Football Friday with The Drive.
Big picture look at kind of the way Stroud's playing.
Hey, he has seen the field well. Like, he sees the game the right way. He's into it. And I think he just being able to establish a rhythm, being able to situations like we were, obviously early in the season more than we ever wanted to be. So his approach and process really hasn't changed drastically. He's been consistent and steady. I think we just collectively have to play, consistent football, and that's the best thing we can do to help ourselves, and is getting off on the right start, to your question earlier. But he's been consistent and steady as a person.
You don't have one hat all season? I mean, is it super?
No. I probably need to throw this. I got two hats actually. They look the same, but no. I get into it. I get a little bit of superstition when it comes to the stuff just a little bit. My wife would say the same thing.
Coach, throughout training camp and preseason, a lot of the players said that the one thing that they loved about your system was you use their skill set to not only to your advantage but to the team's advantage in order for them to be successful on the field. But you can only see so much in training camp and so much in preseason.
Right.
Throughout these first 5 weeks that you all have been on the field, what have you noticed more? Because even Xavier Hutchinson, said that the play that you called for him to get his first, career touchdown was something that you implemented.
Yeah, I think, you assess everything starting in spring, okay? I think we find out, just by being together and having time on task a little bit more about each other. And I think the whole purpose and the goal, it is players over plays. I mean, we all generally run similar plays. There's different structures and different systems and stuff like that for sure. But I think, it's what do guys do well? And that changes, again, from week to week and year to year, team to team. But you always want to try to allow those guys to be put in a position to utilize their skill set, and we'll always do that. I mean, and I said, go back to it. But, like, when I was a defensive backs coach, it was the same exact deal. It didn't change what side of the ball you're on. You're trying to find out the strengths of the guys that you have. You're trying to put them in position to best have success, to help our team have success. And I think just the more time you have on task, the more opportunities you have to see what maybe little wrinkles guys can do, or what compliments, maybe a receiver can do off of certain routes that he's already been pretty good at, that, can be change-ups, or certain run schemes that maybe a back might have a good feel for, or, and some guys develop into having a better feel for certain things. So I think it's just time on task and being able to have more exposure to those guys, and it's been healthy for us. We just got to keep it moving in that direction.
You've faced Seattle the last couple of years, with the Rams in the overtime game last year. What are the challenges maybe that their defense presents, as well as just the atmosphere as a whole?
Yeah, well, they're extremely well coached. Mike does a great job. I think they have a really, really, really good defensive grouping in terms of, at every level, really disruptive. They play with great energy. They're a really talented outfit. And then you talk about the environment. I mean, it's a great environment for football. It's loud. It's a ruckus environment. They get into it. So, for a Monday night game, especially a primetime game, if you love football, I mean, it's going to be an outstanding atmosphere to go play a football game in. And, I mean, it's a great place, and it's a loud environment, and it's a talented team that's very well coached. Got a lot of respect for them.
How do you simulate that anyway? A couple of players in the locker room yesterday were saying we're trying to simulate.
Yeah.
How do you get them prepared for that?
You are clean with communication. I got to get the play calls in. We got to get back to the huddle. We got to communicate. We got to break the huddle. We got to play. We got to be efficient with what we're doing. Stay on execution, and crank as much noise as you possibly can where it's deafening. Okay, where you got to be able to treat it as game like as possible, and you go there. But starting fast, doing a good job communicating, and and starting to execute so we can get on track. Those are the biggest things.
When it comes to your running backs, is it a game plan situation to decide who gets what opportunities in certain plays? Is it changing in the course of the game? How do you go about figuring out which running back fits better?
Yeah, I think generally speaking, I mean, we've got a lot of confidence in all the guys in there, and we'll roll them in there, and DB does a great job with those guys. There might be some specific things, especially early on, that we might, whether it's trying to make sure we're not getting too lopsided with volume of reps and stuff like that. So you try to balance those things off. That could be a series-by-series deal. It could be a quarter deal. And then, there are some guys that might have a better feel as you get going with certain things. But generally speaking, we have faith in really the guys we have in the room to be able to roll in there and, on really all three downs, to be honest with you. So you've seen that. They've all played in those situations, especially, Nick and Woody too, those two. But, it's generally speaking, it's we have a lot of faith in both those guys. Not obviously Dare's played, as well too there, and in British in his own role as well.
Go ahead. It seems like they're going to get back some of their secondary for this matchup. Just kind of what are the challenges that guys like Reek Woolen and Devin Witherspoon present?
Yeah, they're good players. Good movement skills, good length. They play the ball very well. They're aggressive. They played a lot of football. They've been disruptive in terms of whether it's et cetera. Obviously Spoon's got good flexibility. He's a really good player. They both are. So they're a talented secondary. They're talented on all three levels, really. And so got to play at our best and be at our best when that's required.
Nick, if you may ask this, sorry, but do you have like a personal story of your interactions with like Xavier Hutchinson, or do you recall the first time you knew like he could possibly be involved in the offense at a higher level than before?
Yeah, I mean, so we had training camp here. We had joint practices when I was in Los Angeles a year ago. So we got an opportunity to come down here and practice against him. So I was a graduate assistant at Iowa State. This is not really a connection with him, but I was a GA at Iowa State 2009, 10, and 11. So I have an affinity, or I've tracked those guys over the years. So I was aware of him, obviously, as a player through the pre-draft process. And then the first phone call, I ever made to him after I got hired here, he had such great energy about him. He's got such a great energy about him. And then you see him out here working. He's a tireless worker, and I have an appreciation for that just day in and day out. He hasn't changed, and I appreciate that, and I know we appreciate that. So do I have a specific story? No, but I mean, he's a Cyclone. I have a master's degree from Iowa State, so I was aware of him when I first came here, but the guy works his ass off, and really happy for him. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. I really do.
We talk about the communication between you and CJ and some of the other offensive players, but what has that communication been like between you and Cole Popovich? It seems like the offensive line is starting to play better over these last couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been great. Cole and I shared a cubicle right across from each other. But I have a lot of respect for him. Not only is he's a friend, but I mean he's an excellent football coach, and he's a tough coach. That's how he coaches. That's how he drills. He's highly intelligent, and we have dialogue. I mean, throughout every single day. Really blessed to have an opportunity to be here with him and get to reunite with him, and got a lot of respect. And those guys are continuing to get better. And they are a tough team, a tough outfit up front. So thank you guys. Have a great day.
That's Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley leading up to the big Monday night matchup with the Seattle Seahawks. I don't know about you, B. Scott, but I've got bye week fatigue, man. Yeah, I've got bye week fatigue. If I was these guys, I'd be somewhat frustrated with having every question is what can you accomplish in the bye week. Hey man, look, they self-evaluate. They have one little old practice where they can go back and look and try to do whatever they want to do moving forward. They can work on that a little bit, and they take some time off and they start preparing for Seattle. I personally have the bye week fatigue, man.
Clint, I was ready to play yesterday.
Yeah,
I was ready to go yesterday. So you can imagine how I feel today, how I'm going to feel on Monday. Let's get this thing going. Let's get Monday night here already.
Right. That is Brandon Scott. He's in for Ron the Show Hughley. We are at BB's Tex Orleans up in Kingwood. Come on through and hang out with us. We've got plenty left to give away, including Texans tickets. So come on up, put your name in the hopper, and have you a drink, grab you some grub, and enjoy a good solid little Friday afternoon, a little football Friday here. All right. How much that we saw from the Texans the previous 2 weeks, the previous 2 games, how much of that carries over? I'm going to remind you of what all the good was, not just they accomplished this and scored that many points. There was a lot of good in the last 2 weeks. How much of it carries over? That right there is next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I've got to tell you about Serta Pro Painters. Look, if you need a fresh coat of paint at your house,
here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The Drive is live.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the shoot here from I got on. Y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out, Brandon Scott is in, and we are at BB's Tex Orleans up in Kingwood. Come through, hang out. We just got a nice little crowd here. The beer's cold. Food is good. People are better. And it's a good Friday, man. Really solid Friday, a little football Friday. If you got a high school game tonight you're going to, slide through here, get you a quick bite to eat, get you a couple. Pregame is like what we like to call it. Pregame a little bit up here at BB's Tex Orleans. If you can't get to this location, you're out there, you're listening. Hey, there's several locations around the city. Make sure you stop through. Again, the food is tremendous. Right when you walk in the door, boy, you know you're at a Cajun place. You know that they got that Cajun seafood. They got that Cajun grub. I've already had the gumbo and the boudin, which, by the way, anytime you go to a spot that is that claims one particular style of food, one genre of food, right? You got there's some staples there that you got to try. If you can't get the staples right, then you ain't worth a damn. See, and the truth of the matter is, you go to BB's. And you hit that gumbo or you hit that boudin, and it's right. And you know, hey, I can't go wrong. Now, you may prefer one thing over the other. It's fine, whatever, to each their own. But if the boudin's right and the gumbo's right, you're in the right spot, okay? I'm just here to tell you. And BB's has already checked both of those boxes for me. And, by the way, we just gave away a couple of these T-shirts. They didn't skimp on them damn T-shirts now. That ain't nothing worse now. There ain't nothing worse. I'm just, how many companies in the world have thrown good money at bad with some sorry hat that ain't nobody gonna wear?
Yeah.
Or a stiff T-shirt that makes your nipples bleed.
Yeah, I'm gonna wear this one.
I mean, this right here is it now.
And
Come on.
And the nipples will not bleed.
We got about no, this ain't no nipple bleeder right here, baby.
This right here. Without putting Band-Aids on your nipples.
To be fair though, it is a red T-shirt. We should point out.
Well, I wasn't worried about the blood on the
I'm just saying, if they did bleed, how would we know?
Well, hell, you'd feel it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you can't see it.
Well, I wasn't worried about nobody else seeing it. I was worried about me feeling it. Hell, it's painful.
They feel good. The shirt feel good.
I don't know how we got here. I don't know how we got here.
You brought up nipples, man.
But I'm going to tell you.
Did he not?
I mean, bloody nipples is never a good thing. I don't care how you paint it. Whether you can see it or not, it is not good. Man, woman, it don't. What color your shirt is don't matter. It's a bad thing. Come hang out with us up in Kingwood, BB's Tex Orleans. We got these gift cards. We got a free oil change. We got Texans tickets, courtesy of the Houston area Ford dealers. And we got these T-shirts, chicken wings, cold beer, and football. They don't need but one more thing to make that a perfect 5 right there, baby.
Hey, how about it?
Look out now. $1 wings, boneless or bone-in. And all my teachers out there, nobody's come in and said they're a teacher. We got $1, and I'm sorry, not $1. We got free. I thought $1 was too little. We got free apps for teachers from 3 to 6 p.m. today. So you got 2 more hours to come on through and hang out with us and get that free app and, of course, get you some of these good drinks and good company. All right, there's been a lot of good with the Texans the last 2 weeks, and boy, do we need it. Boy, did we need it. It was a rough start, and there was a lot of good. And now there's been a bye week, and I'm sure that we probably forgot about how good it really was. Other than scoring some points, 70-10, outscored our opponents 70-10. Got a shutout there along the way. And did some really, really good things. I hope, I think that we found an identity on offense.
Yeah.
I hope and I think that we kind of shored up that run defense that struggled a little bit against Tampa Bay in that loss.
Yeah.
And so, big picture, there's a lot of things that you can just look at and check the box score and say, hey, this was better. But I want to dig a little bit deeper here and remind folks what we saw, particularly on the offensive side of the football. Look, I think D'Amico Ryan's got that interior defensive line figured out how to stop the run. The rest is history. Look, we got a championship caliber defense. I don't have I don't have a lot to be concerned about or remind folks about. I mean, that's just what we've got. That's real. I think it's going to last throughout the season, barring a bunch of crazy injuries, which we've seen with Baltimore.
Yeah.
Barring anything crazy like that, this defense is going to be the real deal. Offensively, though, there was a lot of good that we had not, most importantly, we had not seen it before, right? Let's talk about the run game to start with. These three things happened, B. Scott, in the run game that we just flat hadn't seen before, all right? And I mentioned it multiple times. The offensive line, they changed something about their double teams. Okay. I don't know what it is. I mean, I do know what it is, but I don't know what spurred it. I don't know if they changed the tech. Nico Rhines walked over there and said, hey, man, I don't know what y'all are doing worrying about the linebackers, but y'all need to get movement on these down these defensive tackles. I don't know what spurred it.
It's something more than just communication?
Absolutely.
It's something more than just, hey, man, 100%. Get that guy, I'm going to get that guy.
It's me and you right here saying we're going to block that Coors Light sitting on that table, and we ain't going to worry about nothing else. We're going to move that thing out to the parking lot before we worry about a linebacker or a safety or anything like that. And we're moving mass is what we call it. Like that is – there is no doubt about it. And by the way, Titus Howard was on a little earlier. If you've got the Odyssey app, which I encourage everybody to do that, the AUDACY, get the Odyssey app. There's a rewind feature. Titus Howard, the right tackle for the Texans, was on with us at 2:20, and he confirmed what I've seen on tape, is that clearly they've been emphasizing double team, stay on the D tackle, don't worry about getting to the second level and blocking the linebacker. Get movement on that big joker right there in the A-gap. We had not seen that previously. Yeah. That whether it was a struggle or they weren't coaching it, we had not seen that. All right, staying with the run game. I was difficult. I was rough on this old boy, and I think rightfully so. But I've got to tip my cap to him now. I got to make sure I got to tip my cap right now. Dalton Schultz and the physicality in the run game, willing to block and be physical in the run game is. We can't deny it, right? The last 2 weeks have been really, really good for Dalton Schultz. All right, third in the run game, the last 2 weeks, we've seen Woody Marks emerge. We thought he was good. We know they got aggressive in the draft and went up and got him, and that's all great. But he has emerged in the run game and, in a big way against Tennessee Titans. Not such a big presence against the Baltimore Ravens. But we know what we've got in Woody Marks now in terms of an offensive weapon. So I think those three things right there, B. Scott, in the run game, we've seen over the last 2 weeks change, not improve. Not improve. These things changed, right? These things all of a sudden became a reality for the Texans. It wasn't like they were trying to do it before and just weren't very good at it. No, this was a change in plan, a change in approach, and they got it done in a big way. Now, can they take it on the road to Seattle versus a better defensive line and show some similar successes? And if they do, we got something.
It's all good points, man. The one that crossed over, I wrote a couple of down just as I knew that you were going to do this. And the one crossover that we got is the Dalton Schultz thing, man. Like, that's the thing that stands out the most. And a lot of it I do think has to do with the fact that you've been one of the ones that's been one of the most vocal critics of Dalton Schultz and the lack of physicality that we've seen in the past. But that's the past now. Like, we've seen that he is capable, that he is willing. And I would extend this point. I know we're singling out Dalton Schultz here, but I would extend this point beyond him and say the skill position players, like overall, the wide receivers, the tight ends, everybody seems to be involved, engaged in the run game. I'm looking at guys like Xavier Hutchinson. Of course, Nico Collins is a big body guy. I would point out Jaden Higgins is another guy that really gets involved in the run game, especially for a rookie. Love to see how enthused he is to get involved. Dalton Schultz, chief among them, but all of the guys that are not offensive linemen have been much more physical in the run game. Stands out.
Xavier Hutchinson is the one to me that he looks like he enjoys it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not just getting there and doing a good job. It's like you got to be wired different to enjoy that crap.
Yeah.
I'm not wired in a way to enjoy it. Like it looks like most receivers aren't. It looks like he is.
Just to that point, all of the Iowa State guys seem to be like that. Like I think Hutch stands out the most out of all of them, but even the rookies, like people forget Jalen Noel because he's kind of a smaller guy. I mean, this guy lifts like a linebacker. The same thing with Jaden Higgins, obviously being a bigger body guy. All of those Iowa State guys, and I would put Xavier Hutchinson at the top, all of them seem to want to get involved.
All right, that's the run game right there. We saw the O-line double teams at a whole different level. We saw Dalton Schultz get more physical, or let's say get physical in a big way.
Yeah.
And we saw Woody Marks emerge, and as you mentioned, some of those other receivers emerge in the run blocking as well. Let's move over to the pass game. And here's what look, I think some of this thing is obvious. We've been talking about this for years, some of us. C.J. C.J. Stroud working low to high. C.J. Stroud is clearly committed working low to high. We saw Dalton Schultz get involved in the first half in a big way. We saw Woody Marks get involved in a big way. We saw a lot of the underneath, get through progressions and get the ball out. Protect your offensive line, protect yourself. C.J. Stroud is working low to high. He's done that the last 2 weeks. Can he take it on the road and do it again and not make it bigger than it is? Not let 2 weeks get to you thinking about how explosive you could be or what you may or may not be able to do against Seattle. Just stay the course, man. Number 2, Nico used at all levels. We saw Nico in a speed sweep. We've seen him in a screen game. We've seen him in a mid-range game. We've seen him take shots down the field. Now, they hit any of them. Of the big, well, I guess they double moved earlier in the season against Jacksonville, I think it was. I'm talking about the last 2 weeks. They started out, I believe, the Titans game to throw a go route down the sideline. So Nico Collins is getting moved around both formationally as well as trying to attack all levels of the field, and they're handing the football to him as well. We saw last week 8 different dudes caught passes against the Baltimore Ravens. Yeah. Now, I don't think that's real. I don't think that's going to happen. But to know that it's that we have the ability to spread it around like that if and when the opportunity presents itself is big. And then, as I mentioned a little earlier, in the pass game with Dalton Schultz, I think it's critical. I said this 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it's proven out to bear fruit. If Dalton Schultz has got 4 or 5 targets in the first half, he's got 2 or 3 catches, 4 or 5 targets in the first half, then you know this offense is clicking. This offense is at least, well, whether they're clicking or not, whether they're scoring points or not is irrelevant, but you know the approach is at least the low to high, get the ball out, protect myself, protect the offensive line. And to me, that's the tell-all sign right there, is if they are targeting Dalton Schultz in the first half of a football game, we know we're at least chipping away at this thing.
So we got another crossover note, and I just love how you used it in football, or I would say in quarterback terms, and I used it in layman terms, regular guy terms. You talk about C.J. Stroud seeing it from low to high. I just wrote C.J. Stroud seeing the field better. Seeing the field better than it looked like he was in those first few games. He is absolutely seeing the field better, and you specify from low to high. I think the play that you've seen from C.J. Stroud as of late is absolutely one of those things that is.
All right, those are things right there that in the run game and the pass game offensively that we've seen the past 2 weeks. Can it carry over to Monday night, late Monday night, 9 p.m. kick here in Houston? Can it carry over against the Seattle Seahawks? I think if it does, the Texans are going to be a tough team to beat. If it doesn't, look out, because Seattle's a hell of a squad. So we will see how much of that carries over into the next game. All right, Thursday night football, y'all. Thursday night football was a hell of a football game, no doubt about it. It was entertaining for any football mind out there, right? Anybody that loves good quarterback play, you watch a couple of old heads go out there and defy Father Time. But there's a deeper, I guess, consequence, if you will, for the Houston Texans. I can't help but watch this stuff through the lens of the Houston Texans. We'll talk about Thursday night football, the game itself, and what it means, what it meant for the Texans moving forward. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light now. I've already had me a couple. I'm out here in
starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Tight.
The sense of humor that the universe has.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Kingwood, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is. Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. We are at BB's Tex Orleans up in Kingwood. Come on through. We got Texans tickets to give away, y'all. Place starting to fill up. It's a nice little vibe in the building. Good little party crowd. They're eating as well, so don't worry about them. They're going to fill up their tummies. They're going to get a good base built on this Friday night. And we got to talk about Thursday night football, man. It was a good one. Before I do that, though, I want to give a big shout-out to my girl Ellie in the back here. Ellie with the party possums, baby. There she is. Hey, Ellie's got a softball game tonight, so she's not going to get to stay around. But I want to wish you the best of luck. Swing hard and run fast, sister. Swing hard and run fast. So, Ellie, good luck. Party possums, good luck. I got two little girls, man. They're looking up to you, baby. They're chasing you. They're going to be in your shoes one of these days. So, I'm looking forward to it. Good luck. And come back to the next live broadcast and let us know how y'all do. Y'all come on back. Thursday night football, we got Bengals, Cincinnati Bengals 33, Pittsburgh Steelers 31. And look, there's several storylines here with this particular game. You had quarterbacks that together, you add their ages together, they're about 84 or something like that.
Yeah.
So you had a bunch of old heads that were out there playing quarterback, but boy, was it a beautiful thing. The quarterback in me, I just love to see high-level processors. I love to see, even when Aaron Rodgers is moving around, just tucking that front shoulder and sliding in the pocket and squaring his getting back in that neutral position, in that trigger position, and driving the ball down the field. I mean, so watching those guys that have to play with great technique is just, it's a beautiful work of art for me personally to watch. So there was so much to like about what we saw last night. But I've got to take it. I want to start with taking this thing from the Texans' perspective. I did not think about this, to be honest with you, when we were talking about Thursday night football yesterday multiple times on the show. I just assumed that the 4-1 Pittsburgh Steelers were legit. I assumed that they were going to go win that game. They were going to be 5-1. They were going to bury the Bengals in the division. They were going to bury the Ravens and the Browns in the division, and it was going to be a wrap for that in the AFC. Boy, was I ever wrong. And Cincinnati comes out, and Jamar Chase has a career night, 16 catches, 161 yards, and a touchdown, 23 targets. Hell, that included a couple of drops, if we're being honest. They had 2 or 3 drops. He could have had damn near 20 catches. But he has a career night. Joe Flacco goes for 350 and wins against Pittsburgh, right? And so as I'm watching this, enjoying it, I had a good time. And I wake up this morning and I start thinking about the show. And so I start kind of scanning the ESPN app, and I look up B. Scott, and a team that I thought, I'll be honest with you, I quit on them as soon as Joe Burrow got hurt and I saw what their plan was with the backup.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, look, I liked Jake Browning when he was in college. He was a solid player in college. Took Washington to the college football playoffs, I believe, back in the day.
He did.
And but he just wasn't it. I mean, he wasn't going to get it done. He wasn't going to scare anybody in the AFC. I mean, he was not going to keep the Cincinnati Bengals afloat long enough for Joe Burrow to come back. Right? Anyway, obviously Joe Flacco can. And so the game's over. They are sitting at 3-4 right now. And I look at the standings, and guess what? They're ahead of the Texans. Right? And so I looked at Cincinnati and I thought, well, they're gonna be the team that kind of just falls down the charts, and hopefully the Texans climb, and we're sitting pretty. And I still hope the Texans do that. But where I'm going with all this is, now Cincinnati's sitting at 3-4. And right now, as a Texans fan, we just got to be honest. I mean, until this changes, we got to be honest. We're obviously going to try to win the division, and I hope like hell we win the division. But the reality of it is, right now, we've also got to have a conversation about the wild card.
Yeah.
Right? And the wild card in the AFC, if the Bengals are going to be part of it, it's going to get real crowded real quick. Right? I mean, you've got you've got Kansas City, San Diego, or Denver. Whoever doesn't win that division is going to be in the mix. You got, obviously, Jacksonville, who's ahead of us, and Indy. Whichever one of those teams falls off, or the Texans can take over, right? So the point is
Buffalo and New England are both good.
New England's playing well this year. Now, all of a sudden, you thought the wild card was not going to be impacted by that particular division with the Ravens, the Browns, and the Bengals falling off. With the Bengals playing well last night, and I don't think it's sustainable, by the way. I don't think this is one of those deals where all of a sudden the Bengals are going to make a deep run in the playoffs. But I do think they are going to be relevant in deciding the wild card, right? You look at the rest of the Bengals' schedule the rest of the way, right? They're 3-4 right now. The rest of the way, and I just picked out the teams that last night's version of the Bengals beats, right? The Jets, the Bears, the Ravens twice, the Dolphins, the Cards, and the Browns. Right? So, I mean, there's getting to 10 wins.
That's a favorable schedule.
There is a path to 10 wins, assuming Joe Flacco and Jamar Chase and Brown, and they can run the football as well as they did last night, which is a long shot. But the point is the schedule is friendly, and they are going to impact, whether it's them personally or games they win or lose, they're going to impact the wild card in a major way, which right now involves the Texans.
Yeah, so it might have even looked at this a week ago in terms of what was the Texans' best path. Like when they start the season off this rough, when they're struggling the way that they were, you start trying to figure out, okay, is the best path the AFC South trying to win the division, or should we just accept at this point that this is a wild card team? And that depends on how much you believe in, let's say, the top of the AFC South. Do you believe that what you're seeing from Indianapolis is real, that Jacksonville can sustain what they're doing? If you don't believe in that, then you like your chances in the division. Otherwise, you're looking around at this crowded AFC field, and now the Bengals have entered the chat, right? And what's so funny about all of this is when your quarterback goes down, in the case of the Bengals, right, Joe Burrow goes down, and you got to rely on the backup, your season's supposed to be over with, right? The season's supposed to be over with. You try to salvage as much of it as you can, but you don't have your guy out there. He's your starter for the reason. We're talking about Joe Burrow in this case, right? So one of the better quarterbacks in the league. And then what does Cleveland do? Go and trade them a starting caliber quarterback, right? Like their actual opening day starter, and says, hey, here you go. Here you go. Here goes your shot. You know, instead of having to rely on a backup quarterback for the rest of the season, we're going to give you an actual opening day starter, right? He was their starter to start the season.
He was 1 of 32.
He was 1 of 32. So we're going to give you 1 of 30. You got 1 of, let's say, 64, right? Because everybody's got a backup. You know, so you got a first string and a second string. So we'll give you 1 of. You had 1 of 64. We'll give you 1 of 32. And so it seems like just a gift on a silver platter for the Bengals. But to their credit, Joe Flacco does have to concern you in terms of the Bengals if you weren't taking them seriously before because Joe Burrow got hurt. You got to take them seriously now because Joe Flacco knows where to go with the football. That arm is still live despite the gray hair in his beard. Don't let it fool you. The arm is still live. And as we've talked about already, they got the weapons for him to feed. It's the perfect and most ideal situation for somebody that age to come in and make an impact.
Well, yeah, to dial more in on the game instead of how it impacts the Texans, I agree. I think we've seen Joe Flacco make a big-time run with a team that had zero expectations. And let's be honest, they had lesser weapons. So it wouldn't be a shock to any, or shouldn't be a shock to anybody if Joe Flacco puts enough plays together where Cincinnati can be in a spot when Joe Burrow gets back to potentially make a run, right, at a wild card spot and get in. That shouldn't surprise anybody. We saw it last night. Now, look, I think you flipped this on the other side. You flipped the other side. You got the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I think it was obvious the conversation that's been had about the Pittsburgh Steelers over the last, let's call it, couple of weeks when people realize that there's a real chance that they could make a run. This could be a really good football team in 2025. The conversation's been they need another weapon. They can't do it with DK Metcalf and DK Metcalf alone. Now, last night, luckily, the big tight end that reportedly was on the trade block.
Pat Freiermuth.
Yeah, Freiermuth actually stepped up in a big way and had a monster night and made plays. And so, but it was blatantly obvious watching the Pittsburgh Steelers last night. It was blatantly obvious that they lack weapons, right? Forget about Aaron Rodgers. He's playing lights out. By the way, yards, 4 touchdowns. He threw 2 interceptions. One of them was a piss-poor decision. One of them was just a great play by a DB that literally took it out of the wide receiver's hands. So it wasn't as bad a night as that 2 interceptions would say, I don't believe. But he's playing at an extremely high level. I guess where I'm going with it is I think it's blatantly obvious right now. It's never been more obvious after last week's national conversations about Pittsburgh and then how this game unfolded. It was clear, regardless of how many points they scored, regardless of how well the quarterback played, it was clear that the defense was able to take DK Metcalf out of the game, and it made life very difficult for the play caller and Aaron Rodgers. And so the way I see it is you got one team that could really impact the wild card in the AFC, that being the Bengals. It looks like that could be a very, very real possibility. And then you got one team in the Pittsburgh Steelers that it's clear right now, if you're going to pay a 41, 42-year-old, how old is he, 42?
He's at least 41.
So if you're going to pay Aaron Rodgers and you're going to bring him in and play him and pay him, clearly you think you can win a Super Bowl with him. So right now, you've got to go make a move for one of these receivers before the trade deadline hits. I think that it's never been more obvious in Pittsburgh. Look, the other thing I'm thinking about is this is a similar problem that Aaron Rodgers has had before with his other employer, Green Bay, right? Remember the years?
Yeah, no, 100%. And in all of those years where they didn't draft a wide receiver in the first round, and that was a contentious issue in Green Bay, I couldn't agree with your point more. I just think it's interesting how with Aaron Rodgers it seemed like, hey, he needed everything around him to be much away from Pittsburgh because they've had a really good year so far, and they seem to have surrounded him with a lot. But now it's like, okay, he goes to a situation where it seems like everything around him is perfect, and then all of a sudden we point out this wart where he doesn't have a secondary weapon outside of DK Metcalf, and now it's like, oh, wait a minute, now are you going to ask too much of the 41-year-old quarterback? So it's just funny how the tide can turn that quickly.
Well, the interesting thing is I think we've seen enough. The 41-year-old quarterback can still play. His arm is still elite.
Arm is live.
It's elite in this league. You can win a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers as your starting quarterback, right? I mean, now, how bad do you want it? Can you go get another weapon for him? Because this isn't an Aaron Rodgers, let's pacify him, let's baby him, let's go get him whatever he wants. This is, if you watch the Steelers, clearly they need another weapon on the offensive side of the football. Yeah. They got a running back that can hurt you in the pass game and the run game. They got a slew of tight ends that can help you. They just need another weapon so that they have a better chance of keeping up with a team like the Cincinnati Bengals when they run into them.
For years, it seemed like the Pittsburgh Steelers were a quarterback away. Now it seems like they're a secondary weapon away, or maybe the defense needs to be a little bit more consistent, but it's not the quarterback.
They could use George Pickens.
Hey, I'm telling you, if the Steelers don't do what they want to do this season, they don't realize their dreams or accomplish their goals this season, it will not be because they did not have a quarterback.
That's right. All right, there are two Texans players, y'all. There's two Texans players in particular that have to be used in an aggressive manner, one on each side of the football.
Okay.
They have to be used in an aggressive manner Monday night for the Texans to have their best chance to win versus the Seattle Seahawks. They need to be used. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 16. Before we do that, though, could you imagine selling your home in under a week? I can tell you I've sold homes before.
memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans in Kingwood, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, sir. We are live at BB's Tex Orleans. BB's Tex Orleans in Kingwood. Come on up, hang out with us. We got all kind of giveaways, man. We just gave away some more T-shirts, gave away some more $25 gift cards from Academy Sports and Outdoors, and we got Texans tickets coming up. We got Texans ticket coming up about 5:30 or so. So make sure you come on through and get your name in the basket. Now, get your name in the basket. We also got a oil change from Tomball Ford coming up. Look, bottom line is we're going to give away some things. There's no doubt about it. So get your name in the raffle box. But BB's Tex Orleans is where it's at, man. The food is tremendous. The crowd is awesome. The staff is tremendous. And let me tell you, what, when you are at BB's and you got so many giveaways that you can't hardly go to the restroom in the break. You know, it's a good day, man. The beer's cold, the giveaways are heavy, and the bathroom's clean, man. I damn near didn't make it back. From break, man. But I tell you,
head on the swivel, man. Head on the swivel out here.
Yeah, but both of them. But I tell you what coming up this week, there's two Texans that absolutely have to be used in a aggressive manner. Right? They have to be used in an aggressive manner if the Texans are going to have a shot to win. I think there's one on each side of the football here, B. Scott.
All right.
And we briefly hit on one of them yesterday. And one of the problems for our defense is Jackson Smith-Njigba. He is not only proven to be more than just a slot receiver. He is proven to be a guy that's coming into his own, and he is a volume wide receiver. They are going to find him, use him, and he is going to produce. They're going to, if you want to know what a volume receiver looks like, look at Jamar Chase last night, 23 targets. Now, I don't think Jackson Smith-Njigba is going to get that many targets unless we get a 21-point lead on him or something.
Hey.
But he is a guy that they are going to use, and they're going to use him often. They're going to depend on him. And so when you're and the other part of that is the Seahawks don't have a ton around him, right? I mean, he is one of the heavily on, and if you can take him out of the game, then you've got a much better chance of being in this thing in the fourth quarter and a much better chance of potentially winning it. So the question is, defensively for this team, we've talked about it's a championship caliber defense that the Texans have. Defensively for this team, one weapon that they always have the luxury, or one card that they always have the luxury of playing at any point in time is Derek Stingley Jr., right? Do you want to use Derek Stingley Jr. like you did back in, was it last year or the year before when the Cleveland Browns thing happened?
That's the year before. 2 years ago.
Year before last.
And that was that second matchup in the playoffs you're talking about.
So, the first time he didn't travel.
Exactly.
And Amari Cooper went off for over 200 yards. Funny, we saw that. Joe Flacco and Amari Cooper went off for 200-plus yards. And the next time, 3 weeks later, we play the Cleveland Browns again. And DeMeco Ryans plays the card of Derek Stingley is going to shadow Amari Cooper, and he was all but kept out of the box score, and the Texans won. That is a card that the Texans have and can play at any point in time. I don't know that it's as simple as saying, hey, Derek Stingley, go follow the other team's best receiver, right? We got a lot of faith in Kamari Lassiter, right? We got a lot of faith in our system. And so if an offense has multiple weapons, I don't know that it's always the best idea to go, hey, you go, Derek Stingley, you go follow this guy, and we're going to take everything kind of out of structure in our defense to take that guy away. It's not always the best decision. But in a game like this, where an offense is so heavily dependent on one receiver, it is the perfect time to play that card. And I don't know if DeMeco's going to speak to it or not, that we will see, maybe not the whole game, maybe it's sparingly in critical situations, but we will absolutely see DeMeco Ryans play the Derek Stingley shadow card on Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Clint, I don't know how he doesn't, right? And a big part of it is a point that you just made and kind of laying that out. And that's the fact that they don't have a whole lot behind or outside of Jackson Smith-Njigba. Of course, Cooper Kupp is starting to come along, And that's one of the things, like, just kind of as an aside, the Seattle Seahawks did a really good job of player acquisition in terms of, like, bringing in Sam Darnold, the Cooper Kupp move, and that's kind of been a slow burn so far. But it looks like, you know, if there's something that they can hang their hat on, is that they're getting Cooper Kupp involved a little bit more than they were earlier on in the season. But look, this is not the Cooper Kupp of old. This is the old Cooper Kupp. You know, if you understand the difference between the two, right? So to me, that makes it all the more important and urgent that you devote this resource, this one specific resource that you have, to this one specific strength that they have. You take this guy out of the game, and I think somebody on our comment section earlier in the week on our YouTube was making the point, hey, man, if the Texans can't take out one receiver, one guy that's a game breaker, they don't deserve to win the game. And I think that's a little bit oversimplified, but I understand where they're coming from with that. It's like, look, you got a shutdown corner, somebody that you just paid $90 million to. They got one guy that's a clear game breaker that's far and above, far and away beyond what else they've got going on. So it seems like the logic would dictate, and especially if you're looking at history and the things that you've learned from past failures, past adjustments that you've made, and you mentioned the Amari Cooper thing from a couple of years ago, you learned that from 2 years ago. Don't make the same mistake that you made in week whatever that was against Cleveland 2 years ago. Go ahead and make this simple. Put Derek Stingley on Jackson Smith and Jigba and let the rest of your defense operate.
Well, it's definitely a card you can play, and it's a beautiful thing about this defense. We've talked about this defense a million times about how good it is, and they are really, really good, no doubt about it. But I think one of the things beyond just being super talented is they've got several different cards they can play. And they got several different unique players that have unique skill sets. And DeMeco Ryans can use them as a game plan, or he can use them as an adjustment. And I think that's what makes this defense so good, is it's not a one-trick pony, man. There's several different looks they can throw at an offense. And even if you're a veteran quarterback and you believe you've seen it all, it still can surprise you. So I think that's on the defensive side of the football. I think the Derek Stingley Jr. Approach is big. I think offensively it's about their best player, right? I say their being the offense, our best player. It's about Nico Collins, man. Look, I'm on record. I do not believe that this is a game where there's going to be 8 different Texans catch the football. I don't believe that we need to go into this game and plan on and waste snaps thinking that 8 different guys are going to create separation and we're just going to distribute the football wherever the coverage tells us to go. You line up and you let a defense take Nico Collins out of the game. I do not think we can afford to do that versus this caliber football team. I just firmly believe that at the end of the day, Nico Collins, firmly believe that at the end of the day, Nico Collins is going to have to be used at every layer of the defense. In the screen game, absolutely. He's going to be used in the mid-range quick game. Going to be used in the deep game. They're going to have to hand the football to him. They're going to have to do some creative, some misdirection stuff with him as well. I think in order for the Texans to win this game, right, I think 2 things have to happen. And there's a lot that has to happen, but 2 things, like personnel-wise, that absolutely have to happen is Nico Collins has to be used in an aggressive manner and Derek Stingley Jr. have to be used in an aggressive manner, respectively, the right way on each one of their side of the football.
Yeah, and I will point out specifically with Nico Collins, like, and I think it was John, I'm going to get a hat tip to John Lopez on In the Loop earlier in the week pointing this out. We know that Nico Collins can be a man beater. He's been especially good so far this year against the zone. You're going to see a lot of that in Mike McDonald's defense and the Seattle Seahawks defense. Okay, so they play a lot of zone coverage. You got one of the better players in all of football against the zone, and we're not just talking about the zone. Obviously, you laid it out, other ways that they could use Nico Collins. Now, I wouldn't be mad at, Clint, I will say, just to push back a little bit, I wouldn't be mad at the idea of them being able to spread the football around, because what's another thing that we've talked about? C.J. Stroud's going to have to get rid of that ball quickly. He's not going to be able to pat the football, hold on to the football. He's going to have to make quick decisions. He's going to have to be decisive with the football. And whoever's open early should be fed the football. But I expect, in terms of a game plan, perspective, for Nico Collins to be the emphasis of what they want to do offensively. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, man, it's kind of, you got to pull out all the stops, man. Nick Caley's had, we're looking at a long training, 6 weeks into the season, man. Nick Caley's got to pull out all the stops to get this. This is an absolute monster game.
But I am saying, hey, Christian Kirk, feel free to separate.
Absolutely.
Hey, Xavier Hutchinson, feel free to separate. Jalen Noel, feel free to separate. I think that they should feed Nico Collins heavily, but all of these other guys, feel free to raise your hand.
It'd be nice for Nick Caley's job to be a lot easier than I expect it to be. It'd be nice for him to have another one of them Sundays or a Monday like his last Sunday, which was in Baltimore. That's Brandon Scott. You listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. All right, look, Reed Sheppard balled out. Them old heads showed out on Thursday Night Football, and I'm telling you, I don't know the details, but NBA on NBC might be an absolute treat for all sports fans out there. There's a little news breaking in that world for what it's worth. You're going to want to hear this. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Tom Ball Ford. Look, if you're shopping for a new vehicle, right? Heck, if you're even flirting with it, man, you think you might want to get out and just take a stroll and check out them new rigs over at Tom Ball Ford. I think it's a good idea. They got a pumpkin spice savings event that's rolling right now. You got to check it out, man. If you want a 2025 Ford F1,
Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in the building.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in that backfield.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, it is, and we are at BB's up in Kingwood. Come on through, BB's Tex Orlean, y'all. Come on through, man. The food is good, the beer is cold, the people are absolutely tremendous. Come on through, the staff is absolutely killing it. Joe Ray, I met my first Joe Ray today. I've been around the world and back. I've never met a Joe Ray. I've met playing ball up in Arkansas, man. There's a lot of folks in Arkansas that got two names now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of two names now. There's a Jim Ed, there's a Joe Dean, there's all kinds of. I've never met a female named Joe Ray. That is,
man. I got me a Robert Earl. I got me a John Edward. I got a bunch of relatives that got the double name. I told you my grandmother was. How about this? My grandmother and grandfather had the same middle name. It was Johnny Lee and Betty Lee. I'm telling you, man, they got the double name.
Those are strong.
I'm telling you, man, I've seen a lot of them. Have not seen a Joe Ray, man. That's original.
Well, she's a beautiful young lady, and Joe Ray is, I will never forget. I told her, boy, if somebody forgets, somebody acts like they forgot about you, they're lying.
They lied.
Joe Ray, are you kidding me? That's a hard one. That's a hard one to forget right there. But she's doing her thing in here. Come on in and hang out. Texas tickets. We'll do it in the 5 o'clock hour, as well as we got some more T-shirts, and we got a Tomball Ford oil change as well, and find folks up at Tomball Ford. Somebody said they got 700 F-150s on a lot. If anybody wants to get up there and look at it, I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know. And I'll take a free oil change every now and then. And my wife drives the wheels off that dang truck, so it'll.
She's lugging them babies around, man.
Yeah, there ain't no doubt about it. But come on through and hang out with us. It is 5 o'clock fire, and to start this thing off, them Rockets, they're 4-0 in the preseason, and I misguided some folks last night. I did. I thought maybe I misheard. Maybe they lied to me.
I was right there with you. I was just as surprised as you were once I saw the actual lineup be released ahead of the game.
I was told that fourth preseason game for the Rockets was going to be treated as a regular season game, and at least for beyond halftime was going to be a dress rehearsal for the regular season. And then I flipped the damn TV on last night, and them jokers are in street clothes.
Yeah.
They got 6 dudes in street clothes, and 5 of them are starters. I said, oh, boy, I done lied to everybody on Sports Radio 16.
To be fair, though, the writing was on the wall because the previous 2 preseason games, they did kind of treat like a dress rehearsal. I think you saw the traditional starting lineup. I think in that last preseason game that was at Toyota Center, and then a few nights ago, we saw a different version of it with the double big iteration of it. So we saw all of the possibilities of a real starting lineup in those 2 games. We might have seen the writing on the wall, but I feel like we might have been misled.
Well, look, that would have been nice if you told me that yesterday and bailed me out. But in hindsight,
I was right there with you, Clint. I was misled too. You misled people. We apologize.
It's always 2020. The Rockets win 133-115 with their reserves against some of Atlanta's starters. Let's look at it like this. I want to dig into the Reed Shepherd later in this hour, but the overall preseason, I know there's a lot of folks out there that don't watch preseason NBA. Hell, most folks don't watch preseason NFL, much less preseason NBA. But, B. Scott, you cover the team as close as anybody. Rockets insider. Just after watching this team, there's 4 games. They were 4-0 in the preseason. Kevin Durant mixed into all of the youth that's on this team. Just your overall thoughts on the Rockets this year as we get the season cranked up.
So the biggest thing that stands out to me about the Rockets is just how many different ways they can attack you versus how they were built in previous years. Like, they were so limited offensively, and it was such a struggle to score points or to figure out exactly what their offensive identity was in the past. And now that's far from your problem, right? You've got multiple potential identities, whether that's feeding Şengün or just giving the ball to Kevin Durant or allowing Amen Thompson to catch it off the rim and operating the fast break. They got a lot of different ways that they can attack you. A little bit of last night of what we saw is that Reed Shepherd, when he's on, he can absolutely be a weapon and somebody that the offense runs through at times, and that's something that I think that they're going to look after. The one thing that I would say has been concerning, and maybe you can attribute some of this to the preseason action of them just trying to get their feet wet, was that the defense hasn't quite looked the way that it did last year. Like, that was a huge part of the Rockets' identity and success last year, and really in all these last couple of years, it hasn't exactly looked that way just yet. You're hoping that that changes, that maybe they flip that switch when the regular season comes. But two things that stand out is that their offensive identity is way more vast, way more expanded now versus the way it did before, and the defense is going to have to pick up to look like it did before in previous years.
Well, that's a beautiful thing if you're a Rockets fan. One, I mean, obviously things are looking up, and while the Astros seem to be cooling off and didn't make the playoffs, and unfortunately, I'm not one that needed a break. I like that run in the playoffs. That was good times. But it's good to have the Rockets pick up the baton and appear to be a team that's going to compete for a championship. We'll see if these youngsters can develop to a point where KD doesn't have to drag you to a championship if the supporting cast can actually carry some of the weight.
Hey, it is perfect timing, though. It is perfect time because, look, I'm right there with you. I want the Astros to do well every year, all the time, win every game. I don't care 160. I want them to win every game.
Yeah.
But if the Rockets are going to come on, this is the right time. When October is a little bit slow, it's a perfect time to get Kevin Durant added to the mix and some young players that you're expecting to step up.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the big news here, sticking to the NBA, there's not a whole lot from an analyst perspective or a play-by-play color commentary, anything like that. I'll be honest with you, there's not a whole lot that could turn me on in the NBA. I mean, it's hard for me to move it off the needle of Shaq and Barkley and Kenny Smith.
That's the gold standard.
Like that is TV gold right there.
It is.
But I'm going to tell you, this one moves the needle a little bit. NBA on NBC and Peacock, for what it's worth, they announced a legendary addition to their team. They are thrilled to welcome the GOAT, baby, Michael Jordan, as a special contributor to NBA on NBC and Peacock. I'm going to be honest with you, man. From a viewing perspective, he is the only former NBA player that's alive right now for me, that's not playing, that you could add to a broadcast or an affiliate, if you will, in any way, shape, or form that's going to get me excited the minute I hear it.
Yeah. I mean, look, Michael Jordan, the GOAT,
yeah.
Think about this. And I will say, Peacock or NBC, the combination of the two, there was some indication that Michael Jordan was going to be involved in some kind of way. We just weren't exactly sure how. Now we got a little bit more insight into how that's going to work. But, man, Michael Jordan, the ultimate competitor of competitors across any sport, across any profession. I mean, the guy is a maniac, and I mean that in a positive and negative way. He is a maniacal type of competitor. I can't wait to hear what his thoughts must be of today's NBA. If you think you're critical of the NBA today, if you think the media is critical of the NBA today, imagine what Michael Jordan, puffing on a cigar probably somewhere, is thinking about with those eyes dilated, fresh off of just thinking of what these young bucks are doing, man. I can't wait to hear what Michael Jordan thinks about this. We don't really hear from him a lot, period.
Yeah.
Whether that's the interview space, podcast space, no kind of real media do we hear a lot from Michael Jordan. Very much a guarded and protected type of voice. So to hear that he's going to be a part of these broadcasts in some kind of fashion is pretty exciting.
Well, that's the intrigue, right? Not only is he the greatest of all time, but there's a level of, like, he's disconnected, and it's like his life has been lived on a golf course where you got to whisper and nobody can clap, right? I mean, that's been his life outside of basketball, with the exception of a couple of documentaries. And so not only do you get the greatest of all time commentating and to some degree contributing around the NBA in 2025, but you also get a guy that the intrigue is through the roof because he's not on Twitter and on Instagram every day. He doesn't have a podcast. He's not doing these things. So you just can't get enough of a guy that is, again, the greatest of all time. So I just think this is, again, from a casual fan, that if it's not the Rockets, I really don't care, to be honest with you. If it's not the finals and the playoffs, I really don't care, to be honest with you, personally. This moves the needle. I will tune in every single time. I don't care who's playing.
Hey, and on top of being the ultimate competitor, which we already know Michael Jordan to be, ultimate hater, ultimate petty. Like, I cannot wait to see what this looks like. Well, man, Michael Jordan going to be in there talking some talk.
Well, here's the other thing, right, is I don't know if you heard. Did you hear Michael Irving's response on that podcast about some guys talking about if Deion Sanders could cover receivers in today's game?
Did I?
Right? I mean,
boy. did I? Y'all go check that out, too. Michael Irvin in prime fashion.
Don't do it with the kids in the car.
No, don't do it with the kids in the car.
He was hot, and he was MFing, and he was – basically what happened was some youngsters were saying that Deion Sanders couldn't cover receivers in the NFL today because they're bigger, faster, stronger kind of deal. And Michael Irvin took offense to that and said, don't you ever – right, yeah, no, right. I mean, the rules are set up for these guys now to be more offensive and for the DB to have the disadvantage, and he would still come. But Mike viewed it as they were disrespecting him and saying back in Deion's days the receivers were lesser, and he was hot. But the point being is, I think, minus the foul language, I think that's the kind of is vitriol fair? But that's the kind of I think some takes you're going to get are that these cats are playing in a soft league, and I think I think there's a big part, whether it's fair or foul, I think there's a big part of America that watches all sports nowadays, especially us old heads, and goes, hey man, this is soft to a certain degree. Some people believe it's softer than baby poo-poo, but everybody thinks it's soft to some degree, right?
Yeah, I mean society in general really, and that just translates to sports. I mean I can fully acknowledge this, man. We are a softer society. In some ways it's good, in some ways it's bad. I think in sports specifically, though, it's even more compelling because, you know, you got these old heads that are still around and got particular feelings about the old days.
The thing from a fan perspective with today's sports, right, is that all of the quote-unquote softness is in an effort to make it more entertaining.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like now, whether that's entertaining to you or not is
definitely in football for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just but even in basketball, it's an up and down game. They're shooting all about turning you on as the fan or as the viewer, and so it's a little easier to stomach, I think, for the masses. There's still some old heads that don't like it, but nonetheless, it is what it is. But Michael Jordan joining NBA on NBC. Do not know what capacity that is, but anyway, I'll take anything that I can get from the GOAT.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Thursday night football last night. The Bengals win 33-31 over the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I think the big story, Jamar Chase goes out, 16 catches, 161 yards, 23 targets. I don't remember what record that was or wasn't. Was it targets or catches or a Bengals record or
a franchise record in reception?
There you go, franchise record in catches.
16 you knew Tyler was going to have that because he didn't because he missed that bet.
Oh yeah, I know. He brought it up. I didn't. He brought it up. But the Bengals win 33-31, and beyond Jamar Chase. And the night that he had, I think the storyline is you got a bunch of you had two old head quarterbacks that a lot of folks had written off that went out there, and Joe Flacco took over a Bengals team and in 10 days went out there, put up 350 yards and won against a team that was viewed as one of, if not the best team in the AFC, sitting at 4-1 in their division. He kept the Bengals relevant. They, instead of falling to 2-5.
Yeah.
They are now 3-4, and they're right there in the thick of things in the AFC, at least in the wild card conversation for what that's worth, Week 7 of the season. But Flacco went out there and did his thing, and the question is, can Joe Flacco do in Cincinnati what he did in Cleveland? It's not a question; it's just a point, right? I mean, can he go and carry the Cincinnati Bengals to whatever point in the season that Joe Burrow returns, and when Joe Burrow takes over, he has a chance to make a run? It looked like last night, if that version of the Bengals comes to play week in and week out, they're going to have a shot.
Yeah, based off of last night, my answer to the question would be yes. I mean, we saw all of the things from Joe Flacco in terms of the accuracy, the live arm, taking advantage of the weapons and everything. So, and we've seen him do this already with the Cleveland Browns. So I think the answer there is yes. The thing that stood out to me also, though, was just how complete of a football game that the Bengals were able to play. Watch out if the Bengals are able to lean on Joe Flacco, lean on their run game, get big plays from their defense. Like when they play complementary football, which is not something that they've been doing over the last couple of years, when they're able to do that and Joe Flacco is on point the way that he was last night, I feel like it's a dangerous football team.
Well, there's no doubt they're a dangerous football team when this happens. Joe Flacco was 31 of 47, 342 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. It starts there. Chase Brown, 11 carries, 108 yards, right? Then you look at Jamar Chase, 16 catches, 161 yards. T. Higgins, 6 catches for 96. Both of them had a touchdown. And so when that happens,
and then 2 picks on defense.
That's right, with 2 picks on defense. When that happens, the Bengals are going to be tough. They're going to be tough to beat. There's no doubt about it. Let's flip to the other side. When you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers, Aaron Rodgers was able to go 23 of 34 for 249 yards, 4 touchdowns. He did have the 2 interceptions, one of which was a piss-poor decision.
Yeah.
The other which the DB just took from the wide receiver. But Pat Fryer reportedly with a trade block went for over 100 yards. But they were able to take DK Metcalf out of the game. And I think that's the story for the Steelers, right? For the Bengals, it's can Joe Flacco keep you relevant until Burrow gets back? Looked like he could last night. On this side of the ball, when you look at the Steelers, to me it is the Steelers, it's obvious right now they have to make a move to get another weapon for Aaron Rodgers. If you're going to have Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback, you're going to lead your division. You obviously have Super Bowl aspirations. If you're going to beat, and it's now, not future, it's right now. So it only makes sense if the Steelers are serious about this thing that they make a move. And last night it was blatantly obvious.
Yeah, and we got a little bit of pushback earlier in the show on the chat on the idea that we would be that hard on the Steelers offense, considering that they scored 31 points and they lost the game in large part because their defense didn't show up in the way that they needed them to. But just think about what this offense could look like if they had. I mean, who would you point to outside of Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf that they can really lean on? I know Pat Freiermuth has been a
Jonnu Smith had a night too.
Yeah, but for the most part, they don't really have a whole lot of options outside of DK Metcalf. They could be. I think it would take them to the next level if they had somebody else.
But B. Scott, they're not going to be taking when you've got a wide receiver and as nasty as DK Metcalf is, he's very limited. He's not a very good route runner. He's not going to help you a ton after the catch in terms of being shifty. Now, he's a big body that's hard to tackle, but he's a little bit, to me, he's a different receiver. You know what I mean? He's not going to go out there and run the route tree and turn
straight line speed. Big body,
he's
strong.
Great. Don't get me wrong, he's great, but like Jamar Chase is the one that can do it all. Like that's not DK Metcalf. Needs a complimentary receiver, right? And your complimentary receiver cannot be Jonnu Smith and
Pat Freiermuth.
And Pat Fryer. That can't. Those guys had a great night, and they did. I thought the offensive coordinator and Aaron Rodgers had a tremendous night. But it was clear last night everything was so difficult. And when you flipped it over, and the Cincinnati Bengals had the football with Joe Flacco, how easy was it for them to get the football to Jamar Chase?
Yeah.
How easy was it when you gave Jamar Chase extra attention? Was it to get the football to the big kid? What's the kid's name on the other side? T. Higgins. I mean, it's just so it's one of those where do you want to make life easy for your quarterback and give you a real chance to go win a Super Bowl, or do you want every Sunday to feel like you're just beating your head against the wall and you just happen to win a few of them? I think it's blatantly obvious that the Steelers need to make a move for another receiver.
Yeah, it was an example of them doing more with less. You credit them for doing more with less and getting that 31 as opposed to, hey, they don't need this because they scored the 31. I'm along the lines of what you're saying. They could be even more if they had more.
Think about it like this, B. Scott. When you watch that game last night, and I'm just going to throw a number out there that's high. I think it's probably higher, but I'm going to go with 75%. 75% of the production last night from the Pittsburgh Steelers offense was off script, off schedule.
Yeah.
He's 41, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And looks it.
The late touchdown.
The arm doesn't look it, but, I mean, he's 41 for sure.
No, he can do it, but you don't want to, by choice, ask your 41-year-old quarterback to do that. The touchdown to Freiermuth late was off script, off schedule. The touchdown to Jonnu Smith earlier was off script, off schedule. Look at how much was Aaron Rodgers having to buy time or be outside the pocket and make throws. Like, nothing was easy. They got to find a way offensively to make it easier, or a 41-year-old quarterback, as good as Aaron Rodgers is, he's not going to survive 18 weeks, 17 games, and he's not going to win 4 straight against the top-tier opponents in this league. It's just not going to happen. So we'll see. Also, just rounding out the bottom of 5 o'clock fire here, for those that are interested, Mark Sanchez, the criminal case. You know, he decided he wanted to fight a grease truck driver one night in Indianapolis before he called a game, got stabbed a few times. Apparently there's a judge that's on this case that's going to allow cameras in the courtroom. So get ready for the Mark Sanchez reality TV story.
Wild
that's
story,
coming out.
man. That is an insane story.
I'm
fighting a 69-year-old truck driver on a work trip.
I'm an investigative discovery guy, man. See no evil, hear what is it? See no evil, hear no evil, whatever it is. Like that video, that it's all revolves around the video of like crimes.
Yeah, I got you.
I mean, I love all that stuff, man. So give me the inside the courtroom along with the Mark Sanchez stumbling around the street, the downtown streets of Indianapolis,
all over his shirt,
getting stabbed because he jumped a 70-year-old truck driver who was just trying to pick up some grease from a damn restaurant.
Hey,
what's going on here?
Mess around and find out.
Yeah, man.
Leave these old folks alone.
I mean, they'll
learn you one.
I hate it happened to him. I'm glad he's fine, but now that he's fine, we can enjoy a bit. Yeah. I think that's fair. All right, we are at BB's up in Kingwood. BB's Tex Orleans up in Kingwood. You got we're gonna have one more segment at 5:35. I'm giving away away the tickets now. Stop in here, get your name in the raffle box, and we're going to give away these tickets. Come on through and hang out with us. We got another hour. We will be here for another hour. All right, we hit the Rockets. The Rockets won. One guy balled out that I may have jumped the gun on. We got to circle back to Reed Shepherd before we get out today. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about
day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Kingwood, here's The Drive with Stoerner.
That's right. Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T-Mill is behind the glass back at the studio on the ones and twos. And this is your last call. If you're out there and listening, you got about 15 minutes, baby. We are giving away Texans tickets in the next break. If you're in the building and you hadn't put your name in a little black raffle box right here, my man Shay's got it right here. Put your name in the raffle box. We're going to give away 2 tickets to the Texans game in the future. I believe it's the Arizona Cardinals or the Indianapolis Colts game. Hold on to those, though, because I'm going to give away a couple of shirts as well in the next break. But we've already given away. Big shout-out to Academy Sports and Outdoors for making it happen. We've given away 4 $25 gift cards from Academy Sports and Outdoors. We also got to give away a free oil change from Tomball Ford. To find folks over at Tomball Ford, I'm telling you, they got 700 F-150s on the lot. Get over there and check them out. We'll give you a perfect opportunity. You can go over there and get your oil change for free and check out the new rigs while you're doing it. Also, I think we got a few glasses left, the collector's glasses or commemorative glasses, whatever the heck you want to call them. The drive is our heads, our faces are on these, etched on these glasses.
They are collective and commemorative.
Yeah, there you go. Everything in between.
There you
got
go.
a couple of more BB's T-shirts to give away as well. And look, we just want you to come on through and check out BB's. The menu's off the charts. I've already had the gumbo and the boudin. It is it's money, as well as the rest of the menu. The beer's cold. The Coors Light are absolutely flowing. The iced tea is good too. See, I'm telling you, all these little things. Like if you got a spot, tea, check. Beer's cold, check. Hell, you in the right spot, baby.
Hey, man, I double back on them crawfish and shrimp empanadas, man.
Yeah, you like that?
It was so good the first time I had to try it twice.
Yeah, man, I'm not a huge empanadas fan, but when you add crawfish to them and all
man,
that,
put the right stuff in there.
That's one of their hot items, man. There's no doubt about it. So glad to know that you thoroughly enjoyed it. The Rockets, B. Scott, the Rockets. Before we give away these Texans tickets, I do want to circle back to the Rockets. They win 133-115. They're 4-0 in the preseason. Not much of a preseason for the basketball, for the NBA guys out there. 4 games, and we're ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
But I
and like a week after training camp at that.
Yeah,
like they just got there, and they was already playing preseason games, and now it's already over with.
I guess when you play that many games and load management's a thing, and I guess it's kind of you use some of the regular season, which, by the way, I mean, hell, it's not crazy. The NFL, you can argue the first month of the NFL season, there's several NFL teams that are using that to get guys up to speed.
Like the Texans did it.
Yeah, the Texans did it. The Rams did it, their first opponent.
Fair enough.
But Reed Sheppard has been a big talking point here. And look, I may have jumped the gun here on Reed Sheppard, y'all. I don't want to overreact to what I saw last night, because my opinion that I shared yesterday was based on what I saw the majority of the times that we've seen him since he put on a Rockets uniform after being drafted number 3 overall. Okay, so it wasn't just a flash in the pan. It seems like it's a real struggle. It seems like there's a little timidness. I don't, a lot of times when you watch the NBA and you watch lottery picks, you got guys that even if they shouldn't feel this way, like you can see it in how they play. Like they think they are the best guy on the floor. Like they believe that no matter who they're playing with, give me the ball and get the hell out of the way. They believe that they look at their coach like, what the hell you mean you're pulling me out? You subbing in for me? Like that, I guess that is what I was referring to yesterday when I just don't see that. 75-80% of the time that I see Reed Sheppard, I don't see that. Now, I shared that opinion on the radio yesterday, and then he goes out there and in 29 minutes gives you 29 pints and 6 rebounds and 6 assists. And so
4 steals too, by the way.
I left that off. There you go.
He was really good, man.
I didn't give credit where credit was due.
He was really good.
And that's where I was going. And more importantly, to my point, because my point was more based off of what I see with my eyes. Like what I saw with my eyes last night was impressive. That was Atlanta, some of the Hawks starters, first of all. And that was really impressive what Reed Sheppard was able to do out there. Both the shooting, the ball handling, getting to the rack, I mean, on several fronts. he was really impressive.
So I think it's twofold here, where Reed Sheppard has the luxury of not being like any old lottery pick, and the Rockets have the luxury of not being like any old lottery team, in the sense that usually when you're in the lottery, it's because you're bad. For the most part, you've earned your spot in the lottery, and it's because you had a bad season the previous year.
Yeah.
And then once you pick in the lottery, whatever guy that you're bringing in and change the franchise, change the whole complexity of the franchise. This is going to be the guy. This is going to be the face of the franchise. We're going to feed this guy. We're going to give him all the opportunity to be a star. Well, that's not exactly the environment that Reed Sheppard was drafted into, and that's a credit to the Rockets in terms of what they had developed before Reed Sheppard, stockpiling picks, and kind of the personnel moves that they had made around that. And so I make that point to say it's a little bit different from most of the lottery situations that you're used to. Normally,
that's fair.
Jalen Green, for example, when they drafted him number 2 overall way some years back, well, that was because that was a bad team that he was being drafted on, and he was given the runway to kind of figure it out. Let's see what our future looks like. Reed Sheppard gets drafted in the lottery to a team that's already on its way to the playoffs, right? They didn't make the playoffs the year before he was drafted, but they had the highest turnaround of any team in the NBA. I want to say it was something like 20 games in terms of wins, right, from one year to the next. And then obviously in Reed Sheppard's rookie year, where he only played sparingly, they make it to the playoffs. So I lay all of that out just to say that Reed Sheppard is in a very different situation as a lottery player, but also let's not forget that he is a lottery pick, right? Yeah. And this is something that I was fixated on yesterday when we were doing the show. It was like, man, they got 2 guys that were drafted number 3 overall that they're asking just to play a role. Don't take over the franchise. Don't take over the game. You don't have to be we just need you to go stand out over there in the corner or handle the ball a little bit and just not muck it up. Contribute where you can. And we got Kevin Durant. We got Alperen Sengun. We got Amen Thompson. They're going to be the guys that we rely on. And then you see Reed Sheppard. He can do a little bit more than that. So what was encouraging about it is like, look, we're not going to ask. Nobody's going to ask Reed Sheppard to go out and score 25 plus a night, 30 points a night, right? Like, that's not going to be the expectation. But to know that on occasion or on a given night, he's capable of that and capable of it against high-level NBA talent, not just the end of the bench, but we saw him do it as a rookie against Oklahoma City. We saw him do it last night against the Atlanta Hawks. Like, this is something that he's capable of, and it is beyond what he's going to be asked to do. That's got to be an encouraging thing for Rockets fans. You're not asking the Rockets to lean on Reed Sheppard as a star, but now you know that he can go out there and take over a game if a night requires him to do it.
That's Brandon Scott, B. Skeezy, whatever you want to call him. Follow him on Twitter at Brandon K. Scott. Right there, you're going to get that kind of Rockets insider. Always dialed into the Astros. And, of course, the Houston Texans. My name is Clint Stoerner. You can follow me on all socials at Clint Stoerner. And T-Mill, is it T-Mill Real Deal?
You nailed it.
Nailed it. There you go, baby. Kind of like my hogs are to your Aggies on
these doggone SEC guys
on Saturday,
man.
Baby. There you go.
Will be a hell of a game, not like some Big Ten matchup.
Well, if you're not in the house, put your name in the black box. Giving away tickets here in about 2-3 minutes now. It's a little black box right here. Put your name in there, and we're going to give away 2 Houston Texans tickets. If you're out there and you're listening, hey, you're late, baby. You're late. But guess what? You can always catch us at Football Fridays at Sports Radio 610. We're always on the road. You can find the locations at sportsradio610.com. I hope you can. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
There
that's
you go.
Right. I wouldn't let you down, baby.
All right, the Texans, y'all. Coming up next, man, it's a tough matchup on Monday night. The toughest part of the matchup is Seattle's D-line versus our offensive line. Who's the pressure on the most with the Houston Texans with that particular matchup, overcoming that particular matchup? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Look, when you're injured in an accident, it changes everything.
AmericanEagle.com 773 Network.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Kingwood, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You with me, boys? We are live. Well, people, what's happening right now is old Clint Stoerner and our guy B. Scott filling in for Real the Hughley. That's Real Ron the Show Hughley on Twitter. Go say what's up to him. He'll be back with us next week. But right now what's happening is Brandon Scott and Clint Stoerner are a little distracted out on a Football Friday. Fellas! Yo! Here they come. This is going to be funny. Watch this. You boys want to do some radio?
You boys want to do a little radio?
We've been back from break for about 90 seconds.
Hey, man, we got a crowd. We're giving away Texans tickets, man.
I was talking to him. It was fine.
You scared me, T-Mill.
We're at BB's Tex Orleans.
Bro, we've been back for break 2 minutes.
Hey, hey, it's all right. It's all right, baby.
It is all right.
This is what you do it for.
But Brandon
right here,
should have been panicked.
This is what the hell you do it for. When you do a live broadcast at BB's Tex Orleans, this is what you do it for. It's a struggle to go to the restroom, man. You give away tickets. You give away Tomball Ford oil changes, man. It's part of it, baby. Everybody needs to come and enjoy and enjoy the party next time. We're out every Thursday. We're out every Friday, baby. Come on in. If me and B. Scott don't make it back to the mic, T-Mill will take care of business. T-Mill on the mic.
Damn
He's got some
straight.
experience.
Yeah, man. We had that live mic going, too. Let them catch the ambiance. Let them catch the vibes out here in Kingwood. See what we really about.
That's really what Tyler's worried about is if anybody gets caught cussing, he's the one that gets in trouble. So he's like, hey, y'all cut that out, man. Get back on this.
Hey, we already kind of flirting with time a little bit from earlier in the day, right? We already had to use that button once.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, leave that up to Titus. By the way, I mean, Titus Howard. How about Titus Howard dropping the casual F-bomb on Sports
He
Radio
was comfortable with your boys, man. He thought he was just at the crib because he dropped that F-bomb like it wasn't nothing. Like, man, the hell with the FCC talking about.
Look, he thought if he'd circled back immediately and used the word mess instead of F, he thought that cleared up a little bit. Clearly, somebody listening to him was like, what? But anyway, Titus Howard, by the way, your Houston Texans right tackle was on with us about 2:15, 2:20-ish. It was a great interview. Look, there's been a lot of topics about the offensive line with the Houston Texans over the last handful of years, and being able to ask Titus Howard, who I think at this point is the leader of the offensive line in that room, to be able to ask him specifically about some of those issues that pertain to the last year and a half, as well as the Seattle Seahawks game. It was really interesting, so I encourage everybody out there to go back, download the Odyssey app, AUDACY, use the rewind feature, and go back and at the very least listen to Titus Howard. Again, it was in that 2:15, 2:20 mark of our show today.
And Clint, I just love the maturity, right? Just the growth that we've seen from Titus Howard from when he first got. Obviously, you would expect that after a 6-7 year period, however long it's been. But the maturity from Titus Howard, I thought, was really on display from our interview with him earlier today.
Yeah, look, I think, I feel bad for being so harsh on Titus about not being the guy that was going to take over that room. I just, we've watched him kind of work in the shadows of Laramie Tunsil and not really be assertive and do those things. And so I just didn't really give it much of a chance, to be honest with you. But you remove that kind of presence in Laramie Tunsil from the room, then all this example of, and it's nothing negative to Laramie Tunsil. That's not what we're about, right? But the truth of the matter is, you leave a guy that's making that kind of money, that has that kind of approach to life and football, you remove him from the building. All of a sudden, some of the guys that had kind of been, they'd kind of been suppressed. All of a sudden, those guys step up and walk around with their chest out, and all of a sudden they become leaders, and all of a sudden they become better players, and they become more vocal, and it's a good thing, man. It's a beautiful thing, and so. it's obvious that Titus Howard has taken on that role. I asked the question when they let go of Laramie Tunsil, who in that room is going to be the voice? I thought it would be like Laken Tomlinson, a guy that D'Amico Ryans knew before, a guy that was long in the tooth, a veteran. And I really leaned into the fact that D'Amico knew him before. But the beautiful thing of it is he was right here all along.
Yeah.
It was Laramie Tunsil. I mean, it was Titus Howard. So now, look, we'll see if it works. We'll see if it lasts. We'll see if he can continue to play right tackle at a high level and if he can really be the leader that takes over this entire room and changes the O-line game here in Houston. We'll see. It'll be tested this week in Seattle, no doubt about it. I think that is the big matchup in this particular game is Seattle's defensive line versus our offensive line. And I think there's some real pressure on the offense to show that the last 2 weeks were not a fluke. We know that the opponents were not up to snuff. But there was a lot of progress made. Was there enough progress made in the last 2 weeks for them to carry it over into a Monday night primetime game against a really good NFC opponent? And if so, then I think as a fan, I know as a fan, I mean, we've got a lot to look forward to. If not, it could be a rough year. Here's the deal. To accomplish that versus the Seattle Seahawks, right?
Yep.
I think there's three major parties here. I think there's the O-line in general. I think there's Nick Caley, and then I think there's C.J. Stroud. B. Scott, who's the real pressure on here in your opinion?
Man, when I look at what this Seahawks defense is about, we're talking about the second rushing defense, sixth in points allowed. And now the Texans' own defense can boast being one of the better ones in that regard as well. But we're talking about second in sacks. And I mentioned second rushing defense, okay? Seventh in red zone defense. What is one of the issues that the Texans offense has had in the past? Not only scoring in the red zone, but getting to the red zone to begin with, and much less doing anything once they get there. So when I think about all of the things that this defense does well, it makes me fixate or focus squarely on the Texans offensive line. What a tremendous challenge and opportunity, I should say. It's a challenge and an opportunity for the Texans offensive line to really show all of this talk about improvement that we've discussed over the last couple of weeks. Well, they can really show it against this group, against this bunch. I feel like it's the most formidable defensive front that they've seen since the Rams game to start the season, and one of the better ones that they'll see all year. I think the actual answer, and this is not the cop-out, I said this earlier, the actual answer is all of them just to be sure, but if I'm going to pick one and if I'm going to focus on one, I'm looking squarely at that offensive line that's led by Titus Howard, as we mentioned. I'm looking squarely at that offensive line to step up against this challenge of this Seahawks defensive line is really, really good.
Well, look, B. Scott, that's why this is a really good question. If I might pat myself on the back a bit here.
I got you.
There is a wrong answer. It's the O-line, Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud. They can all be the answer. It's just a matter of how you feel, what you've seen, what you think about the Texans. And you think it's the O-line. I think it's wholeheartedly Nick Caley, and for a different reason. Look, I think what I've seen from the O-line, the growth that we saw from the O-line, just really in the double team category and how that translates into running the football better, I think that's real.
Yeah.
I think that's real. I think it translates to some degree. Now, maybe not the degree that we saw against the Titans and the Ravens, obviously, because it's a much better opponent. But I think the approach to the run game, particularly in the double teams and how they're executing double teams, I think it's real. If you want to throw Dalton Schultz in the equation here, his physicality in the run game has been a 180. I mean, it's been a 180 from what we saw previously. So I say that to say I think the O-line improvement has been really good, and I think it's real. I think C.J. Stroud, reading defenses low to high, working low to high. I think C.J. Stroud protecting himself in the offensive line and all that comes with it, I think that's very real. I don't see C.J. changing his mindset and his approach to playing the position. The one that I would say here, the answer, who's the real pressure on for me, is Nick Caley. Because I think when you look at it, when you play a better opponent, even if they run the football better than expected, there's still going to be, an attempt to take Nico Collins out of the game. How can you move Nico around and get Nico touches in different ways? How can you do what you did against Baltimore and have maybe not 8, but have multiple receivers catch the football and have these other guys emerge? How can you make that happen? Easiest more. It's going to be heavily dependent on the offensive coordinator being creative and getting that done. So I think the answer for me is Nick Caley in a big way. Like that. He's the one unknown for me. We've seen him do it against lesser talent. Can he do it? Obviously, to a lesser degree. It's not going to happen as often as it did against Baltimore, but can he do it in critical moments? Can he do it in critical third and fourth down moments? Can he do it in the red zone? He was tremendous in the red zone last week. I mean, there was 2 or 3 touchdowns or chunk plays that were called back that were really good. And what'd he do? They marched off 5 or 10 yards, and he just dialed up another one and went and scored a touchdown.
Yep.
So he was tremendous. Can he do that against a better opponent? It's obviously not going to be to the degree that they did against Baltimore, but can he do it sporadically throughout a game enough to where we can score some points and help this defense?
Well, this is one of the things that I really loved about watching the offense, specifically the last time, I'm not going to say last week because they had the bye week, but the last time that they were out there was for all of this talk that we have about staying on schedule and playing clean football and mistake-free. We saw them make a couple of mistakes in this Ravens game, and they were still able to make things happen in spite of that or outside of that, right? They had one penalty where it could have killed a drive, and they still ended up getting a field goal. Had another penalty where it could have killed a drive. They still found Nico Collins in the end zone. And so I was really encouraged by that. My issue with the offensive line when I think about it is like, man, Nick Caley can scheme it up. We know C.J. Stroud can dial it up. But, man, it ain't nothing to be said for it if Ed Ingram has a tough time with Byron Murphy, or if DeMarcus Tank Lawrence is giving Titus Howard or Ariante Ursery, the rookie, the business, man. If they cannot block those guys up front, tough night.
Yeah, I'll respond with this. It wouldn't surprise me if it didn't happen. If it becomes a major problem, it's because the creativity ain't there. The quarterback's holding the ball. The wide receivers can't separate. That's where I'm going to start. Like this, if we're going to go out there and ask them 40 times to hold up and let CJ hold the ball for an extra second, they're going to get beat. It's just it's going to happen. They're not that caliber.
I'm with you.
All right, we got T-Meal's best bets. T-Meal, let's knock them things out real quick, brother.
Yes, sir. Last night sucked, but even with that 1 for 4 on Thursday,